Chapter 2. Standing before the edifice, Su Bai once again shook his head in disbelief. Clutching a small note in his hand, he gazed up at the blazing sun and growled, "Where are you? Number 104? At the tender age of 20, Su Bai, once a prodigious talent, had enrolled in the nation's premier university at 16. Prior to turning 20, he was a paragon of brilliance, basking in the adoration of those around him. An intellect of 180, strikingly handsome akin to the likes of Wu Yanzu, and standing tall at the same height as his IQ. During familial gatherings, he was the quintessential model for relatives to boast about. However, after his 20th birthday, Su Bai plummeted from grace and became an unemployed drifter, a new label he bore with shame. Today, he had yet to take his medication, and a familiar discomfort plagued his back. Despite his striking appearance, he suffered from an exceedingly rare skin condition. Who else bore scales upon their back? His mother, Bai Ling, claimed that the likelihood of this affliction was even lower than his chance of being admitted to university at 16. 104, Zhonghua Road, Antique Shop. Su Bai recited the address once more, a reminder of the desperate reliance on his mother's connections to secure employment. This was to be a favor-based interview, an even greater affront to the reputation of the once great prodigy than yesterday's interview had been. Frustration welled within him as he shouted skyward. "Ah!" A fleeting silver glimmer passed through his throat and vanished, a hint of dragon scales momentarily surfacing before they melded seamlessly with his skin, leaving no trace. Su Bai suddenly froze, pondering the source of this peculiar phenomenon. 104 had indeed manifested. He was certain he was not hallucinating, though he questioned whether he had truly seen what he thought he had. He had traversed this street 6 times, 6. After 103, 105 had been the next logical number. Yet now, a miraculous anomaly stood in between, 104. This unexpected appearance, which should have been entirely ordinary, compelled Su Bai to pinch himself sharply. The antique shop was undeniably an antique shop, as confirmed by the prominently displayed sign above the entrance, inscribed with 3 elegantly swirling characters. Antique shop. Every establishment ought to possess a name, Su Bai mused while scrutinizing the premises. It appeared modest in size, a converted courtyard shop, with the expansive yard now enclosed, lending it a somewhat somber atmosphere. The entrance consisted of 2 heavy black wooden doors, crafted from an unknown timber. As he approached, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, enchanting his senses. He noted that the characters on the sign were gilded, the gold strikingly juxtaposed against the black, making it all the more eye-catching. Perhaps he had overlooked such a conspicuous detail due to a restless night. As a fresh graduate of the new era, the pressure was indeed overwhelming. Su Bai seized the 2 door knockers and rapped upon them. "Is anyone there?" The door creaked open, not a voice-activated portal, but the figure that appeared caused him to step back in astonishment, not from fear, but from sheer beauty. The enchanting beauty before Su Bai appeared to be of similar age, captivating him as he swallowed hard. She seemed around 19, with long hair cascading down to her waist, each strand smooth and devoid of any frizz, resembling a flowing black waterfall draped behind her. Her features were as delicate as a painting, with eyebrows shaped like willow leaves, gracefully arching towards her temples. Her pair of phoenix eyes, slightly upturned, added an allure that belied her youth. A red mole nestled between her brows seemed to exude a hint of blood, her complexion fair as jade, and her lips as red as rouge. This young lady, if one were to take out a scroll of canvas and place her within it, would undoubtedly embody a living masterpiece. With youthful vigor coursing through him, Su Bai could not help but succumb to the charms of the beauty, his heart racing and his tongue stumbling as he introduced himself. I am Su Bai. And I am you?" The beauty appraised him from head to toe, then replied, "Come in." As Su Bai stepped inside, the wooden doors slammed shut with a resounding thud, startling him enough to raise his hands in surprise. He had not even touched the doors, and there was no breeze. Did they close automatically? The beauty remained silent, leading him further inside. Behind the doors lay an entrance adorned with an array of plants, exotic and fragrant, the likes of which Su Bai had never encountered, invigorating his senses. Beyond the entrance stood another pair of antique doors, which swung open to reveal a counter inside, flanked by towering shelves brimming with various antiques, ceramics, jade, bronze artifacts, ancient coins, and more. Su Bai was left awestruck, inadvertently colliding with a screen. The beauty turned back, cautioning, "Be careful, this is a Ming Dynasty screen." Taking a deep breath, Su Bai steadied the swaying screen, carefully maneuvering around it as he followed the beauty into the inner chamber. She opened the door and announced, "The person inside has been waiting for you for quite a while." Chapter 3. The Reverse Scale Nodding. Su Bai stepped inside to find a man seated on an 8 Immortals chair, leisurely toying with a snuff bottle, gently swaying it beneath his nose in a display of enjoyment. Upon noticing Su Bai's entrance, he set the bottle down and said, "Su Bai, please, take a seat." Surveying the surroundings, Su Bai chose a chair somewhat distant from the others, only to have it collapse beneath him with a loud crack, causing a sharp jab to his behind. The pain was overshadowed by embarrassment, reddening his face like a monkey's rear, and he sprang up, bowing apologetically. "I'm sorry." "No worries, it's merely a Wangwali chair. It's worth at most 500,000. 500,000. Su Bai's face fell in despair. He felt as if he had just wagered his entire life savings with that one fall. Stammering, he pleaded, 500,000, I will find a way to manage. If it's too much, could I pay in installments? Just leave me enough for living expenses, and I can also seek help from my parents." "Have you finished?" The man at the chair stood up, extending his hand. "Let us get acquainted first. I'm Tang San Chung, one of the owners." One of the owners suggested there were many, heightening Su Bai's unease. "Does that mean all the owners must convene to decide on the compensation?" "Not at all. I merely wish to remind you that you ought to be seated in this chair." Tang San pointed at the pile of fragments beside him, then gestured towards it again, saying, "You need not concern yourself with that." Su Bai focused his gaze and noticed a chair directly opposite Tang San. He had overlooked that beneath the chair was an intricate bagua diagram. As he sat down, he found himself enveloped by the diagram, a silvery glow flickering at his throat. Tang San cast a glance, his mind racing. "We are seeking a store manager. I wonder how much you know about antiques." "I have no knowledge of them. But I do enjoy watching antique appraisal," Su Bai thought to himself with a pang of disappointment, realizing his chance had slipped away. The thought of facing his parents' worried faces upon returning home made him feel as though the sky were about to fall. "Oh, it's nothing. You can learn gradually," Tang San reassured him. "With an IQ of 180, it should be a breeze for you, right? You all know that." Su Bai regained some confidence at the mention of his intelligence. He thumped his chest and declared, "Trust me, I can do it. The probation period is 3 months, with meals and accommodation provided for 4,000. After that, your salary will be discussed further." Tang San scrutinized Su Bai with a sidelong glance. "Can you start work tomorrow?" This exceeded all expectations. Su Bai felt as though he had just ridden a roller coaster, and the outcome was delightful. Upon hearing the last sentence, tears nearly welled in his eyes. "Am I really going to be the store manager?" "Indeed, but please sign this contract." Tang San produced a sheet of paper. After a quick examination, Su Bai signed it without hesitation, leaving in high spirits. Just before exiting, he bumped into the screen, his heart racing, and hurriedly bowed to the beautiful woman, saying, "I'm so sorry." To his surprise, she smiled, her laughter akin to a spring breeze capable of melting the frost from the peaks. "Be careful next time." Su Bai found himself reluctant to leave. Once through the imposing black doors, he remained puzzled about room 104. How curious that it should appear so suddenly. Tang San watched Su Bai depart, then moved the chair aside. The bagua diagram, painted in his blood, radiated a crimson light. Such potent energy. Could the silvery glow from his throat be the reverse scale? What reverse scale? The wall unexpectedly slid open, revealing a man and a woman, Bai Yi and Fu Yu. Within the dragon's throat lies a crescent-shaped scale known as the reverse scale. It is a source of immense energy for the dragon, and touching it invokes its wrath. Once disturbed, the dragon can lose all sense of reason and become uncontrollable. Tang San remarked, "This young man has far surpassed my expectations." "Oh, you have exceeded mine as well," Bai Yi replied, fixing his gaze on Tang San, who still occupied the manager's chair. "You played the role of the boss quite convincingly just now." Tang San chuckled and slid off the chair. "I merely imitated your usual style. You always carry yourself like this. What do we call it?" Yes, it's called flair. Besides, I am indeed one of the bosses. But who among us possesses the keenest business acumen if not you? Enough of that. Is this young man, Su Bai, the one we are seeking? He seems unaware of the mysteries he carries within. He can see through my illusions, and he indeed possesses the aura of a dragon." Tang San continued. "The bagua diagram can also be illuminated. It is undoubtedly him." Chapter 4. The youth of Maoshan. As Su Bai emerged from the antique shop, he leaped with exuberance, his spirit soaring. The first thing he did was call his mother, as the burden of unemployment that had loomed over him like a mountain finally dissipated. Upon finishing the call, he glanced up to find that dusk had already descended. The bus stop was quite a distance away, so Su Bai took off running. Just as he was nearing the stop, he felt a sudden chill at the nape of his neck. With suspicion, he turned around, only to find no one behind him. He touched his neck, feeling a dampness. What was going on? Was it sweat? Su Bai twisted his neck and turned back, only to be confronted by a boy standing before him. The youth possessed an ethereal beauty, his pale skin complemented by drooping eyes that exuded a languid demeanor, giving him a somewhat sickly appearance. Yet, did a man need to be this beautiful? Su Bai, who prided himself on his masculinity, felt a wave of disdain for this picturesque boy. He scoffed and attempted to walk past him. Suddenly, the boy seized Su Bai's arm, bestowed by the Northern Emperor. I summon paper to inscribe charms against malevolent spirits. Should any dare to resist, they shall be returned to Fengdu City, swift as the law commands. Su Bai was taken aback. At that moment, he felt another chill at the back of his neck, as if something within him was being pulled away. This cold sensation made him shudder, despite it being summer. He shook off the boy's grip, exclaiming, "You madman." The boy finally lifted his drooping eyes, fixing a penetrating gaze on Su Bai's face, and with a soft grunt muttered, "Ignorant fool." Huh. Su Bai raised his middle finger at the boy. "What's your name?" "Kid." The boy merely smiled faintly, a hint of disdain evident in his expression, feeling increasingly irked by being underestimated. Su Bai lamented that what could have been a splendid day was now ruined by this peculiar boy. "You certainly have a personality. Fine, I'll make a sacrifice. My name is Su Bai. Remember it well. If we cross paths again and you dare to act weird, I'll show you what my 180 stature can do." The boy broke into a grin and turned to leave, realizing he shouldn't meddle in matters that didn't concern him. Yet, it was astonishing that this fellow, seemingly oblivious to being possessed by an evil entity, had evoked his instinct to intervene. Su Bai's bravado met with an unexpected soft rebuff, leaving him at a loss. He turned to see the bus approaching and, disregarding the strange boy, boarded the vehicle to return home. Arriving at his doorstep, he was greeted by a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Suddenly, the door of his neighbor's house swung open, and a 30-year-old recluse poked his head out. "Su Bai, what delectable dish is your father cooking again?" "I don't know," Su Bai replied, "but I'll bring you some shortly." Satisfied with this response, the recluse retreated inside. It was no wonder he had such an insatiable appetite, or why he possessed an uncanny sense of smell. His father's culinary prowess was nothing short of divine. Even a bowl of leftovers transformed by his father's hands became a gourmet masterpiece, tantalizing enough to make one's mouth water. An esteemed first-class chef, he was the executive head chef at the city's finest hotel, renowned for his exorbitantly priced culinary creations. Su Bai pushed open the door and was immediately greeted by a familiar face, his mother, Bai Ling. Indeed, Su Bai's name derived from her, as he was originally named Su Bai. Fortunately, his mother found that name too sentimental and removed the character for love, sparing him the embarrassment of bearing such a name at a height of 1.8 meters. Bai Ling, now in her early 40s, possessed remarkably smooth skin and a dignified visage. In her own words, dressed differently, she could easily pass for Empress Dowager Cixi. She always spoke with a smile, revealing two charming dimples. When walking hand in hand with Su Bai, many mistook them for siblings, a moment that filled Bai Ling with great pride. Bai Ling's gaze fell upon the necklace around Su Bai's neck, and her expression momentarily darkened, though she quickly regained her composure. "Son, how did your interview go today?" "Extremely well, more smoothly than ever before." Su Bai recalled the bizarre scene earlier that day. "But I can't shake the feeling that there's something odd about that antique shop. How did you hear about it?" He thought to himself about the matter of the $500,000 Wang Wali wood. "Of course, it was a friend's recommendation," Bai Ling replied, her words flowing rapidly like a machine gun. "Let me tell you, that antique shop has never sold a counterfeit. Every item there is worth a fortune, and they don't just do business with anyone. By the way, did you see that screen when you went in?" "Yes. How could Su Bai forget that screen? I heard it's worth 3 million. Oh dear, how many dishes would your father have to cook to earn that back?" Bai Ling suddenly looked a bit despondent. "When will I be able to have Chanel in one hand and—" "Mom," Su Bai interrupted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "What matters is happiness. Are you hungry? Don't think just because I'm older, I'm out of the loop." "I know what's going on online," Bai Ling retorted, her eyes wide with disbelief. Caught off guard, Su Bai instinctively reached for his neck and exclaimed, "What's this crack doing on my necklace?" He took it off, aware that his peculiar ailment was worsening. While it was manageable on his back, The situation became troublesome near his throat. He usually wore the necklace to cover the unsightly scales that had formed there. It was a string of Bodhi seeds, also known as chuangu, an annual herb that grows to 3 or 4 feet tall, with leaves resembling millet and red and white flowers that bloom in spikes. It bears round, white fruits with hard shells, akin to enamel. Commonly used for counting prayers, it is thus named Bodhi seed. There are many varieties of Bodhi seeds. And Su Bai's necklace consisted of Fengyan Bodhi, which his mother had acquired from Tiantai Mountain. Each bead bore an eye, resembling a phoenix eye, hence the name. His mother had once mentioned that a certain Dharma king proclaimed that reciting with Fengyan Bodhi beads could amplify the merits of one's prayers a millionfold. Wearing these beads not only concealed the scales on his neck, but also symbolized good fortune, suggesting that his affliction might soon be alleviated. While Su Bai was not superstitious, he felt compelled to honor his mother's heartfelt intentions. A delicate crack rests just above the phoenix eye of the necklace that Su Bai has worn for 5 years. With each passing day, it has grown smoother and more lustrous, a phenomenon often referred to as patina. The natural oils from the human body have adhered to the Bodhi seed, allowing it to radiate its finest sheen. What was once the envy of Bodhi enthusiasts now bears a blemish, a crack that causes Su Bai a pang of regret, prompting him to vent his frustration towards the youth he encountered that evening. What a misfortune today, to meet such a peculiar person who rambled on at me. Alas, now my Bodhi seed is cracked. Thankfully, I still have the store manager. Bai Ling, the manager, took the bead and gently placed her fingertip upon the fissure. A fleeting glimmer of gold flickered beneath her touch, vanishing as her finger withdrew, revealing the Bodhi bead as smooth as ever. She remarked, "You are still young. Yet your vision is lacking. There is no crack here. I ought to have your father prepare some eye-opening soup for you." With a hint of exasperation, she tossed the Bodhi necklace back into Su Bai's hands and retreated into the kitchen. Holding the phoenix eye Bodhi necklace, Su Bai rubbed his eyes, wondering where the crack had gone. He shook his head, recalling his earlier indignation towards the boy, and clasped his hands together in apology. "My sincerest apologies, young man." Chapter 6. The crossroads of spirits. The following morning, Su Dahong squeezed into the kitchen, his ample belly preceding him, not due to the kitchen's smallness, but rather his own considerable stature. Standing at 6 feet tall, his belly rivaled that of the laughing Buddha, with an unremarkable appearance. He only stood out due to his height, often quipping, "Thank goodness my son doesn't resemble me." A lavish breakfast lay before Su Bai, yet he found little appetite. Tension gripped him as he pondered. "Manager, I have given it considerable thought. Given my understanding of the antique industry, perhaps being an apprentice would suffice." After an unsatisfactory meal, he stepped outside under the watchful eyes of his parents. He had left quite early, in a city where weary office workers were still entangled in their dreams. The only ones awake were the cleaners commencing their day's toil. Crossing this intersection would lead him to the antique shop. As Su Bai nervously wiped his palms, uncertain if he could fulfill the responsibilities of a manager, he spotted the sickly youth standing at the crossroads, his back turned towards him, slightly hunched as he swept the dust from the ground. Su Bai could not help but chuckle at the sight of the once arrogant boy now reduced to a cleaner. Upon hearing the sounds behind him, the frail youth turned, and upon recognizing Su Bai, raised an eyebrow with a bland expression, murmuring, "I remember you. Your name is Su Bai. What is there to boast about?" Su Bai retorted, "I told you that myself." Unbeknownst to Su Bai, this moment held significance for the boy. Silently, the youth resumed sweeping the dirt from the ground. Curiosity piqued, Su Bai asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" "This is the crossroads of spirits," the boy replied. If he could attract ethereal beings, he must possess some expertise. The youth gazed back at Su Bai. "Do you understand?" "I only know it's an intersection." Su Bai sniffled. "Spiritual pathways? You seem to harbor ill intentions. This is a thoroughfare for people and vehicles, not a path for spirits. Mind your words, or you may face repercussions." The youth harbored doubts within his heart and continued, "The substance on the ground is powdered stone, belonging to the Yin category. It can be used to forge a path for spirits, guiding them along their journey. The crossroads are inherently places for souls to traverse, and with so many spirits present, someone has utilized this powdered stone to create a path, directing the souls towards a specified destination. This occurrence is rather unusual." Su Bai, though somewhat perplexed, dismissed the youth's words as mere nonsense, chuckling as he replied, "And where exactly are these souls being led?" The youth turned to regard Su Bai, pondering whether this individual was simply shrouded in mystery or genuinely bewildered. Was he perhaps merely putting on an act? The young man resolved to open his heart. This was a singular opportunity where a name and a face could be connected. Throughout his life, he had never been able to remember names, despite being able to recall appearances. Even his own parents were no exception. The doctor had labeled this condition as a recognition disorder. Yet his father insisted that such a label was merely a superficial explanation from the ignorant. However, his father could not elucidate the true nature of the condition. This young man, Su Bai, might well be the only one in the world. I am Yuqing, the youth declared with newfound conviction. Let us be friends. The situation abruptly shifted towards the pursuit of companionship, catching Su Bai off guard. The youth extended his hand, and Su Bai shook it. I'm Su Bai. I work at the antique shop just ahead. The path for spirits leads directly there. Yuqing's words sent a shiver down Su Bai's spine. Without the guiding stakes, the spirits would be lost, for a starting point must exist. Once I deal with this powdered stone, I will remove the guiding stake, thereby dismantling this ghostly path. Chapter 7. The ghost stake. Su Bai, half smiling, retorted, Young man, I've listened to your wild tales for long enough. Can we refrain from such jesting? Additionally, regarding the powdered stone you mentioned, even if you don't sweep it away, the cleaners will handle it. He drew closer to the youth, their noses nearly touching, before bursting into laughter. I possess an IQ of 180. I am not easily deceived. Height of 180. I can believe that, Yuqing replied, his skin pale, almost sickly. A fleeting smile graced his lips, quickly replaced by an icy demeanor. He resembled a formidable iceberg. Follow me. Su Bai, almost entranced, trailed behind him. They walked in silence, their steps in perfect harmony, until they reached a narrow alley where Yuqing halted abruptly. He approached a tree at the alley's entrance and began to excavate it with his bare hands. In no time, a column of white jade emerged from the earth. To forge a ghost stake, it must be white jade, inscribed with a sutra for guiding souls. The wandering spirits will first gather here before proceeding along the ghostly path. Do you still doubt me? Though skeptical, Su Bai questioned the necessity of burying a white jade stake here merely to deceive him. He swallowed hard and glanced at his watch. Young man, I must be off to work. We can discuss this ghost stake matter later. Su Bai turned and sprinted towards the opposite side. As Yuqing observed Su Bai's retreat, with no one around, he expelled a mouthful of true yang saliva, which landed upon the surface of a white jade pillar inscribed with scriptures. The moment it made contact, it seemed to possess corrosive properties, emitting a plume of green smoke. With the destruction of the soul-guiding sutra, the ghostly pathway vanished, and Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief, albeit filled with curiosity. Who could have set up such a ghostly path here? With a heart laden with trepidation, Su Bai arrived at the antique shop located at No. 104, fervently hoping to avoid any malevolent energies this time. Fortunately, the shop door was wide open, and the ethereal beauty resembling a celestial being was seated behind the counter. Upon noticing Su Bai's approach, she did not rise, but merely waved her hand lightly in greeting. You're here? Indeed, Su Bai replied, a broad smile spreading across his face. You probably don't know my name yet, so allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Bai, 20 years old, with an IQ of 180 and a height of 180 centimeters. These facts are well known to me. The beauty's reaction was somewhat indifferent, lacking the typical response one might expect from a girl encountering a face reminiscent of the handsome Wu Yanzu. Let me clarify your position. You are now the manager of this antique shop. The space here is not as confined as it may appear. Do not venture into the right side of the backyard unless necessary. If you encounter unfamiliar faces, refrain from approaching them too casually. Only those who belong here may enter. Should customers arrive, you need not explain anything. They will select their desired items, and I will attend to them. Your responsibility is to compile daily sales and report monthly to the owner. We have more than one owner, but the primary one is Mr. Bai. Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. This felt less like a managerial role and more akin to a leisurely existence fraught with hidden traps, as if fortune might fall from the heavens. This seemed far too effortless. However, upon finishing his thought, he noticed the beauty's brow furrow slightly. What I meant was, I require a more rigorous approach to work. That's just how the antique shop operates, she replied. By the way, the most crucial point is that there is a room at the back secured with a dragon-shaped lock. Under no circumstances should you enter. Of course, you do not possess the key. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xuefun. Chapter 8. The tea house. Xuefun's otherworldly grace captivated Su Bai. Yet his mind was fixated on the room with the dragon-shaped lock and the backyard. Taking advantage of his familiarity with the surroundings, he stealthily made his way to the backyard. Between the front and backyard stood a large, pitch-black door, devoid of a lock, seemingly inviting him to enter. Su Bai pushed against it, but the door did not budge. A second attempt yielded the same result, most likely secured from the inside. Just as he was about to leave, Su Bai noticed a pulley at the bottom of the door and suddenly realized it was a sliding door. This exemplified the limitations of human directional thinking. Typically, such wooden doors are pushed open inward. Who would have thought the owner would employ a sliding mechanism? Pushing open the two doors revealed a scene that startled Su Bai. It was, astonishingly, a tea house. Su Bai, lacking practical experience yet possessing an impressive IQ of 180, understood that a tea house must be situated in a bustling area to thrive. This alley, inherently secluded, was not the ideal location. The tea house was tucked away in a backyard rather than facing the street, which defied logic. As he gazed upon the tea house, with its antiquated charm and artistic allure, adorned with calligraphy and paintings, a wave of ancient elegance washed over him. However, the front of the tea house lacked floral embellishments to enhance its grace, instead featuring some plum blossom stakes. Peering through the grand door, he found the interior desolate, void of patrons or staff. As Su Bai contemplated his next move and stepped inside, a voice rang out, "Hey, kid, what are you doing?" A tall man abruptly appeared before him, his presence startling Su Bai, who had not heard his approach. His heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. "I am the manager of the antique shop up front," Su Bai replied, gaining a measure of confidence from his title, standing a bit taller. The man, who was of similar height but exuded a formidable aura, softened his expression upon hearing this. "This place is different from the front. Do not wander in uninvited again." Under the man's watchful gaze, Su Bai exited and returned to the antique shop, where he found a customer examining the antiques. The customer ultimately chose a jade pillow. Xuefan approached, stating, "This jade pillow once belonged to Princess Gaoyang." Without a moment's hesitation, the customer decided, "I'll take it." Su Bai was taken aback. The pillow appeared no different from those at street stalls, and the claim of it being used by a princess seemed implausible to him. After the customer departed, Xuefan remarked, "Our shop does not carry fakes, remember that." Impressed yet speechless, Su Bai was caught off guard when he noticed someone peering in through the door. To his surprise, it was the enigmatic youth, Yuqing. Following his intuition, Yuqing was equally astonished upon discovering the antique shop, sensing a unique energy within. Two opposing forces danced within, a rare and perfect fusion of good and evil. Just as Yuqing prepared to delve deeper, Su Bai rushed out, "Young man, what brings you here?" This youth, radiating both charm and an unsettling allure, intrigued Su Bai. Yuqing's brow furrowed slightly as he replied, "This is the endpoint of the ghost path." Chapter 9. The endpoint. Xuefan's ears perked up. She had overheard Yuqing's remark about the ghost path. This young man was not ordinary, having knowledge of such matters. Su Bai had introduced him into this realm, and while Xuefan secretly scolded Su Bai for his meddling, she found herself captivated by Yuqing. Appearing merely 18, he possessed a maturity beyond his years. Beneath his frail exterior, his eyes shone with unwavering determination. What piqued her interest most was the golden mark on the back of his hand. It felt eerily familiar. "This is my new friend," Su Bai announced. "Young man, no? He is called Yuqing." Su Bai gently tapped Yuqing, who immediately displayed a frown. He had always harbored a profound aversion to being touched by others, a distaste that seemed innate. Unperturbed by Yuqing's displeasure, Su Bai increased the force of his tap, exclaiming, "Isn't she beautiful?" Her name is Xuefan. Yet, even the most exquisite of women held no significance for him. Though he recognized their faces, their names eluded him, rendering those visages mere identifiers. Yuqing inclined his head slightly and responded, "Hello." Xuefan inquired, "Did you just mention the ghostly path? Is there truly a path for spirits in this world?" However, Yuqing was fixated on Xuefan, her eyes glinting with a pinkish hue. She merely wished to test whether this youth possessed any remarkable qualities. To her surprise, Yuqing abruptly pulled Su Bai behind him, declaring, "You are not human." Ah, what an impressive youth. Xuefan felt a twinge of indignation. Had it not been for her innate malevolence disrupting her cultivation, this boy would not have been able to see through her true nature. She had no intention of concealing her identity before Su Bai. Everything transpired as she anticipated. Thus, she offered a faint smile, her beauty more pronounced. her eyes indistinguishable from those of an ordinary person. What do you believe I am? Yu Qing, somewhat perplexed, questioned whether he had merely imagined the earlier encounter. Xuefeng laughed. I have matters to attend to. You two may continue your conversation. Yu Qing, having unraveled the ghostly path, felt a sense of unease, deciding to remain and observe the enigmatic individuals. After bidding farewell to Su Bai, he concealed himself nearby. Su Bai, intrigued by the youth, was captivated by the so-called ghostly path and the guiding scriptures. Thus he chose to follow. Xuefeng did not deter him, allowing him to proceed. Once they exited, Tang San emerged, remarking, "The pupil surpasses the master. This youth truly lives up to his name, discovering the ghostly path so swiftly." Was this boy's appearance mere coincidence? Or was it fated? Xuefeng pondered. Perhaps it is destiny, Tang San replied. Hey, young man, do spirits truly exist? Su Bai felt disoriented by the events of the past few days, as if an unseen hand were guiding him without his ability to resist. Tonight, you shall find out. Yu Qing suddenly turned, flicking his wrist, causing 2 droplets to land in Su Bai's eyes. Cool and soothing like eye drops. What is this? Su Bai questioned. Yu Qing, unimpressed by Su Bai's lightheartedness, remained his usual composed self, irritated by superficiality. Bull's tears. Didn't you want to know if ghosts exist? Su Bai had heard of this before. It was said that applying it would allow one to see the unseen. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, prompting him to chuckle nervously. Don't scare me. Not all bull's tears are effective. They must be from a yellow bull, Yu Qing explained. It wasn't easy for me to acquire this, so consider yourself fortunate. Why don't you apply it? Su Bai pondered, curiosity battling with caution, as he blinked rapidly to hasten the absorption of the bull's tears. Because I have already opened my celestial eye, the youth's words elicited yet another eye roll from Su Bai. Chapter 10. The Malevolent Spirit as the Night Deepened. Su Bai and Yu Qing found themselves seated at the far end of a secluded alley. The remoteness of the place became more unsettling under the cloak of darkness, compounded by the malfunctioning streetlight above the antique shop. Occasionally, passers-by would traverse the alley, their shadows elongated by the flickering light, casting an eerie impression as if they were about to pounce. Su Bai's composure faltered. What is that? Yu Qing shook his head, but at that moment, a sudden brilliance flickered between his brows. His expression grew serious as he clasped his hands together, murmuring incantations. Upon completion, he lunged towards the wall with great fervor, seemingly intent on a collision. Su Bai exclaimed, "Young man, you're going to crash." At that instant, an astonishing sight unfolded before Su Bai's eyes. His ocular nerves twitched. Yu Qing was not pressing against the wall, but rather, beneath him lay something dark and formless. To call it an object would be an understatement, as its entire form appeared to have been subjected to immense pressure, with the head grotesquely crushed down to the neck, the legs reduced to mere stubs, the wound shrouded in darkness, and sticky remnants fused to the ground. Su Bai felt nausea rising, his head tilting toward the earth. Ugh. He expelled the acidic contents of his stomach, but Yu Qing was undeterred. He subdued the malevolent spirit, unleashing a stream of true yang saliva upon its crown. And with a flick of his right index finger, the mass emitted a sound. Ugh. Su Bai cried out, "Oh my, there's a ghost." Yu Qing turned to see Su Bai, who had rolled his eyes and collapsed, blocking the path with his tall frame. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Qing confronted the spirit. "The ghostly path has been destroyed. Why have you returned here?" Before the spirit could respond, a beam of white light struck, and with a resounding thud, the spirit vanished into nothingness. Alarmed, Yu Qing rushed towards the source of the light, catching a fleeting glimpse of a figure, which disappeared entirely within mere seconds. He exhaled deeply, impressive. Could it be that he is the one who set the ghostly path? Turning back, Yu Qing noticed the unconscious Su Bai and sighed with a hint of exasperation. He approached, preparing to apply pressure to Su Bai's acupoint, when his gaze fell upon the phoenix eye Bodhi necklace around Su Bai's neck. Without understanding why, he reached out to examine it. Su Bai let out a muffled groan. His words slurred. Yu Qing withdrew his hand, and Su Bai, barely conscious, opened his eyes, gazing vacantly. Yu Qing stood, declaring, "It's all right now." "How is it all right?" Su Bai's voice trembled with distress. "I saw a ghost. I saw a ghost." "I had warned you," Yu Qing replied, his face betraying no emotion. "Aren't you supposed to be 6 feet tall? How can you be afraid of ghosts?" "I can handle a fight, but that was a ghost." Su Bai lamented, his face drawn in despair. "Today, my worldview has been severely shaken. The The materialistic education I received has crumbled entirely. Yu Qing remained silent. Right now? Your concern should be that these spirits are targeting the antique shop. The endpoint of the ghostly path lies here. The figure that appeared was clearly there to silence someone. This situation is far from simple. What does the antique shop possess that draws their attention? A tea house, perhaps? Su Bai remarked. It is rather peculiar that there exists a tea house behind that antique shop. Who on earth would frequent a tea house in such a place? Might there be something amiss with the antique shop? Furthermore, they claim that any room adorned with a dragon-shaped lock is strictly off-limits. The most bewildering part is that they appointed me as the shopkeeper. Let us venture inside. Yu Qing replied. I am keen to discover what treasures entice these malevolent spirits from all corners. Contemplating his livelihood, Su Bai hesitated. However, Yu Qing, disregarding Su Bai's reservations, had already begun to scale the wall of the antique store. Young man, do lend me a hand. Su Bai exclaimed. My legs have turned to jelly. Chapter 11. The dragon lock. With Yu Qing pulling and urging him, Su Bai ascended the wall. Upon jumping down, they landed directly in front of the tea house, which lay shrouded in darkness. Under the pale moonlight, the outlines of plum blossom stakes could be faintly discerned. Yu Qing landed gracefully, turning back to beckon Su Bai. Gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, Su Bai leaped down, only to find himself safely on the ground. He sighed in relief and raised his hands in triumph, exclaiming, Young man, did you see that? At 6 feet tall, I possess an advantage. Yu Qing, however, paid no heed to Su Bai. He had already deduced that the courtyard was constructed according to the principles of feng shui. Although it appeared enclosed, it adhered to the notion that a path to the west invites prosperity. The slender house was inauspiciously situated, with strong neighbors obstructing its fortunes. To the east, water brought forth auspicious energy, while the low entrance signified a dwelling of wealth. The small house with a large door indicated potential financial losses. To the north, the dragon promised boundless prospects. How could this place, so evidently balanced in yin and yang, still attract malevolent spirits? Yu Qing muttered to himself, oblivious to the fact that Su Bai had already opened the back door of the antique shop. The door was unlatched, and upon pushing it open, he gazed to the right, where a small hidden room awaited. Just days prior, he had taken a few steps in that direction before being halted by Shuefun. The closer Su Bai approached, the more his heart raced, a chill creeping down his spine. Taking a deep breath, he quickened his pace towards the room, retrieving his phone to illuminate the dragon-shaped lock before him. This lock, upon inspection, revealed no keyhole. Yu Qing approached, stating, This is a mechanism lock. It requires no key. How do you know that? Su Bai inquired. My father once spoke of it. He has a friend well-versed in tomb raiding, and much of this knowledge is gleaned from him, Yu Qing explained. Let me give it a try. Yu Qing's hands explored the lock, relying solely on touch due to the poor visibility. Each scale of the dragon lock was meticulously carved, exhibiting sharp edges, and among these scales, a few were movable. Yu Qing conveyed this revelation to Su Bai, who responded, permutations and combinations. This is my forte. It merely involves selecting a designated number of elements from a given set and arranging them. Though it pertains to probability theory, there will undoubtedly be a solution. Having previously encountered failure, Yu Qing stepped aside, allowing Su Bai to take the lead. The moment Su Bai's fingers brushed against the movable scales, his mind ignited with possibilities. As if a computer had been installed within, countless combinations materialized in his thoughts, and his movements became increasingly deft. His hands danced with precision, resembling a well-oiled machine. Even Yu Qing, who had initially underestimated Su Bai, could not help but exclaim, Impressive. A faint thud echoed as Su Bai raised his head with pride, declaring, My IQ is 180. Never underestimate this fact. The door swung open, and upon entering, Su Bai was startled by the figures within, causing him to retreat and collide with Yu Qing. Yu Qing, too, caught sight of the shadows inside, and as the lights illuminated the room, he heard a familiar voice, It's me, Dad. Although Yu Qing could not recall his father's name, he recognized the voice. Dad, what are you doing here? The boss stammered. You. Suddenly, Su Bai raised both hands, exclaiming, I am not here to steal. This is a long story. Tonight, I found myself in an inexplicable situation. This young man spoke of some ghostly path, and then I saw a ghost without feet. Tang Sancheng, seated there, glanced up at Yu Bai and remarked, I never expected your son to be far more capable than you. Unaware of Tang Sancheng's subtle mockery, Yu Bai nodded in agreement, Of course, Yu Qing. This is the good friend I mentioned to you. However, Yu Qing, being more composed than Su Bai, sensed the unusual nature of their circumstances, particularly regarding the mirror behind Tang Sancheng. Dad, what is going on here? Chapter 12. A powerful alliance, Su Bai explained. Since your birth, you have had a golden seal on the back of your hand, which has caused you identification difficulties since childhood. We consulted many doctors who were at a loss. We have always believed that the golden seal on your hand is linked to your condition. I have considered this as well, Yu Qing replied. But what does it have to do with this place? Tang Sancheng looked at the bewildered Su Bai and remarked, perhaps I can assist you in unraveling this mystery. Su Bai, puzzled by Tang Sancheng's origins, noticed his high acceptance of the supernatural. Tang Sancheng chuckled, do not be misled by my appearance. I am, in fact, a charlatan. What on earth is happening? Su Bai shouted, I am merely here to work. Tang Sancheng reassured him, do not worry. You will understand in due time. Yu Qing showed no sympathy for Su Bai's distress. Aside from his intellect and towering height of 1.80 meters, he fainted upon seeing a ghost. How could such a person be of assistance to me? By the way, Su Bai is a year older than you. You should address him as brother, Su Bai stated. We have investigated and found that Su Bai excels in chemistry, physics, and biology, and he also enjoys studying folklore. He is quite the polymath. Furthermore, the tears of an ox do not benefit everyone. It requires a certain affinity. Just now, he opened his eyes and could see the vengeful spirits. Does that not count as useful? Most importantly, his analytical skills are exceptional. So, you specifically arranged for the ghostly path to attract vengeful spirits to test Su Bai? Yu Qing questioned. Such an approach is overly conspicuous. Su Bai chuckled, rubbing his head. I didn't realize I was so valuable. No, the ghostly path was not orchestrated by us, Tang Sancheng clarified. Your father entrusted me to assist because your identification challenges hinder your ability to lead a normal life. He asked me to uncover the secret of the golden seal on your hand. Indeed, Su Bai was sent to work here through a friend's connection. But the ghostly path has no connection to us. The mention of a connection left Su Bai feeling humiliated. Surely, such matters need not be highlighted. Indeed, they do, Tang Sancheng replied. Tang Sancheng remarked, otherwise, how do you explain your presence in the antique shop? Su Bai found himself at a loss for words. That night, the world had turned upside down. Fortunately, he possessed a resilient heart. While I concede that my intellect is rather high, it appears that your domain is not my forte. Su Bai confessed, I find myself in a bit of a predicament. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The image of that vengeful spirit lingered in his mind, leaving him with a sense of discomfort in his stomach. By this hour, it was indeed time for him to return home. As Su Bai prepared to depart, Tang Sancheng leisurely stated, that vengeful spirit is after you. Born at a time when the yang energy is at its peak, you are the most suitable host. While ordinary spirits may avoid you, the top 3 most powerful entities may very well seek to possess you. Su Bai turned around, his face contorted in anguish. Who exactly are you? Tang Sancheng replied gently, we too wish to ascertain your true identity. Su Bai was taken aback. What do you mean? It's nothing. Just consider this. You and Yu Qing are born to complement each other, each with something to gain. What do you think? Tang Sancheng continued. It is all the fault of that individual who orchestrated the ghostly affairs. Unexpected turmoil has arisen, and adjustments must now be made. I can only hope that both of you young men find your respective paths. One is a boy marked by dragon scales, imbued with the essence of a dragon, yet remains an ordinary youth. The other is a prodigy of Maoshan, gifted with the golden seal and afflicted by a recognition impairment. These 2 young men seemed far from ordinary. Initially, the intent was merely to seek the dragon's energy to subdue the Qian Kuan mirror, yet they stumbled upon Su Bai. Their fates intertwined by a crossroad of ghostly paths. The future of these 2 young souls is beyond Tang Sancheng's foresight. He can only leave their fortunes to fate. Chapter 13. Jade. Hey, young man, was what I saw last night truly a ghost? Su Bai rubbed his eyes. The events of the previous night vividly etched in his memory. He had spent several hours processing the experience, and now sat wearily in the antique shop, gazing at Yu Qing, the so-called heir of Maoshan. Su Bai had inquired about Maoshan arts, which are shrouded in mystery within Chinese legends, capable of exorcising spirits and vanquishing demons, evoking a sense of reverence. The existence of practitioners of Maoshan is already a rarity, and as for his own constitution, it is not without precedent. Thus, The words of the shop owner and Yuqing's father bore a measure of credibility, complicating matters further. With the disruption of the crossroad of ghostly paths, although the culprit behind the disturbances remained elusive, no more malevolent spirits appeared in the vicinity. Naturally, Yuqing would not overlook the master of that shadow, but alas, with no leads to pursue, he turned his focus to the mark on the back of his hand. Undoubtedly genuine, Yuqing asserted, "Do you wish to collaborate with me?" "You yourself proclaimed it to be genuine. I witnessed it clearly last night," Su Bai replied, weakly supporting his forehead. "Spirit possession is no trivial matter. You must accompany me." Suddenly, Yuqing extended his hand toward Su Bai, revealing a golden mark resembling a lotus on the back of his hand. At first glance, it appeared to be a sticker, but despite Su Bai's vigorous rubbing, even turning Yuqing's hand red, the mark remained unchanged. It truly is innate. How distinctive. A lotus blossom. Yuqing forced a wry smile, remarking, "Just as the folklore suggests that Yang Yuhuan was born with a jade bracelet on her arm, I emerged into this world with a golden birthmark adorning the back of my hand. While ordinary individuals bear black birthmarks, mine is resplendently golden. It is said that the nurse responsible for my delivery was utterly petrified, and I consider myself fortunate to have avoided being taken to a human research institute for examination. Merely the shape of it reveals little." Su Bai replied, "I am of no assistance to you. Over the years, my father has made some inquiries, and there exists a location bearing a pattern identical to that on my hand." As Yuqing extended his hand for Su Bai to scrutinize further, he continued, "The lotus, also known as the water lily, have you heard the tale of its origin? With an IQ of 180, do you truly pose such trivial inquiries?" Su Bai chuckled. "The lotus is said to be the incarnation of Yujia, a beautiful maidservant of the Queen Mother of the West. Yujia, having descended to the mortal realm, became enamored with human life. Upon discovering this, the Queen Mother condemned her to the depths of a lake, entombed in mud, banishing her for eternity from the southern heavens. For a man to bear such a delicate mark upon his hand is indeed distressing." "I do not sense your sympathy," Yuqing retorted. The two engaged in playful banter, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Shui Fan, who, curious about the striking young lady, suddenly placed a piece of jade before them and turned to leave. Yuqing's expression shifted dramatically upon catching sight of it, his brows instantly brightening. He pointed at the jade, exclaiming, "Golden light manifests swiftly, shielding the true one. Urgent as the law commands." The verdant jade emitted a radiant glow, and a dark figure sprang forth, curling into a corner, cradling its head with trembling hands, pleading, "Spare me, spare me." To Su Bai's astonishment, he beheld a man clad in ancient garb, a strikingly handsome figure, ethereal and fragile, as evidenced by his gaunt frame. The apparition was evidently terrified of Yuqing, cautiously peering at him through the gaps of his hands. Through this narrow space, Su Bai perceived the man's face, resembling porcelain, his eyes twinkling like stars, and his brows sharp as swords, truly the epitome of male beauty. "This fellow is remarkable," emerging from the jade while still donning ancient attire. Su Bai thought, momentarily bewildered, feeling as though he had encountered a ghost once more. Yuqing, ever vigilant against spirits, had already placed his right hand upon his chest, poised to cast a spell, when the man in ancient garb suddenly trembled and exclaimed, "Please, spare me. I know the significance of the mark upon your hand." Chapter 14. The Gui Ghost. The entity that emerged from the jade is known as the Gui Ghost. Gui refers to the jade Gui, which became a ceremonial artifact during the Warring States period. When a minister passed away, it was customary to inter a Gui with the deceased. Generally, one would grasp a Gui in hand or hold it in their mouth. Some officials, reluctant to relinquish their esteemed positions in life, would find their souls tethered to the jade Gui, transforming into what is termed a Gui Ghost. These spirits are not inherently malevolent, and by conventional understanding, do not warrant extermination. Such is Yuqing's nature. He would rather slay 1,000 than allow a single mistake. His extreme mindset was ultimately halted by the words of that ancient ghost. It was only afterward that Su Bai learned that although Yuqing could not remember names or associate faces with them, he possessed the extraordinary ability to perceive every ghost, recalling their faces and names because he had activated his celestial eye. In the art of Maoshan, those of profound cultivation could awaken this divine sight, which is located beneath the Baihui point of the human brain, nestled between the eyebrows and deep within the space behind the third eye. The celestial eye may be cultivated or bestowed, yet Yuqing belonged to neither category. akin to the golden seal upon the back of his hand. This was an inherent ability. Having received much, he pondered, perhaps he had lost much as well. Such was Yuqing's understanding of his own fate. The ghost's words rang true. Upon glimpsing the golden mark on Yuqing's hand, an involuntary thought of a certain individual arose, one who bore the exact same mark in position, size, and shape. To elaborate on this, we must first discuss the identity of this ghost, who was renowned as a strikingly handsome man in history. I am Wei Jie. Upon hearing this, Su Bai shivered. Is he not the illustrious beauty who is said to have been looked to death? Indeed, even ghosts could display a change in countenance. For a trace of dark energy emerged upon Wei Jie's visage. This was no fabrication on Su Bai's part. The tale of Wei Jie's demise was a well-known anecdote. The handsome Wei Jie of the Jin dynasty, due to his captivating presence and remarkable looks, drew attention wherever he went. Ultimately succumbing to illness brought on by overwhelming psychological pressure, leading people to claim he was looked to death. His beauty not only enchanted women, but also left men spellbound. One year, while visiting his uncle with his mother, this self-assured and dashing general was left speechless upon encountering his previously unseen nephew, trembling as he exclaimed, "With such jewels at my side, I feel unworthy." Thereafter, he took Wei Jie on daily excursions, often remarking, "To travel with Jie is akin to having a brilliant pearl beside me, illuminating all." As these words spread, Wei Jie acquired the additional name of Yuran. "Where have you seen a similar mark?" Yuqing inquired, raising his hand, which caused Wei Jie to instinctively clutch his head, pleading, "Master, spare me." In the depths below, within an ancient tomb, a corpse lies uncorrupted, bearing the same mark as yours. Su Bai pinched his own face, striving to accept this reality, feeling an unsettling sense that perhaps he was merely dreaming. Was it all just a figment of his imagination? He pinched himself fiercely. The pain was real. With a grim expression, Su Bai suddenly remembered to inquire about the origin of the jade and hurried to find Xuefan. Where did this jade come from? Everything in the antique shop was personally brought back by the owner, Xuefan replied. The previous customer changed their mind at the last moment. The girl offered no superfluous words, her response crisp and clear. Su Bai was momentarily speechless and retreated to the inner chamber, where Yuqing remarked, "Do not waste your efforts. The jade is merely a medium. The ghost uses the jade as a vessel, so its origin is of little consequence." Indeed, what mattered most was the location of the tomb. Su Bai regarded the ghost, puzzled by one matter. After using the cow's tear once, would he be able to see ghosts each time thereafter? Chapter 15. Exchange. I did not intentionally conceal myself within this jade. Rather, I have been feeling peculiar of late. Typically, I wander from place to place, resting within jade artifacts, a state you might refer to as being without a fixed abode. However, the day before yesterday, it was as if my body acted of its own accord, irresistibly drawn to this spot, finding myself unable to leave. Thus, I sought a piece of jade to cling to. Wei Jie remarked, "Today, I sensed that elusive force had dissipated. I was preparing to depart when I was discovered by this master. It was truly akin to walking into a trap." Wei Jie, possessing striking beauty and an air of fragility, bore some resemblance to Yuqing. Su Bai surmised that Yuqing would not appreciate such a comparison, but he secretly relished the thought. He gradually realized that being able to see ghosts was advantageous, provided they were not dismembered. Ideally, a few alluring female spirits would appear. Yuqing remained silent. The night prior, his father had informed him that matters concerning the cross-ghost path would be handled by others. His immediate concern was to unravel the mystery of the golden seal in his possession and ascertain whether it was linked to his barriers in recognizing people. This ghostly apparition had emerged due to the cross-ghost path, implying that the nefarious individual who orchestrated this ghostly domain had inadvertently aided him significantly. Though Wei Jie was at a disadvantage, he was not foolish and broached the subject of a trade. "Master, I shall share with you my plight. I have suffered greatly in this existence, drifting through this world and enduring much hardship. Having missed my chance at reincarnation, I can no longer be human. All I seek now is a semblance of freedom. Should I fade into ashes, my fate as a wretched ghost would be sealed." This spirit is astute. Recognizing the principle of equivalent exchange, Su Bai interjected, "However, young one, there is merit in this arrangement. A favor for a favor. He reveals to you the location of the ancient tomb, and in return, you grant him leniency. After all, he does not seem malevolent." "Agreed." Wei Jie promptly began to rise from his corner, his hand extending from his sleeve. Su Bai felt his heart leap into his throat as Wei Jie suddenly vanished from sight. This is disastrous, Yu Qing. That fellow has escaped. It must be the effect of the cow's tears fading, Yu Qing replied, suddenly seizing the piece of jade atop the table. Su Bai felt a chill sweep past him. Upon inspecting the jade, he noticed its color had deepened slightly. Yu Qing declared, "This jade must accompany us. It will remain within and aid us in locating that ancient tomb. Is that prudent?" Su Bai questioned. "Are you not the shopkeeper?" Yu Qing responded, having already tucked the jade away. Su Bai covered his eyes, saying, "I can only keep one eye open and one closed. Fortunately, your father is friends with the owner." In truth, Yu Qing surveyed his surroundings, sensing something amiss, including Xue Fun and his father's acquaintances, all appearing rather unusual. Su Bai remained silent. He had never witnessed Xue Fun stepping outside the shop, nor did he know if she resided there. The dark room merely concealed a mirror, seemingly an extravagant use of space. Could the mirror be a rare treasure? He had not seen anyone frequent the tea house behind them. The man he had encountered that day had not reappeared, and the owner was elusive, resembling a reclusive master, possessing abilities akin to Yu Qing's, and a friend of Yu Qing's father. Surely, this was not a black market establishment? Have you made up your mind? Yu Qing remarked. I am about to embark on this journey. If possible, I wish to leave at once. Do you know what one ought to bring when entering an ancient tomb? Su Bai shook his head. If you proceed in such a manner, I fear you shall be captured before you even draw near. Such technical endeavors should be entrusted to me. Chapter 16. The thief Su Bai had never ventured into a tomb. However, in this world, there exists a resource known as the internet, a compendium of knowledge that is boundless. His mind raced as he spent 2 hours compiling a list of essential tools required for their expedition. Su Bai merely cataloged the items, not preparing them himself, for he was a poor fellow who had just begun his employment that month, with no wages yet received. Both were novices, and Yu Bai naturally harbored concerns. He wished to accompany them, but was summarily dismissed by Yu Qing. Su Bai, however, was beset by even greater worries. In this era, tomb raiding could lead to dire consequences. Contemplating this, he began to reconsider, realizing that even merely standing watch could result in years of imprisonment. What assuaged Su Bai's concerns was the reassurance from Tang Sancheng, who encouraged them to proceed without trepidation. In the event of any misfortune, he would bear the burden. Furthermore, he presented them with 2 archaeologist credentials, elevating the pair to the status of archaeologists. Su Bai had verified the authenticity of these credentials, which only deepened his suspicion of Tang Sancheng and the antique shop. He infiltrated the back end of the business registry and discovered that the antique shop was indeed properly registered, with a legal entity named Bai. The tea house was also legitimate, operating under Tang Sancheng's name. After much investigation, he confirmed that the antique shop was not a front for illicit activities, though its peculiarities remained unsettling. Su Bai resolved to enter the ancient tomb, a decision made with considerable determination. Ultimately, his motivation lay in the 2 credentials that afforded them immunity. Bai Ling grew increasingly indifferent to her son's work at the antique shop, merely urging Su Bai to remit his earnings once received. As for his father, he remained blissfully unaware of his son's perilous intentions, preoccupied with simmering soup. Su Bai, nominally the shop manager and with Tang Sancheng's endorsement, informed his family that he would be traveling to enhance his knowledge of antiques, estimating his absence at about a week. Thus, he successfully extricated himself, while Yu Qing, who neither needed to attend school nor work, enjoyed the luxury of free time, enabling both to set forth on their journey. With the future shrouded in uncertainty, Su Bai exhibited an air of nonchalance as they traveled. Have you heard? Some tombs are rife with traps. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. I assert that these tales are mere fabrications. If they were metal, given the passage of time and the humid conditions underground, they would have long since ceased to function. But there is also mercury, Yu Qing interjected. When liquid evaporates into gas, it becomes a lethal toxin. This is what Brother Tang informed us. We must exercise utmost caution. In this context, it was not only mercury they needed to be wary of, but also the threat of marsh gas. As Su Bai spoke, he fiddled with the identification badge around his neck, which served as a talisman for their safety. When wastewater accumulates underground, it decomposes into gases that can ignite or even explode upon contact with air or fire. You possess quite a wealth of knowledge, Yu Qing observed. his mood contrasting sharply with Su Bai's buoyancy. The matter of the golden mark on the back of his hand weighed heavily on him, rendering joy elusive. He seldom smiled, having endured exclusion and suffering from a young age, making it difficult for him to open his heart to others. Oblivious to this, Su Bai jested, "Hey, young man, why do you think you can only remember my name?" "I do not know," came the reply. Yuqing closed his eyes, reminiscing about his childhood. It was not that he was indifferent. Rather, he struggled to recall his classmates' names, which led to his immediate categorization as an outsider, devoid of friends and reliant solely on his parents for trust. "Have we arrived?" Su Bai suddenly inquired. At that moment, they were walking on the outskirts of a small county in central Shaanxi, both burdened with large backpacks filled with tools, food, and water. Yuqing took out the jade, and as it caught the sunlight, Wei Jie emitted a mournful wail. "Master, could you please avoid the light? Is this the place?" Yuqing asked. Wei Jie replied, "Proceed further until you encounter a cemetery, then walk 600 meters to the right, where you shall find a desolate land. As for how to enter, that is not your concern." Though Yuqing felt uncertain, he refused to show any weakness. Without waiting for Wei Jie to finish speaking, he hastily tucked the jade back into his pack and quickened his pace. Both were young and vigorous, and they soon arrived at the desolate area, which was no longer barren but rather cluttered with discarded stones. It had become a makeshift garbage dump. Yuqing and Su Bai stood there, momentarily bewildered. Lacking any clear direction, Su Bai rubbed his nose and said, "I have researched that to descend, we must excavate a tunnel. Should we?" From the other side of the discarded stones came faint sounds. Yuqing pulled Su Bai aside, both of them nervously swallowing hard. The noises grew louder, and suddenly, with a loud thud, laughter erupted. A female voice exclaimed, "This place is quite easy to work in, not even a ghost in sight. So, how is it down there?" Lao Wu did not respond immediately. After a while, they heard him panting, evidently having climbed up from the tunnel. "I've reached the top of the tomb. It's too thick, with layers of Qing bricks. It's hard to break through. Such thick Qing bricks, constructed in a brick wall structure, must be from the Ming dynasty." An elderly voice chimed in. "The back wall of the Ming tomb is the thinnest. Lao Wu, break through the back wall." Su Bai could not help but remark, "They seem to be experts in tomb raiding." Chapter 17. The Descent into the Tomb Path. The individuals on the other side were intently studying the situation below, unaware that two more had joined their midst. There were 4 in total, one named Lao Wu, a woman who exuded an air of arrogance, constantly directing Lao Wu, and an elder who appeared to be the leader, possessing the most knowledge. Another individual spoke little, his voice cold and unapproachable, which was Su Bai's analysis. He felt a chill. They had encountered genuine tomb raiders. Yet he also felt a sense of relief, as they were at a loss for how to proceed. And now they had an opportunity. Su Bai tugged at Yuqing, whispering, "The mantis stalks the cicada," unaware of the oriole behind. "Once they break through the tunnel, we can follow them in." Yuqing shared a similar sentiment, prompting both individuals to distance themselves further. They began consuming some provisions while allowing the 4 others to take the lead. As evening approached, Yuqing ventured forth to assess the situation. Only one individual remained atop the vantage point, a short and slender man who appeared to be in his 40s, idly smoking a cigarette. Although Yuqing was adept in the arts of Maoshan, capable of dealing with spirits, this man would necessitate a more direct confrontation. He gestured to Su Bai, indicating that he should divert the man's attention. Su Bai felt a twinge of anxiety. "Why must it be me? If you're not going, then you handle him." Upon hearing Yuqing's command, Su Bai relented. "Fine, I'll go." Su Bai maneuvered to the man's right, purposefully kicking a pile of debris, which created a cacophony that successfully captured the attention of the slender man. He tossed his cigarette butt to the ground, extinguishing it, and cautiously approached the noise. In a swift motion, Yuqing appeared behind him, striking the back of the man's neck with the edge of his hand. The man emitted no sound as he collapsed, having been struck at the fengfu acupoint, a critical point along the governing vessel of the human body. Observing the man crumple to the ground, Su Bai exhaled in relief, exhilarated by the thrill of the moment. Had he not come, he might have regretted it. He approached the fallen figure and kicked him lightly, muttering, "Time to quiet down." The ground bore witness to 2 excavation sites. The prior one had been abandoned, while this new one had recently been unearthed. Gazing down, they discerned numerous footprints in the mud, clearly indicating that 3 individuals had descended. Exchanging glances, they instinctively raised their hands and clapped together. Su Bai secured a rope to a nearby stone before slowly sliding down himself. His height of 1.8 meters felt somewhat constraining within the confines of the excavation. He crouched and beckoned to Yuqing, who followed suit. Upon their descent, they discovered that the tunnel twisted underground, extending to the right. After crawling for approximately 10 meters, they encountered a brick wall, which had been partially demolished, revealing a gaping hole that exuded a sinister aura. The interior was shrouded in darkness, obscuring whatever lay beyond. The three individuals who had entered before them had vanished without a trace. Could it be that this ancient tomb possessed vast chambers? As it was both of their first experiences in such a scenario, they found themselves somewhat flustered. After some time spent at the brick wall, they finally remembered to retrieve their flashlights. Their clothing was now thoroughly caked in mud, rendering them heavier. Su Bai, emboldened and indifferent to the circumstances, was the first to crawl through the wall cavity. Upon entry, he was instantly assailed by a suffocating stench of decay, as if he had plunged into a vat of pickled vegetables. He clamped his nose shut, struggling for breath, unable to discern Yuqing's expression behind him. But he suspected it was not much better. As they were overwhelmed by the indescribable odor, a piercing scream echoed from within the tomb, the voice of a woman. Women's voices tend to be sharp, and in this confined space, it felt as though it might pierce their eardrums. The sound was hauntingly intense, suggesting she had encountered something most extraordinary. From the perspective of his Maoshan training, Yuqing's first thought was that a corpse might be rising. Chapter 18. The armor. Yuqing and Su Bai switched on their flashlights and hurried toward the direction of the woman's terrified scream. They found themselves in a left burial chamber, originally intended for storing burial tools, such as carts for transporting stones, with remnants of material scattered about. In their haste, they stumbled upon several bricks. Yet the individuals on the other side remained oblivious to the commotion. Yuqing sensed an ominous turn of events. Those people were seasoned, and it was illogical for them to remain unresponsive amidst such a clamor. Clearly, they were in dire straits, and their safety was in jeopardy. Exiting the left burial chamber, they encountered a tomb passage where the sound was emanating from the right. As they approached, a figure emerged, blood streaming from its head, the stench of blood wafting towards them even before they drew near. When the figure came closer, Su Bai directed his flashlight, revealing the man's eye, which was grotesquely hanging from its socket, prompting Su Bai to step back in shock. "Oh my God!" he exclaimed. The man, engulfed in sheer terror, had lost another eye. In the dim light, the sudden appearance of two silhouettes startled him, proving the adage that fear can be deadly. He cried out and fell backward, hitting the ground with a thud, lifeless. It was the woman. Su Bai recognized her voice. "Young man," he called, shining the flashlight on the woman lying on the ground. She appeared to be around 20, strikingly beautiful, but undoubtedly not of reputable character. Her crimson lips looked as if they were bleeding, and her face was smeared with blood and mucus, now further soiled with dust. Su Bai reached down, realizing she had frightened herself into unconsciousness. Yet her breathing remained. She was still alive. "Let us not dwell on her. Let us see what lies ahead," Yuqing urged, pulling Su Bai toward the right. Suddenly, two more individuals dashed out, remarkably intact, their limbs unbroken and features still discernible. One of them exclaimed, "Damn it, there are others here." Yuqing's brows lifted with intrigue as he noticed a corpse, a so-called zombie, looming behind them. Tall and imposing, it was clad in rusted armor, with a striking heart guard fashioned from jade, adorned with seashell beads. Its exposed flesh had taken on a purplish hue, muscles withered like tree trunks. Within its dark eye sockets, unfamiliar wriggling worms could be seen. As it opened its mouth, two elongated fangs emerged, and it lunged at the elder man. Realizing a life was at stake, Yuqing prepared to intervene, but the robust man beside him shoved the elder aside and delivered a swift kick. The zombie evaded the blow, which landed squarely on the heart guard, causing it to shudder and emit a forceful wave that sent the man flying backward, directly towards Su Bai. To Su Bai's astonishment, he found the courage to extend his arms, attempting to intercept the man. The force was tremendous, coupled with the momentum, and Su Bai felt himself being propelled backward as if on wheels, struggling to maintain his ground against the man's weight. Yuqing observed closely as a glimmer of silver flashed across Su Bai's throat, and then he came to an abrupt halt. Such tremendous force failed to harm Su Bai, who adeptly caught the man instead. Yuqing was particularly attentive to this, yet was too preoccupied to dwell on the matter. The Zongzi, having missed its target, was now furious and turned to attack the old man. Despite appearing to be in his 60s, the elder remained remarkably composed, suggesting he was seasoned in such encounters. He retrieved a black donkey hoof from his robe, but to his astonishment, the zongzi was fiercely aggressive. Before he could act, it lunged at him, knocking the hoof from his grasp and seizing him by the throat. Chapter 19. Dousing the pace. The zongzi, accustomed to lying in a coffin for years, had stiffened muscles, thus lacking agility. However, its speed and strength should not be underestimated. With one grip, the old man's eyes rolled back, his tongue nearly escaping his mouth. Yuqing bit his tongue, unleashing a thick stream of tru onto the zongzi's face. Taken aback, the zongzi loosened its grip just enough for the old man to gasp for air. Seizing the moment, Yuqing produced a yellow talisman from his belongings and lunged forward, affixing it to the zongzi's forehead. Suddenly, the zongzi became motionless, allowing the old man to retreat, who, in his gratitude, managed to utter a word of thanks to Yuqing. Yuqing's purpose for coming was to locate the ancient corpse marked with a golden lotus imprint on its hand. This zongzi was likely connected, thus he refrained from delivering a lethal blow. After subduing it, he immediately examined its hand, but to his dismay, found nothing. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. He began to suspect that the gui was merely deceiving him. Yet, he heard the old man remark, "I did not expect such formidable power from one so young. It is truly a rare sight. Are there more ancient corpses within?" Yuqing inquired. "There are 7 coffins in total, one of which is positioned on the coffin platform, clearly indicating a status of significance. We have only opened one, and it has already brought us considerable trouble. It is to blame on her," the old man said, gesturing to the enchanting woman lying on the ground, missing an eye. It turned out that the trio had left one person above to keep watch while they entered through the back wall. The old man, familiar with the structure of Ming Dynasty tombs, led the two into the main burial chamber. Upon seeing the 7 coffins, excitement surged among them. As the old man lit a candle in the southeast corner, the woman, unable to contain her impatience, hastily opened the nearest coffin lid, revealing the very zongzi they had just encountered, which had previously lain still. At that moment, a gust of cold wind extinguished the candle in the southeast corner. The old man shouted, "Do not disturb the Ming artifacts inside." Alas, his warning came too late. The woman, seeing the corpse's clenched hand within the coffin, eagerly pried it open and extracted a jade pendant, clutching it tightly. The old man's expression turned to one of alarm. "We must flee." The events unfolded with an unexpected abruptness. The woman, caught off guard, was taken aback as the corpse within the coffin suddenly rose. A skeletal hand lunged towards her, mercilessly gouging her eye, extracting her eyeball with a mere flick of force. Overwhelmed by such excruciating agony, she let out a piercing scream, which was the very cry that Su Bai and Yuqing had heard moments ago. Driven by the primal instinct for survival, the woman attempted to flee, but the undead corpse pursued her relentlessly. Among the trio, the burly man was the strongest and immediately sprang into action, seeking an opportunity to escape. As Su Bai and his companions arrived, they encountered the frenzied flight of the alluring woman. Yuqing employed a freezing spell to immobilize the massive corpse. Noticing that the back of its hand bore no trace of the golden lotus seal mentioned by Gui, he observed the other 6 coffins, particularly the one at the center, which reignited a flicker of hope within him. Since entering the ancient Ming Dynasty tomb, Gui had remained silent. But the encounter with the corpse rendered him even more taciturn. Now, he spoke. "It is the one atop the coffin. Its hand bears an identical golden seal to yours." Except for Yuqing, no one else could hear Gui's voice, and Su Bai, who had not shed a single tear, remained oblivious. Yuqing's gaze remained fixed on the central coffin, where a glimmer of cunning flashed in the old man's eyes as he bowed slightly to Yuqing. In this era, such gestures of respect were all too rare. "Young brother, you have saved our lives today, and we shall remember this kindness. May I inquire your esteemed names?" Being youthful and inexperienced, Su Bai and Yuqing were unaware that one should only trust their most reliable companions when delving into such ventures. Camaraderie among peers was often fraught with danger. They exchanged names with the 4 strangers. The elder introduced himself as Old Jean, while the burly man was his adopted son. Jin Yong, the striking woman, lying on the ground, bore a name as robust as her demeanor, Tai Fong. The lookout above was referred to as Old Wu. Old Jean stated, "We have a rule. Once the candle is extinguished, we must not disturb the tomb any further. We must depart now. Take care of yourselves." Jin Yong hoisted the still unconscious Tai Fong onto his shoulder, and alongside old Jin, they vanished into the depths of the tomb. Once they had departed, Su Bai remarked, "From their customs, it appears they are indeed treasure hunters, but such individuals never operate during the day. Moreover, that old man gives me an unsettling feeling. His gaze is akin to that of a hawk." Su Bai's mind functioned like a well-oiled machine, having already processed various data prior to their arrival. Whereas Yu Qing found it difficult to absorb the information, as all his thoughts were consumed by the coffin in the center. The coffin platform was constructed with blue bricks, and after placing the coffin within, a mixture of 3-ingredient clay was poured between the brick walls and the coffin itself. This so-called 3-ingredient clay, akin to modern cement, was made from glutinous rice boiled into a slurry, combined with lime and lus in precise proportions. The ancients employed this method to envelop the coffin in a sturdy seal. As Su Bai elucidated this process, Yu Qing finally grasped the complementary significance his father had mentioned. Yu Qing declared, "It must be within. Gue has informed me that the individual inside bears the same mark on their hand as I do. Su Bai, I am going to open the coffin." Chapter 20. Vitality. Young man, do you know how to open it? Su Bai chuckled with pride, remarking that the plastered coffin was encased in a sturdy outer layer compared to an ordinary coffin. "You are currently unarmed." As Yu Qing regained his composure, he swiftly retrieved tools from his bag and pried open the outer layer of plaster. Su Bai joined him in the effort, and together they unveiled the coffin beneath. The coffin itself was remarkably intact. Although Su Bai lacked hands-on experience, the knowledge in his mind proved invaluable. This plastered coffin cannot possibly contain intricate mechanisms, as any disturbance during the plastering process would trigger them. This, in fact, is fortuitous for us. No sooner had Su Bai spoken than Yu Qing began to lift the coffin lid with unwavering decisiveness. Upon its opening, the sight of the occupant startled Su Bai, causing him to take a small step back, nearly dropping the flashlight in his hand. The body appeared anything but lifeless. Its complexion was surprisingly rosy, and its expression serene. The eyes were firmly closed, and the hands were crossed over the chest. The figure was imposing, standing at an estimated height of around 178 centimeters. A stature remarkably robust for the Ming dynasty. Regrettably, the body's desiccation had rendered it somewhat diminished in size post-mortem. Yu Qing's gaze fell upon the crossed hands, where the right hand rested atop the left, revealing a golden lotus mark unmistakably clear. "It is indeed identical. Wei Jie did not lie," Su Bai remarked. Noticing Yu Qing's impassive expression, it seemed he had forgotten to whom that name belonged. Thus, he rephrased, Gue did not deceive us. The lotus mark resides within this ancient tomb. Gue was merely another appellation, as was Wei Jie. Why was it so difficult for him to remember the connection between Wei Jie and Gue? Su Bai felt a sense of helplessness. Yu Qing extended his hand, placing it alongside Su Bai's, the two golden lotus marks conspicuous against the backdrop. Why are they so identical? Su Bai pondered. The preservation of the corpse must involve more than just alum. He continued, alum is indeed added during the plastering process, serving as a binding agent to prevent cracks and enhance the seal. The sealed tomb, with its constant temperature and lack of oxygen, inhibits bacterial growth, thus creating conditions favorable for the preservation of the body. However, this lifelike appearance suggests that mere alum is insufficient. I recall reading that ancient peoples utilized traditional medicines to maintain the vitality of corpses, but regrettably, I do not know the formula. That is of little importance now. Yu Qing interjected. What concerns me is his identity. Who exactly is he? The plaster layer exceeded 10 centimeters. A family capable of applying over 10 centimeters of glutinous rice plaster to a coffin during the Ming dynasty must have belonged to a prominent household. Observing the armor of the zombie they had encountered earlier and comparing it with that of the current occupant, I can surmise that they were indeed high-ranking soldiers of the Ming dynasty. Su Bai pointed to the helmet beside the corpse's head, adorned with phoenix wings. It exuded the formidable aura of a beast-faced helmet, offering substantial protection to the wearer's face while not obstructing the field of vision. This was a fierce warrior. His armor matched that of the previously encountered zombie, yet the helmet was entirely distinct, indicating his elevated status. Furthermore, there were 7 coffins present, with only his surrounded by a coffin platform, encircled by the other 6, reminiscent of celestial bodies gravitating around a luminary. He must be a renowned general in the annals of the Ming dynasty, and we could delve deeper into this mystery. Yu Qing gazed at the face within the coffin, striving to etch it firmly in his memory, but a piercing headache surged, threatening to explode. Su Bai remarked, "Young man, he has no name. You merely need to remember the visage, correct?" "No, I cannot," Yuqing replied. "The moment I turn away, that face will vanish from my mind. That's easily remedied." Su Bai pulled out his phone. "I'll take a picture for you." He aimed his device at the vibrant corpse within the coffin, and on a whim, turned to capture the motionless zombie as well. "This way, you'll have a memento." "No," Yuqing shouted, but it was too late. The flash had already illuminated the chamber. Su Bai stood frozen. "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" "Everything is wrong," Yuqing snapped, suddenly rushing to the immobilized zombie. He drew a knife and cut his hand, his youthful blood brimming with vitality. With his own blood, he traced a yang talisman on the ground. Su Bai was bewildered by his actions until Yuqing completed the symbol and returned to his side, prompting Su Bai to inquire, "What are you doing?" "Some elders refused to be photographed. Do you know why?" Yuqing's eyes remained fixed on the zombie as he spoke. "They believe that capturing an image siphons away a person's essence. This notion holds some truth and some falsehood. It doesn't matter with the living. But if it's a risen corpse, the consequences are dire." Su Bai realized the gravity of the situation as the previously motionless zombie began to stir, its stiff arm rising to its forehead, tearing off the yellow talisman. Chapter 21. Escaping with life. Su Bai had stirred up trouble and swiftly sought refuge behind Yuqing, who remained unperturbed, watching the talisman beneath the zombie's feet with a sardonic smile. The zombie let out a furious roar, dragging its rigid form toward them. As one foot landed on the yang talisman, Su Bai heard a crackling sound. The zombie's leg ignited in flames. The flames swiftly ascended, enveloping him entirely. Yet, the inferno did not cease. It continued to surge upwards, soaring to a height of 5 or 6 meters. The zombie struggled fiercely amidst the blaze, attempting to escape the fiery ring. However, the moment its body made contact with the Zhenyang talisman, it was instantly repelled, leaving it at the mercy of the flames that consumed it completely. The resounding blast echoed in Su Bai's mind, reminiscent of the sound of popcorn popping he had heard in his childhood in the countryside. Back then, it had been accompanied by a delightful aroma, but now it exuded a foul stench. The zombie collapsed with a thunderous crash, ultimately disintegrating into a cloud of black dust, while the flames mysteriously vanished. Uncertain about the origin of the fire, Su Bai grasped Yuqing's arm tightly. Yuqing furrowed his brow and forcefully shook him off, stating, "Do not touch me." Feeling somewhat wronged, Su Bai released his hold and muttered, "This is merely a natural reaction to witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon. It is you who seems rather unusual. What is the nature of this fire?" The talisman is known as the Zhenyang talisman or sun talisman, which generates yang energy, something zombies dread the most. Combined with my blood, referred to in Maoshan techniques as Tongzi Mei or youthful blood, this is pure yang blood. The combination of the Tongzi Mei and the Zhenyang talisman produces yang fire, the most effective means of incinerating the undead, Yuqing explained. "Are you not supposed to possess an IQ of 180? Su Bai retorted. "Not applicable outside my area of expertise," Yuqing replied. "Shall we leave now? This place feels rather eerie," Su Bai suggested, to which Yuqing did not object. The photographs had been taken. They could ascertain the identity of the deceased upon their return. As for the accompanying artifacts, neither of them felt any temptation. They walked side by side down the tomb path, now needing only to follow the thieves' tunnel to exit. The rope still hung there. They climbed through the wall hole. And at that moment, darkness had fully descended. Su Bai recalled the rope's location and, shining his flashlight toward it, was immediately dismayed to find no trace of the rope. With an IQ of 180, Su Bai quickly realized, "Damn, that group truly deceived us. They must have taken it. I sensed something off about them." They lit candles in the corner. As soon as the flames extinguished, they would have to abandon this tomb. This is indeed a rule among grave robbers. Yet this faction never operates during the day. The saying goes, "Do not disturb the tomb at dawn." When we arrived, it was dusk, and they had already begun digging a tunnel. Such contradictions. Yuqing, equally frustrated, punched the mud wall, exclaiming, "Damn it." Su Bai sighed in defeat. "Indeed. We were too inexperienced. It is futile to lament now. We must focus on how to ascend. My mother always said that in adversity, one must not succumb to despair. Let us see how they fare against us. You truly are an optimistic family." Yuqing could not help but scoff. "Will you remain so composed in the face of death?" Su Bai, brushing off the dirt from the wall, replied, "It depends on how and why one dies. If I were to choke on food, I would feel it unjust. Fortunately, the soil is quite soft. Lacking a rope, we may have to resort to a clumsier method, using tools to carve steps into this mud wall. As long as we have points of support, we shall manage. Yuqing closed his eyes, lamenting his current predicament. Su Bai, with a cheerful demeanor, encouraged, "Come on, young man, lift your spirits. There is always a way out." Indeed, the heavens had not obliterated their path. The two individuals managed to ascend, exhausted and sprawled on the ground beneath the moonlight. They exchanged glances, and laughter erupted between them. Su Bai remarked, "My young friend, heed my words. There is no error in following my counsel. As long as we draw breath, hope shall remain." No sooner had Su Bai's words faded than several figures approached. Yuqing was the first to react, attempting to rise, only to be restrained forcefully, unable to break free. Su Bai, taken aback, inquired, "Who goes there?" Almost instantly, he felt a chilling object pressed against his back, and with a mere thought, he surmised its nature. He chuckled, addressing the stranger, "Dear brother, I am rather unkempt. Should you draw too near, take care not to soil your garments." As the moonlight illuminated their surroundings, Su Bai discerned the faces of the intruders. Apart from the one-eyed Tai Fong, 3 others had returned. Lao Wu held a knife to Su Bai's throat, while Jin Yong restrained Yuqing. Lao Jin leisurely rummaged through their backpacks, exclaiming, "Who would have thought such fortune awaited us? It appears we have stumbled upon a delightful opportunity. Allow me to clarify, the rope was not intended. We were merely counting on your swift ascent. What do you think of our bounty?" As Lao Jin sifted through the contents, his expression soured upon discovering an absence of valuable artifacts. Furious and humiliated, he hurled the backpack to the ground. "You worthless scoundrels, you failed to procure a single item?" For the first time in his life, Su Bai experienced such humiliation, his face turning a shade of deep purple. Yuqing interjected, "We are unaware of what you speak. We descended solely to behold the ancient corpses below." With hands planted firmly on his hips, Lao Jin muttered, "I have encountered 2 foolish youngsters, utterly ignorant, seeking ancient corpses without the means to acquire treasures. Ridiculous." Su Bai contemplated an escape, recognizing that these individuals were after the burial items, initially planning to exploit the situation, but now their scheme lay in ruins, inciting their wrath. He discreetly kicked Yuqing, conveying a silent message of escape. Yuqing understood and began to ponder their means of retreat. At that moment, a voice resonated, "Master, I shall lend you my aid. From henceforth, I shall dwell under your protection. What say you?" It was the ghost, Gue. Yuqing felt a surge of frustration. How dare this spirit negotiate terms with him? Gue continued, "I possess but one skill, the ability to possess. I perceive that the eldest among them is their leader. If he concedes, your safety will be assured." Yuqing cleared his throat softly in agreement, prompting Gue to exclaim in delight, "Splendid." Lao Jin, brimming with indignation, was a cunning strategist, yet today he faced a debacle at the hands of these 2 Na'vi youths, a situation both amusing and infuriating. Resolute, he darkened his expression and approached, and upon witnessing his demeanor, Jin Yong understood the intent of his mentor. Drawing his knife, known for its precision and lethality, he aimed for the heart, ensuring a swift and merciful demise. Old Jin's expression suddenly shifted, his previously gloomy visage transformed into one of unexpected cheerfulness. His gait took on a peculiar, almost ethereal quality, reminiscent of willows swaying in the breeze. Jin Yong blinked in astonishment, and as he slightly shook his head, he heard old Jin say, "Let us go. Pay them no mind. Go." Just like that, we are to let them be? Lao Wu, still nursing a grudge over being knocked unconscious, expressed his indignation. "I said to go. Do you not heed my words?" Old Jin's tone deepened. Both Lao Wu and Jin Yong released their grip and stood up, with Lao Wu spitting defiantly onto the ground and delivering a kick to Su Bai's calf. Su Bai immediately cried out, the impact akin to being struck by a weighty iron hammer. As the trio walked away, Yuqing grasped Su Bai's arm and retrieved his backpack from the ground. "Hurry." Su Bai limped behind Yuqing, yearning to distance himself from those 3. After an indeterminate time of running, Yuqing glanced around and led Su Bai into a thicket of bamboo, veering right. His erratic movements puzzled Su Bai. "What on earth are you doing? Is it necessary to be this frightened?" It was that ghost possessing the old man. Otherwise, we would already be 2 lifeless corpses. Yuqing's heart raced, fully aware of the perils they had encountered. The intricacies of the tomb were daunting, but human nature proved even more treacherous. Chapter 22. The young master Su Bai, in pain, plopped onto the ground and lifted his pant leg, revealing a large, dark bruise on his right calf, marked by a distinct footprint. How could that thin man possess such strength? This blow nearly cost me my life. Better alive than dead, Yuqing replied. The mountains still stand. Young man, you lack compassion, Su Bai lamented with a grimace. After 20 years, today has been the worst day of my life. That is merely because you are unaware that worse days exist, Yuqing retorted, exasperated. Su Bai pondered for a considerable time, reflecting on his nature as a carefree person, devoid of malice. Could there truly be a day more dismal than today? It seemed implausible. He looked up at the sky, realizing that night had passed unnoticed. Dawn was breaking, and they had gone an entire day and night without rest. He extended his hand toward Yuqing. Help me up, young man. As they prepared to leave, the ghost returned, slipping into the jade before dawn. That was close. They must have sensed something amiss. We must leave quickly. Su Bai and Yuqing wasted no time. After finally distancing themselves, they reached the national highway and spotted a passing bus. They hurried aboard, their muddy appearance drawing curious glances from the other passengers. Yuqing wished he could sink beneath the bus, while Su Bai remained unfazed, flashing a grin at the onlookers. We fell into a ditch last night. We only just woke up this morning. Sympathy washed over the crowd, and the atmosphere shifted. Oh dear, how unfortunate. They must be students visiting this rural area. They should take care. Otherwise, their parents will worry endlessly. Indeed, today's youth are so bold, always seeking adventure. Yuqing raised his head. Su Bai truly had a remarkable talent for persuasion. The two alighted at the bus terminal and sought out a public restroom. After changing into fresh attire, they emerged with a sense of rebirth. Standing on the bustling streets of Beijing, they exchanged glances, and Su Bai broke the silence, suggesting, "Let us first visit the antique shop. By the way, inform your father and notify Boss Tang." At that moment, Yuqing's stomach growled. Their journey had left them parched and famished, having scarcely eaten along the way. Su Bai abruptly altered his plans, exclaiming, "I have a delightful place in mind." He led Yuqing to his home, a place Yuqing had never visited outside familial ties. Standing before the security door, he felt an unexpected surge of anxiety. Su Bai reassured him, "No worries, my parents are quite easygoing. I've already mentioned your situation to them, and they are understanding." Yuqing turned to leave. Disliking the notion of confronting others' sympathy, Su Bai seized him by the arm, chiding, "You coward. Your illness does not repel others. It is your own timidity that keeps you at bay. You would rather live a solitary life. Fine then, rely on your parents for eternity." Yuqing's heart trembled at the thought of his own parents, who each day awaited his return with the necessity of stating his name. In his childhood, they had affixed notes to his clothing bearing his name to help him remember. How deeply pained must they have been, and the more they did for him, the greater his guilt grew. His hands clenched tightly. At that moment, the door swung open, and Bai Ling's head appeared. Upon seeing Su Bai, she opened her arms and exclaimed, "Yay, son, you're finally back." Su Bai and Bai Ling exchanged 3 high fives. The exuberance they shared infectious enough to draw Yuqing closer. Su Bai then turned and, without hesitation, pulled Yuqing forward, stating, "Mom, let me introduce you to Yuqing. He studies Taoism and Buddhism." "Oh, I see," Bai Ling remarked, her gaze lingering on Yuqing, particularly between his brows. Suddenly, she chuckled, "Su Bai, Yuqing must be far more mature than you. Just look at him. He exudes composure. When will you shed your frivolity?" Su Bai shook his head. "That is not frivolity. It is a cheerful acceptance of fate." Bai Ling, silent, ushered Yuqing inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by a wave of enticing aromas. Su Bai remarked, "My father, Su Dahong, is an amiable man. Just remember him as Su Bai's father. He is a renowned chef, and that is all you need to know." Yuqing was taken aback. The strikingly handsome Su Bai had a father who was rather unassuming in appearance, even somewhat unattractive. It seemed that Su Bai had inherited only his height, both standing at an impressive 180 centimeters. "Hello, uncle," Yuqing greeted. "Ah, so you are accompanying Su Bai on his business trip?" Su Dahong warmly invited Su Bai to sit. "I was a bit rushed when I received your call, so I prepared a meal with what I had in the fridge. Please, make yourselves at home." The warmth and joy radiated within this small family, deeply affecting Yuqing. He understood the source of Su Bai's cheerful disposition. Once the meal concluded, Yuqing rose to assist Bai Ling with the dishes, but she immediately pressed him back down. "I'll handle it. You young men are free to enjoy yourselves." Yuqing was somewhat taken aback, Bai Ling's strength was astonishing. He lifted his gaze to meet her smiling eyes, and the words he had intended to utter were finally silenced. Noticing Yu Qing's surprise, Bai Ling smiled knowingly and remarked, "As a homemaker, after decades of household chores, one's strength inadvertently grows." Su Bai turned on the television, and as Bai Ling prepared to tidy up the dishes, she gasped, "Don't change the channel. How infuriating. Here we go again." Su Bai despondently tossed the remote aside, his eyes fixed on the face displayed on the screen. "You might as well let him be your son." Yu Qing gazed at the visage of the youth on the screen, whose long, jet-black hair cascaded to his neck. Most striking was his mouth, sensuous, suggesting that even a man could possess an alluring charm. His high-bridged nose framed a pair of bright eyes, always glimmering with mirth. A turquoise earring adorned his left ear. Bai Ling had already settled in front of the television, murmuring, "He is incredibly handsome. How can he be more attractive than you?" "I don't see it," Su Bai replied. "People say I resemble Wu Yanzu, but he seems rather effeminate." Bai Ling hardly registered Yu Qing's words. With a heavy sigh, Su Bai rose and pulled Yu Qing away, heading straight to the antique shop. Yu Qing scarcely had time to bid farewell to Su Bai's parents. "Who is that?" Yu Qing inquired. "The one who looks so striking on the television," he replied. "I told you, you wouldn't remember. Also, please refrain from calling him handsome in my presence." Su Bai scratched his head. Seeing him on the screen is one thing, but encountering him in real life is quite another. Indeed, the most distressing scenario was not simply witnessing this individual on television, but rather having him alive and present in one's domain. That remarkably effeminate man was lounging over the counter of the antique shop, engaging in light-hearted banter with Shuefun, even taking the liberty of removing some debris from her hair. Su Bai's expression darkened. He cleared his throat with a heavy cough. The man did not turn around, but it was Shuefun who spoke first. "You're back?" The man then lazily pivoted, and upon seeing Su Bai, he continued in a languid tone. "And who might this be?" Su Bai had long held a disdain for this man, and, recalling his position as the shop owner, straightened his posture. "I am the manager of the antique shop. Now, is this esteemed guest here to purchase antiques or to flirt? If it's the latter, you're not welcome here." Shuefun looked up, desperately stifling a laugh, her lips curling upwards. "Su Bai, this gentleman is the young master." "Young master?" Su Bai pondered for a moment before swiftly altering his demeanor, donning a smile. "How curious. He hardly appears to be a young master. Boss Tang is so youthful. It's improbable he could have such an old son. Could he be the one you mentioned, Boss Bai?" "Sort of," Shuefun replied noncommittally. "So, will you still invite him out?" Su Bai inwardly cursed, reminding himself that as a man, one must be adaptable. With a forced smile, he said, "Of course not. Moreover, I worry about someone taking advantage of you. Given your beauty, which man entering here would harbor some thoughts? As the manager, I must ensure the safety of my employees, right? Does that include both of you?" The young master interjected. Snowflakes danced at the corners of her lips, yet her tone remained frosty. "I do not count." Yu Qing silently stepped aside as Su Bai extended his hand towards the man, striving to display his grace before the beauty. "Greetings, I am Su Bai, the current store manager." Having reached this point, no matter how arduous the path ahead, Su Bai resolved to persevere. After all, one must never yield defeat in spirit. "Hello, Bai Mo Xian." Bai Mo Xian clasped Su Bai's hand, which was surprisingly delicate, soft, and smooth. Such a slick hand on a man sent a jolt of electricity through Su Bai's body, causing him to tremble slightly. He cleared his throat to mask his involuntary reaction. "Pleased to meet you. I hope for your kind attention." Who among them did not know Bai Mo Xian? Entering the entertainment industry at merely 16, devoid of any professional training, he had risen to fame solely on the merit of his striking appearance. Was his singing truly exceptional? Perhaps it was merely passable. Could he act well? A single glance from him could captivate women from the tender age of 1 to the venerable age of 90. Such was his prowess. Wherever Bai Mo Xian appeared, it was a cacophony of screams and frenzied excitement, surpassing even national elections in fervor. Alas, Su Bai pondered. The disparity between him and his contemporaries was disheartening. Tang Sancheng emerged from the inner room, beckoning. "Su Bai, Yu Qing, please come in." Yu Qing gazed at Tang Sancheng, momentarily forgetting his name, while Su Bai leaned closer to whisper, "Your father's friend, Tang Sancheng, one of the antique shop owners." The two followed Tang Sancheng inside, where Yu Bai awaited. Upon seeing his son return safely, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Had it not been for Tang Sancheng's intervention, he would have rushed after him long ago. Once a prominent figure in the realm of Mao Shan, he approached Yu Qing, inspecting him thoroughly with a series of sharp claps, exclaiming, "Good. It appears you have emerged unscathed." "That was a close call," Su Bai muttered under his breath. Tang Sancheng instructed, "Please recount the events that transpired in detail." Su Bai, with remarkable expressiveness, vividly described the appearance of the zombie and the predicament involving old Jin Tu and his 3 companions, recounting the moment of treachery with fervor and animated gestures. The situation had indeed been perilous. The 2 novice grave robbers had nearly met their demise due to their unfamiliarity with the trade's protocols, their youthful hearts remaining inherently kind. Tang Sancheng couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, realizing he had been too trusting of their solitary venture. Yu Qing's primary concern still lay with the living ancient corpse within the pouring coffin. Su Bai, perceptive to Yu Qing's unease, promptly produced his camera, presenting the captured images of the ancient corpse to the 2 elders. Tang Sancheng and Yu Bai exchanged glances, affirmatively stating, "Indeed. This is undoubtedly a tomb from the Ming dynasty." The pouring coffin flourished from the mid-Ming to the mid-Qing period, and the shape of the coffin aligns with the characteristics of the Ming era. There are copper rings at all 4 corners. Judging by the armor, this individual must have been of general rank or higher. "Did you discover any inscriptions within the tomb?" "None," Su Bai replied with certainty. "Before we went, I did some research and knew that identifying the tomb's owner required direct evidence. Inscriptions serve as the ancient corpse's identification, but at the time, apart from the 7 coffins, the walls were entirely bare, and there were no clues atop the coffins." "What about the burial items?" Tang Sancheng inquired. "Have you obtained the items?" "The burial objects are also significant clues." Su Bai and Yu Qing exchanged glances, their faces betraying a sense of trepidation. Su Bai stammered, We were merely seeking the ancient corpse, weren't we? If we took the burial items, we would truly become thieves." Tang Sancheng felt an overwhelming urge to bash his head against the wall. Encountering these 2 youths nearly drove him to despair. "The burial items may contain vital clues," he said gravely. "You too. I provided you with credentials as a talisman. You should have taken them boldly. Now, we are left with nothing. Is it still possible to return now?" Yu Qing clenched his fists, filled with regret, wishing he could strike the wall, hoping to release the pent-up frustration within him. Su Bai shook his head. "It's definitely too late. That group knows we didn't bring the burial items. They will surely descend again, and they won't leave empty-handed. Returning now would yield no results." Truly, with an IQ of 180, his logical reasoning was impeccable. Tang Sancheng nodded. "Indeed, this time you gained some, yet lost some. Thankfully, you returned safely. That is what matters most. Life is long, and we have only just begun." "Yu Bai, what are your thoughts?" "The ancient corpse possesses a golden seal," Yu Bai remarked. "Since we cannot ascertain the identity of the ancient corpse, let us first investigate the golden seal and see if anyone knows its origins." "That is our only course," Tang Sancheng concurred. "Moreover, those who obtain the burial items will certainly find a way to sell them. If we can locate them, it may not be impossible. The characteristics of those 4 individuals are quite distinct. Perhaps I can make some inquiries." "That would be a great help," Yu Bai sighed. "As long as it allows Yu Qing to return to normal sooner, I would pay any price." Yu Qing could not bear to hear his father's words. A dull ache settled in his chest. Su Bai suddenly draped an arm around Yu Qing's shoulder, saying, "I've already been dragged into this mess by you. From now on, we are in the same boat. Who told you to remember only my name? We shall weather the storms together, come what may. Get lost." Yu Qing feigned annoyance, yet a wave of gratitude surged within him. Witnessing this scene, Yu Bai felt elated. His son had found a friend. He had always been solitary, unable to connect even with relatives. The loneliness was profound. Su Bai was like a celestial savior, alleviating his son's solitude. Tang Sancheng remarked, "In my opinion, you will inevitably delve beneath the earth in the future. I must find someone to train you in various aspects of tomb raiding knowledge. The mistakes of the past must never be repeated. The training will take place in the antique shop." The 2 exchanged knowing looks and nodded in unison. Su Bai and Yu Qing exited the antique shop, where they found Bai Mo Xian still present. Su Bai blurted out, "Why are you still here?" The disdain in his tone was unmistakable. Bai Mo Xian replied with a half-smile, "What is the matter? Do you seem unwilling for me to be here? But I can only find a moment of peace in this place. You understand what happens the moment I step outside. If narcissism were a malady, this man would certainly require a physician's counsel." Su Bai felt relieved that he no longer had to gaze upon this man's visage. He was a nemesis. the embodiment of every woman's dreams, destined to become every man's adversary, save for Yuqing. The antique shop operated for merely 7 hours each day, closing promptly. And by this hour, it was no longer open to the public. The two elders remained in the back room, engaged in earnest discussion. They departed first, while Bai Moshuan continued to share laughter with Xuefan. Only after they had walked some distance did Su Bai finally inquire, "Hey, young man, when you mentioned that Xuefan is not human, what did you mean? Could she, perchance, be a ghost?" "I am uncertain," Yuqing replied. "Have you not noticed that she has never stepped outside the antique shop, not even to the threshold?" "I have not," Su Bai countered. "She works and resides within the shop. It is only natural for us to see her seated there." "No," Yuqing insisted. "I distinctly saw a flash of pink light in her eyes the last time we met. I find it difficult to retain a vivid impression of ordinary faces, yet I am exceedingly sensitive to those of an extraordinary nature." Chapter 24, Possession Extraordinary? Su Bai exhaled sharply. "You have already compelled me to accept the notion of ghosts. And now you wish to delve even deeper?" "This world is not as straightforward as it appears," Yuqing remarked. "Perhaps there exist incredible entities in our midst that you have simply failed to perceive. By the way, what do you intend to do about that ghost?" "The one named Wei Jie? We managed to escape thanks to his assistance. I am a man of my word. The terms of our exchange shall not be broken," Yuqing stated. "Moreover, he possesses the power of possession, and I shall keep him close at hand for our future endeavors." Upon hearing Yuqing's words, Wei Jie could no longer contain himself. "I can accept what you said earlier. Your adherence to the agreement makes you a man of honor. However, to be utilized by you is an affront. In life, I was a distinguished scholar and philosopher. How could I endure such indignity?" "Is that so?" Yuqing retorted. "Are you truly willing to be shattered like jade rather than remain whole like a tile?" "What do you mean?" Wei Jie trembled slightly. Yuqing scoffed. "You may indeed refuse my indignity, yet I could easily reduce you to ashes." "What say you?" Su Bai interjected with a chuckle. "Young man, do not bully him. After all, he is our benefactor. Speaking of which, the individual who devised the ghostly path remains a mystery." Wei Jie sighed in relief, realizing that he had yet to be reborn, and that being reduced to ashes would signify an absolute end. Being a spirit unfettered could indeed be an appealing alternative. Yuqing, redirected by Su Bai's words, asserted, "The malevolent spirits summoned by that individual are formidable. They should not be underestimated." "Is there a hierarchy among ghosts?" Su Bai asked with curiosity. "What level does this Gui ghost belong to?" "Ranked third, it is classified as a shadow," Yuqing remarked. "Typically, it is those who succumb to grave illnesses or profound melancholy that transform into spirits, often gravitating towards the frail and ailing. These are the despondent ghosts, currently awaiting reincarnation. Lacking in malevolence, individuals with sensitive constitutions are prone to perceiving such spirits. Next, we have the white shirt ghosts, newly deceased and posing no harm to the living. Following them are the yellow page ghosts, who meet their demise due to financial troubles, making them particularly visible to those in fiscal distress. The third category is the shadow ghosts, which we refer to as Gui ghosts. However, this particular type of Gui is distinct. Having died prematurely, they linger in the earthly realm, accumulating a degree of supernatural power over the years, such as the ability to possess others indiscriminately. No wonder, Su Bai interjected, that day, he possessed old Jin's body, and even his manner of walking altered. The body was not his. Controlling it requires a process, which is no simple task. Yuqing continued, thus, the appearance may seem peculiar. As you mentioned, these types seem to lack lethality, but are there more formidable spirits beyond them? If shadow ghosts possess certain powers, the first two types must indeed be increasingly potent, Yuqing explained. The second tier comprises vengeful spirits, often those who died entangled in matters of the heart, harboring deep resentment and eagerly seeking substitutes, particularly individuals burdened by romantic woes. Those recently heartbroken are surely at risk, Su Bai swallowed hard, recalling tales of supernatural events shared by his rural relatives, such as water ghosts in search of substitutes. He remembered a distant cousin who drowned at the tender age of 6. Witnesses claimed they felt someone pulling at their feet. In essence, individuals with poor mental fortitude are more susceptible to being targeted by spirits. Yuqing elaborated, while vengeful spirits are formidable, primarily capable of possession and causing harm. The most fearsome is the seizing spirit, which ranks first. This spirit possesses the highest magical prowess, capable of siphoning life force, shortening lifespans, and even transforming into human form to traverse walls. What is most terrifying is its utter disregard for sunlight. It can roam freely during the day, appearing before us without hesitation, merely needing to conceal its spiritual energy, rendering it completely undetectable to me. Su Bai remarked, then the seizing spirit's powers are indeed formidable. Yuqing, I have a bold notion. Could the entity behind the cross-ghost path possibly be the seizing spirit itself? This audacious thought prompted Yuqing to reflect on the events of that day, where the vengeful spirit vanished before his eyes, the figure dissipating swiftly. He cast a wary glance at Su Bai, pondering whether his conjecture held merit. Why do these spirits target the antique shop? Surely, Boss Tang must be aware. Su Bai suggested, yet he has chosen not to disclose anything to us, perhaps for other reasons. Regardless, Yuqing, it is imperative that we uncover the profound mysteries of the golden seal upon your hand. I shall return to investigate further. I must take my leave for now. After parting ways with Yuqing, Su Bai returned home and earnestly set out to investigate the ranks of officials during the Ming dynasty. He meticulously examined all materials related to military officials, discovering that the ranks of military officers were categorized as Zhengqi Pin and from Qi Pin, with no official positions below Zhengba Pin. Su Bai had a vague intuition that the remarkably preserved ancient corpse must belong to a military official of at least the first to third rank. It was merely a feeling. The first-rank officials included the governor-general, the second-rank officials included the deputy governor-general, and so forth, down to the third rank. Su Bai extracted the photos from his phone, omitting the corpse and leaving only the armor. He employed software to recombine the pieces into a complete suit of armor, then consulted a database of Ming dynasty armors for comparison. To his astonishment, none of the armors matched that of the ancient corpse. Could it be that the database was incomplete? Su Bai muttered, that doesn't make sense. Without knocking, Bai Ling entered with a glass of milk. Upon seeing the armor displayed on Su Bai's computer screen, her expression shifted slightly, causing the milk in her cup to ripple, revealing her unease. What is this? A sudden tension gripped Su Bai, prompting him to feign nonchalance. Oh, I'm just studying Ming dynasty history. As the owner of an antique shop, I can't afford to be idle. Knowledge knows no bounds, right, Mom? It seemed that Bai Ling sensed something amiss. You appear to have found something unsuitable. This armor likely does not belong to the official ranks, does it? Her words startled Su Bai. Where did you acquire the image of armor that isn't in the official roster? Taken aback by his mother's sharpness, Su Bai stumbled over his explanation. A customer provided this, asking us to verify if it's an antique. Bai Ling's expression softened as she broke into a smile, playfully patting Su Bai's shoulder. It seems work has indeed changed you. Have a glass of milk and continue your research. I'll step out for a moment. Grateful. Su Bai watched his mother leave, then turned back to the computer screen, taking a sip of milk. Her words sparked a realization. If this armor belonged to soldiers outside the official ranks, it would be normal for their attire not to align with the official records. This thought led him to an audacious hypothesis. Perhaps the database was not exhaustive. He resolved to seek assistance from a professor at his university to obtain the most comprehensive collection of Ming dynasty armor. If the pieces still did not match, that would be a different matter altogether. The professor, known for his fondness for Su Bai, recognized him as the most intellectually gifted among his students. However, it was Su Bai's endearing qualities, his optimism and vitality, that truly endeared him to the professor. Accepting Su Bai's request without hesitation, the professor utilized his resources to procure a complete set of Ming dynasty armors, ranging from those used by emperors to those worn by common soldiers. Nestled in the professor's home, Su Bai scrutinized the images. No matches emerged. A strange sensation enveloped him. There were no records of the armor, no inscriptions. Could his mother have been right? Were the owners of those 7 coffins part of a secret military unit? Chapter 25. Dragon Boat Festival. Upon departing from the professor's residence, Su Bai hastened to the antique shop, determined to arrive before the professor commenced his work. Having alighted from the vehicle, he was immediately struck by a chill at the intersection ahead, an unsettling sensation coursing through him. This locale was frequented by wandering spirits and malevolent entities. Oblivious to his own shadow beneath him, he stood lost in thought, while his shadow, typically a quiet companion mirroring his movements, now writhed as if splashed with black paint, undulating like a caterpillar and sprouting menacing tendrils. By the decree of the North Emperor, I summon paper talismans to vanquish malevolent spirits. Should any defy this command, Return them to the city of Fengdu, swiftly and by the law. Yu Qing appeared as if descending from the heavens. Having bitten his tongue to mix his true yang saliva with the incantation aimed at the rebellious shadow. Upon contact with the true yang saliva, the tendrils recoiled in terror, fleeing from the shadow and dissipating into wisps of black smoke that vanished into the ether. Yu Qing's actions attracted the attention of passers-by. He paid little heed to explanations and seized Su Bai, fleeing into the alley where the antique shop was situated. It seems you have truly drawn their attention. What do you mean? Su Bai queried, perplexed. That shadow was precisely what I spoke of, Yu Qing asserted, his gaze fixed intently on Su Bai's eyes. It seeks to possess you. Su Bai's face contorted in distress. To possess me, so it can enter the antique shop? He had already witnessed the consequences of possession. Recalling how Wei Jie had taken control of old Jin's body, rendering the latter's will non-existent. Wei Jie could manipulate old Jin's form to walk, speak, and more. Should a ghostly entity possess him, he too would lose his autonomy, allowing them to act at will. Indeed, Yu Qing replied gravely. The path of the ghostly realm has failed. They now wish to use you as a conduit. We must consult Mr. Tang and inquire about the nature of the antique shop that has attracted such malevolent spirits. Tang Sanqing had remained within the antique shop, relishing a lavish breakfast. Renowned for his hearty appetite, the table was laden with an abundance of food. He leisurely occupied the proprietor's chair, savoring his favorite delicacy, a sweet and sticky treat known as donkey rolls, while sipping on a bowl of bean juice. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, he hastily expelled the remnants of food from his mouth and wiped away the bean juice at the corner of his lips, adopting a composed demeanor befitting a shop owner. Su Bai and Yu Qing knocked and entered. Yu Qing, aware of Tang Sanqing's expertise in mysticism, spoke directly. Brother Tang, Su Bai nearly fell victim to possession. Tang Sanqing sighed. These entities remain persistent. It appears the time has come for a confrontation. Follow me. Exchanging a glance, Su Bai and Yu Qing instinctively drew closer. Tang Sanqing led them to a chamber secured by a dragon-shaped lock. Within, a jade pedestal stood at the center, adorned with a mirror. Tang Sanqing addressed Yu Qing. You cannot sense the malevolence emanating from this mirror, for it has been temporarily sealed. However, this is not the most secure of seals. It is not only spirits that are drawn here, various entities may be on the move. What manner of mirror is this? If one merely gazes upon its antiquated appearance, Su Bai perceives it as a relic, too aged even for the purpose of reflection. It bears a name, the Qian Kuan mirror. Tang Sanqing remarked. This mirror is significantly intertwined with our fate. Were it not for us, it would not have arrived here. We refer to whom? Yu Qing recalled her father mentioning it briefly. Is it you and your companions? Indeed, Tang Sanqing affirmed. At that time, circumstances compelled us to seek out this mirror to save a life. Our hasty decision to unveil its secrets led us to achieve our goal. The person was indeed rescued. However, the ensuing events surpassed our wildest imaginings. This mirror possesses the ability to siphon away the malevolent essence of any entity. Over time, the sinister power it harbors has grown increasingly potent, ultimately spiraling into chaos. Should anyone harness this power, it would spell disaster. They are drawn to the mirror's malevolence. Yu Qing replied. No wonder they are so intent on acquiring this force. It is a power capable of overturning the realms of yin and yang. These specters will not relent. Tang Sanqing cast a glance at Su Bai and said, should I refrain from revealing the truth? I had made a pact with the one who introduced Su Bai to me. Now is not the moment to disclose the reality. He swallowed hard and continued, currently, the mirror poses no threat. As for those malevolent entities, following the path of the crossroad spirits, I have laid a formidable array here, a celestial net. Yu Qing's expression shifted slightly. The celestial net is renowned within Taoist circles. This formation divides into 5 cardinal directions, east, south, west, north, and center, while internally partitioning into the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It connects to the heavens above and the earth below, requiring the practitioner to infuse their own vitality and true energy, complemented by talismans to activate it. Once the celestial net is established, it effectively erects a protective barrier around the antiquities shop, preventing malevolent forces from breaching its sanctum. Tang Sanqing's cultivation is indeed formidable. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the Gue ghost residing with him, which enters and exits unscathed due to his protection. This explains its current urgency to inhabit Su Bai brother Tang. Yu Qing inquired. I do not comprehend why it must be Su Bai. If I were that malevolent spirit, I could also possess any customer entering the antiquities shop, approaching the Qian Kuan mirror in corporeal form. This was precisely the question Su Bai yearned to ask. Why must it be him? Su Bai was born at noon on the Dragon Boat Festival. Tang Sancheng initiated the explanation, awaiting Yu Qing to elaborate. The Dragon Boat Festival, also known as Duan Yang, marks the day when Yang energy is at its zenith. Duan inherently conveys a sense of supremacy, and Wu ranks 7th among the 12 earthly branches, classified as Yang fire within the 5 elements. Thus, Duan Yang signifies an exceedingly vigorous fire. The noon hour, specifically from 11 to 1, represents the most potent period of Yang energy throughout the day, as it coincides with the sun's peak. Born at noon on the Duan Yang, Su Bai, your elemental affinity is fire. Wow, that sounds remarkably significant. However, with such abundant Yang energy, shouldn't the spirits steer clear? Indeed, under normal circumstances, that would be the case. Tang Sancheng remarked. If you encounter a ghostly entity with formidable cultivation, the situation would be markedly different. They possess the ability to restrain the Yang energy within you and attach themselves to your being. At that point, your body would serve as their optimal disguise. At least, this is within the capabilities of Sei Qing. Moments ago, a shadow had materialized. Yu Qing commented. No wonder I managed to arrive in time. Su Bai, with his head tilted to one side, exhibited a rather unappealingly playful demeanor for a man towering at 1.8 meters. Yu Qing, expressing his disdain, retorted, Go away. You must protect me. Su Bai responded, Boss Tang. Is ensuring the safety of your employees included in the benefits package? Tang Sancheng was taken aback by the child's naivety, surpassing even his own youthful innocence. Generally speaking, it is not. However, considering you were recommended by a friend, I shall entrust this task to the child of a friend. Yu Qing. Yu Qing, feeling somewhat resigned, nodded. Su Bai chuckled. I knew you couldn't bear to see me perish. We are good brothers after all. Yu Qing replied. I am only considering you as the sole individual whose name I can recall. Su Bai rolled his eyes. Is it truly so difficult for you to acknowledge me as your only friend? Yu Qing chose to remain silent, closing his mouth entirely. Observing their banter, Tang Sancheng was momentarily reminded of his own companions. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching. He moved to the doorway, and the voice of Shuefen wafted in. There are some individuals you might find intriguing. Would you care to step outside and take a look? Tang Sancheng understood instantly. He had recently disseminated information in search of the old Jin Tu and his 3 companions, while simultaneously announcing that his antique shop was acquiring Ming Dynasty artifacts at exorbitant prices, 5 times the rate offered by other establishments. Man is driven to death by wealth, and birds by sustenance. This is an immutable truth, he mused. I shall head out at once. Chapter 26. The deathly countenance both Su Bai and Yu Qing sensed that the newcomers were not ordinary. Tang Sancheng instructed, You 2 remain here and wait for me. Do not venture out, understand? Yu Qing complied, though Su Bai had never been one to follow rules. He tugged Yu Qing along, insisting on discovering who had arrived. They concealed themselves behind a Ming Dynasty screen, peering cautiously. Su Bai pinched Yu Qing. It seems to be old Jin Tu and his crew. A gentleman uses words. Not force, Yu Qing replied, shaking off Su Bai's grasp, feeling a surge of inner conflict. Tang Sancheng was engaged in conversation with the 4 men, and the voice of old Jin Tu had taken on a peculiar tone, deep and husky, each word emerging like it was squeezed from a tube of toothpaste. Boss, are you acquiring Ming Dynasty antiques here? Tang Sancheng replied. As per the usual protocol, we must first verify the goods. However, old Jin Tu fell silent. Tang Sancheng continued. In this line of work, the established rule is to authenticate the items before discussing prices. Though you gentlemen appear unfamiliar, your means of locating this place suggests you are well versed in the customs. Come on, let him have a look, Iron Fong interjected. He might just know his stuff. Old Jin Tu, no longer hesitating, produced a yellow leather paper pouch and placed it on the counter. The pouch was neatly wrapped, revealing the shape of a rectangular object within. Upon fully unwrapping it, a jade paperweight was unveiled. This jade paperweight, also known as a zhenqi, is used to weigh down paper while writing or painting. Crafted from white jade, its texture was smooth and of exquisite quality. Beneath lies a long jade tablet, its lines straight and finely polished. In the center, a reclining celestial figure is intricately carved, resting on its right arm, head cradled in hand, hair elegantly coiled, eyes gently closed, and countenance serene, with a rounded belly exposed and left hand placed upon its legs. The figure, identified only as a reclined immortal by Tang Sancheng, exudes an air of leisure, its demeanor tranquil yet imbued with a playful charm. Tang Sancheng turned the jade ruler over. Products of such craftsmanship typically bear the artisan's mark. Regrettably, this jade ruler was remarkably smooth, devoid of any insignia or bloodstains, relying solely on its form. Discerning its age proved difficult. Alas, Tang Sancheng merely speculated aloud. The purchase of this item was inconsequential. What mattered was the appearance of the four individuals. Subtly, he extended his hand beneath the counter, pressed a button, and nonchalantly returned the jade ruler to its place. The small shop, it seemed, was incapable of retaining such treasures. "You are quite an odd fellow," Old Five erupted in fury. "Spread the word that any antique from the Ming dynasty will see its price doubled. If you cannot ascertain its age, that is your failing, leaving us in the lurch. By heavens, I shall smash your store today." You assert with such conviction that this is a Ming jade ruler, yet what proof do you possess? Tang Sancheng's expression turned grave. "Should you provide evidence, I would gladly retain it." Old Five hesitated, fully aware of the item's provenance, instinctively glancing at Old Jean, who clenched his teeth and commanded, "Leave." Though Old Five was displeased, he felt powerless. As the four were on the verge of departing, Su Bai felt a pang of anxiety akin to a cat's clawing. Once the four stepped outside, he rushed out, "Boss Tang, after finally locating them, are we to let them slip away? What they possess must surely be burial goods from a Ming tomb." "I am aware," Tang Sancheng replied. "However, we desire more than just this one piece. Rest assured, someone has followed them and will uncover their whereabouts." "Young man, you are still too inexperienced. Sometimes, one must cast a long line to catch a great fish." Tang Sancheng showed Su Bai the button beneath the counter. It was Su Bai's first encounter with such a device in an antique shop. "Is this an alarm?" "Astute. Its function is similar," Tang Sancheng remarked, glancing at the time. "Trust me, news will arrive shortly." Yu Qing had heard from his father of Tang's impressive circle of extraordinary companions, and today he finally glimpsed a hint of their prowess. Half an hour later, Tang Sancheng's phone rang. He answered, "Good, is it confirmed?" "Excellent, I will send them over immediately." 213, Zhongjing Road. "Now it is your turn to take action," Tang Sancheng instructed. The two had been itching to move, jotting down the address before hurrying towards it. The location was nestled within the old city, surrounded by ancient residences hidden in narrow alleys, starkly contrasting the towering buildings nearby. Upon arriving at 213, they found the door ajar. Exchanging glances, a sense of unease enveloped them as the wind carried a whiff of blood. Su Bai hesitated. "Why does it smell of blood?" "We shall discover the reason upon entry." Yu Qing, being the bolder of the two, pushed open the half-closed door and stepped inside. As he stepped through the doorway, he was met with the harrowing sight of a corpse severed in two. The gruesome scene elicited a strange sound from Yu Qing's throat, while Su Bai, who followed closely behind, crouched down in shock. "This time it's truly a case of half a pound against 8 ounces. Neither can mock the other," he remarked. Yu Qing found himself rooted to the spot, staring at the bisected body from a distance. It was the fifth brother, his diminutive figure gruesomely cleaved in half, immersed in a pool of thick blood, interspersed with dark impurities. His fingers were splayed wide in a desperate gesture, his eyes bulging in terror, and his mouth slightly agape. The splayed fingers were an involuntary reaction to extreme fear. Su Bai recognized the method of execution, decapitation at the waist, an ancient form of capital punishment. Initially, this brutal act was performed with axes or halberds, as bronze, being softer, lacked the necessary sharpness. With the advent of iron tools, blades gradually took center stage in such executions. Those unfamiliar with this punishment might mistakenly believe that being cleaved in two would lead to a swift demise. However, the majority of vital organs reside in the upper body, meaning that a victim, severed at the waist, would remain conscious and aware for a considerable period before succumbing to death. The fifth brother endured excruciating agony before his end, his mind still alert. His hands had drawn a peculiar shape beside him, likely unfinished at the moment of his death. In his final moments of torment, as his hand fully extended, he inhaled his last breath, with his outstretched right hand resting upon the incomplete figure. Su Bai quickly captured an image of the shape the fifth brother had drawn before his demise, regardless of its potential significance. His stomach churned with unease. and he instinctively pounded his chest to calm himself. Yuqing proceeded further inside, only to be interrupted by a passerby peering curiously into the courtyard, who suddenly screamed in alarm. At that moment, both Yuqing and Su Bai were compelled to halt as police arrived on the scene. As the first witnesses, they could not leave, even though they were cordoned off to the side. Nonetheless, they gleaned important insights into the fate of the 4 individuals involved. Given the horrific nature of the scene, the officers engaged in animated discussions, inadvertently providing the 2 bystanders with an earful of information. The 5th brother had met his end in the courtyard, cleaved in 2, and the circumstances were now painfully clear to both men. Tai Fong met her demise within the confines of her own chamber, where cannabis was discovered. She had been hanged, her own black stockings employed for the act, suspended above the doorframe. Beneath her lifeless body lay a substantial pool of blood, and upon examination, the police found a wound penetrating the sole of her foot, from which the blood flowed forth as if a tap had been opened upon her body. Jin Yong and Old Jin perished in the same location, within Old Jin's room. Jin Yong's hands and feet had been severed, his limbs scattered throughout the space, blood splattered everywhere, including the bed and the mirror. This scene was particularly gruesome, indicative of a desperate struggle for survival. A thick trail of blood extended from the room to the doorway. Alas, Jin Yong could not endure, and after managing to drag his torso to the threshold, he succumbed to his injuries. As for Old Jin, he appeared to have departed this world in the most serene manner within that room, which incited a sense of indignation in Su Bai. Just previously, Old Jin had sought their lives. He quietly remarked to Yuqing, "It is truly unjust that the most despicable among us meets their end so easily. The world is profoundly unfair." Chapter 27. The killer is dead. You seem to hold quite the grudge, Yuqing observed, having spent considerable time matching the identities of the deceased. Yet, Old Jin had been found sitting peacefully in a chair, devoid of any external wounds, his eyes gently closed, bearing not a trace of anguish. This stark contrast to the fates of the other 3 raised suspicion. The police moved about, indifferent to the 2 of them, gathering evidence and subsequently removing the 4 corpses. Old Jin's body was the last to be taken. The officers seemed to follow a methodical approach, first addressing the remains of the 5th and Jin Yong, and then proceeding to Tai Fong and Old Jin. Old Jin's corpse lay on the stretcher. A mere moment prior, a vigorous individual, now lifeless and inert. As the body was about to pass before Su Bai and Su Bai, a sudden explosion occurred. Old Jin's corpse erupted violently, as if it harbored a bomb within. Upon detonation, blood and flesh separated and shot upwards like a fountain, only to succumb to gravity and rain down upon the onlookers, leaving them drenched in gore. Su Bai and Yuqing bore the brunt of it, covered in a grotesque mixture of blood and tissue. The 2 officers carrying the stretcher screamed in alarm, frantically attempting to rid themselves of the visceral remains, causing the stretcher to crash to the ground, plunging the scene into chaos. Everyone was in a frenzy, slapping at their own bodies, only to further pulverize the flesh, resulting in a grim spectacle. Su Bai found himself unable to weep, helplessly gazing at Yuqing, unable to utter a word, fearing that doing so would allow the remnants to enter his mouth. Clad in garments provided by the police station, Yuqing and Su Bai were utterly exhausted. The individual before them, taking their statements, wore a pallid expression, the air thick with the stench of flesh and the metallic tang of blood. The 3 sat in silence for a protracted period until Su Bai finally cleared his throat, feeling as though something was lodged within. "Officer, when we arrived, the door was ajar, and it was already like that upon our entry. This we know, your footprints are confined to the yard. The officer is quite youthful, particularly remarkable as she is a young lady, appearing to be just over 20, with a strikingly beautiful visage and captivating, sparkling eyes. Yet, her complexion is somewhat pallid, lacking a touch of rosy hue. After all, who could remain sprightly after experiencing the recent events? As no fingerprints or footprints were discovered within the premises. Your suspicion of involvement in the crime has been dismissed, the female officer stated. We are merely conducting a routine record. Please remain calm. Calm, indeed. Su Bai waved his hand dismissively. However, what a stroke of bad luck we have encountered today. Was that corpse rigged with explosives? A bomb within its body? The female officer regarded him as if he had indulged too much in science fiction, clearing her throat gently. This matter falls within the purview of our police force. You need not concern yourself with it. For now, we simply need to register your identities and verify them, after which you may leave. Not one to relinquish his curiosity. Su Bai pressed on. Was there a theft involved? Finally, Yuqing kicked Su Bai lightly, saying, apologies. He has a penchant for detective dramas and novels, perpetually dwelling in a world of imagination. We shall cooperate swiftly. Everyone has had a taxing day. As she dragged Su Bai out of the police station, Yuqing remarked, this situation is far from straightforward. If it were a matter of greed, their deaths are exceedingly bizarre. Su Bai glanced back and whispered, I managed to sneak a look at some photographs while they were bathing. In one photograph, old Jean sat in a wicker chair, hands hanging down, appearing tranquil. However, I noticed that the chair was positioned against a mahogany wardrobe, which bore a faint bloodstain, precisely at a height consistent with old Jin's stature. I suspect he may have struck his head against the wardrobe while standing. Despite his age, it seems implausible that he would be so careless as to collide with that spot. Either someone else had entered, or it could only be construed as a supernatural occurrence. We are not the police, Yuqing sighed. The deaths of old Jean and his companions are concerning, but it is the whereabouts of their funerary objects that should be our focus. Thus far, we have uncovered nothing. Su Bai scratched his head, contemplating. I believe it would be prudent for us to stay together for the time being. Could it be that old Jean and his companions encountered something sinister in that tomb? That will depend on the results of the police investigation, Yuqing replied. If the perpetrator cannot be found, it may very well be classified as a supernatural event. Is there an antique shop nearby where we could reside? Wow, I never anticipated that we would cohabit so soon. Su Bai chuckled. From now on, you shall be my personal bodyguard. With you, the young master of Maoshan, by my side, let whatever malevolent spirits come forth. You underestimate the spirit, Yuqing retorted. I have mentioned before that the spirit can conceal itself, and I too could be deceived. The method of discernment lies in thoroughly understanding the nuances of the possessed individual. One must observe minutely to conclude whether a person has been possessed. Without prolonged interaction and mutual understanding, such discernment is impossible. A figure clad in black brushed past them, prompting Su Bai to muse. If this individual were possessed by a spirit, we would remain oblivious, wouldn't we? Suddenly, the enigmatic figure turned and offered Su Bai a chilling smile. A smile so eerie it sent a shiver coursing through Su Bai from head to toe. The dark-clad stranger then turned away and continued on, vanishing from Su Bai's sight in mere moments. Yuqing, entirely unaware of the encounter, remarked, I'm famished. Let's find somewhere to eat before seeking out Brother Tang. Su Bai replied, oh, certainly. He instinctively gravitated closer to Yuqing. After they finished their meal and returned to the antique shop, they were taken aback to find the establishment brightly lit, a stark contrast to its usual closure at this hour. Tang Sancheng was there, conversing with a young man wearing thick glasses. Upon their return, the young man stood to greet them. Hello. This is the teacher I arranged for you. Allow me to introduce Vincent, the youngest archaeological expert in the country, well-versed in the intricacies of tomb raiding from both northern and southern schools. You will soon undergo his intensive training. Tang Sancheng observed the peculiar expressions on their faces and inquired, what has transpired? Yuqing glanced at the bespectacled man, whose somber visage, though polite, lacked vitality. Appearing utterly lifeless, the thick lenses obscured his eyes, rendering his features rather mundane. Unable to recall his name, Yuqing simply referred to him as the man. Tang Sancheng reassured them, it's nothing. Vincent has encountered his fair share of bizarre occurrences. Please, share your experiences without reservation. This was a matter suited for Su Bai, whose expressive capabilities were remarkable. As Su Bai meticulously recounted the events, Tang Sancheng and Vincent's expressions grew increasingly grave, particularly Vincent, who became visibly agitated. Gripping his trousers tightly, the veins on the back of his hands standing out in stark relief. Tang Sancheng, concerned, asked, Vincent, what is troubling you? Identical, Vincent murmured. It's exactly the same as what happened years ago. Identical? Are you referring to the manner of death of these 4 individuals today? Su Bai inquired, could you elaborate, Mr. Vincent? Vincent abruptly sprang to his feet, removing his glasses and pinching the bridge of his nose, his breathing growing erratic. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Tang Sancheng placed a hand on his shoulder, urging him to relax. Vincent, focus on your breathing. Take your time. It took a full 10 minutes for Vincent to regain his composure. He tilted his head back and said, back then, Nahi met the same fate. Nahi was Vincent's classmate, and the two were a quintessential match, both passionate about archaeology. Had he not relinquished his opportunity to partake in that excavation, it should have been he who perished. This realization had haunted Vincent, leading him to never forgive himself. Chapter 28. Inquiring about me on that occasion. Their professor was set to embark on an archaeological endeavor, adhering to the customary tradition of bringing along a student. Naturally, the professor's first choice was Vincent, who had developed a profound fascination for Ming Dynasty history, bordering on obsession. Ever since she learned that the excavation involved a tomb from the Ming Dynasty, she incessantly clamored to participate. Vincent, donning his spectacles, mused that he was never short of opportunities and, in a generous spirit, decided to relinquish this one to her. Tragically, a significant calamity ensued, with only one survivor, his professor, who had returned to the surface, having forgotten his notebook. By the time he descended again, the horrific incident had already transpired. All individuals perished in various gruesome manners, leaving the scene utterly harrowing. The ramifications of this event were profound, and to avoid misleading the public, the news was suppressed. The families of the victims received compensation and were bound by confidentiality agreements. "There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through," Su Bai remarked, expressing his discontent with such a method of concealment. "The professor confided in me about the events that unfolded. 7 lives were lost," Vincent recounted. 4 of them met their demise in ways similar to what you have witnessed today. One was beheaded, with his head cradled in his own arms. Another was disemboweled. And then there was Nai, whose death was perhaps the most peculiar. Is there a more bizarre death than that of old Jean? Su Bai thought, the imagery of blood and flesh stirring a wave of nausea within him. No, her death was not brutal. On the contrary, she bore no external wounds. When she passed, a smile lingered at the corner of her lips, and her body remained intact. Thankfully so, for her parents could find some solace in that. As Vincent spoke, his voice choked with emotion. Even so, it changes nothing. It should have been me who died. It was then that Su Bai and Yuqing discovered that Vincent had once been a dashing young man. Since Nai's demise, he had vowed to uncover the truth behind her death, delving into extensive research on various tombs, which had resulted in his acute myopia, necessitating thick glasses that diminished his former charm. Once again, it's a Ming Dynasty tomb, Yuqing commented. This matter is inextricably linked to the Ming. We must return to the tomb that Nai originally descended into, Su Bai remarked, glancing at Tang Sancheng. Isn't that right, Boss Tang? Indeed, it is inevitable, Tang Sancheng replied. However, you 2 novices must be thoroughly prepared this time. Otherwise, you shan't proceed. Besides Vincent, others will provide you with practical training. The 2 fell into a contemplative silence, recalling the previous blunder that had been exceedingly embarrassing. At that moment, Vincent added, the police concluded that the perpetrator is deceased, and I fear this investigation will yield similar results. The conclusion that the perpetrator is dead implies the police suspect it to be mutual slaughter? Su Bai's mind raced with thoughts. Indeed, the police conducted a thorough investigation at the scene, discovering no traces of anyone other than the 7 individuals present, save for the professor's own fingerprints, who had returned to the surface and had witnesses to corroborate his alibi. The personnel on the ground could attest to this. Upon witnessing the horrific scene below, he promptly alerted the ground staff, clearing him of any suspicion. The most perplexing aspect is that each of the 7 bore the fingerprints and blood of one another, except for Nai, whose blood was not found on anyone else. Nor were there any stains on her. Vincent's expression grew grave. Thus, the police had initially reached a conclusion, considering Nai the prime suspect. How could this be? Given Nai's stature and strength, and the absence of any weapon, it is implausible for her to have inflicted such brutal deaths upon the other 6. Take, for instance, the act of decapitation, without an axe or a heavy blade. It is simply unfeasible. Fortunately, the police shared this skepticism, and the case ultimately remained unresolved due to its bizarre nature, likely lying dormant in the archives. This situation bears a resemblance to our current circumstances, Yuqing remarked. Vincent, what have you uncovered subsequently? The tomb is empty, Vincent replied. Instances of empty tombs are not unheard of. It is quite possible that previous individuals entered and cleared it out, or perhaps it was merely a false tomb. Following that incident, the professor and I returned. Finding no leads, there were no carvings or inscriptions. Without carvings or inscriptions, Yuqing exchanged a glance with Su Bai. This detail bears a striking similarity to the Ming Dynasty tomb we visited. Su Bai sighed, reflecting on the underground world, which defies rational explanation. Where life is as fragile as a feather, leading to frequent separations and losses, an overwhelming weight to bear. As night descended, Vincent hurriedly took his leave. Today's bloody incident undoubtedly intensified his resolve. After bidding farewell to Vincent, the two formally requested to reside in Tang Sancheng's antique shop, which delighted him. For Su Bai, the antique shop represented the safest refuge, and living together would foster their synergy. After informing their respective parents, they packed their belongings and moved into the antique shop. As before, the tea house in the backyard remained off limits, and their comings and goings were restricted to the shop itself. Upon tossing their luggage onto the bed, Su Bai muttered, "Honestly, it's just a tea house. Why the fuss?" They had their own considerations. Suddenly, Yuqing approached Su Bai with a vial in hand. The last time the shadow appeared, although it did not succeed, it may return. This is an upgraded version of Bullseye Tears, effective for 3 months. Apply it now. Moreover, try to minimize your outings at night. During the day, walk in the sunlight. Understood? Received, Su Bai replied, promptly applying the Bullseye Tears, only to see Wei Jing standing behind Yuqing, smiling at him. "When did you sneak out?" Wei Jing responded, "I've longed to emerge. The day you mentioned Nai, I encountered her spirit. She has not reincarnated, but wanders the mortal realm. Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Yuqing remarked, "In this case, I can utilize the method of asking rice to locate her spirit and seek clarity. The practice of asking rice is, in fact, one of the fundamental rituals of Taoism. Some individuals with a superficial understanding exploit it for minor financial gain, while certain village shamans employ soul-calling techniques to converse with the spirits of the deceased. The ritual primarily involves the use of grains of rice, which are harmless to elementary spirits, rendering it a gentler approach. This practice is colloquially known as asking rice and is governed by numerous rules, including 3 prohibitions. First, one must not inquire about close relatives. Second, one must not summon those who died unjustly. And third, one must not question nameless or unidentified souls. Was Nai not considered an unjustly deceased individual? Su Bai felt a tinge of confusion. If she passed away with a smile, I believe it merits a try, Yuqing stated. I shall seek out Brother Tang. Tang Sancheng expressed his support for Yuqing's decision and requested Nai's full name and birth details from Vincent. As night fell, the 3 of them, along with one spirit, gathered in the guest room of the antique shop to commence the ritual of asking rice. Yuqing produced some white rice, its grains pointed and pristine, symbolizing purity and belonging to the element of metal, a representation of the utmost yang, capable of guiding spirits. He also retrieved 2 incense sticks, igniting them and placing them on the desk. With a piece of peach wood in hand, he inscribed the name Nai upon it using a black pen. Su Bai presented paper money, which Yuqing promptly set alight, allowing the ashes to fall upon the peach wood. Spirits of heaven, spirits of earth, spirits of the yin and yang realms, heed our call. This place is not that of another. Oh, the yellow springs, lament not. Guide the lost souls back to their path. Let the spirit soldiers pave the way with rice. By the decree of the Supreme Lord, I implore you." The peach wood began to rise, subsequently bouncing several times, creating a resounding noise upon the table. Su Bai's heart raced, eager to witness more miraculous occurrences. However, unexpectedly, the peach wood leapt a few times before toppling over, lying motionless upon the desk. This was the first time Su Bai had witnessed such a phenomenon, leaving him utterly perplexed. Why has it ceased to jump? Chapter 29. Supernatural events. The situation appeared grim. Tang Sancheng completely disregarded Su Bai's excitement, stating, "It seems Nai is trapped by some force, unable to traverse the path. Yuqing, please try once more." Yuqing nodded, recommencing the incantation. "Through the smoke of incense, I beseech the ancestral spirits to descend and reclaim the wandering souls. Burn the paper money and transform it into wealth. Swift as the rivers and seas. Urgently invoke the divine soldiers and generals, by decree. Spirits, heed my call for rice. Urgently invoke the Supreme Lord, divine soldiers and generals. Heed my call. Urgently, urgently." The peachwood began to leap once more, its rhythm reminiscent of tap dancing, pulsating with cadence. Su Bai remained transfixed, his gaze unwavering upon the dancing wood. Suddenly, the peachwood froze, standing upright rather than falling. "Look," Wei Jie was the first to exclaim, "it has arrived." Indeed, before the desk lay a semi-transparent figure, gradually becoming more defined. Su Bai felt tears streaming down his cheeks, yet he managed to maintain his composure, thanks to previous experiences. The figure initially lay prostrate on the ground before slowly rising to an upright position. It was a young woman, approximately 20 years old, her eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment. Su Bai addressed her, Nai, we are students of Teacher 1. Vincent, do you remember us? Nai cast a glance at Wei Jie and, upon hearing Vincent's name, nodded slightly. She pointed to her mouth and slowly shook her head, prompting Su Bai to realize she cannot speak at this moment. Perhaps she has been ensnared by a silencing spell, Tang Sancheng remarked. Nai waved her hand through the air, as if sketching something intangible. An idea struck Su Bai, who took out a pen and paper to replicate her gestures. Once Nai completed her drawing, her hand fell, and she suddenly offered a bitter smile, her body vibrating like a flickering television screen, gradually becoming translucent. What is happening to her? Su Bai tugged at Yuqing. Quick, help her. Tang Sancheng shook his head. It's futile. Her perseverance in reaching this point is remarkable. She is the only victim who retains a complete form. It remains uncertain whether she was cremated or buried. Is there a difference? Su Bai observed as Nai completely vanished from sight. He reached out, but only encountered empty air. The spirit that had just appeared so vividly had utterly dissipated, gone. A wave of desolation washed over Su Bai. How wonderful it would be to see a cherished person one last time after their passing. Yet, the pain of losing them again would surely be even more profound. Her presence here indicates she harbors no resentment. Let us not forget that this place is ensnared by a celestial net. The more malevolent spirits cannot approach. Tang Sancheng noted. However, she is unable to speak. If someone has deliberately silenced her, they might have tampered with her remains. If she was buried, it would likely involve covering her face with hair and stuffing her mouth with straw. And if she was cremated, Su Bai found himself plunged into an entirely unknown realm. If cremation was involved, then there has been interference with Nai's spirit, which aligns with my notion of a silencing spell. Someone has cast such a spell upon her, preventing her from voicing her thoughts. Yuqing added, clearly, she is constrained by a certain force, the very force established by the one who set the ghostly crossroad. Su Bai, what did Nai draw? Su Bai retrieved his phone. Comparing the mark captured before Lao Wu's demise with the pattern he had just simulated, what Nai wishes to convey aligns with the information left by Lao Wu. Look, it is a hexagon, though the central shape remains ambiguous. However, Su Bai had his own interpretation. Does the center not resemble a wolf's head? Indeed. It bears some resemblance, particularly with those upright ears. Wei Jie shook his head. Wolves and dogs are quite similar. It could just as easily be a dog. This should be a symbol. Using a wolf's head is justifiable, but a dog? Su Bai retorted with irritation. Truly, only a ghost could conceive such a notion. I must disagree. Akin to totems, different tribes possess distinct symbols. You may prefer a wolf, but some may favor a dog, Yuqing asserted. Regardless, this represents a crucial clue shared between Nai and Lao Wu. Tang Sancheng nodded. Well done. It appears you must return to the grave Nai once visited to ascertain whether it is indeed empty. I will arrange training for you. Pay close attention, for your lives depend on it. Training must commence immediately. The other instructor arranged by Tang Sancheng to impart practical experience is none other than the formidable Lei Zi, a master of the ancient tombs, whose extensive knowledge serves as a living textbook. Coupled with Vincent's profound theoretical insights, the duo forms an exceptional teaching partnership. As they formally engage with Lei Zi and Vincent, the latter specializes in history and burial culture, elucidating the diverse burial customs across various regions, which differ based on the deceased's identity and status, as well as geographical distinctions. At that moment, it was as if they had stepped into a grand garden. Their eyes opened to new horizons. Regarding Lei Zi, he primarily instructs them on the common mechanisms found within tomb chambers and methods to confront the undead, specifically the Zongzi. For Yuqing, a practitioner of the Maoshan arts, dealing with the undead poses no challenge. However, Su Bai finds himself in a predicament. Lei Zi graciously presents him with a black donkey hoof, a protective charm for defense. They also receive an introduction to the various sects of tomb raiders and their fundamental skills. As for the old Jin Tu they encountered previously, it was impossible for him to be a member of the Mo Jin Xiaowei. As Su Bai rightly noted, chickens do not scratch for gold during the day. They could not have descended into the tomb under the light of day. The act of lighting candles is a common practice to assess the air quality within the tomb. The old Jin Tu likely had no prior knowledge of the impending rise of the dead. He was merely retreating upon discovering inadequate air supply, fortuitously encountering the resurrection. But Lei Zi, we remained inside for quite some time even after the air was low, Su Bai inquired. What could explain that? Once the excavation of the tomb passage commenced, air gradually flowed in. The influx of air requires a process, during which a brief period of oxygen deficiency occurs underground. The old Jin too and his companions likely intended to temporarily retreat and, once the air replenished, descend again. However, upon noticing that Yuqing possessed Maoshan skills, he likely sought to reap the rewards without effort, only to encounter two novices who had neglected even the basic offerings. Anything can happen beneath the surface, and any creature may exist there, Lazy cautioned. The principles of physics, chemistry, and biology may be upended in their presence. You must possess a strong heart. The two benefited immensely from this revelation. The world of tomb raiding starkly contrasted with their previous understanding, revealing a realm where humanity devours humanity, and even the ancient corpses are voracious predators. Can one not trust their companions? Su Bai pondered. Companions? Lazy replied. In this profession, even masters and apprentices may turn against one another. The term companion should not be taken lightly. Yet, genuine companions do exist in this world, much like the bond one share with Tang Sancheng. Whether you two can forge the strongest of alliances is a conclusion best left for future trials. I have heard my father mention that Brother Tang and you share a bond that intertwines your lives, Yuqing articulated thoughtfully. Did your father ever tell you that? In the beginning, we were at each other's throats? Lazy fixed his gaze upon them. Only through shared experiences of life and death and unwavering support for one another can one truly be deemed a companion. Their curiosity piqued. Su Bai asked, "Who are they?" "You will come to know in due time," Lazy replied. "I am not one to merely speak without action. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you how to wield those tools, as well as some escape methods. If possible, demolition will also be among your lessons." Demolition? Su Bai felt a surge of excitement. "I've always been intrigued by this, concocting gunpowder and such. It's simply fascinating. By the way, Lei Gu, what is your field of study?" Chapter 30, The Thunder Pool Array. Squatting in the graveyard of the university, Lazy chuckled. "Tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, the actual drill will commence. Go to the location I specify, and do not bring any extraneous individuals. There are no excess individuals. But there is an extra ghost," Su Bai murmured. Wei Jie responded with a dull affirmation. "We must certainly go together." Su Bai, hearing him speak, disregarded Lazy's presence and bluntly remarked, "Overly pedantic language is quite undesirable. Could you possibly alter your tone?" A sharp glare from Lazy pierced through the air. "Damn it, when have I ever been pedantic?" The misunderstanding deepened. Su Bai pointed at Wei Jie, who stood in the corner, feeling at a loss for words. Raising his hands in surrender. "Lei Gu, I truly wasn't referring to you. I am aggrieved." Lazy also sensed that Su Bai was not directing his words at him. Furthermore, upon entering the room, he had felt an unusually chilling atmosphere. Previously, he had visited this place without such a sensation, but today it felt particularly eerie. Tang Sancheng had also neglected to inform him that, in addition to the two new individuals, there was an additional ghost present. Lazy shook his shoulders. "All right, we shall meet promptly at 9 tomorrow evening." Before departing, Lazy cast a doubtful glance around their room before hastily exiting. Yuqing was left speechless by Su Bai's brashness. "Do not forget, you are the one who shed tears enriched with additional ingredients. Hence you can see and hear things, yet you should also consider the feelings of others." "Understood. I want to say more, the drill tomorrow night." Su Bai placed a hand on his heart. "I'm genuinely feeling a bit anxious." Yuqing fell silent, picking up the materials on burial culture from the table. It was a last-minute effort. He only hoped to avoid repeating previous blunders. Tomorrow, Vincent would continue his theoretical lessons. In essence, Vincent was to instruct them on identifying the age of ancient tombs and the status of their occupants. Thus, knowledge of various dynasties and their hierarchical systems was within the learning scope. Yuqing found himself at a loss, but observing Su Bai, the eager learner, he realized he might have to rely on him as a textbook in the future. After flipping through several pages, Yuqing found it unbearable and opted to practice talismans instead. "I give up. You just sleep, young man." Su Bai showed no intention of abandoning his studies. He relished this material, for learning was his innate instinct. Yuqing, in turn, truly fell asleep. When he awoke in the early hours, he saw Su Bai deeply asleep at the desk. He casually draped his coat over Su Bai's back before heading off to freshen up. To his surprise, Vincent had already arrived and was engaged in discussion with Tang Sancheng. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Tang Sancheng turned around. "Up so early?" "This is typically when I rise," Yuqing replied. "My father says the morning is suitable for quiet reflection." Vincent was particularly animated today, waving a newspaper in his hand. I told you so. The police have uncovered nothing this time. They claim the perpetrator is a vagrant, moving from place to place, making them difficult to apprehend. This matter has already spread widely. The public is aware. Now they want to use this excuse to evade accountability. How will they explain the murder weapon and the motive? This also conveys an alternative message. Tang Xin remarked, calm yourself. At the very least, it suggests that these two similar incidents are not mere criminal cases, but undoubtedly pertain to supernatural occurrences. Vincent lowered his head, apologizing. I am truly not in the mood to lecture today. Tang Xin did not press him further and watched Vincent depart before turning to Yuqing. What are your thoughts? Yuqing responded. If we assume that spirits have possessed them, everything becomes explicable. Some powerful specters, once they attach themselves to a person, can endow that individual with extraordinary strength. Indeed, this appears to be the sole explanation, Tang Xin concurred. A friend at the police station informed us that no burial items were discovered. At least that jade measuring device has mysteriously vanished, indicating that someone is unwilling for us to uncover those artifacts. I suspect this tempestuous character is linked to the Ming Dynasty tomb. Su Bai, having risen at some point, interjected, moreover, it is highly probable that it is also connected to the mystery of the golden seal in Yuqing's possession. Su Bai remained active, his agile mind analyzing these events. Had old Jean and the others not perished, these clues would not have coalesced. However, the situation is now different. These seemingly disparate elements suddenly align, albeit still vaguely, awaiting a brilliant light to pierce the shadows and reveal the truth. I believe we should focus on the present, Su Bai said. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Despite his insistence on the urgency of the evening's arrival, when Su Bai finally located the site pointed out by Lei Zi, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. It was an abandoned graveyard, long since taken over by new generations, devoid of tombstones and neglected. Perhaps the remains of ancestors lay buried within, their descendants unaware. Some graves had lost their tops, exposing coffins, while remnants lay scattered across the desolate land. As Su Bai heard a creak beneath his feet, he shone his flashlight down, his scalp prickling as he realized he was standing on a small leg bone, crushing a branch beneath it. Raising his head, he observed shadowy figures drifting about, humanoid in shape, yet indistinct in features. Trembling, Su Bai stammered, "Are these the spirits of the graveyard?" Yuqing, unfazed, replied, "No, merely wandering souls." "Brother Lei, where are you?" Su Bai tried to avoid looking at the floating shadows, but upon glancing up, he caught sight of a female ghost perched upon a tree branch and let out a startled cry. "Oh my, if you act like this, you'll be discovered in no time. This is a cemetery, dense with energy, so it is inevitable that there are more wandering souls," Yuqing remarked. "All right, let me first disperse these spirits. These are but pitiable lost souls." Yuqing, unwilling to inflict harm upon them, resolved to guide them away. He retrieved some powdered stone from his backpack and scattered it along the narrow path between the graves. The spirits, as if drawn by an invisible force, began to float along the trail of powder. Su Bai remained motionless, observing as the phantoms dispersed, before finally finding a vantage point at a distance to watch. Yuqing led the spirits to a spot somewhat farther away, producing 28 ancient bronze coins, which he scattered between the phantoms and the graveyard, representing the 28 lunar mansions. The coins symbolized yang energy, forming a barrier of light, thus preventing the specters from approaching the cemetery. As the wandering souls realized they could not draw near, they began to depart in droves. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Once Yuqing returned, the two hurried to seek out Lei Zi, as they had agreed to meet here. Yet, they encountered only apparitions, with no sign of their companion. It was Wei Jie, concealed within the jade, who offered them a timely reminder. "If this is a trial, it is improbable that we shall remain here waiting for you. Surely, we must descend into the tomb today. Have you considered searching for an entrance leading underground?" Thus, the two began to scour the graveyard, and soon discovered a hidden tunnel nestled behind a tree. Lei Zi, being a seasoned veteran, would not easily let them slip away. They produced their tools, a retractable ladder made of lightweight aluminum, convenient for transport. Even without ropes or assistance from above, it would enable them to descend into the tunnel. One after the other, they ventured down the ladder, reaching the bottom, where they stowed it back in the backpack. They donned their headlamps, activating them to survey their surroundings within the tunnel. The tunnel bore distinct footprints, remarkably orderly. Who else could they belong to but themselves? Su Bai felt a surge of excitement. Knowledge truly transformed their perspective. Following the footprints, they advanced for some distance, only to find the traces abruptly vanish, revealing two parallel crypt passages to the left and right. Su Bai glanced around, noting that both passages were shrouded in dust, devoid of any footprints. He felt momentarily perplexed, while Yuqing exhaled, asserting that a living person could not simply vanish into thin air. Chapter 31. Out into the night, Su Bai clutched his head, urging himself to remain calm. Suddenly, he struck his forehead with his palm, exclaiming, "I understand. We should not solely focus on the ground. Look at the height of these passages, 3 or 4 meters. What if we approach from above? By utilizing tools to suspend ourselves in midair, we could traverse the edges of the passage without leaving footprints on the ground." Yuqing lifted his gaze toward the ceiling, finding no suspicious marks above the left passage. Turning to the right, he indeed spotted small holes where sharp instruments had been driven in, evenly spaced apart. Unable to contain himself, he gave Su Bai a congratulatory punch on the arm. "Well done. It seems it is Lei Gu who is truly cunning." Su Bai let out a muffled groan, rising to his feet and swaggering towards the right burial passage. As his foot touched the ground, a sudden crash echoed beneath him, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. A small shadow lunged directly at him. Quick-witted and agile, Yuqing swiftly pushed Su Bai to the ground, just as a short arrow soared over their heads and clattered to the floor. Su Bai's heart constricted in an instant. Had it not been for Yuqing, it was likely that his heart would have been pierced. Yuqing turned to retrieve the arrow, exhaling in relief upon inspection. The arrowhead had been removed. He spoke as he prodded the shaft against Su Bai, which left no mark, nor did it draw blood. It was merely a slender stick. Su Bai's spirits lifted. "Indeed. I believe Lei Gu wishes us to understand that, were this real, our lives would already be forfeit." Yuqing, holding the bare arrow with a grave expression, suddenly remarked, "You need not accompany me into danger. My affliction is of no concern to you. I can face it alone going forward." "Hey, what do you take me for?" Su Bai protested. "Young man, I will not abandon my friends in peril. I cannot betray our bond. We are in this together, remember? Well then, the assessment is not yet concluded. I am eager to see what further traps Lei Gu has set." With this cautionary experience in mind, their movements became increasingly meticulous, eyes scanning every direction and ears attuned to every sound. They dared not let their guard down, and fortunately, no more mechanisms emerged from above or below. In the lengthy burial passage, the only sounds were their footsteps. According to Vincent, the burial passage was an essential component of ancient tomb chambers, essentially serving as a corridor between the chambers, typically situated before the burial chamber itself. Where there was a passage, there must also be a chamber. As they searched for the location of the chamber, they advanced approximately 10 meters, finally coming upon a doorway composed of 2 stone doors, designed to swing open. The doors were adorned with a knocker, known as a pu shell. Just as Yuqing prepared to push, Su Bai shook his head. "This door cannot be opened. It is a self-closing stone." Yuqing recalled Vincent's explanation. The stone slab that secures the door from within is a self-closing stone. To close one door tightly, the other must be lowered into the stone groove at the base. Inside, someone would place the self-closing stone in the center of the groove, leaning it against the half-closed door. The person inside would then withdraw through the gap, pulling the unsealed door tight, causing the self-closing stone to fall beneath the stone ledges of both doors, securing them shut while allowing the person to exit. "Let me handle this," Su Bai said, as he rummaged through his backpack and produced a thick iron wire, bending one end into a large hook. "As long as there is a gap, I can open it. After all, this is merely a matter of physics." Yuqing furrowed his brow. This individual spoke so casually, yet the wisdom of the ancients should never be underestimated. Observing Su Bai's unwavering confidence, he decided to wait and see what would unfold. Su Bai grasped the large hook and inserted it into the crack of the door, twisting it horizontally so that the hooked end extended towards the opposite side. He maneuvered it carefully, and when he felt it touch something solid, a surge of encouragement welled up within him. Maintaining his composure, he persisted in his attempts, ultimately managing to position the hook against the stone slab. He clasped his hands together and exerted force, trying repeatedly to lift the stone block. However, his strength faltered, causing the stone to fall back into place and seal the door shut. Sweat beaded on Su Bai's forehead, cascading down to the ground, while Yuqing could do little to assist, fanning him with his hand to provide some relief. Su Bai lifted his head, exhaling deeply, and continued his efforts. Time slipped away unnoticed, but at last, he succeeded in pushing the stone slab upward. He shouted, "Yu Qing, quickly, push the door." Without hesitation, Yu Qing obliged, and indeed, the door opened just a crack. Su Bai strained with all his might, his entire body erupting with effort. Ah? A glimmer of silver light emanated from the space between Su Bai's neck, leaving no time for further thought as they heard the stone thud onto the ground. Su Bai had triumphed, exhilarated as he rose to his feet. Having squatted for too long, his legs felt numb, and he nearly toppled over again. Well, young man, is this the extent of your 180 IQ? Science does have its merits at times. Seeing him in such a state, Yu Qing felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. All right, I concede, you have my respect in this moment. Su Bai leaned against the door, wiping the sweat from his brow. Brother Lei has a point. Treasure hunting relies not only on tools and experience, but also on intellect and luck. The two entered the tomb chamber with great enthusiasm, only to find it utterly empty. No one and no coffin, just earthen walls. Suddenly, Su Bai's realization struck him as he touched the walls. Goodness, could it be that Brother Lei created this ancient tomb as a test for us? These walls look freshly excavated, yet the outer passageway seems ancient. Is it a blend of old and new? A voice echoed from the entrance. Clever. They turned to see Lei Zi casually leaning against the door, a can of cola in hand. You've managed to handle the stone quite well, showing some promise. The knowledge Vincent imparted regarding inanimate objects has been resourcefully applied. Brother Lei, where were you hiding just now? Su Bai inquired. Further along this passage lies another tunnel leading to the surface. I was just catching my breath up there. Lei Zi's tone was slightly disheartened. I initially thought I would return to rescue you, only to discover you had already entered. Su Bai and Yu Qing still seemed unsatisfied, their expressions revealing their disappointment. Lei Zi, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Time is limited. This passage was previously dug by some petty thieves, likely hoping for fortune. I spent some time creating this chamber. Beyond this, I would be utterly exhausted. Today is merely for you to experience the atmosphere. What do you think?" Su Bai's face fell. Not much at all. What if that arrow is genuine? I would be a mere corpse now. I know how to gauge the situation. As Lei Zi chuckled, he remarked, "Today's practical exercise is merely to instill in you the necessity of being vigilant in the subterranean realm. One must observe all directions and listen intently. The wisdom of the ancients is remarkable, and traps lie in wait at every turn. Heed these 2 words. Be cautious. Now, let us return and rest." The trio emerged from the tunnel, observing from a distance the wandering souls that hovered, yet remained out of reach. Yu Qing approached and collected the 28 ancient bronze coins scattered on the ground. As the light of day faded, the specters hurriedly made their way toward the cemetery. Su Bai, feeling them encroach upon him, was eager to step aside, but the spirit on his right collided with him. A tingling sensation coursed through Su Bai's body as the elder ghost, who appeared to be over 60, passed right through him. Su Bai shivered, prompting Lei Zi to assume he was merely affected by the chill of the night air, urging him to hasten their return. Yu Qing, stifling a laugh, noted that while an ordinary person might feel a ghost's touch as a mere chill, Su Bai's sensitivity was markedly heightened. After bidding Lei Zi farewell, Yu Qing returned to the antique shop. As they approached the intersection, Su Bai caught a glimpse of his mother emerging from an alleyway. He quickened his pace, exclaiming, "Mom, what brings you here?" "I'm just here to check on you. It's been a few days, and you haven't come home," Bai Ling replied, playfully pinching Su Bai's nose. This gesture left him feeling quite embarrassed, his face flushing. "Mom, how many times must I ask you to give me some dignity when I'm out? Please don't do that." Bai Ling smiled broadly at the 2 young men. "Your father has prepared some food for you. I've left it in your room. Make sure you eat it while it's hot, all right? It's getting late, so I shall head back now." Yu Qing knew she was Su Bai's mother, but had forgotten her name. She stood awkwardly aside, her heart warmed by the interaction between mother and son. Bai Ling, not intending to linger, exchanged a few words before slipping into a taxi to return home. Su Bai felt a twinge of curiosity. He recalled that his mother had never been out this late before. Perhaps it was due to the days without seeing him that prompted her to deviate from her usual habits. Once inside the taxi, Bai Ling's expression grew dim. Sitting in the front passenger seat was Tang Sancheng. "Were we nearly discovered?" he inquired. "I never venture out after 10 at night," Bai Ling stated. Though Su Bai possesses a high intellect, he is rather oblivious. I doubt he would connect the dots. "As for you, where are you headed now?" Since it's on the way, I suppose I can accompany you for a stretch, Tang Sancheng replied with a chuckle. Have you thought about how you'll explain your late-night escapade to your husband? Bai Ling smirked, casting him an exasperated glance. You needn't concern yourself with that. Before leaving, Bai Ling had added something to Su Bai's bedtime milk. He should be in a deep sleep now, oblivious to his surroundings. The taxi driver, eavesdropping on their conversation, scratched his head in confusion. Noticing the significant age difference between the two, he wondered if they were engaged in a May-December romance. The young man's taste seemed rather unconventional. After all, the woman was at least 20 years his senior. Yet, she was undeniably beautiful. In her youth, she must have been a stunning beauty. After alighting from the taxi, Bai Ling exhaled softly, treading lightly as she returned home. Upon entering the bedroom, she found Su Dahuang in a deep slumber, his heavy breathing a testament to his weight. Noticing that he had extended both arms beyond the blanket, she gently tucked his hands back beneath it before lying down herself, feigning that she had never stepped out. This subtle movement did not escape Su Dahuang's notice. As a culinary genius, he possessed a remarkable sensitivity to flavors. A mere excess of an ingredient could alter the taste of milk entirely, creating an entirely different experience. It was the third time his wife had slipped a sleeping pill into his milk, and he had never called her out on it. Today, she had claimed to be visiting their son, leaving him with a few dishes and a soup. Yet this was not her first nocturnal excursion. Rather, it was the third, this time merely cloaked under the guise of their son. Having sensed his wife covering him with the blanket, he was convinced that she had not grown distant. Yet he was certain she was concealing something from him. Even their son had become increasingly enigmatic since taking a job at the antique shop, creating an apparent chasm between him and his family. Meanwhile, Su Bai and Yuqing returned to the guest room of the antique shop. Upon entering, they were greeted by an enticing aroma. Kung Pao chicken, 3 delicacies, steamed base, and soup. Su Bai inhaled deeply, ribs with corn. Today, fortune smiled upon them. His mother had thoughtfully prepared a meal for 2. After a night of exertion, they were famished, and this was indeed a timely blessing. Without hesitation, they began to eat. This was Yuqing's second experience with Su Bai's father's cooking, and he couldn't help but exclaim, the same dish, but prepared by different hands, yields a different result. Su Bai, your father is truly remarkable. It must be this talent that won your mother's heart. His words carried a hint of jest, prompting Su Bai to set down his bowl. What do you mean by that? I'm merely expressing my curiosity. While I may not recall their names, their appearances are etched in my memory. Your mother is stunning. Your father, though not unattractive, is certainly not handsome. From an outward perspective, they don't seem to match at all. The only explanation for their union must be your father's culinary prowess, Yuqing stated candidly. Otherwise, why would a beautiful woman of exceptional grace choose to marry an unremarkable chef? Su Bai, who prided himself on an IQ of 180, found himself momentarily stumped by this query. Since his earliest memories, his family had existed in a state of blissful togetherness, filled with laughter and joy, seemingly devoid of any troubles. Do people need a reason to be together? Like you and me, we had never met before, yet now we are companions. Not quite companions yet, Yuqing retorted with a hint of annoyance. Lei Ge mentioned that we must share life and death. For now, we are merely partners. Wanting to share life and death? Surely, there will be ample opportunity for that, Su Bai replied. After a week of training, they had transformed from novices into skilled practitioners. Although their mastery over the volatile elements remained lacking, such skills are honed through practice. As the adage goes, the master teaches the way, but the journey of cultivation is personal. Now, they were ready to embark on a bold endeavor. Venturing into the Ming Dynasty tomb where Nai he had once met with misfortune. In those years, the peculiar events that transpired in that location, coupled with the appearance of an empty tomb, deterred anyone from pursuing it further. The two individuals retained their previous credentials as a precautionary measure. This time, compared to their last venture, they were equipped with a significantly enhanced array of professional gear, all meticulously prepared by Lei Zi. They had already become adept at utilizing the various tools through practical application, exuding a newfound confidence and steadiness. The Ming Dynasty tomb was situated in Jiading, and the journey from Beijing to Jiading consumed considerable time. Seizing the opportunity during their travels, they continuously reviewed the knowledge they had previously acquired. Both appeared youthful and handsome, resembling students. On the train, they were occasionally approached by young women, and while Su Bai was inclined to engage in conversation, Yuqing maintained an impassive demeanor. seemingly disapproving and inadvertently dissuading the women from further attempts at interaction. Su Bai nudged Yuqing, saying, even if you cannot recall their names, at least offer a smile for their commendable appearance. I am not here to entertain. If you wish to smile, you may do so yourself, Yuqing retorted, remarkably resolute. Su Bai, feeling exasperated, reclined back to rest, awaiting their arrival at the destination. After a rather tedious journey, they finally stood before the tomb. In fact, they had arrived in the afternoon but chose to stealthily approach the ancient tomb at night to enhance the thrill of their venture. The nocturnal setting intensified their sense of exploration. Having been previously excavated, the covering of the tomb had already been removed. Under the pale glow of the moon and stars, the interior appeared desolate. The tomb chamber stood approximately 3 meters high, constructed entirely of stone rather than the traditional bricks of the Ming era. There was only a single chamber. Su Bai remarked, it appears vacant at first glance, but let us descend and investigate. There seems to be a corner ahead. Without further ado, they cautiously surveyed their surroundings for any onlookers and retrieved a collapsible ladder to descend, one after the other. After stowing the ladder, they proceeded towards the corner. If all went according to expectation, it should lead to a burial passage. As they approached, they were astonished to discover that it was another chamber, closely adjoining the first, yet devoid of any door, an unusual structure for a tomb. How peculiar, Su Bai mused. As they entered the adjoining chamber, a heavy scent enveloped them, reminiscent of past bloodshed. It was evident that no one had come to cleanse this place, as the stone walls bore mottled stains of crimson. The thought of Vincent's anguished expression and the fate of the vibrant young woman who perished here struck Su Bai, causing a wave of emotion. He quickly inhaled, pondering, is there something amiss here? Yes, Yuqing replied. I sense a faint breeze emanating from below, right here. He pointed to the right side of the chamber's stone wall, then dropped to the ground, feeling the base of the wall with his hands. I am certain there is additional space concealed here, which is why the air is stirring. Can you explain this phenomenon with your physics knowledge? Certainly. The existence of air is indeed remarkable, Su Bai responded as he approached the stone wall, suspecting a mechanism might be hidden within. Following Lei Zi's instructions, he meticulously examined the structure but found nothing. A momentary sense of frustration washed over him as he realized the disparity between theory and practice. It seems we are indeed novices. Chapter 33. Stagnation. Su Bai abruptly sank to the ground, the texture beneath him igniting a spark of realization. While he had been fixated on the wall, he had neglected to consider the floor. The uneven sensation he had just experienced was indeed significant. Rising to his feet, he began to explore the ground with his hands and soon encountered a slightly protruding stone slab. He pressed down firmly, but the anticipated sound did not resonate. With a sigh of disappointment, he exclaimed, "Ah?" Yuqing, ever observant, spotted another stone slab that also jutted out slightly. There's another one. The two seemed to share an unspoken understanding, pressing down simultaneously. The stone wall parted in the middle, revealing a dimly lit space within. They both leaped up, eager to enter, but recalling Lei Zi's advice to proceed with caution, they picked up a small stone and tossed it inside. The stone rolled in, and after a 5-second pause without any unusual occurrence, they finally felt at ease to enter. Switching on their flashlight, they discovered a fire pit and flints situated on the wall. Su Bai ignited the fire pit, and as the flames flickered to life, the stone wall slammed shut with a resounding thud. Goodness, you startled me. What are you doing, young man? Su Bai turned to see Yuqing gazing intently at the wall, where the Big Dipper was etched. The Big Dipper, Su Bai mused. It seems to hold special significance in geomancy, does it not? It comprises the 7 stars, Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. The ancients envisioned these stars as resembling the shape of a wine ladle. Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, and Tianquan formed the body of the ladle, known in antiquity as Kuei, while Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang constitute the handle, referred to as Xiao. Yuqing remarked, each star possesses its own unique meaning. Those 7 coffins represent 7 individuals, and the Big Dipper also signifies 7. Could there be a connection? Identifying oneself with the stars is not out of the realm of possibility, Su Bai replied. However, the 2 tombs are quite distant from each other, one in central Shaanxi and the other in Jiading. Beyond the number 7, I cannot discern any related elements. 2 tragic incidents with identical causes, Yuqing stated flatly. Su Bai, however, was lost in thought, staring vacantly at the door on the stone wall. The door was unlatched and completely sealed. How would they manage to open it? His hand rested on the door, which felt warm to the touch, slightly warmer than the adjacent stone wall. A grin spread across his face. Young man, there must be something peculiar behind this door. Please assist me. He placed his backpack on the ground and retrieved some tools, a drill bit and a hammer, choosing a spot on the door at random. He positioned the drill bit and gestured for Yuqing to hold it steady while he raised the hammer to strike down. The drill bit penetrated the door, gradually creating a small hole, from which warm air began to escape with a hissing sound. What is happening? Yuqing marveled at the phenomenon, and upon pushing the door again, it surprisingly yielded a few inches. The pressure differential, Su Bai explained. The temperature inside has increased by 2 to 3 degrees, creating a higher pressure than outside. This is why no matter how hard we push, it remains shut. When I touched the door and noticed its elevated temperature, I contemplated this possibility. Actually, opening it is rather simple. A pressure differential can only form in a sealed environment. We merely need to release a bit of air. Soberly, Su Bai gazed at Yuqing, proclaiming, "Young man, behold the power of science." Together, they pushed open the door, only to be greeted by the sudden collapse of a skeletal figure that tumbled towards Su Bai, its bony hand landing squarely upon his shoulder, fingers snagging on his clothing. With a forceful shove, Su Bai created 2 unsightly tears in his garment, causing the remains to topple backward and scatter across the floor. Skull and ribs dislodged from one another. Turning, Su Bai collided with Yuqing, exclaiming, "Goodness! What is there to fear from a mere skeleton?" Yuqing sharply smacked Su Bai, insisting, "Look closely. It is just a skeleton, no different from the specimens at the medical school." "How can you say it's the same?" Su Bai retorted, regaining his composure. "Do the specimens at the medical school wear clothing?" Indeed. The remains sprawled on the ground were still adorned with tattered fabric remnants, with additional scraps clinging to the door's back. The skeleton had likely been leaning against the wall, and upon the door's opening, it should have fallen backward. Perhaps the adhesive quality of the fabric against the door had caused the remains to lurch towards Su Bai, resulting in their unceremonious encounter. Crouching down, Su Bai donned gloves and began to manipulate the fabric fragments, piecing them together while examining the joints and pelvic region of the skeleton. The joints were robust, the pelvis underdeveloped, unmistakably indicating a male. His demise here was undoubtedly orchestrated by another, albeit in a standing position, an oddity indeed. In contrast to Su Bai, Yuqing remained unfazed by the cadaver. His attention was captivated by the immense image of the Big Dipper adorning the wall. This design almost entirely enveloped the wall, each star shimmering with a radiant glow. Earlier, Su Bai had mentioned the presence of warm air, suggesting a temperature disparity, which indeed emanated from this wall. The 7 stars were, in fact, 7 stones, each akin to jade and still warm to the touch. As Yuqing moved to withdraw his hand, a sudden vibration reverberated through his head, plunging him into darkness, feeling as though his hand was irrevocably glued to the stone. Upon noticing Yuqing's predicament, Su Bai hastily abandoned the skeleton and rushed to grasp Yuqing's arm, attempting to pull him away. This effort proved futile, as Su Bai observed Yuqing's hand nearing an adhesion with the stone. Alarmed, a gleam of silver flashed in his throat. The sight of this silver light filled Yuqing with dread, yet Su Bai's grip intensified, forcibly separating Yuqing's hand from the stone. Both tumbled to the ground, yet Su Bai appeared oblivious to the silver gleam at his throat. "What are these stones? They seem to be drawing you in. Much like the golden seal on the back of your hand," he mused. Yuqing nearly voiced his thoughts, but swallowed them back, his gaze drawn to the Bodhi necklace adorning Su Bai's neck. He gulped, stating, "Strange indeed, just moments ago. It felt as though I were being pulled into the wall, my mind clouding." The wall was warm, indicating a potential heat source behind it. Rising to his feet, Su Bai patted off his trousers, pressing his ear against the wall to listen intently. He discerned the sound of water, likely a hot spring. The world beyond the wall ignited a yearning in Su Bai's heart. This tomb chamber, devoid of coffins and accompanying burial goods, was ingeniously designed. The use of air pressure differentials to seal the tomb door was remarkably clever. Su Bai held the designer of this tomb in high regard. Channeling hot spring water to create a temperature gradient that induces a closed space via air pressure differences was nothing short of genius. If this truly were a tomb from the Ming dynasty, its architect would have been exceptional. Yet, no matter how brilliant, a genius remains a mere corpse, Yuqing remarked. You just said it was a design from the Ming dynasty. For a moment, they were both silent. The tomb chamber appeared unremarkable. Yet how had he and his companions violated some taboo to meet such a tragic end? Su Bai's gaze fell upon the lifeless body on the ground. Its presence in this secret chamber suggested two possibilities. Either someone had confined him to death, or he had, for some unknown reason, stumbled into this sealed tomb just before it was completed, ultimately finding himself unable to escape. The tomb was impeccably clean, not a single stone in sight, rendering the task of opening the door with bare hands nearly impossible. As Su Bai approached the door's back, he discovered numerous scratches on its surface, evidence that this individual had indeed struggled. Regrettably, it had led to a fatal outcome. The body was found standing, and remnants of fabric clung to the door, likely from the deceased's clothing. Given the height, it seemed he had remained upright after death. This doesn't make sense, Su Bai mused. What are you talking about? The youth inquired. Do you know? Rigor mortis begins at the jaw, then progresses to the upper limbs and lower limbs. Approximately 12 hours later, rigidity peaks, and thereafter it softens in the same order, with joints beginning to bend. At that point, the body will slump down, ultimately resting on the ground. Su Bai stated thus. This individual maintained a standing position even after rigor mortis set in, which is utterly illogical. Chapter 34. The novelist. Yet another extraordinary event unfolded. Yu Qing suddenly erupted in frustration. I'm fed up. What is the connection between these occurrences? As he shouted, he hurled his backpack to the ground and paced the tomb chamber, hands clasped around his head, agitated like a caged beast. Su Bai found this behavior peculiar. He had known Yu Qing for a short time and could discern that he was a person of considerable patience, often expressionless, rarely revealing such raw emotions. Yu Qing, Su Bai called, approaching him. Calm down. Yu Qing lifted his head, eyes flashing with ferocity, but upon meeting Su Bai's gaze, the intensity faded. He suddenly settled cross-legged on the ground, murmuring incantations. Supreme star of the Tai, adapt without cease. Exorcise evil and bind spirits, safeguard life and body. Wisdom clear, heart and mind serene. 3 souls eternal, the spirit never lost. Swiftly, as commanded, Su Bai was bewildered by Yu Qing's actions and stepped aside, anxiously awaiting the outcome. After what felt like an eternity, Yu Qing finally opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. Hey, what was that all about? Su Bai scratched his head, perplexed. You suddenly went wild. You haven't been possessed, have you? Close enough. Yu Qing wiped his face. After separating from that stone, I felt an overwhelming agitation, as if a fire was raging within my chest. Fortunately, your reminder to remain calm helped. The calming incantation has restored my composure. I feel much better now. Young man, you just looked as though you were about to commit murder, Su Bai remarked, patting his chest. Ultimately, our greatest discovery here is this secret chamber and this corpse. Yu Qing responded, it seems we still have no leads. As the two hesitated, a series of loud thuds echoed from behind the 7-star wall, resembling someone forcefully striking the barrier. They exchanged bewildered glances, and Su Bai tapped his head. Perhaps it's just my imagination? Yu Qing, with utmost seriousness, shook his head. No, it appears someone is indeed chiseling through the wall. In an instant, the sounds grew more intense, and the wall began to tremble, indicating that whoever was on the other side was close to breaking through. Su Bai had previously speculated that there was a hot spring beyond, which meant that the intruder was likely working in the water. Yu Qing hastily picked up the backpack from the ground. Let us go, we must leave. Yet, it was already too late. With a deafening crash, stones erupted, and water surged violently into the chamber. The two were swept away, their bodies floating helplessly. Su Bai, though not a strong swimmer, had long limbs that kept him afloat, allowing him to breathe. However, when he glanced around, he realized Yu Qing was nowhere to be seen. A surge of panic gripped Su Bai, and without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the warm water. The murky depths obscured his vision, and the corpse was swept about, scattering further. A bone floated close to him, but he paid it no heed as he searched for Yu Qing. Suddenly, a hand grasped him, and he felt a glimmer of hope, thinking it was Yu Qing. However, upon surfacing, he found himself face to face with a girl. They stared at each other in silence. The girl had a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, her skin taut and smooth. Her short hair brushed against her ears, and a small earring on her right ear swayed gently. Her piercing eyes sparkled with a knowing glint as she regarded Su Bai with a bemused expression. A tiny mole at the corner of her mouth became momentarily hidden when she spoke. It appears I've become someone's savior. Savior? Su Bai felt as if struck by lightning. Hey, I was the one trying to rescue someone. You acted on your own accord and pulled me up, thereby preventing me from saving Yuqing, who is still down there. Just as he prepared to dive back into the water, Yuqing's head broke the surface. Gasping for air, Su Bai rushed towards him. Are you all right? Are you okay? Yuqing was not a poor swimmer. When the water inundated the area, he had managed to control his ascent. Yet at that moment, he caught sight of a water ghost advancing towards Su Bai. The presence of a water ghost was not unexpected. Where there is water, there are water ghosts. Those who had drowned, whether by suicide or accident, linger in such places, transformed into water ghosts, patiently awaiting their next victim. They might entice people to drown, taking on various forms to draw them near, then dragging them into the depths to perish. Some more powerful water ghosts could force individuals to drown, using them as substitutes for their own rebirth. The water ghost must have waited for an eternity. This hot spring lay hidden beneath the earth, seldom graced by visitors. Seeking a substitute was no simple endeavor. Now, having encountered a living being, it could hardly contain its excitement. The water ghost's complexion was ashen, its figure elongated, and patches of green fuzz adorned its visage. Its eyes flickered with an eerie emerald glow. Without the need to move its limbs, it surged towards Su Bai like a torpedo. Yuqing would not allow such chaos to unfold before him. Without hesitation, he plunged into the water, swimming directly towards the water ghost. With one hand propelling him forward, the other delved into his backpack, retrieving a pinch of vermilion powder. Grasping the water ghost's foot, he swiftly sprinkled the powder upon it. Vermilion, a sacred substance for warding off malevolent spirits, caught the water ghost unawares as it was focused on pursuing Su Bai. With a cry of anguish, it turned to attack Yuqing. This water ghost was no ordinary specter. It thrived in water, drawing its power from it. With a flick of its hand, it summoned the water to form a spear aimed at Yuqing's heart. Observing the imminent danger, Yuqing sank deeper, evading the watery projectile. Seizing the moment, he bit into his fingertip, allowing his blood to flow in the direction of the water ghost. Bound by the blood, the ghost hesitated to approach. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yuqing invoked a spell. North Emperor, grant me paper, inscribed symbols to banish this malevolent spirit. Should any dare to defy, return them to Fengdu City, swift as the law commands. The water ghost let out a wail before vanishing beneath the surface, its presence erased. Yuqing had given it a chance. The ghost's quest for a substitute would be in vain. Otherwise, the incantation would have obliterated it, leaving no hope of a return to humanity. Having dealt with the specter, Yuqing resurfaced to find Su Bai rushing towards him. Are you all right, young man? I'm still alive, he replied. As he passed Su Bai, Yuqing noticed a strikingly beautiful woman approaching. Surely, she is the one responsible for all this mischief? Who else could it be? Su Bai retorted, vexed. It is a stroke of luck that we are both alive. Do not speak so harshly. The woman chimed in as she swam closer. We are all comrades, are we not? Why must there be such distance between us? Besides, did I not lend you a hand? Comrades. Su Bai was about to inquire further about her origins when suddenly, the water level surged. Follow me, the woman commanded. Having learned from their previous encounter with the elderly Jean, Su Bai and Yuqing were hesitant to trust her easily. The woman, oblivious to their suspicions, reached out to pull Su Bai along. This is a lower water level. It will only rise further. We should head that way, she insisted. I concur, Su Bai responded, exchanging glances with Yuqing. After all, she was just one person. While they were two men, there was no reason to fear her. Thus, they followed the woman as she led them towards the wall. Behind the wall lay the lower section of the hot spring, which previously had only a small opening for the water to seep through. Thanks to this woman, a gaping chasm had formed, resulting in the recent deluge. The enchanting woman intended to venture to the right side of the hot spring's depths, where the terrain was elevated enough to evade the water's tumult. The three nestled in that corner, simultaneously exhaling a sigh of relief, having reached a place of safety. Upon observing her from a close distance, Su Bai found the woman strikingly familiar, as if he had encountered her before. Noticing his rapt attention, Yuqing gave him a gentle kick, jolting Su Bai back to reality. Suddenly, he smacked his thigh in realization. Ah, you are that renowned overseas beauty writer. Cui Ying, celebrated for her exquisite and vivid prose, had penned 3 novels set against the backdrop of the Republic of China, all revolving around tomb raiding. Her works had once soared to the top 5 on Amazon. published in 4 languages: English, Chinese, Japanese, and Korean. Due to their remarkable realism, rumors circulated that Cui Ying had a seasoned mentor who had once been a tomb raider himself. Ultimately, such conjectures were dismissed as mere gossip. Yet they did nothing to diminish the popularity of her novels. Rather, they seemed to bolster it. Logically, she ought to be in America at this time. Chapter 35, Tomb Above Tomb. Just call me Jing Jing, Cui Ying stated, unreservedly revealing her identity. In such a setting, wouldn't it be rather embarrassing to disclose my real name? A distinguished novelist, engaging in tomb raiding? Su Bai chuckled, bemused. So your esteemed mentor is none other than yourself? Partly, Cui Ying replied. This predicament is of my own making, and I have no intention of watching you all perish. Even if you were to disseminate this matter, I wouldn't mind. After all, it would mean I could no longer enjoy your novels. Rest assured, with my IQ of 180, I would never commit such a foolish act, Su Bai assured her. Yu Qing, unacquainted with novels, naturally knew nothing of Cui Ying. With too many names in literature, he found it impossible to indulge in reading as a pastime. He merely questioned whether this Cui Ying was truly the novelist in question. Su Bai appeared to have faith in her authenticity. Noticing Yu Qing's skeptical gaze, Cui Ying, a true representative of the overseas elite, confidently produced her passport. Like Su Bai and the others, she clearly exhibited signs of training. Her identification was securely encased in a waterproof pouch, her backpack also equipped with a waterproof layer. The name on the passport was indeed Cui Ying, and her appearance mirrored that of the woman before them, her wheat-colored skin unmistakably genuine. Yu Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. I believe you. How did you come to be here, and why immerse yourself in the hot spring? If you seek inspiration, one would expect you to delve into a tomb. Su Bai seized the opportunity to inquire incessantly. Furthermore, aren't you afraid of being apprehended? And what about you? She countered, showcasing the keen logic befitting a distinguished author. With a touch of age and wisdom, she swiftly turned the tables. Are you two merely here for leisure? Or are you not colleagues in this endeavor? Su Bai hesitated, uncertain whether her reference to colleagues pertained to novel writing or tomb raiding, and thus refrained from responding. Yu Qing, however, remained composed, producing the credentials prepared by Tang San. I believe we are not colleagues. Archaeological researchers? Cui Ying expressed her astonishment. But you both are barely in your 20s. So young? I entered university at the age of 16, Su Bai pointed to his head. It's unavoidable with an IQ of 180. Thus, I have advanced ahead of others. This ancient tomb was once the focus of significant research, though unfortunately, it could not continue for various reasons. Is it due to that bizarre death incident? Cui Ying blurted out, leaving Su Bai astonished. Just how much does this person know? Although she is in America, she seems to be a veritable treasure trove of information. Su Bai felt an intense curiosity towards this novelist. Do not forget, I write tomb raiding novels, Cui Ying remarked. Without a robust information repository, one cannot succeed. Yu Qing cast a glance at Cui Ying's backpack and noticed a tightly wrapped object. As Cui Ying returned her passport, she instinctively touched that object, arousing Yu Qing's suspicions further. Perhaps Cui Ying had not lied about her identity. But was her sole reason for being here merely to seek material? Meanwhile, the hot spring had been completely drained, the tomb that had once claimed lives thoroughly filled in. Su Bai sighed. What a pity. We have discovered nothing, and we will have no way to explain upon our return. Yu Qing exhaled, taking out her phone from the waterproof bag. It was now 3 in the morning. Su Bai clutched his stomach, which was grumbling after their earlier exertions. Cui Ying, now 27 years old, had unexpectedly taken on the role of the elder sister among the 3. She boldly proclaimed, I have some food here. If you are not afraid of me poisoning it, you may share. How about it, esteemed archaeologists? Fine. Yu Qing, shedding her earlier caution, readily agreed. Cui Ying rummaged through her backpack for food. Yu Qing glanced around and swiftly picked up a small, elongated stone, tucking it into her embrace. Su Bai observed, about to inquire, but Yu Qing shook her head, prompting him to suppress his curiosity. Cui Ying opened her backpack and retrieved a package of food. Suddenly, Yu Qing exclaimed, Water monkeys? At the mention of water monkeys, Cui Ying, driven by her professional instincts, immediately turned to look. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Qing quickly exchanged the stone from her pocket with the contents of the paper package. Inside that package was a wooden box, and Yu Qing's movements were remarkably swift. By the time Cui Ying turned back, Yu Qing had already concealed the box in her backpack, feigning nonchalance. Cui Ying was exceedingly intrigued by water monkeys. Humanoid creatures said to be covered in fur, resembling monkeys, subsisting on fish, and having a penchant for blood, especially that of humans, which they preferred to extract from the heels. These beings possessed immense strength underwater, but became feeble on land. They emitted gases capable of inducing hallucinations, allowing them to act freely beneath the surface. Chueying had only perused materials regarding water monkeys and had never seen one in person. Her curiosity piqued. She turned back without hesitation upon hearing the term water monkeys, only to see the gently rippling hot spring water. She immediately asked, "Where did the water monkeys come from?" Yu Qing, unflustered, replied calmly, "Perhaps I misread. It was likely a water ghost. Such creatures typically appear beneath rivers," Su Bai interjected. "The hot springs' waters are not conducive to their existence. I have heard of them. Water monkeys are known as kappa in Japan. The kappa of today in Japan are believed to have migrated from the water monkeys of the Qin dynasty. It is said that during the Qin dynasty in China, a multitude of water monkeys inhabited the upper reaches of the Yellow River. Numerous young maidens who washed clothes by the river suddenly vanished, and some children were abducted while frolicking in the water. As the situation escalated, a relentless extermination order was issued against the water monkeys, leading to their mass slaughter. In a desperate bid for survival, the water monkeys were compelled to vacate the Yellow River basin and sought refuge in Japan, where they became known as kappa. In summary, young man, you have deceived us. Su Bai, oblivious to Yu Qing's earlier actions, earnestly seized upon Yu Qing's Achilles heel. You are a professional, after all. Today, Yu Qing feigned standing up and inadvertently kicked Su Bai. Enough of your nonsense. We either leave now, or you remain here alone. Su Bai, seizing the moment, pushed him, causing Yu Qing to collide with the wall, which elicited a sharp pain. Upon glancing back, Yu Qing noticed that his impact had dislodged some mud from the wall, revealing a brick wall beneath. Another tomb? Chueying exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Could it be a tomb atop another tomb? The term tomb atop tomb refers to a situation where a previous burial site has been superseded by a later one, indicating that this location was indeed valued for its auspicious geomantic qualities, attracting the attention of many ancient individuals for their burials. As a novelist, she relished such intricate developments, her exhilaration causing her to overlook the contents of her bag. Hastily, she hoisted her backpack and approached the wall, eager to peel away the layer of mud. This action brought a sigh of relief to Yu Qing. The trio worked together to strip away the mud, exposing the underlying blue brick wall. Su Bai and Yu Qing exchanged a knowing glance. Since this tomb was adjacent to the previous one, they decided to explore further, hoping for unexpected discoveries. They promptly retrieved their tools and began to carve a sizable opening in the blue brick wall. Noticing that the two men had no intention of retreating, Chueying smiled faintly, appreciating that having two men laboring was preferable to her solitary efforts. The three successfully breached the blue brick wall and shone their flashlights inside, illuminating the blue bricks laid on the ground. Su Bai gasped in astonishment. "Hey, young man, these are intricately carved patterned bricks. It's highly likely from the Song dynasty," Yu Qing exclaimed. Chueying, somewhat surprised, noted the youthful age of the two men, yet acknowledged their expertise. Indeed, these are carved bricks from the Song dynasty. Chapter 36. Consecration. The trio squeezed through the brick wall and immediately beheld a brick coffin bed and a wooden coffin. This was clearly the main burial chamber. Between the brick wall and the wooden coffin lay some filling material, gelatinous yellow-green and black, reminiscent of rosin, approximately 10 centimeters thick, serving as a layer for preservation and waterproofing. The occupant of this tomb was evidently a person of social standing. Su Bai had not anticipated that the theoretical knowledge he had acquired would prove so applicable, manifesting in a manner that led to conclusions. Yu Qing, somewhat astonished, reflected on their shared training. Despite his diligent efforts to assimilate that theoretical knowledge, he found it paled in comparison to Su Bai's level of understanding. Truly, an intellect of 180 was now evident. Su Bai was quite pleased. While Chueying stood before the coffin, a strange smile playing on her lips. Silently, she retrieved a spray from her pocket. Yu Qing, quick on his feet, suddenly stepped forward and restrained her right hand, countering her move. "I have long sensed something amiss with you. Are you truly just a novelist? What is this?" Su Bai approached and seized the spray from Chueying's hand, noticing the extensive English text on it. "Fortunately, I passed my level 6 English, my dear. This substance is a hallucinogen." Yu Qing had been wary of her, and Chueying found no surprise in this. Her discomfort with Yu Qing had been palpable since earlier. Yet Su Bai, who had just moments ago appeared as an innocent youth, full of admiration for her, now seemed transformed, as if he were an entirely different person. Experience is the best teacher, Su Bai remarked, pointing at his head. I cannot forgive myself for making the same mistake twice. Brother Lei had once advised not to too hastily label someone as either an enemy or a friend, a lesson Su Bai held close to heart. He had merely been playing along with Cui Ying, and in terms of acting, he believed he surpassed Yu Qing. Yu Qing let out a cold laugh. Miss, I have a name. Cui Ying retorted, call me Cui Ying. It was only then that Su Bai realized Cui Ying was of equal height to him. He glanced at Yu Qing, silently inquiring about what to do with this woman. Suddenly, Yu Qing leaned close to Cui Ying's ear, whispering, I'm sorry. Before Su Bai could discern Yu Qing's actions, Cui Ying's body slumped, and Yu Qing dragged her aside. Noticing the chill in the tomb, he removed his coat and draped it over her. This is as merciful as I can be. You do seem to have a soft spot for her. Su Bai remarked with irritation. What did you take from her just now? That can wait until we exit, Yu Qing responded. Let us first explore this place. She will regain consciousness in about 40 minutes at most. Is that so? Su Bai held the hallucinogen. With a single press, this can induce unconsciousness. 2 presses may bring about hallucinations. A small spray should suffice. Hey, watch the dosage. Be careful not to cause a fatality, Yu Qing cautioned. A hint of apprehension in his tone. Rest assured, leave it to me. Su Bai covered his mouth and nose with one hand while pressing down the spray with the other, applying it to Cui Ying's face. He quickly stood up. All set. This substance is remarkable. You might not even find it available for purchase in our country. I shall take it for now, Miss Cui. Thank you. Once Cui Ying was settled, the two began to explore the tomb. In a brief span, they had thoroughly acquainted themselves with the surroundings. This was a couple's joint burial tomb from the Song dynasty, with an outer stone chamber and the inner brick chamber housing a wooden coffin. Wooden wedges were placed on either side of the coffin to secure it. This was the burial site of a couple from a wealthy and influential family, devoid of any specific traps or the poisonous dangers they had imagined. The crux of the matter lies within the wooden coffin, where the two individuals, having activated the mechanism, opened the casket while donning gloves to avoid any contact with the corpse's fluids. In harmony with the specifications of the tomb, the accompanying artifacts were not scant. The female interred possessed numerous silver adornments. Among them was a delicately crafted rhombus-shaped hollow pendant, along with a pair of silver armlets, approximately several dozen centimeters in length, faintly etched with patterns, spiraling into 15 loops. To remove them, Su Bai exerted considerable effort, meticulously taking them off while wearing gloves. Regrettably, upon exposure to air, these silver ornaments oxidized instantly, developing a darkened patina, which elicited an exclamation of disappointment from Su Bai. Yu Qing urged Su Bai to hasten, while she stowed away a hairpin and the pendant into her backpack, also collecting a few smaller lacquered items. With these treasures in hand, the duo did not linger further. They made their way back out to the base of the hot spring, where the water had entirely seeped into the Ming Dynasty tomb below. They ascended into the hot spring, knowing that there must be a passageway since Cui Ying had descended from there. Indeed, above the hot spring, a tunnel leading to the surface was uncovered. The two retrieved a collapsible ladder and descended to the ground level, first pausing to listen for any sounds above. Hearing none, they cautiously emerged. After a night of exertion, both were thoroughly disheveled, their hair and clothing in disarray. They quickly sought a nearby water source to wash their hair and bodies, changed into clean garments, and hurriedly departed the site. Hey, young man, let us quickly purchase our tickets and make our escape, Su Bai remarked, weary and famished, his eyelids heavy with sleep. I fear that woman may have accomplices. All right, but is she truly a novelist? Yu Qing inquired. Their appearances were identical, as were their names. Su Bai replied, I have not read her novels. If she probes further, I shall be exposed. I should have known better than to pretend to be a fan. I merely encountered an interview with her on a website. Regardless, that woman is suspicious. Let us make a swift exit. Wei Jia, who had been concealed within the jade, added. The item you retrieved from her bag exudes a heavy aura of yin, likely a funerary artifact. As Yu Qing prepared to inspect it, Su Bai, growing impatient, insisted, let us study it upon our return. We must withdraw now. His hand retracted from the depths of the bag. The two sought out a utility vehicle, paying 200 yuan for a ride to the train station. Fortuitously, they secured 2 sleeper tickets to Beijing. However, The presence of their work permits attracted the attention of the train station staff during security checks. A young girl with a long ponytail approached with utmost seriousness. "We must verify your identities before permitting passage. Please wait a moment, and kindly hand over your work permits." The necessity for a phone verification of their identities left both their hearts racing. Su Bai, with a quick thought, approached the young girl, only to find that she possessed a keen political awareness. With a sharp glare, she admonished, "What are you doing? I've never done anything underhanded. So I fear not the specter at midnight. Verification will reveal your authenticity." Intending to employ his charm, Su Bai instead encountered an impenetrable barrier. Who claimed that people nowadays lacked awareness? The young girl stood firm, embodying integrity. The two men, resigned to their fate, accompanied her into the office. Watching her brandish a work ID as she entered, Su Bai felt as though he were sitting on a fire at the makeshift bench in the train station, ready to leap up at any moment. It was not that he doubted Boss Tang's capabilities. Rather, the work ID was genuine, yet their identities were fabricated. A simple phone call could reveal the truth, potentially condemning them to a lifetime behind bars, or worse, leading them to an untimely demise. Yu Qing's expression mirrored his unease. Despite his fearlessness in the face of ghosts, he was apprehensive of humans. He managed a wry smile, confessing, "I have dragged you into this. If trouble arises, I shall bear it alone." Su Bai sighed, "I came willingly. After all, I aspire to be a man." Through the glass window, they observed a young girl in conversation with the station master. Their expressions left much to be desired, and they felt akin to prisoners awaiting judgment, counting the years of their potential sentence. The young girl emerged, clutching two work IDs, her face adorned with a smile, her gaze even tinged with admiration. "I never expected such excellence from two young men. I apologize for the inconvenience, but as you know, there have been numerous tomb raiders and smugglers of cultural artifacts lately. There's an old saying, it's better to wrongfully execute 1,000 than to let a single culprit escape." Chapter 37. The Deadly Warriors. Su Bai exhaled, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death. He nodded earnestly, "We understand, and you are truly a commendable staff member." The young girl blushed as she returned the work IDs and warmly guided them through a shortcut to the waiting area. Perhaps as a means to atone for her earlier boldness, Yu Qing's previously stoic demeanor softened somewhat. Once the girl departed, they exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Wei Jie finally spoke. "Had it not been for the consecrated statue in the station master's office, I could have assisted you. Alas, I am barred from entry." The ritual of consecration, originating from Taoism, signifies a religious ceremony. While Buddhism originally did not include this practice, it has evolved to encompass a similar rite of empowerment, commonly referred to as consecration today. In Buddhism, the consecration of a statue involves high monks utilizing secret methods to determine auspicious directions based on the lunar calendar, selecting the optimal time and place for the ceremony to maximize its spiritual efficacy. The presence of a consecrated statue is believed to ward off malevolent spirits, rendering Wei Jie unable to approach the station master, as the young girl lacked the authority to grant passage. Feeling regretful for his inability to assist, Su Bai remarked nonchalantly, "No matter. Throughout history, handsome men have often been deemed ineffectual. Were Wei Jie alive, this statement would surely have struck him to the core, but being a ghost, he could only lament. To kill without shedding blood, a mere utterance suffices. There is no need to be angry," he added. After delivering a sharp slap, Su Bai offered a date, saying, "In the future, I will still rely on your assistance." The few individuals waiting nearby did not pay much attention, but seeing Su Bai speaking not directly to Yu Qing, but rather seemingly to himself, they couldn't help but speculate if this handsome young man was somewhat eccentric. Instinctively, they moved a bit further away. In these times, one could hardly guard against the whims of madness. As these people dispersed, it afforded the two a more private space to converse. Yu Qing remarked, "How peculiar. Could it be that there is indeed someone with the same name in this establishment? Perhaps this is a prearranged scheme by Boss Tang, just to be on the safe side." Su Bai replied, "I have a strong suspicion that Boss Tang possesses capabilities that surpass even the heavens. To be precise, it is Boss Tang and his associates." Yu Qing inquired, "Do you harbor no doubts about them? Who exactly are they, and what mysteries lie within the tea house behind us?" "How could I not?" Su Bai lowered his voice, as if fearing that Tang Sen-chung was eavesdropping. "I have contemplated entering the tea house to uncover its secrets more than once." Wei Jie, feeling belittled earlier, now sensed an opportunity to prove himself. "I can do it. I am incorporeal, and it would be most suitable for me to infiltrate at night. Su Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, Wei Jie's abilities extend beyond mere possession. Yu Qing suddenly sighed. Alas, that tomb has been submerged. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Su Bai remained ever optimistic. Well then, let's discuss it later. Right now, my eyes are heavy, and my body feels alien. Having just been startled, I long to return home, lie in bed, and remain motionless for 7 days and nights. That's likely a sign of death. Yu Qing was somewhat influenced by Su Bai's mood, yet he still struggled to smile. Pondering if he could recall the last time he had genuinely smiled, Su Bai retrieved his wallet, and Yu Qing caught sight of a photograph inside. Who is this? It was a black and white photograph of a young woman in her early 20s, sporting a bob cut, with a butterfly-shaped hairpin as her sole adornment. Her round face and bright eyes seemed to smile, her lips pressed lightly together revealing a charming dimple, exuding an undeniable sweetness, even without makeup. Isn't she beautiful? Su Bai remarked. This is my grandmother. Your grandmother? Yu Qing replied. No wonder it's a black and white photo. In truth, I have no recollection of her. My mother tells me she went missing before I was born, Su Bai continued. This is her only photograph, treasured by my mother. Strangely enough, I have always been fond of this picture. Perhaps it signifies a bond between my grandmother and me. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to meet her. What about your grandfather? Yu Qing observed the resemblance between the grandmother in the photo and her daughter. He has passed away, Su Bai sighed. That is a matter from the previous generation, of which I know little. As he spoke, he carefully wiped the photograph and neatly placed it back in the wallet. Grandmother, if you are still in this world, please remember to return and see me. I am your only grandson. Listening to Su Bai's murmurs, a faint smile appeared on Yu Qing's lips, unnoticed by himself. When Su Bai looked up, he burst into hearty laughter. Hey, young man, you smiled. Who said that? Yu Qing's face flushed crimson, perfectly masked by the sound of the train's whistle as it signaled its arrival. The train was here, time to board. At last, the two embarked on their journey home, carrying those precious artifacts, along with a bundle belonging to the novelist Cui Ying. Upon entering the antique shop's room, they meticulously laid out their findings and reported their actions to Tang Sanqing and Lei Zi. Mentioning Cui Ying elicited a surprised response from Lei Zi. So it was her. Her grandfather is indeed a predecessor of yours. Yu Qing opened the bundle, revealing a heavy wooden box that contained merely a scroll of parchment, inscribed with intricate characters. The scroll bore a seal they had discovered, a hexagonal emblem with a wolf's head at its center. This serendipity made Yu Qing's heart race, as if someone were forcefully tugging at it. Tang Sanqing, noticing the scroll, recognized most of the inscriptions. The four of them leaned in together, exhaling simultaneously as they realized that the parchment documented the lives of the 7 owners of the coffins. In a moment of impulsive inspiration, Yu Qing had unwittingly found a way forward. Novelist Cui Ying's presence there was no mere coincidence. The reverse side of the scroll depicted a map of the hot spring tomb, indicating she had come prepared. Although it illustrated only that singular chamber, the route was unmistakable. No wonder Cui Ying had approached from a completely different direction. The map detailed only that specific area, commencing from the hot spring. Hence, she must have first located the spring before breaching the tomb. This map was misleading, as her method of entry would have directly jeopardized the tomb's sanctity. Tang Sanqing remarked. The creator of this map was quite astute, yet the inscriptions sound rather authoritative, such as the Big Dipper. Yu Qing clenched his fists tightly. It turned out that the Big Dipper was the name they had adopted for themselves, with each star representing a warrior. Each star in the Big Dipper bore its own name. Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. The leader, Tang Sanqing, glanced at Yu Qing and stated, Yaoguang. This should be the living ancient corpse you encountered. The mark on your hand matches his. Yaoguang was certainly not his true name, merely a pseudonym. Yu Qing struggled to remember the name, but felt a surge of hope within him. Finally, there was a glimmer of possibility. Su Bai was inexplicably thrilled. These 7 were secret assassins trained by the Yen King Zhu Di, reserved to secure the throne for him. All 7 were adept in the art of Mao Shan, with Yao Guang being the most exceptional, thus leading the group. No wonder the armor they wore did not correspond to any formal Ming Dynasty design. They were indeed secret assassins. Chapter 38. The Guardian of the Gate in Ancient Times. Most of the death warriors were from the rivers and lakes. Who, in pursuit of wealth or to repay debts of gratitude, served the lords and nobles, engaging primarily in assaults and assassinations. The reasons behind the loyalty of these 7 individuals to Prince Yin remain unknown. However, they evidently played a pivotal role in his quest for the throne. Historical records indicate that these 7 distinguished themselves during Prince Yan's coup. Yet following a series of events after Zhu Di ascended to the throne, they harbored intentions of retreat, choosing to withdraw from the imperial palace. As Su Bai's mind raced through the events following Zhu Di's rise to power, he recalled the year 1402, when Zhu Di usurped the throne from his nephew, leading to the deaths of hundreds of thousands on the battlefield. The palace attendants, female officials, and eunuchs of Emperor Jiangwen were nearly annihilated, with a staggering 14,000 lives lost in a single sweep. Zhu Di ruthlessly executed loyal ministers of Jiangwen, including individuals like Fang Xiaoru, whose entire clan was obliterated, resulting in the deaths of 873 people. In an act of barbarity, Zhu Di sent the wives and daughters of Jiangwen's loyalists into brothels and military camps, subjecting them to unspeakable torment. He even issued an edict to feed their corpses to dogs. Tang Sansheng and Yu Qing exchanged glances, realizing the emperor's methods were indeed ruthless. Zhu Yuanzhang, the founder of the Ming dynasty, was succeeded by his grandson, Zhu Yunwan, who was also Zhu Di's nephew. Unsettled by the prospect of the court turning against him, Zhu Di, under the counsel of strategist Yao Guangxiao, instigated a rebellion in July of Jiangwen's first year, proclaiming the need to cleanse the court of treachery, specifically targeting Qi Tai and Huang Zicheng. He named his insurrection Jingnan. Following the upheaval, Zhu Yunwan vanished, allowing Zhu Di to ascend as the 3rd emperor of the Ming dynasty. These individuals hailed from the rivers and lakes, and the palace intrigues presented a convoluted game to them. Yu Qing remarked that choosing to depart might indeed be the wisest decision. Su Bai noted Zhu Di's penchant for bloodshed, stating that compared to Zhu Yuanzhang's indiscriminate slaughter of his loyal ministers, Zhu Di's cruelty was no less severe. While Zhu Yuanzhang feared that his ministers might overshadow him, Zhu Di exhibited a reckless disposition, famously executing 3,000 palace maids in a notorious display. After the untimely death of his empress, Zhu Di refrained from appointing a new one. Within the harem was a favored concubine, Lady Quan, a stunning beauty from Korea, renowned for her singing and dancing, as well as her exceptional talent with the flute, who garnered Zhu Di's utmost affection. Tragically, in the 8th year of the Yongle era, Lady Quan accompanied Zhu Di on a northern campaign and perished on the return journey. While Zhu Di mourned the loss of his beloved, a palace maid revealed that Lady Quan had been poisoned by a conspiracy involving the lady-in-waiting Elle and certain eunuchs and silversmiths. Enraged, Zhu Di hastily ordered the execution of the accused eunuchs and silversmiths without thorough investigation, subjecting Elle to horrific torture, which lasted a month before she succumbed. The repercussions of Elle's involvement led to the deaths of hundreds. In the 18th year of the Yongle era, as Zhu Di prepared to elevate his favored concubine, Lady Wang, to empress, another denunciation emerged within the palace, implicating Jia El and Yu Shi in collusion with eunuchs. Unlike later emperors of the Ming dynasty, who often turned a blind eye to such matters, Zhu Di was incensed. Fearing for their lives, Jia El and Yu Shi committed suicide by hanging. Zhu Di, undeterred, initiated a campaign of collective punishment, detaining palace maids close to Jia El for personal interrogation, seeking to uncover any further conspiracies against him. Under severe duress, the maids falsely confessed that there were plots to assassinate the emperor within the harem. This confession ignited Zhu Di's inherent bloodlust. Consequently, more individuals were apprehended, and countless others were coerced into false confessions. The number of palace maids who admitted to treasonous intentions swelled to nearly 3,000. Zhu Di ordered the execution of these beautiful maidens, selected from across the nation, by means of dismemberment. This form of execution, known as lingqi, cruelly extinguished the lives of 3,000 young women. Oh, these maidens, upon their demise, transcended into shadows of a higher order. In a moment of reflection, Yu Qing remarked, "Such a monstrous act. Would a ruler like him allow 7 individuals to escape unscathed?" Su Bai shook his head. "It defies logic. Those 7 are privy to Zhu Di's deepest secrets. He usurped his nephew's throne, a fact he is most reluctant to acknowledge. Were I in his position, I too would dispatch assassins to eliminate them. Let us not forget, they are practitioners of the Maoshan art," Yu Qing added. "If they choose to retreat into the mountains, No matter how many soldiers Zhu Di sends, they shall remain elusive. The intricate formations of Maoshan magic, such as the obscuring technique, might be trivial for someone like Yao Guang. If the wolf's form symbolizes these 7, what then does the lotus mark on Yao Guang's hand signify? This parchment, however, fails to disclose such information. 7 Maoshan sorcerers, Zhu Di's clandestine assassins, surged forth towards the 2 tomb chambers. Tang Sancheng felt compelled to summon his companions to piece together these clues. Perhaps we must also consider the novelist Shui Ying. Where did she procure that parchment? I wonder if she has departed from there yet. Su Bai produced a vial of hallucinogen. This potion is potent. Upon discovering the parchment's absence, she will undoubtedly not relent. Tang Sancheng proposed, if we wish to uncover the origins of the parchment, we might need to take the initiative and lure her in. Boss, what shall we do? Su Bai pondered, struggling to envision a viable plan. Leave this matter to us, Tang Sancheng replied. Simply await the fish to bite the hook. By the way, the artifacts you brought this time will be sold in my shop, and the proceeds will belong to you, although the antique store will retain a commission. The two exchanged glances, unable to deny the exhilarating satisfaction swelling within. Su Bai cautiously inquired, "This isn't illegal, is it?" "It is," Tang Sancheng replied bluntly. "But will you be the ones to publicize it?" "Certainly not," they answered in unison, yet a lingering question remained in their minds. Su Bai chuckled. "How is it possible that our names can be found in the relevant institutions? We prefer to operate with thoroughness." Tang Sancheng emphasized the word we. "You, Boss Tang, truly aim to wear us down. Aside from you and Brother Lei, who else is involved?" Su Bai resumed his playful demeanor. "Do tell us. At least grant us the chance to witness such extraordinary individuals." Lei Zi, initially tempted to spit on the ground, swallowed the impulse upon reflecting on the term extraordinary, and instinctively adopted an air of mystique. "When the time is ripe, I shall enlighten you. For now, you need only to know one thing. We stand with you." The two individuals, in their attempts to probe and plead, found no effect, which only solidified their resolve to clandestinely visit the tea house that evening. After bidding farewell to the two esteemed figures, they lay in bed, soundly asleep. Upon returning from dinner, contemplating the opportune moment, Wei Jie emerged from the jade chamber, letting out a soft sigh. "In my former life, I was cherished beyond measure. Now, as a ghost, I have fallen to such a woeful state. Accept your fate, or else my true Yang talisman shall reduce you to mere ashes." Yu Qing, fraught with anxiety, pondered, "Is this how the ancients dawdle? All right, I shall go at once." The two, one ghostly and the other mortal, stealthily approached the tea house. Xuefan sat behind the counter during the day, yet vanished by night. With no knowledge of her whereabouts, it was certain she did not reside within the antique shop, yet she had never been seen exiting its doors. "Perhaps Xuefan dwells within the tea house," suggested Su Bai. Eager to prove himself, Wei Jie darted towards the entrance of the tea house. However, just 5 meters from the door, a beam of golden light struck him, causing him to cry out and fall to the ground. Sensing the imminent danger, Yu Qing brandished the jade and urged Wei Jie to retreat back into the jade chamber. "This is unfortunate. Your expedition has met with peril before it even began. It would be best for you to recuperate inside." Yu Qing seldom spoke with such a light-hearted tone, which piqued Su Bai's curiosity. "Young man, are you jesting?" "Not at all." Yu Qing's expression darkened, returning to its usual stoic demeanor. He begrudgingly acknowledged that since meeting Su Bai, he had indeed experienced a measure of happiness, and laughter had made certain matters seem less burdensome. Chapter 39. The arrival of rivals. Could he be in danger? A ghostly apparition? Yu Qing remarked. "He is unlikely to be reduced to mere dust. Something must be obstructing him." As he spoke, he approached the door, flanked by 2 guardian deities. In most households, one would typically affix paintings of guardian spirits on the door, a long-standing folk custom. The belief in door gods is ancient, with references found in the classic of Mountains and Seas, which speaks of a mountain named Dushaw amidst the vast ocean, home to a great peach tree whose branches stretch for 3,000 miles. To the northeast of the peach tree lies a ghostly portal frequented by myriad spirits, guarded by 2 deities named Shintu and Yulei, who vigilantly monitor malevolent spirits. Upon detection, they would bind the ghosts with reeds and cast them down the mountain to feed the tigers. Thus, the Yellow Emperor honored them with reverence, annually offering sacrifices, painting their likenesses along with that of tigers on the doors and hanging reed ropes. Now, at the entrance of the tea house, stood the statues of Shintu and Yulei, not painted images, but two stone figures. Earlier, when Wei Jie was caught off guard and managed to survive, it was undoubtedly due to the merits accumulated in his past life. Relying on ghostly assistance proved futile. The two had to enter on their own. The door was unlatched, and exchanging a glance, they pushed it open. Upon entering, they were greeted by the fragrant aroma of tea. Su Bai could not help but exclaim, "What a rich and delightful scent! These must be exquisite teas." "Tea, no matter how fine, serves little purpose without patrons," Yuqing replied. "In our time here, have you seen any customers enter? Something feels decidedly amiss." The two individuals hesitated to turn on the lights, opting instead to illuminate their surroundings with a flashlight. Within the tea house, the furnishings were sparse, consisting of merely 3 tables. Unbeknownst to them, these tables and chairs were crafted from precious rosewood. Despite their ignorance, Su Bai, having had prior experience in an antique shop, refrained from touching the furniture, pondering to himself, "Who knows how much these pieces are worth? It's best to keep my distance, lest I lose everything in a single misstep." Though the tables were few, the two had walked several paces, yet found themselves still on the same side of the furnishings, making no forward progress. Yuqing was the first to discern this peculiar situation. They were merely treading in place. He let out a wry smile. "It must be a formation set by Boss Tang. We simply cannot enter." "What formation?" Su Bai prided himself on his intelligence, yet there were numerous concepts beyond his comprehension, Taoist formations being one of them. "The trapping formation," Yuqing explained. "This type of formation, originating from ancient Taoist practices, has long been lost to time. Its purpose is to ensnare opponents, preventing them from advancing even a step further. I never imagined Boss Tang possessed such formidable skills." "This is increasingly eerie," Su Bai remarked, growing frustrated at their inability to progress. Establishing such a formation in a seemingly innocuous place is undeniably suspicious. "You, young man, are also adept in Maoshan techniques. Think of a solution." "That's precisely what I am contemplating." Yuqing exhaled deeply, his determination ignited. Among Maoshan practitioners, there are 6 forms of enlightenment: awareness, sight, hearing, heart, spirit, and divine understanding. At merely 19, Yuqing had already attained 4: awareness, enabling him to sense spirits; sight, allowing him to see them; and heart, permitting communication with them. However, he had yet to master spirit and divine understanding. Although his father claimed he had rectified history, he remained unsatisfied. Perhaps this was the moment for him to awaken his spirit? Fueled by the formidable presence of Tang Sancheng, Yuqing sought to break the trapping formation using his spiritual energy. Little did he realize the gravity of such an act. Cultivation must be approached step by step, and any attempt to rush the process could lead to dire consequences. Unfortunately, Su Bai, oblivious to the severity of the situation, made no attempt to intervene. Watching as Yuqing opened his heavenly eye and pressed his left hand against the acupoint on his right hand, Tang Sancheng appeared seemingly out of nowhere. When the two noticed him, he had already grasped Yuqing's left hand tightly. "Have you lost your mind?" he exclaimed. "Boss Tang." Su Bai, unaware of the circumstances, felt a surge of concern for their clandestine actions, pondering the repercussions of crossing forbidden boundaries. "You undoubtedly possess extraordinary talent, but forcibly awakening your spirit and divine understanding could lead to your demise." Tang Sancheng rarely adopted such a stern tone, but given Yuqing's status as a friend's son, his concern manifested in heightened severity. At that moment, Su Bai recognized the seriousness of the situation, momentarily rendered speechless. Casting a worried glance at Yuqing, "Is that true?" Yuqing remained silent. Being caught was inconsequential, yet the shattering of his ambitions struck him profoundly. Tang Sancheng sighed. "My dear child, your father worries about your independence and has always hoped you would forge friendships to melt the ice encasing your heart. Now that you have finally found Su Bai, why have you not changed at all? Sometimes, ambitions should be set aside. You must not be too hasty. Do you understand?" "Well, Boss Tang, it is my fault," Su Bai interjected. "It was my misguided suggestion. Do not blame Yuqing. If you wish to scold or dismiss me, I welcome it." "Stop pretending to be the good person," Yuqing remarked, his brows twitching. "We agreed to come together, yet you seek to be a hero alone?" Tang Sancheng felt a surge of elation. It appeared Su Bai had indeed catalyzed a slight transformation in Yuqing. How delighted would Su Bai be to know this? From birth, his son had been extraordinary, marked by a golden seal on his hand and an intense fascination with the study of Maoshan techniques. Yet, this was not the entirety of Yuqing's plight. He suffered from a learning disability, struggling to remember names, growing up friendless and reclusive. His childhood, shrouded in solitude, brought untold sorrow to his parents. Very well, considering the bond you two share in hardship, I shall reveal a fragment of information. Tang Sancheng contravened the agreement with Bai Yi and his companions by divulging early intelligence. The tea house is a venue for discussions, not a place for visitors. Everything here remains confidential, including your presence. For convenience, I have established a barrier that only I can dismantle. And do not presume we harbor any secrets. Each person lives in their own manner, and we merely have our way. I assure you, there will be no further transgressions. Su Bai promptly raised his right hand in affirmation. From now on, we shall be honest. Tang Sancheng patted their shoulders. You two are truly worrisome. Henceforth, I will assign you a new companion. Who? Su Bai replied, somewhat discontented. Isn't that merely appointing someone to oversee us? I shall not pursue the events of this evening. Do not haggle, Tang Sancheng declared with an air of authority. You will heed my words. Faced with their exposed vulnerabilities, the two had no choice but to return home. As they lay in bed, they reflected on the occurrences at the tea house. Though they would refrain from venturing into that perilous territory for the time being, their curiosity remained insatiable. Boss Tang described it as a venue for discussions. What matters necessitated such secrecy? Su Bai sighed, feeling as though a cat's claw was raking at his heart. Alas, when shall we unravel this mystery? While the timing of uncovering the enigma of the tea house remained uncertain, the following day, as they exited their room, they encountered Shui Fun's meaningful gaze, sending shivers down their spines. Su Bai cautiously inquired, what is it? Someone is looking for you, Shui Fun replied, her tone growing colder. The two exchanged glances. Who is it? Perhaps it is the two of you? Shui Fun smiled, an unusual sight, her lips curling into a rare grin, melting the very ice around her. Su Bai found himself entranced. You look truly beautiful when you smile. Shui Fun cast a glance at him, remarking, you appear quite handsome when you choose to remain silent. Compliments, it seems, can also be a source of guilt. Su Bo, feeling helpless, noticed that Yu Qing had already exited. As she reached the counter, her gaze fell upon a figure standing at the door. The light obscured the person's features, yet his heart constricted with unease, a telltale sign of his inner turmoil. Chapter 40. Pandora the visitor was none other than the American novelist Cui Ying. Though Yu Qing could not recall her name, her sun-kissed complexion was indelibly etched in his memory. A vague recollection stirred within him, and his apprehension served as a reminder that this woman was likely seeking to confront him. As Cui Ying turned, her eyes locked onto Yu Qing, and fury ignited within her. Without warning, she lunged at him with the speed of a leopard. Taken by surprise, he found himself pinned beneath her. Cui Ying gripped his collar with one hand while the other tightened around his neck. You scoundrel, where is my possession? Shui Fun, witnessing this scene, opted not to intervene. Instead, she stood with her arms crossed, seemingly eager for the unfolding drama. Su Bo, realizing he could no longer rely on her assistance, mustered the courage to step forward. Miss Cui. Cui Ying was too consumed by rage to hear Su Bo's words, her focus solely on Yu Qing. She had only just regained consciousness in the tomb, struggling to comprehend the events that had transpired. The masculine coat draped over her added to her confusion, leaving her dazed in the desolate chamber. It was the chill of the wind that eventually roused her, prompting her to reflect on the preceding occurrences. Suddenly enlightened, Cui Ying hastily opened her backpack, her heart pounding in anticipation. As she rummaged through its contents, her heart felt as if it might explode. Darkness momentarily clouded her vision. After much contemplation, she concluded that the issue lay with the water monkey. The young man named Yu Qing had been diverting her attention. Cui Ying returned to the surface burdened by humiliation. The items within that box held immense significance for her, yet Yu Qing and Su Bo had vanished without a trace. In this vast world, where could she possibly locate them? An idea struck her regarding the organization listed on her work ID. It was her sole lead. However, she held little hope. If those two were indeed archaeologists, why would they engage in such unscrupulous behavior? Thus, when she learned from that organization that two staff members matching their descriptions existed, disbelief washed over her. After confirming their identities repeatedly over the phone, Cui Ying could only throw her head back in laughter. Fate had not entirely forsaken her. Unbeknownst to Cui Ying, this information had been meticulously orchestrated by Tang Sancheng and others. To uncover the origins of the parchment, one must consult its owner. This serendipity led her to discover the whereabouts of the two men. The antique shop's address had been deliberately provided. Upon seeing Yuqing again, all she could think of was to sink her teeth into him, to draw blood as a means of venting her frustrations. Yuqing, pinned beneath her, felt his face flush crimson, yet he dared not struggle too forcefully. Any movement would bring him perilously close to one of her softer curves. "Let us discuss this civilly," he implored. Su Bai stepped forward, attempting to separate Chueying. As Chueying turned around, her eyes ablaze with indignation, Su Bai remarked, in broad daylight, "Your posture is quite unbecoming." Chueying paused, muttering something in English before finally releasing her grip and rising from Yuqing's side, brushing off the dust from her clothes. At that moment, Su Bai noticed that Chueying's height was quite impressive, nearly matching his own. He had overlooked this detail during their previous encounter in the ancient tomb. Having lived in America, her appearance and physique had taken on a distinctly Western allure, an elegant and bold beauty. Exhaling deeply, she surveyed the antiques within the shop, her gaze finally settling into a calm demeanor. Yuqing stood up, saying, "Hey, I have a name," which reignited Chueying's frustration, previously quelled. Su Bai quickly intervened. "Miss Chui, he didn't mean any offense. He has a recognition impairment. It is impossible for him to associate names with faces." "Enough with the nonsense," Chueying declared bluntly. "Return my belongings." "Of course, we can return them," Su Bai replied with a contrived smile, stepping closer to Chueying. "However, we have conditions." "How much?" Chueying swallowed hard, begrudgingly accepting her predicament. "As long as it's not excessive, I might consider it. It is not a monetary issue." Yuqing, shaken by the earlier incident, finally regained his composure. "What else do you want?" Chueying, feeling increasingly exasperated, retorted, "You are the thieves, aren't you? Why do you now speak so boldly, setting conditions? It seems I have been away for too long. The world here has turned upside down. If you are unwilling, then there is nothing more to discuss. We are indeed thieves, and you may report us if you wish." Yuqing had long since planned that if Chueying came to them, her belongings would be returned intact. However, her agitation piqued his curiosity. Did the sheepskin scroll have any connection to the golden seal on his hand? The mention of the police struck a chord with Chueying, and she suddenly composed herself. "Let us discuss the conditions first." Despite being at a disadvantage, she maintained an air of superiority, her tone cool and haughty. If she had masked her demeanor earlier, now her commanding presence was unmistakable. Su Bai exclaimed, nudging Yuqing with his elbow, "Goddess, goddess." Yuqing rolled his eyes, exasperated. This is hardly the moment for such talk. The two guided Chueying into their room, where Yuqing retrieved the box containing the sheepskin scroll and placed it on the table, opening it for Chueying to see. "The item is intact. Now, you simply need to tell us how this scroll came to be and what connection it has to your family. If your answer satisfies us, you may take it back." "Satisfy you?" Chueying raised an eyebrow, letting out a scoff. What does satisfaction mean when judged subjectively? This woman was far too critical, leaving Yuqing momentarily speechless. Observing his silence, Chueying sneered, "Very well, do as you please. This item was never mine to begin with." Chueying's willingness to be so candid does not stem from an inability to resist them, but rather from the realization that this matter does not truly belong to her. If she cannot bring it back to America, she would find herself in a predicament, just as rumors suggest. The reason Chueying is capable of penning such vividly realistic tomb raiding novels is indeed due to the guidance of a high-ranking mentor, her grandfather. All the terminology associated with tomb raiding, every bizarre mechanism and hidden passage, originates from this venerable elder. Chueying's inquiries regarding whether her grandfather has ever engaged in such activities have never ceased. Yet the old man has never divulged anything about his past, or even the history of the Chui family, much like the box containing the parchment scrolls, which he is reluctant to open. This box, filled with parchment, also encapsulates Chueying's curiosity. Growing up alongside her, every time she contemplated secretly opening it, her grandfather would appear like a prophetic figure, quietly intervening to stop her. As she matured, he eventually locked the box away entirely, replacing it with tales of tomb raiding, whose thrilling and eerie narratives deeply captivated her. The environment for such endeavors does not exist in America, and naturally, the current laws do not permit it. In order to fulfill her own desires, Chueying utilized her literary prowess to envision herself as the protagonist in her novels, gallivanting through various ancient tombs. Originally, this was merely to satiate her personal cravings, yet unexpectedly, she became a highly sought-after novelist, earning considerable royalties and popularity. However realistic her novels may be, they remain fictitious. Cui Ying is not content with mere literary pursuits. She has long dreamed of personally experiencing the thrill of tomb raiding. This small desire, however, she dared not disclose to her grandfather. Now, at the age of 26, Cui Ying has finally set her sights on that box. "Ah, so you are the thief," Su Bai exclaimed impulsively. Cui Ying replied in a subdued tone, "Given my familial relationship with my grandfather, my actions could be deemed as taking, while your conduct could truly be described as stealing." Su Bai stuck out his tongue, feeling helpless. Yet, it is clear that Cui Ying's grandfather holds significant importance. Yu Qing remarked quietly, "Why does your grandfather place such value on this box? Surely, you must have returned home after seeing the map on the back of the parchment." Chapter 41. Age. That is indeed the case. Although I have never personally descended into a tomb, I am well versed in various techniques. That is merely theoretical. No wonder you destroyed the actual target upon descent, Yu Qing countered, now fully at odds with Cui Ying. "What do you mean?" Cui Ying's expression shifted slightly. As a novelist with a vivid imagination, she recalled the circumstances and quickly grasped the implication. So, the map was intentionally left behind. If someone were to follow its directions, it would lead to the spring being revealed, ultimately flooding the tomb? Exactly. This individual seems unwilling for the secrets of the tomb to be known to posterity. Yu Qing explained. The box containing the parchment scrolls is akin to Pandora's box. It will inevitably be opened due to curiosity. Yu Qing's words caused Cui Ying to change her expression, primarily due to the ominous connotation associated with Pandora's box, which added an unsettling and mysterious atmosphere to the parchment scrolls. Pandora's box, a tale originating from Greek mythology, recounts how Zeus bestowed upon Pandora a mysterious box, instructing her never to open it. Yet, succumbing to the irresistible allure of curiosity, she surreptitiously unlatched the box, unleashing a multitude of misfortunes, diseases, calamities, and more, transforming a once tranquil world into one rife with turmoil. Cui Ying, upon hearing this narrative, felt a sudden jolt of apprehension, yet swiftly regained her composure. Let us not forget that in the end, Pandora sealed the box, leaving behind only hope. Even if the scrolls document conspiracies, possessing hope is paramount. Such eloquence was a hallmark of a novelist, as Yu Qing's words dripped with irony. Seeing the two engaged in a discordant exchange, Su Bai hastily placed the box before Cui Ying, exclaiming, "This belongs to you. We were in the wrong last time, and I extend a formal apology on behalf of both of us." Cui Ying, however, was not inclined to let Yu Qing off the hook. You cannot speak for both. As a man, one must confront his own faults. Yu Qing's face fluctuated between crimson and pallor as he finally rose, bowing deeply before Cui Ying. "I sincerely apologize. I am truly sorry." Although Yu Qing's apology was heartfelt, the exaggerated gesture provoked a frown from Cui Ying, who perceived it as a deliberate affront. With a haughty tone, she reclaimed the box. "Considering your youth, I shall refrain from holding it against you." "I am indeed younger than you," Yu Qing retorted. His earnest apology met with Cui Ying's sharp retorts, "Yet at least I acknowledge my mistakes. In contrast, your relentless pursuit of righteousness is far more irksome." Raised by her grandfather, Cui Ying, though orphaned, had been pampered as the cherished jewel of the household. After becoming a novelist, she basked in applause and adulation, rarely encountering such unrefined treatment. Perhaps only a select few stringent literary critics dared to challenge her. Infuriated by Yu Qing's disdainful remarks, Cui Ying, in a fit of anger, struck him squarely in the chest, a first for Yu Qing, who found himself at a loss in the face of a woman 7 years his senior. His cheeks flushed crimson. He remained silent, exhaling heavily, ultimately surrendering to the confrontation and retreating to sit quietly on the bed. Cui Ying, startled by her own impulsive action, felt a pang of guilt. It was the first time in her life that she had resorted to violence and anger. As the tension escalated, Su Bai cleared his throat. "Miss Cui, you have retrieved your belongings. Shall I escort you out?" Cui Ying welcomed the suggestion, pondering whether to extend an apology to the young man named Yu Qing. Yet her pride held her back. Casting a glance at Yu Qing's frigid profile, she departed with Su Bai. Cui Ying, standing at 1.76 meters and wearing slightly heeled shoes, matched Su Bai's height, drawing curious glances from others. "Miss Cui, please do not be upset." I could tell he was genuinely apologizing. His failure to address you by name is not a matter of rudeness, but rather due to his condition. Su Bai expressed a few thoughts. Regarding the acquisition of your sheepskin scroll, we acknowledge our fault. However, this scroll bears significant ties to Yu Qing, and we are eager to ascertain its origins and how it came to be in your grandfather's possession. We seek to understand the experiences of the 7 individuals recorded within the scroll. What is the reason? Cui Ying inquired. Su Bai scratched his head, uncertain of what could be disclosed. Just then, he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Tang, Sancheng, and Bai. Miss Cui, I believe we can elucidate matters to you, Su Bai stated. This was his first encounter with Bai, while Tang Sancheng simply remarked, Su Bai, this is Boss Bai, who directly manages the antique shop. Such youth. What an elegant demeanor, Su Bai mused. Finally realizing Bai resembled a refined young gentleman from the Republican era, Su Bai was profoundly impressed. Tang Sancheng added, he is also my companion. Instantly, Su Bai felt a surge of respect. He had previously encountered Lei Gu, and he wondered what extraordinary abilities Boss Bai possessed. As Su Bai moved to join them, the door abruptly slammed shut, isolating him outside with a resounding thud. Upon witnessing this, Xuefan finally smiled. When she was not smiling, she resembled a cold, ancient mountain. But this smile melted the ice and snow, evoking the arrival of spring. Su Bai grinned foolishly, saying, Sister Xuefan, your smile is truly beautiful. Is it? Xuefan immediately composed herself. Our clan does not have anyone who is unattractive. Clan? Su Bai was taken aback. In this era, few distinguish themselves by clan. Which clan do you belong to? Suddenly, he recalled Yu Qing's words, that Xuefan was not human, yet she emitted warmth. Uncommonly, Xuefan replied, I am not of your kind. The implication of not being of his kind struck Su Bai like a chill. She was indeed not human. He forced a smile while gazing at the inner door, uncertain of what transpired within, yet unwilling to eavesdrop. He returned to seek Yu Qing, who was entangled in her thoughts. Upon seeing Su Bai return, she did not lift her head. Has that woman left? Not yet, Su Bai replied. Boss Tang and Boss Bai wish to speak with her. In truth, she should not be allowed to depart. He had an intuition that her grandfather was knowledgeable. If he did not comprehend the value of the sheepskin scroll, why would he treasure it so? The circumstances of the 7 individuals recorded were matters only they could know, and the details of their burial sites were certainly not known to outsiders. They had all perished together, who managed their funerary affairs. Yu Qing's heart trembled. So, what are you suspecting? Su Bai inhaled deeply. When we entered the Ming Dynasty tomb previously, we did not open all the coffins. There was one wrapped body, alongside a preserved ancient corpse in the center, totaling 2 individuals. There were also 5 additional coffins we did not inspect. Is it possible that one of them is empty? Su Bai's intuition was remarkable, which was precisely why Tang San and Bai sought to intercept Cui Ying. They had returned to the crypt, where 7 coffins lay. The Zongzi had been reduced to ash, and among the remaining 6 coffins, one was conspicuously empty. Coupled with the sheepskin scroll in Cui Ying's possession, both concluded that her grandfather might be the pivotal figure, possibly privy to crucial information. Even if Cui Ying stepped out of the antique shop, they would pursue her, persuading her to collaborate with them. As for the certainty of success, Cui Ying's willingness to personally examine the sheepskin scroll indicated her insatiable curiosity. By igniting her inquisitiveness, there was a distinct possibility that she would willingly join them in unraveling the mystery. Chapter 42. The veil of deception negotiations typically fell to Bai, who, with minimal mention of several elements, left Cui Ying in a state of unease. The sheepskin scroll, the 7-person crypt, the empty coffin, the Big Dipper crypt, the hot springs, 2 bizarre murders, and the coincidental golden seal on the back of a hand. All these components made Cui Ying's heart race. Without Bai explicitly stating it, she understood that her grandfather might be an informed party. In her family, 2 enigmas loomed large. One was the box containing the sheepskin scroll, and the other was a relic that could only be viewed once every generation reached the age of 30, the family genealogy. Cui Ying remarked, in 4 years, I will be able to see the genealogy. Was the genealogy truly worthy of such mystery? A faint smirk crossed Bai's lips. Clearly, your family harbors some undisclosed truths, Miss Cui. This is indeed excellent material for writing. Cui Ying fell silent. Her parents' origins were rather ordinary. Since her earliest memories, her mother had been a mere art teacher, instructing elementary students in a Chinese school, while her father, a lawyer renowned for his eloquence, had notably represented some affluent Americans, winning every case, earning him the title of a general in the legal community. Aside from that distinction, their lives were utterly mundane, devoid of any points of intrigue. As for her grandfather, he was fond of studying classical Chinese literature, presenting himself as a gentle and cultured elder. He volunteered 3 days a week in the community, assisting newly arrived seniors who struggled with English. He taught them the language free of charge, leading a fulfilling and leisurely life. The only mystery lay in his steadfast adherence to the box and the rule that one could only view the genealogy at the age of 30. Miss Chui, may I inquire when your family emigrated to America? Bai suddenly posed the question. This is something I have never heard my parents or grandfather mention, Chui replied. I was born in America, as were my parents. I can also affirm that we have no relatives in our homeland. To be more precise, we have no connections with anyone back there. We are entirely disconnected. Indeed, Bai remarked, you are aware of Yuqing's circumstances, which are significantly linked to the sheepskin scroll. Perhaps there is some connection to your family as well. At the mention of Yuqing, Cui Ying's expression darkened slightly, and she redirected the focus. So, you wish for me to confront my grandfather? Not just us, it includes you as well. Bai remarked. It is not so much an interrogation as it is an unraveling of certain enigmas that pique your interest, Miss Chui. We have conducted an investigation into your father. At the age of 30, he mysteriously vanished in the United States for an entire year, a period shrouded in complete obscurity. Our inquiries have revealed that during that time, he returned to the homeland, yet the specifics of his actions remain unknown to all. Only the immigration records can attest to his presence. Trust us, acquiring this information was no trivial task, and its authenticity is unequivocally assured. This revelation profoundly unsettled Cui Ying, who had initially intended to resist delving into her family's history. However, the impact of this truth was overwhelming. Did her father harbor secrets from her? Of course, if you refrain from inquiring now, you may uncover the truth in 4 years. Although this is merely my intuition, I firmly believe that the age of 30 holds significant importance for your family. Bai continued, I am a cautious individual, rarely quick to draw conclusions, and my accuracy has always been notably high. Tang Sancheng nodded in agreement. Cui Ying's heart was thoroughly turmoil, and she closed her eyes. I need some time to reflect. I wish to return to the hotel. Bai handed her his business card. This is my number. I welcome you to reach out again. As she departed, Tang Sancheng remarked, to put it plainly, Bai, we suspect this family comprises the descendants of the rightful owners of that hollow coffin. Without evidence, any possibility remains viable. Bai responded, Tang Sancheng. I believe there is something of utmost necessity that must be addressed immediately. Tang Sancheng, rarely quick to grasp matters, suddenly understood. I am already advanced in years. Such matters should not trouble this elderly man. The two turned with significant glances towards the rear, where, upon turning the corner, lay the rooms of Su Bai and Yuqing. Cui Ying's mind was in disarray as she exited the antique shop, wandering aimlessly for a considerable time. A state of confusion that was rare for her due to her upbringing abroad, which instilled in her a sense of independence. While lost in thought, a bald man approached her, exclaiming, Miss. It was only when the final call of Miss echoed that she became aware of his presence. From her elevated stance, she regarded him with impatience. The man, a seasoned talent scout, seized the moment before her ire could ignite, saying, I am a scout from Huaxing Company, and I believe you would be perfect for modeling. Might you have any interest in this? No, she replied crisply, decisively rejecting the proposition. Finally regaining her composure, she strode forward and hailed a taxi, instructing, to the Shangri-La Hotel. The talent scout shook his head in regret, lamenting, what a pity, such a splendid figure. In this era, can we no longer find newcomers of such quality as Bai Mashuan? Upon returning to the hotel, Cui Ying hesitated for a considerable time before finally dialing a familiar number. As anticipated, her grandfather answered with urgency. Have you taken the items? Yes, she affirmed. Cui Ying discerned a peculiar reaction from her grandfather, prompting her to grip the receiver tightly. I ventured to the location indicated by the sheepskin map. It is a hot spring. A sharp intake of breath resonated clearly in her ear, followed by her grandfather's urgent voice. You must return immediately. Book the quickest flight. It is imperative. Why? Cui Ying's words erupted like bullets from a machine gun. Grandfather, why have we never returned to our homeland to visit? We are first generation and second generation Chinese. Which generation ventured to America? What secrets lie within our family tree? Why must we wait until we are 30 to uncover the 7 individuals from the sheepskin scroll and their connection to our family? Grandfather, I have already visited the hot spring and the tomb has been submerged. Silence fell on the other end of the line, and when the voice returned, it reiterated the same insistence. Come back immediately, right now. Are you at the hotel? Head to the airport without delay. There are no direct flights back to America. You can connect through Thailand or Japan. Just leave that place. The call abruptly ended, leaving Cui stunned by her grandfather's reaction. The clarity she had just regained now seemed elusive. As dusk settled outside, the day slipped away in a haze. Taking a deep breath, she pondered whether to heed her inner voice. Suddenly, she rose, retrieved her passport from her suitcase, and stared at it for a long moment. With newfound resolve, she returned it to a hidden compartment, deciding it was time to dine. Determined to stay, Cui felt an unexpected surge of joy. Grabbing her wallet and room key, she exited the hotel. The night was still young, and the city was vibrant. She resolved to first satiate her hunger. Entering a local eatery where she ordered a dish and a soup, indulging heartily as if all her worries had been cast aside. Nearby, Su Bai and Yuqing appeared despondent, shadowing her like loyal attendants while remaining discreet. Really, why did Boss Tang assign us to protect her? She is quite capable of taking care of herself, even in high heels, Su Bai remarked. Yuqing did not echo Su Bai's sentiments. Instead, he gazed towards a dark alley adjacent to the restaurant. Following his line of sight, Su Bai soon spotted two shadowy figures lurking. Are those shadows? They've been following her since earlier. Yuqing replied. Shouldn't we eliminate them? Not yet. I wish to ascertain their intent towards her. Yuqing mused. Is this woman perhaps of the same constitution as you? It seems she attracts malevolent spirits. Cui had exited the restaurant and was now walking towards the dark alley. A choice that made Su Bai's heart race with concern. This was illogical. She ought to return to the hotel. Yuqing smirked, pulling Su Bai along. She is under the influence of spirits. Some possess magical abilities that can distort a person's visual perception. She may believe she is walking towards light, but in reality, a spirit obscures her vision, leading her astray. What should we do? For now, let us not alert them. We will follow her. Yuqing remarked that the two dark shadows merely led her to another location without causing her any harm. He produced a pouch of powdered stone and applied it to himself, instructing Su Bai to do the same. The powder served to obscure their living presence from the spirits, rendering them undetectable. Once this task was accomplished, they stealthily followed, narrowly avoiding numerous wandering souls that brushed past them. Su Bai had to force himself not to look at them to stave off the urge to retch. The two closely trailed behind Cui, who was closely following the two shadows until they reached the end of the alley. A peculiar scene unfolded as she stood there, motionless, and the two shadows abruptly vanished. Just as Su Bai was about to speak, Yuqing, seemingly possessing foresight, gestured for him to hold his breath. This was not a challenge for Su Bai. As his lung capacity exceeded that of an ordinary person, he promptly sealed his mouth and nose. He considered himself quite resilient. Yet he was taken aback by Yuqing's unwavering demeanor, as if he required neither breath nor air. They held their breath, eyes fixed unblinkingly on Cui, who, obscured from the spirits, stood there. Instead of confronting a cold wall, she perceived the silhouette of a man. Who are you? Upon hearing Cui's sudden utterance, Su Bai was startled, nearly losing his breath. Fortunately, Yuqing was quick to cover his mouth, allowing them to continue listening. Cui, suddenly tilting her head as if to listen intently, then spoke. Where are we going? At this, Yuqing could no longer contain himself. He retrieved a talisman from his pocket, pricked his finger, and swiftly inscribed on it. He then hurried to Cui and pressed the talisman against her forehead, exclaiming, "Awaken!" Cui's body trembled as if electrified, her eyes regaining focus amidst the dimness, and feeling the oddity on her forehead. She pulled off the yellow talisman. What is this strange thing? You must have encountered a spirit, Yuqing replied. I borrowed your parchment, and now I'm here to extricate you from this predicament. We are even now. Cui remained oblivious to the events unfolding around her. Once Su Bai observed their exchange, he deemed it safe to breathe again, releasing his mouth and inhaling deeply before approaching. Miss Cui, you just encountered a ghost. As they escorted Cui back to the hotel, they recounted the earlier events and inquired whom she had been conversing with. Cui took a deep breath. After leaving the restaurant, I was heading toward the hotel when I spotted a man. I only recall his profile. He asked me whether I was returning to accompany him. Not recognizing him, I naturally inquired where we were going, and it was at that moment that you both appeared, affixing that strange talisman to my forehead. Had it not been for that talisman, he would have truly taken you away, Yuqing remarked. From start to finish. You were speaking to a wall, engaging in soliloquy. What else could it be if not an encounter with a spirit? Cui Ying, having regained her senses, recognized something was amiss, yet stubbornly shifted the topic. Do you not find his question profoundly significant? He inquired whether my return at this moment signified that I intended to accompany him. Was it possible that my timing was misaligned? Considering I had yet to reach the age of 30, neither of us was privy to matters concerning that age. Prior to our arrival, Tang Sancheng had merely advised them to consult Cui Ying for any uncertainties. Presently, the three of us found ourselves in Cui Ying's room. She promptly plopped down onto the bed, while Su Bai chose to settle on the floor, and Yu Qing, ever the epitome of decorum, sat upright in a chair. Yu Qing believed he had established an equal footing with Cui Ying, but still felt an awkwardness in their interaction, thus leaving the communication to Su Bai. Cui Ying meticulously recounted the information she had gleaned from Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi, addressing every detail while posing numerous questions to the two of them. At last, the situation became clear. Su Bai's mind raced, swiftly connecting the disparate clues. I have finally discerned a thread of connection. We must first return to the time of Zhu Di's usurpation. Zhu Di had 7 adept practitioners of the Maoshan arts serving as covert assassins, who were designated by the names of the Big Dipper stars. They played a pivotal role during Zhu Di's rise to power, yet upon his ascension, he perpetrated atrocities against the palace maidens and enacted cruel governance. The 7, discerning the nature of the world, chose to withdraw from the turmoil. Cui Ying interjected. This is merely your conjecture. The sheepskin scroll only mentions that 7 individuals departed the palace without clarifying their destination or the reasons for their departure. This remains a point of ambiguity. Indeed, a novelist possesses a keen logical acumen. Su Bai nodded in agreement. Very well. The 7 left the palace for reasons unknown. Their whereabouts a mystery. Fast forward to the present, and 3 items have surfaced. The tomb of the 7 coffins, a chamber dedicated to the Big Dipper, and a sheepskin scroll. Within this context, 2 points align. Cui Ying remarked, why is the sheepskin scroll in our possession, and what of the secret of 30 years? Furthermore, why does Yu Qing bear an identical mark to that of Yao Guang on the back of his hand? There were indeed 2 additional points. Su Bai continued, each of these 2 tombs is linked to a murder case, with strikingly similar methods of demise. Cui Ying's expression shifted. You may address me directly as Cui Ying. If you prefer formality, call me Miss Cui, and if all else fails, simply refer to me as sister. Are you courting disaster, Cui Jia? Indeed. Age is a sensitive topic for women. Su Bai shuddered and promptly replied with respect, sister. Su Bai, guided by instinct, made the prudent choice. Cui Ying let out a soft hum as if to acknowledge his response. He privately mused at her haughty demeanor, leaning towards Yu Qing and whispering, we must tread carefully in our conversations. Women are not to be trifled with. Cui Ying, engrossed in connecting various clues, had not overheard them. Finally, Yu Qing, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. There is yet another matter. The mastermind behind the crossroad of ghosts and the individuals responsible for old Jin's demise may be one and the same. They may not even be human. If they are indeed the same, there could be a connection to the 7 assassins. Precisely, Cui Ying concurred, a rare moment of harmony with Yu Qing. All existing clues converge here. The only actionable lead is within my family. As this point arose, Cui Ying's countenance dimmed further. Yu Qing could not help but remark, family is irreplaceable, an unwavering presence. Regardless of the circumstances we encounter, they will always stand by our side. You possess a commendable conscience. In light of your kind-hearted efforts to console me, let us put the past behind us. Cui Ying generously extended her hand. Let us shake hands and dispel our grievances. Yu Qing, averse to physical contact, hesitated, but Su Bai, fearing he might complicate matters, placed Yu Qing's hand in Cui Ying's, compelling them to clasp hands. Young man, do you harbor a cleanliness obsession? Why do you so dislike being touched? Chapter 44. Kaiyang Cui Ying grew increasingly curious about Yu Qing. Forgetting names, shunning physical interaction, and bearing a mark identical to that of Yao Guang on her wrist, she seemed perfectly suited to be the protagonist of a novel. Having reconciled with Yu Qing, Cui Ying exchanged a high five with Su Bai and declared, all right, we are now allies. Rest assured, I will reach out to my family for clarification. My grandfather is quite anxious about me. He will certainly reveal the truth. As long as I remain outside the United States, he is left without recourse. It is no wonder that there is a saying, we can only harm those we love. A wave of melancholy washed over Su Bai. Such matters can be quite fatal. The young man possessed a keen sense of life. Just as Cui Ying was about to tease Su Bai, the phone in the room rang urgently. The night had deepened, and the outside clamor had quieted, making the ringing all the more jarring. Cui Ying swallowed hard before answering. Hello? Su Bai and Yu Qing's gazes locked onto her. And upon hearing the voice on the other end, Cui Ying's tense shoulders relaxed. Are you serious? Very well, I am listening intently, and I will remember every word you say. During this time, Cui Ying scarcely uttered a word. She was wholly engrossed in the conversation, occasionally responding with simple affirmations. This rendered Su Bai and Yu Qing nearly restless, yet the atmosphere was not conducive to interruption, leaving them to bide their time until Cui Ying finally exhaled deeply and hung up the phone. What news? Was it your grandfather? Su Bai leaped from the floor, rushing towards Cui Ying and nearly colliding with her. Did he tell you something? Cui Ying replied, It was my father. He informed me that because I refused to return to the United States, my grandfather has come back to find me. Before he departed, he instructed my father to tell me to remain in the sunlight and seek a temple or Taoist shrine with a vibrant spiritual presence, leaving a note at the hotel front desk so that my grandfather would know my whereabouts. Remain in the sunlight. A phrase Yu Qing had shared with Su Bai as well. Su Bai inquired, Could it be that you two are being pursued by a ghost? Perhaps, Cui Ying pondered. Do you two know of any suitable places? Temples, perhaps? There exists a perfect destination, yet they are not the ones to make the decision. Su Bai consulted Tang Sansheng over the phone, which led to Cui Ying leaving a note and returning to the antique shop with them. Throughout the journey, the three of them gazed silently at the lights outside the taxi until they entered the antique store, where they found Tang Sansheng and Bai. Cui Ying then bowed slightly to the two, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for taking me in. Bai nodded slightly, while Tang Sansheng was much more enthusiastic. Welcome to our abode. However, Cui Ying inquired, But where will I stay? The antique shop is quite small. Do not worry. We have made adequate preparations. A brisk voice interjected as a lively young woman emerged from within. Tang Sansheng beamed as he introduced her. This is my fiancée, Xiaoning. Su Bai, captivated by the energetic beauty, remarked, Boss Tang, you are indeed fortunate. Tang Sansheng replied, You three are now inextricably linked. I suppose I am not included? Su Bai responded, Though my constitution is somewhat unique and prone to being targeted by the Qing, the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper hold no connection to me. Bai remarked with depth, Heaven knows. Cui Ying's grandfather appeared significantly younger than anticipated, nearing 70. He possessed a youthful visage, seemingly no older than 60. This family clearly boasted commendable genetic inheritance, particularly in stature, with him standing a robust 185 centimeters. Even taller than Su Bai. Upon exiting the terminal, he stood out remarkably amidst the crowd. Eagerly, Cui Ying approached her grandfather, who was evidently irked and did not greet her warmly, shaking off her hand from his arm. I am not old yet. I do not require assistance. Hello, Grandpa. Su Bai stepped forward, performing a deep bow with great vigor. Cui Laozi scrutinized him, then turned to Cui Ying, asking, Who is he? A prodigious youth, Cui Ying replied, striving to appease her grandfather's anger, immediately donning a smile. And there's another, a Taoist from Maoshan. Look over there. She pointed with her chin, and upon seeing the pale-faced youth, Yu Qing, her grandfather's expression shifted as he noticed the golden seal in his hand. He swiftly masked his surprise. We shall discuss your matters later. Introduce me to these 2 young men, particularly this Maoshan practitioner. He seems quite intriguing. Su Bai stuck out his tongue, realizing that Cui Ying's family, like her, possessed an innate charisma. This old gentleman resembled a gang leader from the 1940s, embodying an elegant demeanor yet exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Noticing her grandfather's softening demeanor, Cui Ying seized the opportunity to link her arm with his, walking and chatting as Yu Qing trailed behind. Observing this, Su Bai pulled him closer. When will your social skills improve? This old gentleman is a crucial figure. You should at least muster a smile. Aren't you here? Yu Qing replied, For someone like me, smiling is far more difficult than remaining stoic. Su Bai shrugged, and indeed, after listening to Cui Ying recount the events leading up to this moment, old Master Cui's expression grew increasingly grim. Everything resembled Pandora's box, now that it was opened. There was no turning back. Perhaps it was fate that his granddaughter returned at this time. Suddenly, old Master Cui halted, mere meters away from the parking lot. With his hands clasped behind him, his sharp eyebrows lent him an air of vitality, but now, it seemed part of his spirit had been drained. and his once towering figure appeared diminished. He abruptly turned to face the two young individuals before him and bent down. I entrust my granddaughter to your care. Grandfather Chui's words left Chuang baffled, while Su Bai and Yu Qing exchanged confused glances. Old Master Chui continued, I will share everything I know with you. Is there a more suitable place for discussion? Aside from the antique shop, they could not think of a better venue. Although Old Master Chui was preoccupied, he was nonetheless astonished by the various antiques in the shop. Clearly, however, this was not the time to delve into their study. Once inside the room, Su Bai astutely fetched a chair. Grandfather, please have a seat. It is often said that those with robust physiques possess simple minds, yet you are an exception. Old Master Chui praised, eliciting a broad smile from Su Bai. In truth, my IQ is 180. I entered university at 16, so I graduated earlier than most. Now, I am the manager of this establishment. This is hardly the moment for boasting. Both Yu Qing and Chuang frowned in unison. Yet Old Master Chui seemed to appreciate Su Bai's character. Your overall qualities are commendable. If only you could be a bit more composed. Now, let us proceed to the main topic. I shall reveal everything you wish to know. Should I suddenly pass away, it would indeed cause you distress, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Chuang opened her mouth to speak, but Old Master Chui interrupted with a wave of his hand. From this moment on, refrain from interjecting and simply listen attentively to what I have to say. Our ancestors from the Chui family were among the 7 recorded on the parchment, codenamed Kaiyang. Unlike the other 6 brothers, he did not perish alongside them, for he had a change of heart at the last moment. The 3 of them raised their heads simultaneously to regard Old Master Chui, who offered a wry smile. While this is indeed the case, it was our ancestor from the Chui family who broke his promise. The Big Dipper, led by Yao Guang, consisted of brothers bound by life and death. Among them, the bond between Kaiyang and Yao Guang was particularly profound, as their temperaments were alike, and they harmonized splendidly. The other 5 would often jest that Yao Guang favored Kaiyang the most. These 2 were like true brothers. If reincarnation were a reality, they should have been reborn as siblings. Yet it was Kaiyang, whom he regarded as a dear brother, who betrayed the 7 stars. Chapter 45. The Bloodlight Blade. The 7 were originally figures of the martial world, yet through a twist of fate, they incurred a debt of gratitude to Zhu Di. At that time, Zhu Di was still the Prince of Yan. If you are familiar with historical facts, you should know that his childhood was not that of an ordinary prince. Before the age of 7, he did not even possess a name. Zhu Yuanzhang had many wives and children, and Zhu Di was the 4th among his 26 sons, several of whom were unaware of their biological mothers. Zhu Di's identity was shaped by the impending ascension of Zhu Yuanzhang to the imperial throne. From a tender age, Zhu Di perceived the harsh realities of the world, and it is beyond our comprehension how a prince of that era navigated his childhood. The esteemed Elder Chui emphasized Zhu Di's significance due to the profound impact he had on the fates of the 7 individuals. Zhu Di was oblivious to the identity of his biological mother, and as he matured, he ceased to concern himself with this matter. He was singularly focused on acquiring his desires, the throne being paramount. However, Zhu Yuanzhang chose to bequeath the throne to his grandson, an act that deeply unsettled Zhu Di. At this juncture, the words of the Yindi Wang Fei awakened him from his reverie. This Wang Fei was none other than the daughter of the founding General Su Bai, serving as a formidable ally to Zhu Di. With her assistance, Zhu Di embarked on his path to usurpation. The Yindi Wang Fei was renowned for her erudition and cunning, and she devised a brilliant strategy for Zhu Di to enlist the support of individuals from the martial world whose sense of loyalty was paramount. To secure their allegiance, it was essential to cultivate a sense of indebtedness among them. The 3 observers, who had been quietly listening, began to feel anxious. Su Bai murmured, "These individuals are truly despicable, dragging others into their schemes." Elder Chui remarked, "In that era, the rise of a general often came at the cost of countless lives. A newly crowned emperor would frequently resort to the slaughter of loyal ministers to prevent them from overshadowing his power. Were you in their position, you might make similar choices." The Yindi Wang Fei was indeed astute. She even dispatched her trusted maid to gather intelligence on the exceptional talents of the martial world. Discovering the existence of the 7 stars of the north and the enigmatic Mingshan sorcerers, recognizing the value of such mystical Taoist arts, she orchestrated a trap to ensnare the 7, allowing Zhu Di to emerge as their savior, thus fostering a sense of obligation among them. In return for this favor, the 7 willingly became Zhu Di's devoted warriors, charging into battle on his behalf. As a result of this, the Yindi Wangfei won Zhu Di's unwavering affection. Despite the throngs of women surrounding him, she remained his foremost companion. Such a woman profoundly moved Cui Ying. How deeply the Wangfei loved that man and yearned to be irreplaceable among so many women, exerting all her intellect and effort to devise this intricate scheme. Should she be deemed clever or fundamentally foolish? This serves as the prologue. For various reasons, the seven became devoted warriors, steadfastly following Zhu Di until he finally ascended to the coveted throne. Throughout this journey, they gradually realized their role as mere pawns. They wished to depart, yet understood their proximity to Zhu Di, aware of many of his actions. Under such circumstances, Zhu Di could not permit their departure. Their lives were surely at stake. This insight proved accurate for Cui Ying. Their departure was not arbitrary but meticulously planned, seizing upon a pivotal opportunity. I know, Su Bai interjected, forgetting to temper his words. They leveraged Zhu Yunwen. Astute, came the reply. Old Master Cui's fondness for Su Bai grew increasingly evident. Indeed, Zhu Yunwen had lost his throne and vanished without a trace. Rumors circulated that Zhu Yuanzhang had foreseen Zhu Di's usurpation and had constructed an escape route for his most cherished grandson, which Zhu Yunwen failed to discover. He was a thorn in Zhu Di's side, one that Zhu Di yearned to remove swiftly. Yang Guang sought out Zhu Di, expressing his intent to eliminate this lingering threat under the guise of searching for Zhu Yunwen, thereby departing in a most honorable fashion. What, then, is the nature of betrayal? Cui Ying inquired. The seven departed Zhu Di as desired, retreating into the mountains, living a carefree existence. Yet, one must not forget that they were still human, susceptible to emotions and desires. However, when it came to the crux of the matter, old Master Cui hesitated. The details of this affair were not meticulously recorded by our ancestors. They were merely glossed over. What nonsense! The three exclaimed in unison. Why omit such a pivotal detail? What constitutes betrayal? They had once vowed to live and die together. Thus, the last survivor bore the responsibility for the final resting place of the seven. According to your account, I surmise it refers to that tomb of the seven. Old Master Cui continued. It was Kaiyang who was tasked with overseeing the affairs of the other six. As per their agreement, upon completing the burial, Kaiyang was expected to take his own life within the tomb, joining his brothers in death. Yet, he ultimately chose to escape. Cui Ying swallowed hard, feeling uneasy. The notions of cowardice and betrayal flooded her mind. However, the instinct for survival could arguably be seen as a form of self-preservation, rather than true treachery. Observing the grim expressions on both Cui Ying and old Master Cui, Su Bai attempted to interject a comforting remark, yet the atmosphere felt decidedly awkward. So, this is Kaiyang's betrayal. In today's context, it might be dismissed with a laugh, yet the bonds of brotherhood are something you cannot comprehend in this present age. Old Master Cui sighed. Our ancestors shared this sentiment. He could not forgive himself, which is why he left behind the sheepskin scroll chronicling their past. As for the map on the reverse, I believe it was perhaps intended to protect that tomb, concealing secrets not meant for public knowledge. What of the 30-year rule? Cui Ying pondered, a heavy weight settling in her heart. Their ancestors, in a moment of fear for their own lives, had forsaken their promises to their brothers. And now that burden had fallen squarely upon her. The year Kaiyang departed was indeed when he turned 30. Old Master Cui remarked. Thus, he established the rule that his descendants must learn of this matter by their 30th year and then pay homage to his 6 brothers. Cui Ying exhaled in relief, realizing the map on the sheepskin scroll depicted a hot spring, indicating that should any among us follow the map, it would lead to the collapse of the hot spring, thereby submerging the tomb of the Big Dipper. What secrets lie within that tomb? There remains a corpse, seemingly perished from confinement. Another corpse? Old Master Cui was taken aback. This matter is not included. It seems there are deeper origins. However, when your father returned to the country at the age of 30, an incident occurred that led me to a conjecture. Yao Guang did not reincarnate. He has not undergone the cycle of rebirth. Yu Qing's eyes widened in astonishment as old Master Cui continued. When your father returned to pay his respects at 30, he encountered a ghostly apparition that followed him for several days. Although he was an ordinary person, he could see it. It was likely that the ghost obscured his vision intentionally, making sure he perceived its presence. My hypothesis stems from the fact that he observed a lotus mark on the ghost's hand. Su Bai immediately turned to examine Yu Qing's hand. Young man, could you possibly be the reincarnation of Yao Guang? How could that be? Yu Qing replied. If I were the reincarnation of Yao Guang, then his ghost would not exist. Indeed, it is impossible for Yu Qing to be the current manifestation of Yao Guang. Old Master Chui remarked. The current dilemma is, if it truly is him, why is he not reincarnated? Is it due to the betrayal of our ancestors, resulting in an unrelenting obsession? My dear, do you now understand why I was so eager for you to return? Chapter 46. The 3 souls and 6 spirits. Chuang nodded, and then playfully said, I was wrong, grandfather. However, he did not harbor any harmful intentions. On the contrary, the person I saw through the ghost's obstruction felt quite familiar. Originally, Chuang was a staunch materialist, dismissing the existence of ghosts and deities, despite her grandfather nurturing her understanding of such matters from a young age. Nonetheless, she always took it lightly, letting it flow in one ear and out the other, treating tales of zongzi and formations as mere writing material. However, now, the ghostly obstruction had completely overturned her worldview. I have divulged everything I know, Old Master Chui stated. Little Ing, you now have the choice to return to the homeland with me or remain here. I shall not interfere. Everything should follow your heart. As perhaps this is a debt our family owes to Yao Guang. I wish to stay, Chuang declared. I have found the best writing material. Old Master Chui had anticipated this outcome, which was why he entrusted Su Bai and Yu Qing with the task. He closed his eyes and let out a gentle sigh. Very well. With her decision made, Old Master Chui had nothing further to say. He retrieved a pouch of copper coins from his robe and placed it in Yu Qing's hand. These coins are forged from bloodlight blades, imbued with the strongest yang energy. Keep them. They may prove useful in the future. The so-called bloodlight blades were weapons used in ancient battles, having claimed countless lives and soaked in the blood of many. The murderous aura contained within these coins, formed from such weapons, can elevate one's abilities during formations. They are exceedingly rare. As the coins fell into Yu Qing's hands, he was somewhat taken aback. I cannot refuse this. You will need these to protect my granddaughter in the future, Old Master Chui remarked. I am openly giving these to you, but in truth, they are meant for little Ing, who would only waste them. Thank you, Yu Qing said, carefully storing the bloodlight coins. Grandfather, what about you? Chuang inquired. A fleeting hint of sorrow crossed Old Master Chui's face, which Su Bai noticed clearly, causing him to pause, pondering whether to ask. Old Master Chui then said, I have arranged to volunteer in Africa with an old friend. We shall depart tomorrow. Yu Qing lifted his gaze and met the Old Master Chui's eyes. The elder subtly shook his head, prompting Yu Qing to lower his head, his hand firmly grasping the bag of copper coins as he bid farewell to Master Chui. Su Bai inquired of Chuang, Sister, what did grandfather do in the past? Perhaps he engaged in such matters, Chuang replied. All I know about the art of tomb raiding has been ingrained in me since childhood. Yet today I learned for the first time that grandfather possessed knowledge of certain spells. So what shall we do now? Su Bai placed his hands on his hips, asserting, In my opinion, we must seek the soul of the one known as Yao Guang. Consider this. We understand the significance of the Big Dipper, and we recognize the wolf's mark as their emblem. However, the golden lotus seal remains an enigma. It is best to inquire directly with him. Can we summon him through me? We cannot, Yu Qing replied. From what Master Chui recounted, if Chui Ying's father and her ghost are indeed Yao Guang, he can command the ghostly shadows, indicating his level surpasses that of the shadows, and he possesses magical abilities. Therefore, summoning through me is futile. Su Bai felt a tinge of disappointment. This matter required further deliberation. After bidding farewell to the elder, Chui Ying took the opportunity to settle into the antique shop. However, having grown up abroad, she was fiercely independent, willingly covering her own lodging and meal expenses, refusing to take advantage of others, which earned Yu Qing's respect. Yet, he struggled to remember her name. To aid his memory, Chui Ying affixed a label to herself, inscribed with the 2 characters for her name. Nevertheless, even knowing it, Yu Qing was reluctant to call her by it, settling instead for the vague reference, much to Chui Ying's chagrin. Chui Ying was indifferent to the myriad antiques surrounding her, but found herself intrigued by Shuef Fun, whom she described as possessing a beauty and aura reminiscent of a character from a novel, truly the epitome of a leading lady. Shuef Fun, typically reserved with others, found herself unable to withstand Chui Ying's relentless pursuit, and the 2 gradually became acquainted, with Shuef speaking more in that time than she had in the previous 3 months. Seizing a moment when Chui Ying was absent, Su Bai seized Yu Qing's arm, asking, What did you 2 communicate when grandfather departed? It was not spoken but conveyed through your eyes. Surprised that Su Bai had not missed this nuance, Yuqing sighed. He has only 3 souls and 6 spirits remaining. Normally, a person's composition includes 3 souls and 7 spirits: the heavenly soul, the earthly soul, and the life soul. Along with 7 spirits: the spirit of heaven, the spirit of wisdom, the spirit of breath, the spirit of strength, the spirit of the core, the spirit of essence, and the spirit of valor. He is missing 1 spirit, the spirit of breath, which indicates he may be suffering from an ailment. It is likely he will soon depart from this world, Yuqing concluded. Su Bai inhaled sharply, realizing why Master Cui had gestured for Yuqing to remain silent. Yuqing's expression shifted to one of unease, and it seemed Cui Ying was unaware of the situation. The tendency of our people to share only good news persisted even abroad. Consequently, the two decided to conceal the truth from Cui Ying, following the old master's intent. During the day, the 3 individuals lingered in an antique shop, yet at night, they would rendezvous to seek the ethereal soul of the flickering light. To facilitate their endeavor, Cui Ying had also administered a special concoction known as cow's tears. Su Bai was reminded of his harrowing first encounter with a ghost and insisted that Cui Ying acclimatize herself first. For instance, there was Wei Jie, who was not only a deceased spirit, but also a rather indolent one, reluctant to emerge from the jade unless absolutely necessary. However, he relished the adoration of countless women who praised his beauty, even to the point of obsession, which provided him with an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. Thus, he endeavored to float out of the jade in the most graceful and enchanting manner possible, his attire being his burial shroud, crafted from the finest silk due to the sorrow surrounding his untimely demise. The delicate fabric filled Cui Ying with a sense of anticipation, though her expectations differed from the collective imagination. When Wei Jie's exquisite, jade-like visage appeared before Cui Ying, even Su Bai felt a twinge of emotion. Such a heartfelt entrance surely deserved admiration. Cui Ying was indeed taken aback. Ah, so this is the legendary wall spirit. Yet, the mere utterance of awe did not bode well for Wei Jie, as there were no gasps of awe, no expressions of admiration, only a casual acknowledgement, compounded by a hint of disappointment on Cui Ying's face. He looked at Su Bai in confusion, for Yuqing did not recall his name. What transpired? It seems you have fallen short of her expectations. Are you truly the spirit of that wall? Su Bai began to harbor doubts as well. How do we ascertain your true identity? Wei Jie felt a surge of frustration. Well then, my task is complete, and I shall take my leave. I was, after all, a notable figure in life. It is no easy feat for the average person to seek an audience with me. Ghosts too possess dignity, and the slight from Cui Ying wounded Wei Jie deeply. With a swift motion, he retreated back into the jade, refusing to show himself for an entire week thereafter. Cui Ying's reaction incited severe disdain from Su Bai. I recall, when someone first encountered a ghost, they fainted instantly, unable to even stand. Dear, that was in the past, Su Bai thought, feeling that his height was rather conspicuous. He promptly sat down, attempting to mask his towering presence. But sister, your audacity is remarkable. This is a ghost, albeit a handsome one. Chapter 47. Incense and Candles. Merely being handsome diminishes his threat significantly, Cui Ying remarked. It lacks challenge. I can't believe I had such high expectations. Well, it is enough to have seen him, she concluded. Yuqing found herself in a state of exasperation. At the age of 26, she remained inherently naive, in the quest to locate the spirit of Yao Guang. Their journey had only just begun. Lacking knowledge of Yao Guang's birth chart, their options were limited, compelling them to resort to the most foolish of methods, casting a wide net in search of the elusive spirit. After a week, they had encountered numerous wandering souls. Yet the specter resembling Yao Guang remained elusive. Undeterred, the trio continued their pursuit. That evening, after closing the antique shop, they ventured out onto the streets, deliberately traversing obscure alleys, particularly those shrouded in darkness where streetlights had failed. Over the course of their time together, they had grown familiar with one another's personalities. Su Bai, although cheerful and light-hearted, possessed a profound reservoir of knowledge. His impressive IQ of 180 was not to be underestimated. Perhaps due to a carefree upbringing, he exuded an optimism that was boundless. Cui Ying, on the other hand, speculated whether there existed anything capable of shattering his cheerful demeanor. As for Yuqing, she preferred to avoid interactions with strangers, requiring a gradual approach akin to melting an iceberg, an arduous process that demanded patience. as any unwarranted contact could prompt a swift change in his disposition. Cui Ying, the eldest among them and cloaked in the guise of a novelist, exhibited an inherent superiority, often directing the others with an air of authority. Out of respect for her femininity, Yuqing and Su Bai refrained from contesting her commands. At that moment, Cui Ying's desire for control resurfaced. Continuing in this manner is futile. We ought to summon a spirit for guidance. Indeed, there was a spirit readily available. Yet Wei Jing had not made an appearance for a week. When he finally did respond, his tone was curt. I rarely show myself these days and typically remain in the Jade realm, devoid of knowledge concerning the spirit world. However, I am aware of one spirit that may possess information about Yao Guang. Is he akin to an oracle of the spirit world? Su Bai inquired, immediately regretting his question, as Wei Jing was unlikely to recognize the reference to the fictional character by Xiao Sheng, a renowned figure from Gulong's work, The Passionate Swordsman and the Ruthless Sword. The creator of the weapon catalog, Bai Xiao Sheng, was known for his encyclopedic knowledge of armaments. By Wei Jing's account, this spirit could indeed be considered the Bai Xiao Sheng of the ghost realm. As expected, Wei Jing admitted, I do not know who Bai Xiao Sheng is. However, I am aware that he was a person of 3 souls and 8 spirits in life, unable to reincarnate after death, wandering the ghost realm out of boredom while collecting tales of various spirits. Where might he be? Cui Ying inquired eagerly, envisioning a treasure trove of narrative material. Yet her skepticism towards Wei Jing was palpable. You likely know of his existence, but you have no idea of his whereabouts, do you? Wei Jing sighed. Congratulations. You are correct. Yuqing then remarked calmly, if he indeed possessed 3 souls and 8 spirits in life, I believe I can find him. Ordinary individuals possess only 3 souls and 7 spirits. Having an excess or deficiency of spirits is deemed uncommon. A person lacking a spirit would naturally exhibit a deficiency of vitality, leading ultimately to a complete depletion of their essence. Conversely, an individual with an extra spirit would remain in a state of perpetual exhilaration, reaching a zenith before succumbing to death, with an average lifespan not exceeding 20 years. Yuqing remarked, such individuals are exceedingly rare, born into exceptionally unique circumstances. Upon their death, due to their incongruity with the general standards of the ghost realm, they are denied the right to reincarnate as humans. However, there is a singular advantage. No matter how formidable the spirits of the ghost realm may be, they cannot contend with such beings, thus earning them the title of true free spirits. These souls are particularly drawn to graveyards, especially the most expansive ones. Su Bai suddenly realized, I understand now. The Baling Mountain Cemetery in our city is indeed the largest graveyard in the nation. He must be there. Astute. Cui Ying commented, leaning closer, your intellect is truly your most attractive trait. Su Bai scoffed in protest. After all the exertion over these past days, Wei Ji finally spoke up, which did not endear him to Cui Ying. Next time you possess such valuable information, you ought to voice it sooner. Be wary of my use of vermilion against you. Wei Ji, hiding within the jade, shuddered in fear. Su Bai remarked, the things that might be useful in a novel may not necessarily prove beneficial in reality. On the contrary, vermilion is indeed effective, Yuqing replied nonchalantly. It is sufficient to deal with a mere entity capable of possession. The trio ceased their delay and promptly sought transportation to Baling Mountain Cemetery. In the dead of night, upon hearing their destination, the taxi drivers shook their heads vigorously, refusing to go. No way, not going. These night shift drivers had encountered their fair share of strange occurrences, rendering them particularly sensitive to such locales. Just as hope began to fade, a taxi slowly came to a halt beside them. Double the fare, and I'll take you. As they peered into the vehicle, they were surprised to find a middle-aged woman. She tapped the steering wheel, double the fare, agree, and get in. The 3 exchanged glances and boarded without further ado. The woman appeared to be in her mid-40s. It was not uncommon in the north for women of her age to take on such work. However, her audacity was remarkable. Yuqing noticed a string of prayer beads hanging in the car, suggesting she was not wholly devoid of caution. Su Bai could no longer contain himself. Sister, aren't you afraid? Even those big men are scared. Afraid, she replied candidly, but I need to make a living. You're offering double the fare. Besides, I have these prayer beads with me. They've been blessed, especially sought after by my grandmother. Yuqing immediately discerned that the beads had likely not been blessed, and the elderly woman might have been deceived. Unblessed prayer beads hold no protective power against malevolent forces. Yuqing reached into his bag, dipped his fingers in vermilion, and inscribed a protective talisman on the back of the driver's seat. This act caught Cui Ying's attention, prompting her to regard Yu Qing with newfound respect as she quietly inquired, "What are you drawing?" "Nothing of consequence," Yu Qing replied. He was inscribing a protective talisman, preferring to keep his benevolence to himself. Cui Ying found herself at a loss with him, yet her heart unexpectedly warmed. Despite his usual icy demeanor, this young man possessed a pure heart. While Cui Ying was lost in thought, the vehicle had already driven out of the city center and was heading towards the suburbs. The three of them could see ghostly shadows occasionally appearing along the roadside, some clustering together as if engaged in conversation. It was the first time for both Cui Ying and Su Bai to witness such a sight. They wished to express their astonishment, but restrained themselves, fearing it might frighten the driver. As they approached the cemetery, a line of white, ghostly figures drifted by in the opposite direction of the vehicle. Su Bai, having learned from Yu Qing, recognized these as the white-sleeved ghosts, new souls that had recently departed from the mortal realm. "Why are you all heading there at this late hour?" The driver mused inwardly. "To see our friend," Su Bai replied, his expression solemn as he furrowed his brow. "He passed away young, barely 20. The driver's heart sank, and she was subtly moved by Su Bai's emotion. "Such a pity, only 20. Su Bai's words held weight, for it was known that the spirits of the ghost realm seldom lived beyond that tender age. Unbeknownst to her, the driver's nerves began to tighten, and the vehicle accelerated as they neared the cemetery gates. The driver finally halted the car. "Ladies and gentlemen, we're quite near now. If you would kindly walk the rest of the way." "Very well," the trio agreed, dismissing the trivial detail. They indeed paid double the fare. Yet the driver hesitated as she accepted the money, swallowing hard. "Well, since I've come this far and there are no vehicles heading back, I shall wait for you here. Please hurry." The driver was truly a kind-hearted soul. The three of them nodded in appreciation and swiftly entered the cemetery. The towering gravestones were chilling to the bone, and in the coolness of the night, a sense of dread enveloped them. Each stone marked a life lost, rendering the place a realm of the deceased. Cui Ying sneezed, feeling the cold more acutely as a woman. Yu Qing contemplated for a moment before removing his outer coat and draping it over Cui Ying's shoulders. Startled, she accepted it without hesitation, inhaling the lingering scent of Yu Qing, which inexplicably quickened her heartbeat. Chapter 48, Mirror Flowers. Water moon with such a vast expanse and so many ghostly figures. How are we to discern the unique existence of the ghost realm's all-knowing sage? Su Bai observed the spectral floods surging towards them, closing his eyes as the spirits passed through their bodies, sending shivers down his spine with each encounter. Cui Ying, however, curiously reached out to touch them, experiencing the novel sensation of their ethereal passage. Yu Qing remained silent, while Wei Jian remarked, "Though he is unparalleled in the ghost realm, he is still a ghost, sharing common traits with all spirits, such as a fondness for incense and candles." Yu Qing was currently engaged in this very task. His backpack resembled the magical pocket of a cartoon cat, brimming with treasures, including incense and candles. Once lit, the incense released an enchanting fragrance, which even made Wei Jian, despite his noble demeanor, inhale deeply. How delightful! This particular incense had been infused with the essence of corpses. Upon observing the entranced expressions of those around him, Yu Qing candidly revealed the source of the fragrant incense. As his words hung in the air, Cui Ying and Su Bai exchanged a glance, their faces betraying a mix of emotions. Su Bai wiped his mouth, as if staving off the rising acidity in his stomach. As the incense was lit, a peculiar aroma drew forth a throng of restless spirits. Su Bai, confronted by the multitude of ghostly figures, felt his spirits plummet and instinctively sought refuge behind Cui Ying. She gave him a reassuring pat on the back, saying, "What is there to fret about? Just think of them as dumplings destined for the pot. Dumplings are made of dough, these are souls." Su Bai exclaimed in distress. "Has that so-called Bai Shaosheng arrived yet?" Yu Qing surveyed the diverse array of spirits before him and noted that fortune favored Su Bai today. None were missing limbs. Among the spectral crowd, one figure stood out conspicuously, as all the other spirits kept their distance. Alone, he stood upright, clad in a traditional Zhongshan suit. His hair styled in the typical manner of a Republic-era student. His posture was straight, arms clasped behind his back, and his visage was strikingly handsome, particularly with his high nose and thin lips. The delicate, refined appearance suggested a life of affluence, perhaps a young master or scion. As he inhaled the unusual fragrance, his face reflected a sense of enjoyment. Yet he chose to maintain his distance from the wandering souls, exuding an air of calm detachment. That must be him, Yu Qing declared, producing an ancient bronze coin and arranging a thunderous barrier to separate the spirits. As the barrier was established, the wandering souls scattered in fear. Yet the Republic ghost remained unfazed, standing resolutely in place. Yu Qing nodded, stating, "He is no ordinary spirit. He exists between the realms of yin and yang, rendering the thunderous barrier ineffective against him." The Republic ghost regarded them warily from afar, revealing a certain dullness despite his uniqueness. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "You can actually see me? You are the Bai Shaosheng of the ghost realm, the one who possesses comprehensive knowledge of the underworld's affairs?" Yu Qing responded, "It appears you perished during the Republic era, one with a constitution like yours, possessing both the 3 souls and 8 spirits, must surely be a rarity in this world." As Yu Qing unveiled his secret, the previously composed Republic ghost became animated, his form quivering as if reminiscent of an old television set flickering uncontrollably. The ghost nodded slightly towards Su Bai, exuding an air of scholarly grace. "It is a fortunate encounter to meet kindred souls, truly a cause for celebration. Are you not afraid he will take you?" "He is a practitioner of Maoshan's sorcery," Su Bai retorted, somewhat irked. "What is there to celebrate?" Yu Qing replied, "I only collect malevolent spirits. He does not fall within that category." The Republic ghost, having led a rather tedious existence, faced a fate of neither prolonged life nor reincarnation. Due to his peculiar nature, other spirits shunned his company. This was his lot in life. Yet now, 3 intriguing individuals who could perceive him had emerged, igniting a sense of exhilaration within him. He introduced himself. "I am Qian Ranjia, an unworthy descendant of the Qian family from Jiangsu. Alas, my family is filled with remarkable talents, while I alone am destined for a short life, ironically living up to the name Ranjia." In the Jiangsu province, the Qian family, a renowned lineage of the Republic of China era, piqued Su Bai's curiosity, leading him to uncover the family's illustrious origins. During this period, 3 prominent families emerged, distinct from the 4 major families of the Kuomintang, which were characterized by power and influence. Instead, these families were esteemed based on their exceptional talents. The Qian family from Wuxi, Jiangsu, the Chun family from Xiushui, Jiangxi, and the Feng family from Tanghe, Hunan. The Qian family boasts luminaries such as Qian Xuesen, Qian Sanqiang, and Qian Weichang, along with esteemed scholars like Qian Jibua, Qian Mu, and Qian Zhongshu. The Chun family is represented by notable figures like Chun Baozhen, Chun Sanli, Chun Inca, Chun Hunka, and Chun Fenghua. The Feng family is renowned for the trio of Feng Yulan, Feng Yuanjun, and Zhongpu. The Qian family's illustrious reputation can be traced back over a millennium to the 5 dynasties period, specifically to their ancestor, Qian Lu, the king of the Wu West state. Qian Lu and his 3 generations of rulers significantly enriched the Wu West state through their exceptional governance. Qian Lu subsequently dispatched his 33 sons across the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, leading to the swift proliferation of the Qian lineage. Since the time of Qian Wang, the Qian family has consistently produced remarkable talents, including numerous top scholars and countless successful candidates in the imperial examinations. As Su Bai began to showcase his knowledge of the Qian family, Qian Renjia offered a bittersweet smile, lamenting his own lack of merit. "In a family so rich in talent, I find myself to be the outlier, having caused much trouble since birth. To be born as a person of distinction has become my greatest irony." This spectral figure, possessing a surprising legacy, came with an unexpected purpose today to inquire about the whereabouts of Yaoguang. "You claim to be the sage of the ghost realm. Would you happen to know of a spirit named Yaoguang?" Yu Qing inquired, presenting incense as a token of gratitude. "Are you intending to capture him?" "That may prove quite difficult," Qian Renjia remarked, his body swaying slightly. "It seems you are aware of something." Yu Qing pressed, "Where is he?" "I do not know his current location. Ghosts are categorized by rank, with the highest being Shi Qing, yet this individual has likely surpassed even that tier." Qian Renjia explained while inhaling the scent of the incense. "He possesses the ability to command these magical spirits for his own purposes. From my recent observations, you have been observing him?" Chuaying interjected, astonished. Realization dawned upon her. This individual was evidently not threatened by Yaoguang, indicating a prolonged curiosity about him. "What makes him special?" "Strangely enough, he has recently begun to consume the life essence of the living," Qian Renjia continued. "In truth, his existence predates mine by a considerable margin. When I first became a ghost, he recognized my origins and sought to recruit me for his own ends. However, unless I consented, he had no means to compel me. Over time, I distanced myself from his affairs, and he eventually allowed me my freedom. Nevertheless, I find him quite intriguing. Su Bai murmured, it's merely due to idle restlessness. Qian Renjia's discourse lacked focus, which irked Chuang somewhat. She assisted him in organizing all fragments related to Yaoguang. This Yaoguang was as elusive as a phantom, never having been clearly seen by anyone. Qian Renjia was no exception. His visage was shrouded in a mist, features distinctly present, yet ultimately leaving no impression. Upon arriving in the realm of spirits, Yaoguang eschewed reincarnation. Wandering in search of ancient tomb artifacts, particularly those imbued with lethal energy to augment his own powers, gradually making himself increasingly formidable, capable of commanding Shiqing, with shadows serving him loyally. What his ultimate aim was, no spirit knew. Qian Renjia remarked, in the past, he relied on artifacts to elevate himself, but recently, he has become terrifying. Just the other day, I witnessed him consume a despairing spirit. In an instant, that spirit was swallowed whole, akin to devouring fruit. It was utterly horrifying. Chapter 49. Just deserts. The progression of spirits could naturally occur through mutual devouring, survival of the fittest. Yuqing clenched his fists tightly, realizing that Yaoguang brazenly usurped the right of other spirits to reincarnate. Despicable. And that's not all. He has grown increasingly deranged, even consuming the souls of the living. Suddenly, Qian Renjia trembled. He consumes living souls, typically just one soul and one spirit at a time, yet the individual becomes as foolish as a simpleton. Even if they survive, they exist in a state akin to idiocy. What purpose does that serve? Yuqing let out a muffled groan. Indeed, he has lost his sanity. Do you know where he is? I do not, Qian Renjia replied. If you find him, notify us. I shall provide you with as many incense candles as you desire. Yuqing inquired, you are not afraid of him, are you? The incense had nearly burned out, and Qian Renjia seized the moment to inhale deeply, lamenting as it extinguished. He readily agreed to the offer of the special incense candles. Yes, absolutely. Yuqing produced a black thread, drawing it along his blood. The thread was sharp, slicing through his fingertip, and it flew from his hand to land in Qian Renjia's grasp. As Yuqing's blood was of pure yang essence, Qian Renjia trembled violently. Yuqing promptly retracted the black thread. Now you know how to find me, yes? Yes, yes, Qian Renjia affirmed. The deal is struck. I shall take my leave. He was eager to pursue the whereabouts of Yaoguang. Chuang, filled with curiosity, inquired, what is that? An enticing rope for spirits. Yuqing explained, to facilitate his future searches for me. My blood has marked him. Let us go. That elder sister is still waiting for us. Yuqing did not forget to pick up the copper coins scattered on the ground. As the Lei Qi formation dissipated, the wandering souls eagerly floated towards the extinguished incense candles, competing for the last remnants of fragrance. The trio hastily departed, leaving the eldest sister alone in the car, who was already overwhelmed. As soon as the three boarded, she pressed the accelerator, turning the car towards the city at full speed. By the time they returned to the antique shop, it was already 3 in the morning. The three of them could not spare a moment to wash up and collapsed into sleep. Su Bai still had lingering questions for Yuqing, but fatigue overcame him, and he quickly succumbed to slumber. Yuqing, burdened with countless uncertainties, tossed and turned in bed several times before finally drifting into a haze of sleep. The fog in his dreams was quite different from that in reality. It was not cold, merely a dense white mist enveloping everything, continually rising from the ground. Amidst the vastness, Yuqing could see only his own hands. He attempted to move forward slowly. The dream felt so vivid that he could hear the faint sound of his footsteps. Becoming alert, he wished to advance. Yet his body felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, immobilized. A shadow approached through the mist. Who goes there? The voice was deep, emanating as if from the depths of the earth. Your heart is quite satisfied now, is it not? This voice, capable of piercing through his very being, filled Yuqing with resistance. He grunted in reply, what right does one who refuses to reveal their face have to dictate terms to me? Such is the nature of humanity, the ephemeral illusions before one can foster a false sense of contentment, a power unique to deception. The voice erupted into a strange laughter. When the illusion shatters, all ugliness will be laid bare. The more you gain now, the more you shall lose in the future. Allow me to guide you beyond this mirage. The shadow moved through the mist, step by step. Yuqing could already glimpse the hem of its garment. With one more step, the figure would be fully revealed before him. The golden seal in its hand appeared first before his eyes. Stop! Su Bai was jolted awake by Yuqing's scream. He opened his eyes to find Yuqing sitting on the bed, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. His hands gripping the sheets tightly. Even in the dim light, Su Bai could discern that Yuqing's complexion was as pale as parchment. He cautiously inquired, "What happened?" Turning on the light, Su Bai observed Yuqing's disheveled state, the sheets soaked with his perspiration. "Did you have a nightmare?" "It felt too real," Yuqing replied. His throat parched as he licked his lips. "So real that it terrified me." When the shadow approached him, a weight pressed upon his heart, making him feel as though he could scarcely breathe. His intuition warned him that the shadow was perilous. Its proximity meant destruction. His desperate cry had finally extricated him from that dire situation. Yuqing drew in a sharp breath. "It is Yaoguang. He can invade my dreams, evidently possessing power beyond my own. Yet, he claims that all I see is but an illusion. I do not comprehend." "Strategy," Su Bai replied confidently. "He is our adversary, and he will surely devise ways to undermine our morale. Young man, you must not concede. His attempts at trickery only reveal his own guilt. No, I must find him immediately. Damn it, where is that Qianrenjia?" Yuqing's mood was evidently disturbed, and Su Bai sensed his emotional instability, feeling an undercurrent of concern. Suddenly, he delivered a firm slap to Yuqing's back, a gesture that brought him back to calmness as he wiped the sweat from his brow. "Thank you," Yuqing said. "You've been quite volatile lately," Su Bai remarked. "It all began in the tomb of the Big Dipper. I don't believe this is mere coincidence." Su Bai seldom spoke in such a serious tone. He genuinely felt that Yuqing was being subtly influenced by an unseen force. Yaoguang could invade his dreams, disturbing him with nonsensical utterances. He believed it prudent to consult Manager Tang. Both fell into a contemplative silence until it was shattered by a knock at the door from Cui Ying. Su Bai opened the door to find Cui Ying waving a newspaper. That person, Qianrenjia, didn't speak nonsense. Last night, Yaoguang surely struck again. "Look, this is breaking news. In the back alley of a bar, someone suddenly fell ill and became foolish. The doctors cannot determine the cause. Such news would typically go unnoticed. Given the city's vast population, the newspaper wouldn't concern itself with every individual's fate. However, this marks the 7th such incident this month, with 7 individuals exhibiting the same symptoms, leaving the medical community perplexed, as 3 of them were treated in the same hospital. This ultimately caught the police's attention, granting it newsworthiness. As the 3 were engrossed in the article, Tang Sancheng entered, his expression grave. "You see, Yaoguang has intensified his actions. Does Manager Tang also suspect Yaoguang?" Su Bai inquired. "Aside from him, I can think of no other specter capable of such deeds. There are many ways spirits can harm, but few can do so in this manner. This is linked to his past as a Maoshan sorcerer," Tang Sancheng explained. "In Maoshan sorcery, there exists a technique known as the soul-gathering method. Yuqing, you are well aware of this." Yuqing's complexion paled. "Indeed, but that technique is forbidden. My father has always warned me that the soul-gathering method is a cursed practice." "He is a ghost, not a human," Cui Ying interjected. "Now we can connect the dots. Initially, the establishment of the cross-ghost path was undoubtedly an attempt by Yaoguang to infiltrate the antique shop. He understands Maoshan sorcery and knows how to set up the cross-ghost path. The shadow that attacked you was also under his command. As for the mysterious figure who eliminated the ghost, you both know who that is." These conclusions were the result of discussions Tang Sancheng had with Bai Yi and others the previous night. Had Bai Yi not been preoccupied with other matters today, Tang Sancheng would not have had the opportunity to present his theories. All his actions serve a singular purpose, to return to his own body. He requires sufficient power to achieve this, for death is a formidable barrier, and the boundary between the realms of yin and yang is not easily crossed. He cannot enter here, nor can he harness the power of the Qian Kuan mirror. Thus, he must devise alternative means. Unfortunately, an unexpected incident has arisen. Chapter 50. Perfectionism. Su Bai, feeling agitated, ran his fingers through his hair. "Manager Tang, please stop with the suspense and just tell us everything at once. Teasing us will not earn you any compensation." Tang Sancheng felt helpless in the presence of such an audacious youth. He could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor. The demise of old Jean and his companions was indeed tragic, yet they had brought it upon themselves. The vibrant ancient corpse belonged to Yaoguang, who had devised a plan before his demise, determined to return to his own body and accomplish the unfinished tasks he had left behind. Regrettably, old Jean and his group acted unscrupulously, not only seizing the funerary artifacts but also engaging in reckless behavior, leading themselves to ruin. Upon their return, Lei Zi and the others discovered that all 7 coffins had been opened, the funerary objects were missing, and the corpses were utterly destroyed. As for the vibrant ancient corpse, it had been set alight and reduced to ashes. No wonder Yu Qing felt a twinge of pain at the thought of that once-living corpse. His hand pressed against his chest. Chueying inquired with concern, "What is it?" Yu Qing shook his head, remaining silent. Tang Sancheng remarked, "The destruction of his corpse and the disruption of a 1,000-year plan would naturally incite him to seek vengeance against old Jean and his companions. And what of Nai He and his group? Had they also encroached upon forbidden zones within the Beta 7 Stars tomb?" Su Bai slapped his thigh. "Well, that's a matter for another time. Boss Tang, with the corpse gone, what does Yao Guang intend to do now?" Tang Sancheng remained silent, inscribing 2 characters in the ground. Yu Qing's expression changed dramatically. He wishes to materialize his soul. The 2 characters Tang Sancheng wrote were returned to heaven. Is this man mad? What transpired in the past that has imbued him with such obsession, willing to spend so long devising a plan? It cannot be due to our ancestors. Otherwise, he would have long since annihilated my father and grandfather, thus severing the lineage of Kai Yang. Chueying interjected. He does not harbor hatred toward our ancestors. His targets are not the Chui family. Otherwise, he would not speak to me so gently. Once the illusion shatters, all ugliness will surface. The more you possess now, the more you will ultimately lose. Let me guide you out of this illusion. His words echoed in Yu Qing's ears, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He suddenly leapt to his feet. Su Bai, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, "Young man, must you react so dramatically?" In light of this, Su Bai recalled Yao Guang entering Yu Qing's dreams and recounted the incident to Tang Sancheng. Tang Sancheng's expression darkened. His abilities have reached the point of entering dreams. Remarkable. Indeed, consuming souls is a radical approach. Not only that, but he also directly devours ghosts. Yu Qing's voice trembled. Tang Sancheng glanced at him and blurted, "Are you afraid?" Yu Qing forced a smile. "I am uncertain of my feelings at present. I wish to be closer to him, yet when he truly comes near, I find myself gripped by fear." This sense of unease was unprecedented for Yu Qing since his birth. Tang Sancheng remained silent, pondering the connection between Yu Qing and Yao Guang, a mystery that eluded him and his companions. "We must exhaust every means to locate Yao Guang. My companions and I will assist you. You are the son of Su Bai. I cannot stand idly by while you are in peril." "Neither can I," Su Bai said, wrapping an arm around Yu Qing's shoulders. "Though I was dragged into this, my pant legs are already wet. It matters not if I am completely soaked. I would need to change clothes regardless." What a peculiar logic. A fleeting smile graced the corner of Yu Qing's lips, momentarily captured by Su Bai, who felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. "Hey, you smiled again. Why must one wear a frown every day? When faced with troubles, it would be far better to laugh and stride forward," he remarked. "Not everyone is as carefree as you are." Chueying, inspired by Su Bai's innate optimism, concurred, "You are absolutely right. Although there lies a river before us, it is preferable to cross it with laughter rather than tears." Observing the budding camaraderie among the trio, Tang Sancheng felt a sense of nostalgia as he recalled his past with Bai Yi and others. "You may indeed become true companions in the future," he said. "Well, I shall take my leave now. Let us keep in touch." Tang Sancheng departed swiftly, prompting Su Bai to raise his right arm. "All right, let us commence. We shall split into 2 teams." Remarkably, Su Bai's mind was the clearest among them, living up to his exceptional intellect of 180. Currently, Yao Guang is siphoning souls in this city. We can start from this point, investigating the locations he prefers to target. With his physical form now destroyed, he is at his wit's end, and this is likely his only recourse. He will undoubtedly continue. "Quite impressive," Chueying praised. "This prodigious youth truly stands out." The trio inquired about the incident at the location where the 7 had met with misfortune, only to discover that all 7 had encountered their fate on this very street. A renowned bar district in the city. At midnight, this place thrived with life, teeming with night owls, intoxicated revelers, some reaching a euphoric state, while others indulged in substances that left them in a daze. The alley behind the bar street was bustling. Each bar had a back door leading to it, and the atmosphere was lively. Occasionally, someone, unable to withstand their drunkenness, would stumble into the back alley, ignored by all, a scenario all too familiar. 7 individuals, all on the same street. Su Bai pondered aloud. Why did he specifically choose this location? Yu Qing scanned the surroundings. What was this place before? After a moment of contemplation, Su Bai replied, originally, it was an execution ground, known as kaishiku in ancient times. Later, it was transformed into a school. When the new district was being constructed, this area was designated as a bar street. Converting a graveyard into a school is a common practice in cities. With a large student population, the positive energy effectively suppresses the lingering negative energy. It is no wonder this place suits him well. As Yu Qing spoke, he retrieved some powdered stone from his pocket, delicately scattering it upon the ground. Initially, there were no signs of disturbance, but after advancing about 5 meters, a greenish glow began to flicker ominously on the ground, causing Yu Qing's expression to darken. What is this? Su Bai inquired, intrigued. Footprints of a ghost, Yu Qing replied. Ordinary ghosts do not leave footprints, but Yao Guang is an exception. He has surpassed the realm of ordinary specters, striving to materialize his form. The footprints can only be discerned through the powdered stone, indicating he is not fully solidified yet. However, the situation is already dire. Chueying shrugged. Young man. You may not be his match. The term young man was something Chueying had picked up from Su Bai, which Yu Qing did not appreciate, as evidenced by the frown that appeared on his brow. Su Bai chuckled. So, where do the footprints lead? Returning to the matter at hand, the 3 individuals followed the footprints until they arrived at the refuse site, a place replete with the discarded remnants of various bars. At this hour of the night, it was only the diligent sanitation workers who would come to restore order to this chaotic scene. The air was thick with a peculiar stench, prompting Chueying to quickly turn her head. Yu Qing suddenly stepped forward, frantically sifting through the refuse. Su Bai cast a glance downward and gasped. Jumping behind Chueying, Sister, there's a corpse. Among the rubbish, a pair of lifeless feet dangled, devoid of vitality. As Yu Qing continued to clear away the debris, he uncovered a young man lying there, his face a tapestry of bruises, having just regained consciousness after a bout of unconsciousness. Who is it? The pungent odor of alcohol wafted from him, making Yu Qing reluctant to inhale. Noticing he was still alive, Yu Qing kicked him disdainfully. Wake up! Su Bai felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. He leaned closer to examine the figure under the light, inhaling sharply. It's the young master. The so-called young master was none other than the renowned star by Ma Xuan, the object of Su Bai's disdain. Accustomed to his charming demeanor, it was a jarring sight to see him in such a disheveled state. Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle, catching the attention of Chueying, who looked at the filthy by Ma Xuan sprawled on the ground. I never imagined there existed such a handsome man in our country. Lying amidst trash, yet still maintaining an air of elegance. It's truly remarkable. Chapter 51. Censorship. Sister, one must speak with integrity. Do you consider me invisible? Reluctantly, Su Bai stepped forward to assist by Ma Xuan in standing. After all, he was his young master. Hey, are you all right? Bai Ma Xuan opened his eyes. Oh, it's you. Disturbing one's peaceful slumber is an unethical act. Did you not know? The audacity of his response was infuriating. Yu Qing, having confirmed the individual was indeed alive, lost interest and left Bai Ma Xuan to Su Bai's care. Bai Ma Xuan rose, showing no signs of inebriation. He brushed off the grime from his clothes, wearing a look of disdain. How filthy! If you cherish cleanliness so much, why were you sleeping in a pile of garbage? Su Bai retorted. It's called experiencing life. Bai Ma Xuan replied, swiftly removing the dirt from his person. It's my manager's folly for agreeing to such a role, particularly with this scene. I strive for perfection in all my endeavors. Hence, even the most revolting situations must be experienced, a notion you wouldn't comprehend. His tongue was as sharp as ever. It would have sufficed to simply declare himself a perfectionist. Yu Qing, momentarily pleased, suddenly noticed the footprints ahead, her brow furrowing. Wait, what do you see? Bai Ma Xuan exchanged a meaningful glance with Yu Qing. I don't understand what you are saying. The footprints ceased at that point, indicating that the entity known as Yao Guang had once lingered here. Yu Qing pointed to the ground, and Bai Ma Xuan followed her gaze. A rare smile graced Yu Qing's face. You're lying. You're not engaging in some experiential endeavor. You are, in fact, his target. The footprints on the ground are those of a ghost. I've awakened my sight, and they shed tears like oxen, which is why I can see them. What about you? How is it that you can see? Su Bai shivered slightly as he turned to gaze at the exceptionally handsome profile of Bai Ma Xuan, a surge of jealousy igniting within him. Although he considered himself quite attractive, the man before him was simply unfairly blessed by fate. A flicker of amusement danced across Bai Mashwan's face, and Su Bai mused that if his mother were present, she would likely faint from excitement. However, Su Bai had no intention of yielding. "Young master, as a renowned celebrity, what brings you to such a place? Why shouldn't I be able to see you?" Bai Mashwan replied, "Well, in light of the fact that you rescued me from this heap of filth, I shall disclose that he departed not long ago, heading southwest. If you hurry, you might be able to catch up." Yuqing fixed his gaze intently on Bai Mashwan. "We will discuss your identity later." The matter of Yao Guang was of greater urgency, and the trio wasted no time in dashing away. As they departed, Bai Mashwan caught a whiff of the alcohol on his clothes and turned to observe the bottle that lay shattered on the ground. Fortunately, it had provided him with a semblance of cover. Swallowing hard, he retrieved his phone. "Hello, master, come pick me up." When Tang Sancheng arrived, Bai Mashwan was attempting to calm his nerves, for no one wished to endure the stench of refuse. Alone beside the garbage heap, the solitary figure of Bai Mashwan appeared pitifully desolate. Tang Sancheng found the situation somewhat amusing. If a reporter were to capture this moment, I doubt anyone would believe that this is truly you, Bai Mashwan. All of this is due to that Su Bai. I shall settle the score with him later. Bai Mashwan instinctively pouted, a habit formed since childhood, especially in the presence of those he trusted. He murmured in frustration, "Master, I have never faced such humiliation. To think that a celebrated star like me would be hiding in a garbage heap. If this were to get out, I might as well cease to exist." "You were never meant to be human," Tang Sancheng chuckled. "Do not forget, you are no longer the little fox. You are Bai Mashwan, the rising star of the entertainment industry. Mind your words. What can you tell me about that Yao Guang fellow? I may not be his match. He sensed my pursuit." Bai Mashwan wiped his face in exasperation. Once a person dies, they become a ghost. He was an exceptional Maoshan sorcerer in life, and now he utilizes Maoshan techniques to capture demons. "Master, when will I attain the Tao?" "Before mastering the Tao, one must first cultivate the immortal path," Tang Sancheng replied. "You have already transcended the boundaries of time, taking a significant step forward, something your kind could scarcely imagine. The power of Yao Guang is formidable. You underestimated him today, which left you unprepared. By the way, what does Yao Guang look like?" "I couldn't see clearly. His face seemed shrouded in mist, obscuring his features," Bai Mashwan explained. "I will not let this matter rest, master. I intend to join Su Bai and the others in searching for Yao Guang. Do not forget, you have a crucial film to shoot next. How could you possibly find the time?" Tang Sancheng admonished. "We agreed that you would focus on this project first." Bai Mashwan scoffed softly. "I will find a way." As he observed the cold smirk on Bai Mashwan's face, Tang San felt a chill run down his spine. He could not fathom what this individual was scheming, yet he sensed that some would soon face misfortune. Meanwhile, Su Bai and the others hastened towards the direction indicated by Bai Mashwan. The footprints on the ground vanished at a crossroads, and a bag of limestone powder had nearly been emptied. Yuqing wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that the target had evaded capture. Except for that one instance in his dreams, Yuqing had never approached Yao Guang closely enough to discern his visage. Just as his irritation peaked, a voice interrupted, "Greetings." It was Qian Ranjia, a ghost from the Republic era, whose appearance rekindled Yuqing's hopes. "Do you have any news? Yao Guang has frequently visited a certain location recently. I suspect it to be his hideout." Qian Ranjia suddenly smiled, a look of significance in his expression. Chuiying, being somewhat older, began to piece together his cryptic hints. "Do you wish to negotiate with us? Is it the incense and candles you seek?" Yuqing replied, "If that is the case, it can be arranged." "No, I do not desire incense and candles. I long for death." Qian Ranjia's face contorted in despair. "I wish for release. Please assist me. If you help me, I shall reveal the whereabouts of Yao Guang's stronghold." Su Bai interjected, "You cannot be reborn. If you wish to die, you will only be reduced to ashes." "I am aware." Qian Ranjia's form began to float towards Yuqing, and he suddenly prostrated himself, lamenting, "I can no longer endure this existence. It is relentless. My life has been mundane, and I have not become a hero. Yet, to suffer such tedium and death is unbearable. I would rather find release. Thus, I present this singular condition. I will disclose his location if you help me attain liberation." As Su Bai prepared to draw a talisman, he noticed Yuqing shake his head. "What is it? Can you not assist him?" "I cannot," Yuqing replied. "His condition is extraordinary. He possesses the 3 souls and 8 spirits by nature, existing as a ghost after death. Yet he does not belong to the realm of the dead. He exists in a liminal space between human and ghost. And the Maoshan techniques are ineffective against such a state. The youth's bluntness was disconcerting. Would Qianranjia still divulge Yao Wang's location after such a declaration? Su Bai furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, nothing in this world is eternal. The absence of a solution now does not preclude one in the future. Chuaying discreetly gave Su Bai a thumbs up, and Qianranjia nodded eagerly. Indeed, as long as you promise to seek a remedy for me, I will share the information with you. Chuaying pinched Yu Qing, casting a series of knowing glances, prompting him to agree. Very well, I will do my utmost. As long as I draw breath, I shall strive to discover a means to liberate you. Excellent. Qianranjia beamed, nodding profusely. I shall draw you a map of Yao Wang's destination. By Ma Xuan, tasked by Tang San and by Yi to protect Su Bai and the others, initially felt detached from the matter. He intended to wait until the completion of the film aimed at international accolades before taking action. However, while tracking Yao Wang, he stumbled, his frustration mounting. Eager for a rematch with Yao Wang, he was taken aback to learn that Su Bai and the others had acquired a lead from Qianranjia, compelling Bai Ma Xuan to resolve to act decisively. Chapter 52. The Divine Right of Kings today marks the meeting, and with his agent by his side, Bai Ma Xuan is set to meet the producer, who is also the principal investor, a woman in her mid-40s. She is one of the few distinguished figures in the film industry nationwide. The anticipation of this meeting has left the agent brimming with excitement. Ma Xuan, the role is practically secured. You must make a splendid impression today. Impression? Bai Ma Xuan quipped with a smirk, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. The agent, a man in his 40s, silently lamented. The company's predicament necessitated this arrangement, as female agents often found themselves unwittingly captivated by Ma Xuan, their focus invariably drawn to him, resulting in numerous lapses in professionalism. Consequently, the company had no choice but to replace the entire team, including stylists and makeup artists, with men. This shift, however, had given rise to unfounded rumors, such as claims that Ma Xuan harbors a disdain for women. Ma Xuan's aesthetic sensibilities and preferences are entirely conventional, yet the heights of success can be isolating. Loneliness is often the only companion awaiting those who ascend. He had grown accustomed to this reality, recognizing that the fewer people close to him, the better. Gazing at the towering edifices ahead, he sighed, determined to bring matters to a close today. Ms. Chung, the producer, was impeccably attired, her makeup meticulously applied to artfully conceal her crow's feet and forehead wrinkles. Her smile, reminiscent of a factory-produced beauty, was striking and appropriate, albeit lacking a touch of warmth. Such social engagements irked Ma Xuan to no end, yet he managed to muster a smile. Hello, Miss Chung. The middle-aged lady felt as if sunlight had poured into her heart. The legendary Ma Xuan was indeed as remarkable as the rumors suggested. She smiled and extended her hand. Hello, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. In a surprising gesture, Ma Xuan took her hand and kissed the back of it, shocking his agent, as this was unprecedented behavior for him during professional encounters, a blatant act of flirtation. Yet, witnessing Ms. Chung's radiant smile, the agent clenched his fist tightly. The outcome of this meeting was unequivocally assured. May I have a moment alone with you? Ma Xuan inquired, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, causing Ms. Chung's heart to race. Of course, she replied. As they entered the meeting room, the agent stood by, momentarily stunned until the door slammed shut. Today was indeed peculiar. Ma Xuan, who typically shunned associations with power and privilege, had finally shown a spark of interest. Elated, the agent punched the air in celebration, cheerfully striding to the break room, where he picked up a magazine, propping his legs up, already envisioning tomorrow's headlines, unable to suppress his grin. Ma Xuan eventually emerged from the meeting room, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. The agent approached eagerly. How did it go? We shall know tomorrow, Ma Xuan replied, his face impassive, and as he sensed a slight stir behind him, he added, let us return to the office. Upon exiting the grand building, a throng surged toward him, chanting, Ma Xuan, I love you. Ma Xuan, brother, I love you, let us marry. Ma Xuan finally lifted his head, waved at the crowd, and offered a warm smile, provoking a cacophony of deafening screams. After a challenging endeavor, he managed to enter the van, crossing his arms contemplatively. What would transpire the following day was already palpable. When the dawn broke, the agent suddenly grasped the reality. This opportunity for Ma Xuan had evaporated. He was oblivious to what transgressed in the reception room. Yet the repercussions were undeniable. Ms. Chung abruptly declared the cancellation of Bai Moshuan's performance opportunity. Furthermore, she stipulated that for any future projects funded by her company, he would be forever barred from participation, a veritable banishment. The upper management unleashed their fury upon him, delivering a scathing rebuke. As the agent exited the executive office, he encountered Bai Moshuan, who bore the weight of unspoken grievances yet dared not unleash his frustration upon him. After all, he was the company's treasure. Bai Moshuan nodded slightly to his agent. I apologize for dragging you into this. He produced a check and placed it in the agent's hands. This is what you deserve. Upon glancing at the figure inscribed upon it, the agent felt a warmth in his chest, yet confusion lingered. I don't understand. Why would you sabotage such a splendid opportunity? You must realize the stature of this company domestically. If they blacklist you, it equates to being buried in obscurity. No one would dare cast you in a film. Moshuan, can you not see this? I am fully aware, and it was intentional, Bai Moshuan replied nonchalantly. Intentional? Fuyu, seated across from Bai Moshuan, glared with fiery intensity. Bai gasped, having rarely witnessed her fury in their years together. It was a fierce maternal instinct that awakened. I must join Su Bai and the others. I have to do this. Bai Moshuan was savoring fruit, particularly fond of mangoes. Taking a bite, he replied nonchalantly, moreover, Mom, we are not lacking in funds. I am indifferent to the remuneration. The earnings from my prior endeavors suffice for my lifetime. Bai nodded in agreement. What my son says holds truth. There will always be opportunities to earn more money. However, what matters is not wealth, but integrity. How could you decline a role in such a manner? Fuyu's tone grew increasingly severe. This is unethical. Furthermore, the newspaper's headline claims Bai Moshuan resisted the female producer's coercion and was subsequently blacklisted. Is this not a distortion of truth? You were the one who belittled her as an older woman. Bai Moshuan took the paper, noticing the reporter's name, and mused. Ah, she is my fan. It is her instinct to defend me, not something I orchestrated. Fuyu let out a resigned sigh. It is astonishing how appearances can distort reality. This world has truly gone mad. Actually, I find Moshuan's approach rather commendable, she concluded. Bai chuckled, observing, in recent days, it has become evident that both Yu Qing and Su Bai are but novices. Their foray into the tomb was merely a last-minute endeavor. Now we have the slightly older Chuaying joining us. Yet regrettably, she is a novelist. Her theoretical prowess is commendable, but practical application is an entirely different matter. Mo Xian, although accompanying them, can only provide limited support due to his status as a major star, which makes it challenging for him to carve out time. Being sidelined seems to be his only recourse, and for the foreseeable future, it appears he will not be troubled any further. You support his approach then? Fuyu inquired, shaking his head. At this juncture, my words hold no weight. Bai Mo Xian, remember the matters concerning Su Bai. At this stage, not a word must be disclosed. I understand, Bai Mo Xian replied. The paramount task is to address the troubles posed by that lad, Yu Qing. His excitement grew as he added. I am now eager to unveil the true visage of that elusive Yaoguang. In the antique shop, Su Bai and his companions were busily packing their belongings for yet another journey. This would be their first expedition to Minnan, and the anticipation of discovering clues about Yaoguang made time feel unbearably sluggish for Yu Qing. The information provided by Qian Renjia that day was succinctly encapsulated in the 4 characters, 7-star giant coffin. Qian Renjia had sketched a lotus flower on the ground. En Shuiying informed Yu Qing, during the Ming dynasty, the lotus was predominantly regarded as a significant emblem of the Ming cult. As for whether the lotus design associated with the cult bears resemblance to the mark on the back of your hand, that remains uncertain. The 7-star giant coffin was a location frequently visited by Yaoguang, marked by the presence of the lotus symbol. While tidying up, Su Bai muttered, what a coincidence. The Big Dipper. However, in ancient times, this motif was often employed in royal burial practices. For instance, the layout of the 7 stars can be found in Nanjing's Ming Shaoling, and Emperor Wanli also utilized the 7-star burial style, symbolizing the divine right of kings and the unity of heaven and humanity. Su Bai spoke with conviction, while Tang Sancheng lingered at the doorway, having absorbed every word. Su Bai is quite right. If that ghost from the Republic did not err, then Yaoguang must be visiting a Ming dynasty royal tomb. As for whether the mark on Yaoguang and Yu Qing's hand is connected to the Ming cult, that is something you will ascertain when you visit. Chapter 53. Snake Blood Boss Tang. When did you arrive? The trio exclaimed in surprise. I arrived early and brought someone along to meet you, Tang Sen Chung replied, introducing Emotion. Su Bai felt a chill run down his spine. It can't be Bai Emotion, can it? Indeed, it is I, Bai Emotion said. Casually attired in a simple shirt and jeans, his charisma undiminished. I look forward to your guidance. From now on, Emotion will accompany you, Tang Sen Chung stated. You four must support one another. Do not regard him merely as a star, but as a senior. Senior? Cui Ying glanced at Bai Emotion. Having a handsome companion is undoubtedly delightful, but he is so young. How can he be our senior? Do not judge a book by its cover. You will come to understand, Tang Sen Chung assured them. This afternoon, he will set out with you. Should you have any queries, feel free to ask him directly. I shall not intrude any longer. Having perused the morning newspaper, Su Bai was aware of the news regarding the sidelining of the major star, Bai Emotion. Once Tang Sen Chung departed, Su Bai grinned mischievously. Major star, are you out of work, seeking a diversion? Bai Moshwan remained silent, simply stating, I have everything prepared. If there are no objections, I shall return this afternoon. As he departed, Cui Ying jestingly remarked, Hey, Su Bai, who would have thought this superstar possesses such grace? You provoke him, yet he remains unperturbed. By the way, are you perhaps envious of him? Envious? Me? Su Bai placed his hands on his hips. If I were to enter the entertainment industry, there would be no room left for Bai Moshwan. It is I who have granted him a reprieve. Suddenly, the man, Cui Ying, interjected, By the way, aren't you going to notify your parents? His words prompted Su Bai to make a brief visit home before leaving. It had been a long time since he had returned, and he felt an odd sense of dissonance. Although it was the place where he had grown up, he felt like a guest, curiously observing everything around him. This strange sensation made him chuckle. What are you laughing at? Bai Ling playfully nudged him. You finally returned and are simply grinning like an idiot. Do you not even recognize your own home? Where's Mom? I have to travel for work again. I'll visit her when I return. Su Bai scratched his head, unaware of Bai Ling's gaze fixed on the Bodhi bead necklace around his neck. Upon seeing it intact, she sighed in relief. Good. Remember to bring back a gift. What about Dad? Su Bai noticed the absence of Su Dahong. Silly child, today is a weekday. He is at work. Bai Ling suddenly leaned her head against Su Bai's chest. When you were born, you lay upon my heart, listening to my heartbeat. At that time, you were like a little mouse, unaware of how unattractive you were. Who could have imagined you'd grow into such a handsome young man? Mom, what is wrong with you? Su Bai had never seen Bai Ling appear so listless. It's nothing, just a bit sentimental. Bai Ling inquired, where are you off to this time? Minnan. Su Bai replied, Minnan. I've heard that place is quite fascinating, with numerous earthen buildings. Make sure to take plenty of photos. By the way, are you staying for dinner? No, Mom, I have an afternoon flight. Su Bai suddenly wrapped his arm around Bai Ling's, this time back. I might be able to spend more time with you. I'm off now. As Su Bai departed, Bai Ling let out a long sigh. Pandora's box has already been opened. Bai Moshwan adjusted his sunglasses and lowered the brim of his hat, seated in a corner of the waiting lounge, still attracting countless glances. This quartet was undeniably eye-catching. Bai Moshwan possessed an innate star quality. Su Bai bore a striking resemblance to Wu Yanzu, coupled with Yu Qing's delicate beauty. And not to forget the naturally model-like novelist, Cui Ying. No matter how discreet they attempted to be, they could not escape the attention of others. Su Bai relished this sensation. No wonder everyone aspires to be a star. The feeling of being admired is truly delightful. Freedom is even more precious. If you had my experiences, you would understand, Bai Moshwan remarked, success comes at a cost. Imagine dining with dozens of people surrounding you, staring. How does that feel? Su Bai shivered slightly, not particularly pleasant. All right, let us proceed. Cui Ying gazed at Yu Qing with a hint of concern. He had been brooding deeply these past few days, speaking even less than usual. Placing her hand gently on his shoulder, she assured him, this time, we will surely find him. Yu Qing was taken aback by Cui Ying's tenderness. Meeting her starry eyes stirred something within him. I'm fine, thank you, he replied. Su Bai and Bai Moshwan exchanged glances and rose simultaneously, choosing not to intrude as they walked ahead. Their similar statures rendered them conspicuously noticeable. Su Bai turned to Bai Moshwan and remarked, that electric encounter just now nearly stunned me. Bai Moshwan replied, I commend your perceptiveness. I thought you were merely a brash youth. I didn't expect you to possess such depth at times, Su Bai retorted. I am simply a free spirit, not foolish. He added with a hint of annoyance. Bai Moshwan countered, as a prominent star, you should be cautious about engaging in such undertakings. Do you not fear for your future prospects? I've already stated that you need not fret over my affairs, Bai Mashwan responded. In consideration of your position as an antique shop assistant, I have a unique secret to share. For a man to exude charm, the first rule is to speak less. With that, Bai Mashwan strode away with dignity. Su Bai, not one to be easily outdone, recognized that Bai Mashwan was subtly mocking him for his verbosity. Irritated, he followed him, but by then Bai Mashwan had already passed through security. Stifling his irritation, Su Bai remained silent throughout their journey, which culminated in their arrival at a place called Guanyuan Village. The so-called 7-star giant coffin was a name coined by Qian Renjia, adorned with the patterns of the Big Dipper. It was significantly larger than an ordinary coffin, hence its grand title. Guanyuan Village boasted numerous earthen buildings, remnants of ancient times, totaling 7 in number, strategically positioned across the village's 7 cardinal directions. These earthen structures, known as tulu, were constructed from unbaked clay mixed in specific proportions, utilizing wooden frameworks for walls and beams. Tulu flourished during tumultuous periods such as the Huang Chao Rebellion in the late Tang Dynasty, the southward migration of the southern Song Dynasty, and the construction boom during the late Ming to early Qing dynasties, designed to withstand both wild beasts and bandits. Su Bai remarked, I've long heard of the numerous Tulu in southern Fujian, yet I never anticipated finding them in such a remote area. Look, the architecture in this village is sparse, and the population is scant. The 7 Tulu were arranged according to the 7-star formation. A mere coincidence, it could not be. Yu Qing retrieved a compass from his backpack, further confirming the positioning of the 7 buildings. These 7 Tulu faced the starry sky, constructed according to the various orientations of the 7 stars. Moreover, you'll notice that there are no other buildings among them. The modern houses and small buildings are situated far away, entirely disconnected from these 7. Indeed, Chuaying noted, the residents of this village are scattered, deliberately avoiding proximity to the Tulu. Logically, in such a remote area, the arrival of strangers would have drawn the attention of the locals. Yet, not a single soul has emerged, not even a dog, which is typically ubiquitous in rural areas. Su Bai clicked his tongue. This place resembles a ghost village. I doubt there is a living soul here. Ridiculous. Chuaying pointed towards the clothes hanging outside. If no one lived here, how could there be this? With nothing more to say, Su Bai swiftly shifted the topic. Let us search for the 7-star giant coffin. Yu Qing stowed away the compass, the sun blazing fiercely overhead. Following Lei Zi's instructions, such matters ought to be conducted under the cover of night. However, impatience overtook him. With no one around, he commenced his excavation. Bai Mashwan, observing his eagerness, remarked, Your approach resembles casting a net aimlessly. When do you expect to find anything? One must probe before digging. It is rudimentary wisdom. Chapter 54. The stone statue. Su Bai promptly retrieved the Luoyang spade and plunged it into the earth, dislodging a small amount of soil. He inhaled deeply, sifting through it with his fingers, discovering flecks of powder within. Is this vermilion? He queried. No, it is red sand, the finest quality among vermilion, he concluded. Yu Qing pinched a bit in his palm, a smile of delight finally gracing his features. Indeed, there lies a tomb chamber beneath. The 4 of them set to work, wielding their hand spades as they dug. After approximately half an hour, they unearthed a square-shaped theft tunnel. Bai Mashwan's technique was surprisingly adept, prompting Su Bai to ponder privately how such a prominent figure could possess such skill, an incongruity that felt unsettling. As they toiled fervently, Chuaying suddenly noticed an elderly woman with silver hair and a hunched back standing ahead, her gaze fixed intently upon them. She appeared to be at least 70, of short stature, clad in a deep blue garment. Her wrinkled visage bore murky eyes that glimmered with an eerie light. Chuaying rose, and the others soon perceived the woman as well. Leaning upon a cane, she remained silent, causing a chill to sweep over them. Chuaying approached cautiously and inquired, Old lady, do you foresee death? The woman spoke in a heavy Minnan dialect, which Chuaying found unclear. Bai Mashwan rose leisurely, translating, She says there will be death. Upon finishing her words, the old woman trembled and turned unsteadily to leave. Chuaying suggested, This woman may possess knowledge. Should we inquire further? Yet Bai Mashwan replied, Even if we do, it would merely yield hearsay. Are we to abandon our quest at the notion of ghosts below? Such fears are inconsequential to us. We shall persist. Though Bai Mashwan's tone was nonchalant, his reasoning held merit. Chuaying found him peculiar. Despite being of similar age to Yu Qing and Su Bai, he exuded the wisdom of a sage, his thoughts remarkably mature. The trio concurred with his perspective, and thus they resumed their excavation until they reached a dense layer of bricks, at which point they ceased their efforts. Fortune smiles upon us. This is the rear wall. Su Bai exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The rear wall is the thinnest. We have struck gold. He raised his spade and struck down, quickly creating a significant opening. As Su Bai peered inside, a foul odor assaulted his senses. Suddenly, a shadow flashed before him, prompting Cui Ying, ever quick-witted, to draw a dagger and thrust it forward. A putrid liquid splattered across Su Bai's face, and before he could react, Yu Qing produced a piece of cloth from somewhere and wiped it across Su Bai's visage. The noxious scent awakened Su Bai's senses. It is blood. Snake blood. Bai Moshuan observed Su Bai's bloodied face, stating, such things abound underground. It is prudent to strike first before they bite. Otherwise, one might encounter a venomous creature and lose their life. Feeling a sense of indignation after being reprimanded by Bai Moshuan, Su Bai reluctantly conceded. Understood, sister. Thank you. Your skills are truly remarkable. I practiced abroad, often hunting with my father in my youth. Cui Ying interjected. Enough talk. Let us hurry inside and take a look. Leading the way, Su Bai entered first, turning on his headlamp to bolster his courage. As the light illuminated the space, Su Bai was taken aback. It was not a tomb chamber, but rather a narrow passageway descending via a set of stairs into a dim abyss. This place appears quite extraordinary. Let us proceed downward, he remarked. Bai Moshuan entered, seemingly unfazed, and as Su Bai's words faded, she surpassed him and descended the steps. Determined to keep pace, Su Bai followed suit, with Cui Ying and Yu Qing trailing behind. The four of them navigated the stairs, approximately a meter wide, flanked by smooth stone walls adorned with braziers. Bai Moshuan ignited one of the braziers, and the flickering flames revealed magnificent murals that captivated their attention. The walls were adorned with vivid depictions of celestial maidens, pavilions, three-legged crows, and the red sun, rendered in rich ochre, stone yellow, and pine ink, executed with fluidity and grace. The celestial maidens appeared remarkably lifelike, showcasing opulent artistry. The master of this tomb must have held a position of great esteem. However, the absence of male figures raises a question. Is there an adherence to patriarchal ideals? Su Bai pondered aloud. Cui Ying smacked Su Bai lightly on the arm, retorting, what nonsense. If it were a patriarchal belief, the murals would depict men, not women. Let us apply some basic logic. Su Bai conceded, glancing down the seemingly endless staircase. If we refrain from unnecessary chatter, we may reach the bottom sooner. Yu Qing interjected abruptly. The true tomb chamber should lie below. Qian Renja mentioned seeing a coffin adorned with the Big Dipper pattern. Yu Qing's mood was evidently sour, prompting Su Bai to suppress his comments and continue following Bai Moshuan. The underground realm was eerily silent. Even the faintest sounds echoed ominously, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The murals on either side of the staircase grew increasingly opulent, transitioning from celestial maidens and pavilions to a grand palace scene, where countless concubines danced gracefully amidst majestic court structures. Isn't this reminiscent of a palace? Su Bai queried, perplexed. Even if this were a noble's tomb from the Ming dynasty, the murals would reflect their aristocratic lifestyle, yet this directly showcases palace life. Such a contradiction. There is only one exception, Cui Ying interjected. This must be an imperial mausoleum. Su Bai gasped, realizing their fortune. If this were indeed an imperial tomb, the accompanying artifacts would be astonishing. Merely taking a couple of items could yield treasures. As they conversed, Bai Moshuan quickened her pace, leaving the three trailing behind. Su Bai hurried after her, and after approximately 15 minutes, they finally glimpsed a row of stone figures ahead, signaling the staircase's end. These stone figures, known as shixiangxing, were typically placed before royal tombs, representing stone guardians and embodying the essence of imperial authority. During the Ming dynasty, whenever grand ceremonies were held, in addition to the civil and military officials and military honors arranged on either side, tamed lions and elephants were also placed in cages along the imperial path to signify the emperor's majesty. After the emperor's demise, a similar display was required. Thus, stone statues were erected in front of the mausoleum. This practice originated in the Qin and Han dynasties and was perpetuated by successive emperors and high-ranking officials, albeit with variations in quantity and symbolism. Currently, 12 stone statues stand proudly, each represented in pairs: lions, xieji, camels, elephants, cheilants, and horses, positioned on either side of this open space, each towering over a meter in height. The 12 stone guardians exude an imposing presence, creating an overwhelming atmosphere. Su Bai cautiously reached out to poke one of the horse statues. It felt rigid and frigid to the touch, sending a shiver down his spine. Indeed, these stone figures confirm this as an imperial tomb. From the murals, it appears to be the Ming Dynasty mausoleum. Bai Maoxuan crossed his arms, pondering. Yet, the Ming mausoleums are primarily located at Tianshou Mountain in Beijing, known as the 13 tombs of the Ming Dynasty, which include the tombs of emperors such as the Yongle Emperor, Emperor Ren, and Emperor Xian. Since the Yongle Emperor, Zhu Di, selected this site, the necropolis was continuously constructed over more than 2 centuries, evolving into a grand mausoleum complex. As for the founding emperor, he rests alongside Empress Ma at the southern foot of Purple Gold Mountain in Nanjing, adjacent to Zhongshan Ling and facing Meihua Mountain. So whose tomb is this? As Su Bai's words lingered, the other 3 fell into contemplation. Counting the emperors of various dynasties, it seems there is only one possible candidate. However, it is rumored that he became a monk. Cui Ying murmured, "We must enter to uncover the truth." Behind the 12 stone statues stood a grand red gate, behind which the head of a structure peeked out, seemingly scrutinizing the gathering with caution. The existence of such a massive underground construction, devoid of any historical record, clearly indicates an extraordinary occurrence. Chapter 55. Twin Coffins. The red gate, oriented north to south, featured 3 openings. Its walls painted crimson with yellow tiles and a single-eaved hip roof, exuding a solemn grandeur. The yellow glazed tiles harmoniously complemented the red gate, evoking a sense of intrigue. To the right of the red gate stood a large stone tablet. As the 4 approached, they discovered it was an unmarked slab, devoid of inscriptions yet polished to a remarkable smoothness, so much so that it could almost serve as a mirror if not for its material. The blank tablet is reminiscent of the one established by the Tang dynasty's Empress Wu after her death, allowing posterity to comment on her life. Its significance remains shrouded in mystery. "This is the true blank tablet," Yu Qing remarked. "What does Yao Wang seek here? This is not Zhu Di's tomb. There may be items of interest to him inside." Bai Maoxuan, eyeing the 3 openings, opted to enter through the central one. Passing through the red gate, he beheld palace architecture within, similarly adorned with unmarked plaques. The palace gate swung wide, seemingly welcoming guests from all directions. Su Bai, noticing the darkness within, pushed Yu Qing. "Hey, you who fear not the supernatural. You should go in first and light a torch. You are truly lacking in ambition." Yu Qing, in a state of helplessness, ventured inside the grand hall and ignited the fire basin. As the flames flickered to life, the sight of the dragon throne astonished him. A dragon throne? It bore the characteristics of the Ming dynasty. Su Bai, equipped with a headlamp, approached, but was halted by Bai Mo. "Step back." Su Bai, somewhat skeptical, retreated a few paces. He observed Bai Mo. Kneeling on the ground, donning gloves, and cautiously prodding the area. Suddenly, a metal barrier descended from above, encasing the dragon throne and dividing the grand hall in 2. Su Bai then noticed a slender steel wire affixed to the floor. Bai Mo clapped his hands and scoffed. Such old tricks, lacking any originality. Cui Ying exchanged a glance with Yu Qing, her curiosity toward Bai Mo piqued. "How did you discover this steel wire?" she inquired. "Instinct," Bai Mo replied, tapping his temple. "Now, let us search for any other mechanisms or secret passages." Surely, Zhao Guang did not come merely to sit upon the dragon throne. The intricate mechanisms and hidden pathways, while taught by Lei Zi, had also been imparted to Cui Ying by her grandfather. The trio dispersed throughout the hall in search of clues. Su Bai recalled Lei Zi mentioning that fire basins were ideal for setting traps. He made his way to one of the basins and noticed a chain suspended beneath it. Hesitant due to previous experiences, he pondered whether to pull it. Bai Mo approached and, without hesitation, yanked it down. Su Bai was left speechless. "You pulled that off so effortlessly this time? My instinct tells me there's no danger here." No sooner had Bai Mo spoken than the metal barrier ascended with a clatter. "This is the mechanism controlling the barrier." Su Bai shook his head in disbelief. It was quite suspicious that a celebrity would possess such insight into mechanisms. With the barrier removed, the 4 could finally approach the dragon throne closely. Behind the resplendent throne stood a golden screen, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, adorned with jewels and precious stones. Each emerald shimmered with the clarity of lake water. As a woman, Shui was not immune to the allure of gemstones and exclaimed, "Each one must be worth millions. This is unbelievable. Hey, Su Bai, hand me a knife." "What for?" Su Bai asked while retrieving a knife. "Is that even a question?" "Of course, to take a few with me. How could I leave empty-handed?" Shui replied, seizing the knife and eyeing a ruby the size of a thumb. With a swift motion, she cut it free, and the ruby tumbled to the ground, rolling down the steps before coming to a stop some distance away. Su Bai's ears perked up. That sound is off. Now it was Science's turn to take charge. Su Bai crouched down and began tapping the steps in front of the throne, comparing the differences in sound. He halted at the third step. The sound here is clearly different. It's crisper and carries a slight echo. There must be a space beneath, suggesting the real treasure lies below. Bai Mo Xian pondered this, while Shui expressed her surprise. "I never expected you to have such skills." "Well, at least I am a prodigy," Su Bai replied. "Science still holds its value. Changes in space manifest in various forms, sound being one of them." Su Bai turned back in confusion to glance at Yuqing. The already tense Yuqing appeared even stranger after coming down here. His words had diminished, and despite the significant discovery, he displayed little emotion, merely standing quietly. Several times, Su Bai felt as though someone was missing, as if Yuqing had vanished into thin air. Each time this thought crossed his mind, he would turn around suddenly, relieved to find Yuqing still standing there. Bai Moshuan passed by Yuqing, casting a casual glance before approaching the dragon chair, fixated on the armrest adorned with an emerald. A fleeting glimmer of pink flashed in Bai Moshuan's eyes as he placed his hand upon it and twisted to the left, causing the steps to suddenly split apart. As the steps opened, the previously silent Yuqing leaped down into the darkness. "Yuqing, what are you doing?" Su Bai reached out to grab him, but only caught a corner of his clothing, tearing away a fragment with a sharp sound. "Hey!" In a state of alarm, Su Bai immediately directed his headlamp below, but there was no sign of Yuqing. Shui looked on in astonishment, exclaiming, "What on earth is he doing? He has been rather unusual since he arrived." "The gold seal on the back of his hand has flickered several times," Bai Moshuan remarked. "Hey, you see that?" and remained silent. Su Bai's anger flared up. "Do you realize that the flickering light might be related to him? Now that he's vanished, what are we supposed to do? What if something happens to him? If you're worried about him, stop talking nonsense and just jump down," Bai Moshuan said nonchalantly. Leaping into the darkness below, Shui seized Su Bai's arm and jumped down without hesitation. The abyss below was pitch black, resembling an unfathomable chasm. Both Su Bai and Shui cried out as they fell, while Bai Moshuan, already on the ground, shook his head in exasperation. A bunch of rookies. No wonder the master asked me to keep an eye on them. The two behind him tumbled to the ground, bruised and aching. Su Bai clutched Shui Ying's arm. "That hurts, sis." "Enough. Let's find Yuqing," Shui Ying replied, enduring her own pain, maintaining her composure as the eldest. "Yuqing." Su Bai surveyed the enclosed tomb chamber with his headlamp, realizing that Yuqing had suddenly vanished from this very spot. Bai Moshuan ignited a torch on the wall, his expression shifting upon seeing the coffin before him. Two coffins. On the substantial coffin platform lay two side-by-side caskets made of dark wood. The owner of this tomb was evidently remarkable. "Come over and help me open the coffin," Bai Moshuan instructed. As Su Bai assisted in prying open the coffin, he asked, "Is this truly dark wood? Formed from the essence of heaven and earth, gathering the quintessence of the sun and moon, it is the spirit of all trees. The revered wood of spirits," Bai Moshuan explained. "To ascertain whether it is indeed dark wood, we need to examine if the body inside has decayed." The coffin lay open, revealing within it a man and a woman. The woman possessed an exquisite countenance, her brows elegantly arched, adding a touch of allure to her demeanor. A crimson beauty mark adorned her forehead, vibrant as blood, yet her hair had turned a silvery white, cascading unbound over her shoulders, devoid of any adornment. She appeared to be in her 50s, resting peacefully in the somber wooden casket, her expression remarkably serene. Su Bai cast a glance her way, his heart racing inexplicably, silently chiding himself for such a peculiar reaction. Chapter 56. The Release of Souls. He turned his attention to the male corpse in the adjacent coffin. The man, while not conventionally handsome, bore a certain warmth. His thick brows and prominent nose suggested a lack of ambition in life. Shui Ying remarked that although he appeared ordinary, an air of nobility still surrounded him. Both figures were clad in garments of rich golden hues, the fabric a luxurious silk, indicative of wealth. Upon closer inspection, It became evident that the two coffins were interconnected by a small aperture, their hands clasped tightly through this opening, a poignant image of life and death entwined. Providing rich fodder for Cui Ying's writing, Bai Moshuan peered into the coffin of the man, observing 7 small holes, each approximately 2 centimeters in diameter, arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, with lines connecting them. Each hole cradled an ancient coin, the Kaiyuan Tongbao, a currency of the Tang dynasty. As Su Bai excitedly noted, "We are well aware of its significance," he continued, "but this tomb, being circular, resembles more of Ming dynasty architecture," Cui Ying added thoughtfully. Moreover, the presence of the small holes etched with the Big Dipper raises questions about their meaning. If only Yu Qing were here. Could these be ancient coins forged from the bloodlight blade, the kind your grandfather gave to Yu Qing? Su Bai pondered, and indeed, he was correct. These were indeed ancient coins linked to the bloodlight blade, part of the 7 stars soul-locking formation, designed to suppress malevolent spirits and the souls of the 2 individuals contained within the coffin. The mystery lingered. Why would one go to such lengths? Bai Moshuan resumed his examination of the coffin's contents, finding it devoid of offerings. He struck the coffin with his palm, exclaiming, "To bind souls and deny these 2 the chance of rebirth, what a heartless act. Do you possess any magical abilities?" Cui Ying inquired anxiously. "How many secrets does this prominent star hold?" "Tang Sancheng is my master," Bai Moshuan replied with a hint of pride. "With such a master, surely the disciple cannot be lacking. If this individual dares to bind souls, I shall dare to liberate them." Su Bai swallowed hard, realizing that this man, Bai Moshuan, seemed to have all the fortune in the world, handsome, wealthy, knowledgeable in sorcery, and born into a noble lineage, truly favored by the heavens. Jealousy and admiration surged within him as he longed to embody the man's grace, yet felt utterly inadequate. Bai Moshuan was now inspecting the woman's coffin, discovering that it too was ensnared by the 7 stars soul-locking formation. To bind souls is to sacrifice one's own lifespan. Such an act stems from profound hatred. He mused, "Is there a way to unravel this?" Cui Ying urged, her anxiety palpable. "We must resolve this swiftly and seek out Yu Qing." Yu Qing's disappearance was shrouded in mystery, and it was inextricably linked to this place. "Do not fret. The boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge," Bai Moshuan said as he reached into the 2 somber wooden coffins, extracting ancient coins. He clenched them tightly in his hand, and with a mere squeeze, the 14 coins crumbled into dust. Su Bai gasped, "How did you accomplish that?" "Through internal energy," Bai Moshuan replied, scattering the powder within the coffins. He then pricked his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the dust, sealing the 7 orifices of the Big Dipper. He inscribed a talisman within the coffins. "Heaven and earth coexist. Cleanse the filth and remove the transgressions. Refine the 9 paths and restore the true form." Upon uttering the incantation, both corpses leapt upward before settling back to the bottom of the coffins. Remarkably, the heavy coffins did not budge an inch. The 2 corpses remained clasped together. Su Bai and Cui Ying, having shed tears, beheld a faint, cloud-like substance emanating from the chests of the corpses, gradually taking shape as human figures. "Is this the soul?" Cui Ying murmured. "It is said that when a person dies, their weight decreases by 21 grams. Which is the weight of the soul?" Su Bai stared in awe as the souls emerged from their bodies, floating before the 3 of them. They appeared unaccustomed to their new forms, swaying unsteadily. Su Bai's gaze was fixated on the female spirit, prompting Cui Ying to comment, "Why do you keep staring at her? She could be your great-grandmother. What nonsense are you talking about?" Su Bai's face flushed. "I just find her very endearing." Bai Moshuan, having dispelled the soul-locking formation, decided to see it through to the end. He muttered incantations under his breath and pressed his finger to the foreheads of the 2 spirits. At last, they stabilized, no longer drifting. The female spirit became considerably calmer and even bowed to Bai Moshuan, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Her voice was soft yet imbued with a certain vitality, prompting Su Bai to exclaim, "What a lovely voice." The female ghost smiled, noticing the necklace around Su Bai's neck, and asked, "What is your name?" "Su Bai," he replied, nearly forgetting that she was a spirit, engaging in casual conversation. "Su from Suzhou, and Bai from the cypress tree. What is your name?" Bai Moshuan tightened his lips, thinking Su Bai was rather naive. However, he too was curious about the origins of these 2 spirits, wondering how they had merited a burial in a royal tomb, and allowed Su Bai to converse with the ghost. The male spirit, finally coming to his senses, dumbly asked, "Are we free?" Yes, the female spirit replied gently. Thanks to this young brother, our souls are now liberated. Yet, the male spirit displayed a look of regret, saying, if that's the case, we must be reincarnated. And we can no longer be together. Reincarnated? Bai Mashwan interjected. You have missed the opportunity for rebirth. Now you can only wander as lost souls. After death, one must be reincarnated within 49 days, or they are deemed to have abandoned themselves, condemned to be ghosts forever, unable to reincarnate as humans. What enmity did you incur that resulted in your souls being bound post-mortem? Just as the female ghost was about to respond, Yu Qing's voice rang out. What are you doing here? Upon hearing his voice, Su Bai leaped with excitement. He stood in the corner to his right. Su Bai rushed forward and enveloped Yu Qing in a grand embrace. Young man, where have you been? Yu Qing's expression was cold as he gently pushed Su Bai away. Raising his eyes to the male ghost, a hint of a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. Su Bai was taken aback. What is wrong with you? Nothing. There is still a hidden chamber here, Yu Qing replied. You all move quickly. The soul-locking array has already been unraveled. It's all thanks to Bai Xian. I never imagined that Boss Tang is his master, Su Bai remarked, turning to inquire of the two spirits. You still haven't told us who you are. Chuaying noted that the female ghost had closed her eyes, her expression laden with sorrow. This sudden change stirred something within Chuaying. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. But before she could grasp it, it vanished completely. Bai Xian fixed his gaze on Yu Qing, taking a step forward while mumbling. It was right for my master to send me here. There is thunder within. The god of thunder concealed his name. Enlightenment flows, the five energies surge. Golden light appears swiftly, shielding the true practitioner. Urgently, as per the command. A mischievous smile played on by Mo Xian's lips as the golden light spell was uttered, enveloping Yu Qing's form. Well, last time I suffered a loss. This time, I shall reclaim it. Cui Ying and Su Bai exchanged glances, advancing to restrain Bai Mo Xian's arm. With a cold sneer, Bai Mo Xian exerted a slight force, sending them both sprawling away. Fools, he has already been possessed. Gazing at the ground, Su Bai saw Yu Qing's eyes wide with terror, bloodshot, and frighteningly red. He was shrouded in golden light. A wisp of green smoke curling above him, hissing ominously. His features contorted grotesquely, utterly unlike the frail youth he usually appeared to be. Concerned for Yu Qing's safety, Chuaying scrambled to her feet. Yu Qing, expel that thing from your body, quickly. Chuaying's fierce demeanor left by Mo Xian momentarily dumbfounded. He chuckled, my dear lady. If he could break free, I wouldn't have to intervene. Chapter 57. Bullets. The green smoke above Yu Qing grew increasingly dense, hissing as it billowed outward. Chuaying's heart clenched in fear. It was as if a fire had ignited within Yu Qing, smoke emanating from his body. If this continued, would his form suddenly disintegrate? Chuaying's face paled as she turned to Bai Mo Xian, her teeth clenched in frustration. You hurry up. No woman, aside from her mother, Su Yu, had ever spoken to him so fiercely, causing Bai Mo Xian's heart to skip a beat. This momentary distraction allowed the green smoke to cease its emergence, leaving only a few lingering sounds. Yu Qing's body weakened, and Chuaying swiftly moved to support him, noticing his pallor. Hey, you must not die? The green smoke hovered above the tomb chamber as Bai Mo Xian scoffed. What's wrong? Are you too afraid to manifest in your true form now? Shake light. Upon hearing the word shake light, Yu Qing's eyes snapped open. Where is he? The female specter swayed momentarily, whispering his name, Yao Guang. This soft utterance reached the male specter's ears, causing him to falter, his expression turning sorrowful. It became evident that even in despair, a ghost's visage could be unappealing. Su Bai discerned that this pair of spirits shared a profound connection with Yao Guang. Seizing the opportunity while Bai Mashwan confronted Yao Guang, he edged closer to them. Who are you two, truly? The male specter sighed deeply. I am indeed the short-lived emperor who was usurped. Su Bai's mind raced, swiftly grasping the truth. You have not perished. No, you were not dead before. Did you not renounce the world? This tale is lengthy. The male specter gazed at the female specter. You have undeniably harbored feelings for him all along. I have known this, yet continuously deceived myself. Su Bai trembled, pondering the implications of his words. Could it be that this female specter harbored love for Yao Guang? When she had called his name moments ago, her tone was imbued with profound affection, hinting at a complex history. Just as Su Bai was about to speak, the azure mist swirling above the tomb chamber began to twist like a dragon's whirlwind, coalescing into a translucent figure. The outline was indistinct, rendering the face unrecognizable. Yu Qing, supported by Cui Ying, inquired, "Are you Yao Guang?" The figure remained silent for a long while before raising a hand to point at Yu Qing. "You have indeed become ensnared in the illusions of this world. Perhaps it is for the best. When the truth is unveiled, your heart will shatter all the more swiftly." Such excessive prattle. By Ma Xuan, having previously underestimated Yao Guang, resolved to take the initiative this time. He was no paragon of virtue. Thunderous forces converge, hidden powers manifest. The brilliance of gold appears, shielding the true practitioner. Swiftly, as the decree commands, the golden light sliced through the air like a curved blade towards the figure, which did not flinch or evade, allowing the light to cleave it in two. Yet, in an instant, the apparition reformed. "Do you overestimate yourself or underestimate me?" Bai Ma Xuan did not consider himself superior. Yet he still underestimated his opponent. Yao Guang was indeed unfathomable, and the sense of loss darkened by Ma Xuan's countenance. At that moment, Yao Guang's shadow surged like an arrow towards the female specter, grasping her neck with his right hand, applying no force. But shadows of darkness emanated from his palm. "How could you treat me thus? After a millennium together, must we be bound even in death?" Su Bai gasped in horror upon witnessing the female specter ensnared, glancing back at Bai Ma Xuan, who shook his head. "They are both spiritual entities. If I intervene, she too shall suffer." Though the female specter was under Yao Guang's control, she simply closed her eyes, a faint smile lingering at the corners of her lips. Observing this, Yao Guang's heart was tumultuous, and he tightened his grip, threatening to obliterate her. Su Bai's heart raced, and just then, the male specter lunged toward the shadow. "Release her." Yao Guang's hand relinquished its hold on the female specter's neck, swiftly turning to strike the male specter. With a thunderous sound, the just liberated male spirit dissipated into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing into the ether. Yao Guang then turned back, a silver light cascading into the female specter's throat. "My intention in sparing you is not out of pity, but to ensure your eternal suffering within the ghost realm. He is no longer here. Let us see how you endure for millennia." In his heart, Su Bai let out a silent gasp. The male specter he had just encountered was none other than the infamous Zhu Yunjian. With a single strike, he had met his demise. The entity, known as Yao Guang, was indeed merciless. No, it was a relentless killer of spirits. Bai Ma Xuan found himself at a loss, and now, the four of them were in dire straits. Su Bai silently lamented, "Father, mother, your unfilial son may soon bring you grief as a white-haired person sends off a black-haired one." The female specter, upon witnessing Zhu Yunjian vanish, appeared dazed and took 2 steps back, rendered speechless by a spell of silence. Yu Qing remarked, "Just like Naihe, Bai Ma Xuan, possessing a resolute temperament, could not bear the thought of failing twice." Without much hesitation, he produced ancient coins and scattered Zhenyang talismans upon the ground. Unlike the arrangement of the Thunder Pool, the Zhenyang talismans required an abundance of ancient coins. Yet, Bai Ma Xuan had no trace of these coins on him. Observing his intent to extinguish Yao Guang, Yu Qing suddenly stepped forward and kicked the coins aside, exclaiming, "You cannot kill him." The shadow of Yao Guang let out a cold laugh. "You shall not regret your choice today." As soon as the words left his lips, the shadow abruptly vanished from sight. Bai Ma Xuan, frustrated by Yu Qing's disruption of his plans, seized him by the collar, fuming, "You troublemaker. Keeping this menace around will undoubtedly lead to countless issues down the line. What are you even trying to accomplish? Do not forget that Boss Tang summoned you to protect us, to assist us, not to meddle in my affairs. The relationship between Yao Guang and I remains ambiguous. Should you kill him, my lead would be severed." Unfazed, Yu Qing replied, "If you find fault in my methods, that is your concern, not mine." Bai Ma Xuan inhaled sharply, releasing Yu Qing's collar in a huff. "For the sake of my master, I shall not hold this against you." Their conversation grew increasingly tense, prompting Su Bai to intervene. All right. We are all on the same side here." Cui Ying pulled Yu Qing aside. "Let us not escalate this. What just happened?" Su Bai's gaze remained fixed on the female specter, who approached the spot where Zhu Yunjian had vanished. Her face etched with sorrow. Suddenly, she crouched down and began to weep. Su Bai approached her gently and comforted. "Are you all right? Was he truly Zhu Yunjian?" The female specter nodded, looking at Su Bai with a slightly more pleasant expression. Unable to speak, she pointed to her throat, prompting Su Bai to inquire of Bai Ma Xuan and Yu Qing, "Do you have any means to assist her?" Bai Moshuan replied in a subdued tone. If someone possesses the skill, let him try. Yu Qing was taken aback. If he had the ability, he would have already resolved her situation. Bai Moshuan was clearly attempting to yield, and as he hesitated on how to respond, Cui Ying boldly stepped forward. You three are men. Can you not act with more decisiveness? Since we are all in the same boat, why not be straightforward and display some masculine grace? Bai Moshuan and Yu Qing exchanged glances, their tempers still flaring, but they simultaneously turned their heads away, at least ceasing their verbal sparring. Bai Moshuan stated, "Take her back and let my master think of a solution. Yao Wang would not be so benevolent as to leave her with us. We cannot fathom what trickery he is up to." He spoke the truth. This female ghost might possess knowledge of Yao Guang's secrets. Keeping her around is akin to revealing one's own vulnerabilities. Su Bai, equally perplexed, could not fathom what scheme Yao Guang was orchestrating. Observing Yao Guang's demeanor towards the ghost, it seemed there was deep-seated animosity, yet he refrained from obliterating her. In stark contrast, he was merciless towards Zhu Yunwen. The plight of this ill-fated emperor is truly tragic. Having barely settled into his throne, he was usurped by Zhu Di. In death, he was ensnared by Yao Guang's binding, unable to be reborn. After a brief moment of liberation, he was reduced to ashes. Chapter 58. Old photographs. This emperor is indeed the most tragic figure in history. Now, tasked with bringing the ghost back, and with the blazing sun outside, she fears the light. An idea struck Su Bai. Why not allow her to reside within the jade pendant? We shall share this space for the time being, he proposed to Wei Jie. Wei Jie readily agreed. No problem. This sister is a vision of beauty. I would be delighted to accommodate her. Though the ghost could not speak, she understood perfectly. Glancing at Su Bai, she slipped into the jade, securing the pendant. Yu Qing exhaled sharply, yet his brow remained furrowed. Su Bai felt this was the true essence of Yu Qing. By the way, young man, what transpired earlier? You vanished after jumping down, only to reappear like a specter, Su Bai inquired. I cannot say. When that passage opened, it felt as though someone was calling my name from below. In a moment of impulsive fervor, I leaped down and found myself in a dark chamber. Yu Qing surveyed his surroundings, moving behind the coffin platform where two corpses lay, decomposing at approximately 60%. He was startled. Earlier, he had bypassed this area entirely, oblivious to the presence of the bodies. The imposing coffin platform obscured the view of the two corpses, and the murky atmosphere of the tomb had clouded their senses. The positioning of the bodies was peculiar. Their heads were aligned, and they had not fully decayed. By their attire, they appeared modern. Their backpacks revealed their identities as grave robbers, both having suffered fatal gunshot wounds to the head, the bullets embedded deep within the ground. Su Bai donned gloves and extracted the bullets. These types of bullets. Observe the indentations at the tip. They can be laced with poison. Even if they do not kill outright, they can ensure demise. It is evident these two fell into enmity, drawing their weapons simultaneously and fatally wounding each other. No wonder it is said that companions can become foes. Your analysis is astute, Cui Ying remarked. Why did these two, who entered to loot, suddenly turn against one another? There were no offerings in these coffins worth fighting over. It was Yao Guang, the ghost in the jade, interjected. With mere illusions, one can incite enmity between individuals. Yu Qing's expression darkened. Could it be that I too fell victim to an illusion? What did you witness upon your descent? Regardless, it was all an illusion. There is little to discuss. Yu Qing hesitated, gesturing towards the wall behind the coffin platform. That dark chamber lies just beyond here. Upon observing that Yu Qing had chosen not to speak of his solitary descent, Bai Moshuan let out a muffled grunt. The adage to know a person's face, but not their heart, echoed in his mind. For the most terrifying aspect of this world lies within the enigmatic nature of human intentions. Each word dripped with sarcasm, causing Cui Ying's expression to darken. Bai Moshuan. Regardless of your status as a celebrated star outside, here in this tomb, we are all in the same vessel. If you continue with your barbed remarks, are you preparing for a showdown with us? It is merely talk, Bai Moshuan retorted with an indifferent shrug. Moreover, with the three of you united, I doubt you could match my prowess. Beauty alone is insufficient. A temper that endears is also required. Cui Ying inhaled deeply several times to suppress her rising ire. While Su Bai tugged at her, Sister, let us proceed inside and investigate. This is where Yu Qing emerged after being possessed. Our priority lies there. Surprisingly, Yu Qing remained silent in the face of Bai Moshuan's scorn, quietly locating the mechanism of the secret chamber, opening it, and stepping inside, with Bai Moshuan following closely. Cui Ying could sense Bai Moshuan's persistent disbelief in Yu Qing, and she muttered discontentedly, "It's merely a secret chamber. Do you fear Yu Qing will conjure tricks? Why stay so close?" The unpredictability of a woman's stubbornness can be quite formidable, Su Bai thought, sticking his tongue out as he urged her to enter. The so-called secret chamber was merely an additional room within the tomb, devoid of the treasures Su Bai had envisioned. Surely, as an emperor, he must have left behind at least a few precious relics for his grandson. As Su Bai pondered the absence of offerings, both Bai Moshuan and Yu Qing simultaneously gazed upward, each retrieving a yellow talisman, biting their fingers to draw blood, and inscribing the Xinjiang talisman before leaping upward. At that moment, a zongzi, pressed against the ceiling, held its breath to avoid detection. Realizing it could not evade the two skilled individuals, it closed its eyes and surrendered to gravity, its rigid form crashing down, raising a cloud of dust that caused Cui Ying and Su Bai to leap aside. While this act bore a semblance of desperation, it successfully eluded the two Xinjiang talismans. As Bai Moshuan and Yu Qing prepared to advance, Cui Ying halted them upon seeing the zongzi's appearance. Wait. The zongzi, half opening its eyes and momentarily escaping death, wore a mournful expression, better to endure a brief pain than a protracted suffering. In this era, many sought death, and even the spirits and zongzi longed for release. Irrespective of the form of existence, it seemed all were condemned to suffering. With the arrival of a wealthy individual, followed by a lamenting zongzi, and observing its lack of resistance, Bai Moshuan and Yu Qing exchanged glances, instinctively pausing, and in unison inquired, "Who are you?" The two individuals shared an awkward rapport, each striving to avert their gazes from the other. The youthful exuberance was palpable, and today, Cui Ying bore witness to it. Yet, in this manner, her concerns dissipated. The earlier confrontation was trivial. The attire of the zongzi was peculiar. If one were to label him a modern man, the fabric seemed oddly anachronistic. Particularly striking was the duckbill cap atop his head, which exuded an air reminiscent of the Shanghai Bund. His body was parched, veins protruding starkly, almost as if elongated growths had manifested upon his desiccated skin. These protrusions resembled parched streams scattered across his arid flesh. Although they had encountered zongzi before, the grotesque appearance before them was unprecedented. His head was shrouded in rags, revealing only a pair of murky eyes. "I harbor no intentions of harming you," the zongzi insisted, seemingly devoid of aggression. On the contrary, he appeared to conceal himself further, and upon being discovered, he adopted a rather theatrical demeanor. This was indeed peculiar. Yu Qing found the situation odd, murmuring, "I did not notice his presence when I entered just now. You were ensnared by an illusion, rendering the truth invisible." Bai Moshuan remarked coolly. His words, though valid, carried a harsh tone, and Yu Qing, already sensitive, furrowed his brow further. Fortunately, he refrained from retaliating against Bai Moshuan, thereby suppressing what could have escalated into a conflict. The group's focus remained steadfastly on the zongzi. "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" Su Bai unconsciously retreated behind Yu Qing, clutching the hem of his garment. "Hey, you'd better not move. We have two capable of dispatching you." Such a juvenile threat elicited unexpected amusement from Yu Qing, a smile even gracing his lips. Observing that the individuals before him were not particularly menacing, the zongzi relaxed somewhat. His knees bent, yet he could not kneel. Most zongzi were rigid in form, their movements constrained. Excluding those of a higher grade, such as the advanced zongzi, it was evident that his rank was not substantial, which alleviated the concerns of the four. Patiently, he introduced himself. "I am Xiao Tongwei, originally a private detective in Shanghai during the year 1942. His eyes then caught sight of Bai Moshuan, and his body trembled slightly. "How can you possibly be here?" Bai Moshuan raised an eyebrow. "What a joke. If a zongzi from the Republic of China can be here, why can't I? Moreover, you were originally a low-ranking zongzi, yet you possess the ability to articulate your thoughts fluidly. This is rather peculiar." Yu Qing's body quivered slightly. He realized he had overlooked this detail. The zongzi's situation was indeed unusual. The private detective from the Republic gestured toward his chest. "I possess evidence that can substantiate my claims." As he spoke, he cautiously bent his hand to reach into his chest, retrieving a pocket watch. This exquisite piece was crafted from white copper, adorned with 3 star stones and a starstone emblem. Cui Ying, emboldened and unsuspecting, took it from him, cradling it in her palm while supporting the long chain. She remarked, "This pocket watch is meticulously made. I have seen similar ones in Chinatown. It is said that only the affluent and influential possess such a timepiece on the bund. I never imagined you were once a figure of significance there." Xiao Tonghui replied with a wry smile, "I possess no such prowess. This pocket watch was gifted to me by a gentleman of high status. Inside, there is a photograph of his beloved alongside his brother. You will understand what I mean once you open it." Cui Ying felt a twinge of caution, wondering if the watch concealed any poison. Sensing her apprehension, Xiao Tonghui reassured her, "Even if I were to harm you, your companions would swiftly put an end to me. After all, I have been a private detective. I still possess some logical reasoning." He spoke the truth, and Cui Ying hesitated no longer. She opened the pocket watch, and a delightful melody resonated, surprisingly still functioning after all this time. Though it did not astonish her, her expression froze upon seeing the photograph within. During the era of the bund, it was almost fashionable to place an old photo inside a pocket watch. The image depicted a man and a woman. As Xiao Tonghui had mentioned, this seemingly matched pair were not lovers, but siblings. The woman sported a chic bob, fashionable for the 1930s, with the ends slightly curled, adding a playful charm to her appearance. Though she was a girl, she wore a flat cap, which accentuated her bright eyes with vivacity and spirit. She donned a British waistcoat over a classic shirt, her head resting affectionately on the shoulder of the tall man beside her. Su Bai leaned in closer, and upon seeing the man on the right side of the photograph, he gasped, "By Ma Xuan, have you traveled through time?" The man in the photograph was unmistakably by Ma Xuan, albeit dressed in an old Shanghai-style suit, exuding the same suave charm, yet with an air of unruliness. He gazed down at the girl on his shoulder with eyes full of affection. Even by Ma Xuan, typically composed, found the photograph profoundly eerie, exclaiming, "Damn." He took the pocket watch and pointed at the figures within, asking, "Who are these two? They bear an uncanny resemblance to one another, save for their attire." Xiao Tonghui explained, "The individuals in this photograph are siblings with a somewhat mysterious background. However, they are well connected with the four prominent families of the Republic, particularly the Kong family, with whom they share deep ties. In fact, this pocket watch was originally a treasured possession of a young master from the Kong family. For reasons unknown, he suddenly threw a fit and refused to keep it, allowing me to acquire it at a bargain. Alas, discussing this is futile now. My current plight is uncertain, but tell me, are you truly not the same person? Do you have a sister?" Su Bai remained entangled by the photograph, persistently questioning by Ma Xuan. If it were merely a matter of resemblance, it would suffice, but the man in the picture shares not only your appearance, but also your demeanor. One might mistakenly assume this is a still from a period drama in which you star. Do you not have a sister? No, Bai Ma Xuan replied curtly. Are you not already aware of my family's circumstances? Enough of this photograph, although it does have an unsettling aura. By the way, how did you manage to enter? I am a private detective. Years ago, I accepted a commission to locate an item. To be frank, it was a funerary object. Initially, I had no intention of taking the case, as such matters should be handled by specialists. However, those individuals insisted upon my involvement. Believing I was on friendly terms with the son of the Kong family, they reasoned that should anything go awry, he would surely intervene. Thus they played it safe. What kind of individuals are they? Bai Ma Xuan felt an inexplicable connection to the situation, as if it were intricately woven into his own narrative, and he was reluctant to overlook any detail. The legendary thief, Yu Kuaishou, Xiao Tonghui remarked. You might not be aware, but back in the day, he made quite a name for himself upon his debut in Shanghai, later establishing his own organization, the Kuaishou Gang, in Chongqing. Curiously, this organization mysteriously vanished after just a year. I wonder if it relates to the item they commissioned me to find, while others may have been oblivious. Bai Ma Xuan was no stranger to the name Yu Kuaishou. His disciple, Yu Xiaoru, had a historical connection with Bai Ma Xuan's father. He had heard his father speak of Yu Xiaoru adhering to the principle of 3 no steals, never stealing from the poor, women, or the elderly. With Yu Xiaoru now deceased, information about Yu Kuaishou was scant, known only as a legendary figure of his time. Hearing the name from Xiao Tonghui felt remarkably intriguing. I was commissioned by Yu Kuaishou to locate that artifact, only to find myself on an irreversible path, having inadvertently encountered a cursed object. Xiao Tonghui, as he was called, did not resemble a typical detective. He retained a sharp mind despite initial disarray, which had since become increasingly coherent. Following the clues provided by Yu Kuaishou, I arrived at an abandoned tomb and quickly located my target. a brass bell. Upon lifting it and giving it a shake, I lost consciousness, yet my body continued to act on its own, driven by an instinct for survival that propelled me towards the tomb's exit. In my struggle, I fell into a cavern where I groped around like a blind man, inadvertently finding my way here. At that moment, I began to undergo a transformation. I noticed I no longer felt hunger or thirst. My body became increasingly unmanageable. I yearned to escape, but instead stumbled into this chamber. And the metamorphosis persisted until you beheld my current state. Though this place was desolate, I was profoundly terrified of my appearance. Such a deep-seated fear is the most tormenting. Thus, I tore strips from my clothing to bind around my face, covering it securely in search of a semblance of safety. Gradually, I came to the realization that I had become a zombie. Xiao Tongwei remarked, "My parents bestowed upon me the name Tongwei, symbolizing a desire to shine alongside the sun and moon. Yet, I have transformed into a zombie, fearful of the sun, and the moonlight inflicts unbearable agony upon me. I have rediscovered the path I once traversed, but I can no longer dwell beneath the sun. This name is indeed ironic. I wonder when this existence will come to an end. I yearn for someone to breach this place and acknowledge my presence. However, for all this time, only that individual has come, and no, he is not truly human. I can sense it. He possesses the power to annihilate me, yet he remains oblivious to my plight, merely visiting intermittently to open the coffin and gaze upon the occupant, then departing. He speaks of Yaoguang, and the ghost within the jade emits a sigh, filled with sorrow. Chui Ying, a woman, can discern the heartache embedded in that sigh, contemplating her relationship with Yaoguang, envisioning a past that surely evokes deep regret. That copper bell is remarkable, isn't it? A mere shake, and one becomes a zombie. Su Bai grasped the crux of the matter. Yu Kuaishou is in search of this copper bell, yet did not forewarn you, suggesting he too is unaware of its sinister nature. By the way, where is this copper bell? I do not know, Xiao Tongwei replied. After losing consciousness, I cannot recall where I discarded it. Upon regaining my senses, I had no time to search for it. Perhaps it remains in that empty tomb. Or possibly it was lost along my path of escape, picked up by a passerby. Chapter 60. Prescient Insights. If it is the former, that would be fortunate. If the latter, by Ma Xuan's expression darkened, this is an invisible bomb. Once it detonates, the consequences will be dire. Over the years, there have been no reports of related horrific incidents. Suddenly, Su Bai had a revelation. No, wait. I just recalled a rumor from the mid-1970s about a small county where zombies were supposedly discovered, and the scale was significant enough to warrant military intervention. Shortly thereafter, the matter faded from public discourse, leading to it being dismissed as mere gossip. The veracity remains uncertain. If such a copper bell indeed exists and has fallen into the wrong hands, then these occurrences would be explicable. You seem to be drafting a novel, Chui Ying remarked. Hey, what should we do now? She gestured with her chin toward Xiao Tongwei. Yu Qing remained silent, both of them observing by Ma Xuan, who exhibited an air of indifference, seemingly detached from the situation. Xiao Tongwei, having once worked as a private detective, was quick-witted and approached by Ma Xuan. Sir, have compassion for me and grant me release. No sooner had he spoken than by Ma Xuan affixed a yellow talisman to Xiao Tonghui's forehead, pricked his finger, allowing blood to drip upon it. With a flick of his right hand, the true yang fire ignited. Xiao Tonghui sought liberation, yet the process proved excruciating, as a being born of the four Yin realms. His essence was of the dark. The true yang fire felt akin to being plunged into a cauldron of oil, eliciting cries of torment from him. Ah. Su Bai was taken aback by Ma Xuan's ruthlessness, turning away from the foul stench and burnt odor emanating from the corpse. Truly brutal, truly cruel. Ma Xuan let out a muffled groan. What you perceive as cruelty is, in truth, my act of kindness towards him. You may inquire with your dear brother about this matter. It is a pity that this unfortunate detective from the Republic, who stumbled into the tomb, was reduced to ashes, leaving only a pocket watch behind. Yet, Su Bai found solace in the fact that, in his final moment, a smile graced the detective's face, suggesting a newfound understanding of Ma Xuan's notion of cruelty as an expression of benevolence. I believe I am beginning to comprehend, though it is regrettable that he has yet to clarify the passage through which he entered this chamber. In truth, it was quite evident. At this moment, Yu Qing, who had been relatively silent, spoke up. When he opened his eyes, he was already within the tomb, confronted by two coffins and discovering this hidden chamber. The passage must be located near the coffins we just encountered. Ying had been surveying the chamber, noting that while the murals outside the tomb were resplendent, this secret room appeared rather austere. There must be a reason for the existence of such a concealed space. As she spoke, she approached the wall, and as she drew closer, a faint scent reached her, almost imperceptible amidst the overpowering smell of the charred corpse. Fortunately, Ying had a penchant for perfumes, rendering her sensitive to various fragrances. She detected the aroma just in time and wrinkled her nose. How curious, has some spice been applied to this wall? Bai Mashwan replied, that is Longning incense. Isnt Longning incense typically used in the imperial courts? Su Bai interjected. What purpose could there be in applying fragrance to these walls? Surely it cannot preserve anything. If it were to be used, it ought to be placed within the coffins. Longning incense is a fragrance, but it also had another application in ancient times. Bai Mashwan approached the wall, took out his key, and chipped away a small piece. When melted and reconstituted, it forms a transparent layer akin to amber, within which one often finds the remains of small insects. Similarly, the layer of Longning incense may contain items. This method was often employed in the intrigues of the inner palace, where cunning consorts utilized it to send messages covertly. Holding the extracted transparent piece in his hand, he shielded it from light, revealing faint inscriptions within. If my conjecture is correct, it should document Zhu Yunwen's life following his flight. However, with that female ghost present, although she cannot speak, there may always be ways to communicate with her. Ying remarked, for now, let us maintain the integrity of this place. Bai Mashwan carefully replaced the transparent piece, sealing it in its original position with precision, mindful that the ghost, though mute, could perceive the commotion outside. Feeling profound gratitude towards the four of them. Wait, Ying suddenly said, please wait for me. I have matters to attend to above. What are you going to do? Su Bai began to inquire, but Ying had already vanished into the hidden chamber. Yu Qing remarked, women are utterly defenseless when it comes to gemstones. Even a child could deduce her intentions. Ah, it is the gems embedded in the dragon throne above. The girl has not forgotten them. Bound by the presence of the ghost, Ying managed to extract 6 gems using a tool, and with them, she descended, elated as if she had discovered a treasure. Now we can seek the passage that the previous Zongzi mentioned. The female ghost, upon overhearing their conversation, cast a glance at Wei Jia. Curiously, the moment she looked at him, he inexplicably perceived her unspoken words. Although she did not articulate anything, he instinctively understood. Wei Jia felt a profound curiosity regarding the origins of this ghostly figure. It was evident she was no ordinary woman in her past life. She urged him to inform them that the coffin platform was indeed movable, with a mechanism located beneath the stone slab. A simple downward pressure would reveal its secret. Recognizing the urgency of their escape, Wei Jia was soon besieged by questions from the others regarding how he could discern the ghost's thoughts. He recounted the encounter in meticulous detail, leading Bai Mashwan and Yu Qing into a contemplative silence. Wei Jia was correct. This ghost was extraordinary, having utilized her own consciousness to convey her message to him. Had she chosen to, she could potentially influence the living with her intent. Given her intimate knowledge of the structure, Su Bai felt a surge of curiosity. How could she be aware of this passage? Wei Jia conveyed her words. She had once seen the design of the tomb and knew of the passage's existence, which originally served its own purpose. The recent incident with the zombie was entirely unforeseen. She had not anticipated it would lead to someone's misfortune. Her implication suggested that this matter should be addressed later, for communicating with her was presently quite intricate. The four of them set aside this issue and focused on locating the passage. Su Bai and Ying were the most proactive. Upon exiting, they examined the coffin platform, pressing down on the tiles until it swiftly slid to the left, unveiling a square opening. The ghost, once again through Wei Jia, indicated, this underground passage leads directly to the village. I have been sealed away for so long that the outside world has transformed beyond recognition. According to the private detective's account, over 70 years ago, he could still enter. However, with the passage's changes over the decades, it remains uncertain if it can still provide an exit. No matter, Su Bai responded cheerfully, we are still young. Consider it a means of physical training. If necessary, we can always return. Indeed, life rarely unfolds without obstacles, he added with a smile. The ghost, through Wei Jia, responded, your carefree disposition is indeed the most fulfilling way to live. I hope you continue to remain so joyful. The four ventured into the passage, where they encountered an iron chain. Upon tugging it, They heard the sound of the coffin platform shifting above, instantly returning to its original position. In those days, the detective from the Republic of China ascended through this very route. Had it not been for the changes wrought upon his body, he might have left this place and returned to life. Alas, a mere copper bell altered his fate. Unlike ghosts, zombies are devoid of reincarnation. Presented with only two choices, to endure in their current existence for eternity or to vanish from this world forever. Chapter 61. The celebrity effect. The four individuals traversed the winding passageway that stretched ahead of them. The passage was not constricted. It soared to a height of 2 meters. Its floor adorned with flagstones. Along the walls, braziers were strategically placed at intervals of 100 meters, accompanied by small platforms piled with provisions. Though these offerings had long since carbonized and become inedible due to the passage of time, this corridor bore the semblance of an escape route. Su Bai voiced his thoughts aloud, and the others shared his sentiments. The tomb was constructed to imperial specifications, undoubtedly reflective of Zhu Yunwen's stature. Yet, the existence of such an underground passage beneath his coffin suggested a peculiarity of intent. The female specter remained silent, offering no clarifications. Su Bai, too, refrained from further commentary, continuing his ascent through the passage. With each step, he found his legs growing weaker. The incline became increasingly steep, and soon they discerned sounds from above, the unmistakable noise of vehicles traversing a road. As Cui Ying finished speaking, the sound of a car horn echoed in response. She snapped her fingers triumphantly, exclaiming, "I knew it." Su Bai grimaced, retorting, "Sister, what is there to celebrate? If we are beneath the highway, we might be in serious trouble. Are we expected to break through to escape? I fear we may need to turn back. This is not yet the end." Yu Qing interjected impatiently. "Let us press onward. We shall soon find out." Disregarding Su Bai's concerns, Bai Mashuan, with a carefree swagger, strode ahead, unperturbed by the potential crisis of being trapped. As it turned out, Su Bai's worries were unfounded. The passage culminated within a mountain, where the capstone was removed to reveal an earth layer exceeding 3 meters in height. The four of them exerted considerable effort to break through, and upon inhaling the fresh air, they were invigorated. The female specter conveyed through Wei Jia, "Mr. Lu's foresight is indeed remarkable. The end of this passage remains undisturbed by the outside world." "Mr. Lu?" Su Bai, oblivious to the mud caking his head, inquired with curiosity. "Are you referring to Lu Bowen? Who else from that era could be considered a master of divination?" The specter spoke with evident admiration for Lu Bowen. When Lu Bowen was mentioned, one could not overlook his role in assisting the founding emperor ascend to the throne. Nor could one forget his strategic withdrawal from the political arena, and certainly not his renowned Bing Cake song. It is said that this song foretold future events, many of which have indeed come to pass. Legend has it that on a morning in 1368, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty dined on Bing cakes in the inner hall. After taking but a single bite, he was informed by the eunuchs that Lu Ji, or Lu Bowen, was requesting an audience. The emperor, wishing to test Lu Ji, covered the half-eaten cake with a bowl and summoned him to the hall. During their exchange, the Bing Cake song emerged. The complete text of the Bing Cake song comprises 1,912 characters, formed from over 40 cryptic verses. It is a prophetic composition crafted in allegory, drawing from the principles of divination, and remains a widely circulated and profoundly influential work, albeit difficult to comprehend. Revered as a divine manuscript. In the midst of this, there are verified instances, such as the emperor's personal expedition into this city, affirming the phrase "the mountains and rivers of the court are eternal," which later validates the Yongle reign adopted by the Prince of Yen. This also aligns with the notion of safeguarding the state, epitomized by the phrase "the 8,000 female ghosts disrupt the court order," which directly references Wei Zhongxin's presence. During the usurpation of the Ming throne by the Yongle emperor, the eunuchs played a significant role, and the term 8,000 female ghosts is a metaphorical allusion to Wei. Even in modern times, Lu Bowen clearly articulated this in his prophetic verses, where he states, "When the wind rises, the people's hearts unite," referring to the national father. Sun Yat-sen. Regarding Sun Yat-sen's fate, he poignantly described it as the golden dragon stumbles, leaving chaos in its wake, illustrating the unfulfilled aspirations and untimely demise of this great figure. If he indeed orchestrated this underground tomb, it is certain that he anticipated our entry. Thus we need not fear the blockage of the passageway's exit. Su Bai felt a surge of excitement. Who would have thought I would have the chance to witness the legendary Lu Bowen's prowess? How fortunate! Moreover, it dawned on me that he must have foreseen Zhu Yunwen's fate, knowing that the founding emperor cherished this grandson. He arranged for Zhu Yunwen's escape and even prepared this tomb. Everything was a strategy devised for the preservation of Zhu Yunwen's lineage. Don't you agree? Cui Ying rolled her eyes, disregarding the dirt on both of them, and draped an arm around Su Bai's neck. Brother, does one need to ponder such basic logic? Thankfully, you possess an IQ of 180. We had already deduced this, right? Let us not. Su Bai replied, given my 180 IQ, can't you pretend to be unaware? Absolutely not. The other three chimed in unison, including Yu Qing and Bai Moshuan, who were remarkably aligned in their stance toward Su Bai. Resigned, Su Bai shrugged his shoulders and indignantly stated, if you refuse to give me an out now, do not expect me to offer you one in the future. Enough with the childish temper tantrums. Let us tidy ourselves up quickly. It's almost dark, and we are still oblivious to our whereabouts, Cui Ying retorted sharply. Look at you, you're filthy. You're not exactly pristine yourself. Besides, there exists a device called a smartphone that can locate our position. Why the rush? Despite this, the discomfort of being dirty was palpable, and the four of them busied themselves with changing out of their soiled attire. Bai Moshuan silently stepped aside, retrieving a brush to meticulously clean the dirt from his person, ensuring that not a single strand of hair was overlooked. Once he was presentable, he disregarded Cui Ying's presence and began to remove his outer garments and trousers, pulling a clean set from his backpack. Yu Qing, noticing his actions, felt unsettled. With a woman present, shouldn't you be a bit more discreet? Are you joking? Bai Moshuan rolled his eyes. I'm not undressing completely. What century do you live in that this needs further acclimatization? Their conversation lacked resonance, yet Yu Qing's attentiveness evidently pleased Cui Ying. To mask her own emotions, she retreated to a corner to deal with her soiled garments. Su Bai understood the sentiments of Sister Cui Ying, which were evident from the subtle blush on her cheeks. He stifled a chuckle in his heart, cleared his throat, and, mindful of the dirt on his clothes, sought refuge behind a large stone to address his needs. Once the four of them had gathered themselves, they utilized Su Bai's mobile phone to ascertain their current location. Fortunately, they were not far from the nearest provincial road, and with the hope of hitching a ride, they sprinted forward. The sole lady amongst them exhibited no lesser vigor, effortlessly keeping pace with the three gentlemen. Numerous vehicles traversed the provincial road, yet in these times, the public's wariness was palpable. Nearly every car whizzed past without any intention of stopping. Really? Do these people possess no sense of compassion at all? Su Bai spat disdainfully on the ground. If I were a woman, I might have managed to flag someone down. But with three burly men beside me, it is only natural for them to feel apprehensive. Cui Ying glanced up at the sky as the sun dipped below the horizon. Darkness swiftly enveloped the surroundings, and visibility diminished considerably. If it comes to that, we might as well call a taxi company for assistance, she suggested. Yet, in such a small locale, such services were likely non-existent. Bai Moshuan retrieved his phone, declaring, it seems I must leverage my status. After making a call, he casually tossed his backpack to the ground and plopped down, sipping from his water cup with an air of nonchalance. Su Bai, intrigued, inquired, who did you just call? My fan club president, Bai Moshuan replied. My fans are spread across the nation. I trust it shall not be difficult for them to find a few from this vicinity. They will come up with a way to fetch us. We merely need to wait. Chapter 62. Deciphering words. Noticing his confidence, Su Bai quietly drummed his fingers in anticipation. Yet he clearly underestimated Bai Moshuan's influence. His loyal supporters rallied with remarkable strength. Upon receiving news of Bai Moshuan's predicament, they swiftly mobilized their network, locating fans residing nearby. After devising a plan, two vehicles headed straight to their location. Upon hearing the sound of cars coming to a halt, Bai Moshuan rose leisurely, stating, they have arrived. Su Bai was left astonished, his jaw nearly dropping. In this day and age, the celebrity effect could truly reach such heights. With a resigned sigh towards the heavens, he lamented, how unfair the world is. Everyone possesses fine appearances, yet the disparities are so vast. Cui Ying had already picked up her backpack, preparing to board the vehicle. She patted Su Bai on the shoulder, saying, you might still consider entering the industry, though catching up to Bai Moshuan's level seems impossible. Exhaling a breath of relief, Su Bai felt fortunate that someone was coming to collect them. Although it was due to Bai Moshuan's influence, the prospect of not having to sleep outdoors was indeed delightful. This sense of relief blossomed into pure happiness upon checking into a hotel, taking a hot shower, and sinking into the soft bed. Su Bai felt as if he were floating. Hey, Yu Qing, Yu Qing. Yu Qing leaned against the window, appearing listless, likely vexed by the near encounter with Yao Guang. Su Bo comforted him, saying, what does it matter? We are now approaching the truth. Even if the female ghost cannot directly voice her thoughts, she can still convey much through Wei Jia. I am merely pondering what he meant by mirage and moonlight. Yu Qing replied. The last time he spoke those words was in my dream. This time, hearing them with my own ears feels extraordinary. It is as if he holds the key to unraveling the truth, and once it is unlocked, I shall inevitably lose something of great significance. I believe he is merely being enigmatic. Su Bo interjected with a scoff. Yu Qing, regardless of the circumstances, I shall always stand by your side, along with Cui Ying. As for Bai Moshuan, we can simply disregard him for now. The focus is on you, is it not? Yu Qing chuckled at Su Bo's jest. In truth, you are older than I by a year, are you not? Su Bo's expression darkened. At such a moment, you ought to display a look of gratitude, even if feigned. To utter such words is rather disheartening. I was merely stating the truth, Yu Qing retorted playfully. Moreover, a person's success is not the sole criterion. Often, it depends on your perspective. It seems you certainly lack the 180. Seeing Yu Qing's spirits rise, Su Bo felt a sense of accomplishment. But Yu Qing's expression soon fell again, surprising Su Bo. What troubles you now? There is something I have yet to express, Yu Qing began. On the very first day I met you, I truly did not foresee any future connections between us. While I could remember your name, a miracle in itself, considering I struggle to recall my parents' names, I hesitated over whether to approach you. I had no inkling you would work at Brother Tang's shop, nor that we would one day share life and death together. Excuse me for a moment. Could you please get to the point? You are quite dizzying, Su Bo teased. You know I'm not tall. Yu Qing's face flushed crimson, yet he resolutely stated, thank you. It has been a pleasure getting to know you. Su Bo paused in astonishment, then suddenly collapsed onto the bed, rolling about like a cat. Huh, you have finally spoken the truth. So are we friends now? Must you be so jubilant? You are not like me. Aside from me, you have many friends, do you not? Yu Qing's voice grew somber. It is people like me who must cherish every individual willing to show kindness, even if they are not human. Are you rebuking me? Su Bo sat up, earnestly inquiring. In this world, aside from humans, there exist other forms of existence. Thus far, you have witnessed the ghosts. In fact, there are many more, Yu Qing explained. I have heard my father mention that he and Brother Tang once encountered beings that existed solely through spiritual energy. The unknown realms of this world are vast. For instance, have you ever wondered why I can only remember your name? Su Bo paused. Is it mere coincidence? Every cause has its effect, Yu Qing responded. Yu Qing remarked. This world is vast. Our city alone is home to 13 million locals. Among those 13 million, I can only recall your name. Why is that? Suddenly, Su Bo felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, for Yu Qing's somber tone instilled a sense of unease within him. Why this sudden suspicion? He pondered. Shouldn't this be interpreted as our fate? Fate. Yu Qing was about to elaborate when the doorbell rang. It was Cui Ying. Upon returning to the city, she effortlessly transitioned from her barefaced appearance to a subtle yet elegant makeup look. Su Bo exclaimed, Sister, you truly are a beauty. Was I not before? Cui Ying playfully nudged Su Bo. Let us go. I'm famished. I'll treat you both to a meal. What about that wealthy heir? Su Bo inquired. Who knows? Cui Ying replied. I had no intention of excluding him, so I initially knocked on his door. However, he was not in his room. Perhaps he is meeting with his fans. He seems a bit of a loner. After all, he is a big star, Su Bo shrugged. Let us not concern ourselves with him. If it weren't for the fact that he is my boss's son, I wouldn't bother with him at all. Nevertheless, he possesses considerable knowledge about the mechanisms and secret passages of the tomb. From this perspective, he is undoubtedly the most proficient among us, Cui Ying stated. One must not judge a person too superficially. I actually think well of him. It is only natural for a big star to carry a bit of pride. By the way, he also understands formations and Taoist arts. Truly, this individual is quite enigmatic. Upon mentioning his skills, Yu Qing's expression shifted. He is Brother Tang's disciple. A master begets an excellent pupil, and I have no words to counter that. Cui Ying's eyes gleamed with admiration. Among peers, envy often surfaces, and Yu Qing, once a distinguished practitioner of Maoshan, found his spotlight suddenly eclipsed by Ma Xuan. His ability to face this challenge with composure was commendable. Su Bo, observing Cui Ying's gaze, mischievously leaned in. Sister, you must stop looking. If you continue, Yuqing might just melt under your fiery gaze. Get lost. You're always so irreverent. Shui Ying retorted. If anyone were to melt, it would be you, little troublemaker. The trio remained unaware of Bai Moshuan's whereabouts. Upon returning from their meal, they discovered him waiting in the lobby with his luggage. My master has instructed us to return immediately, lest circumstances change, Bai Moshuan announced. You have a mere 15 minutes to pack and check out. I am not fond of waiting. Su Bai rolled his eyes. But given that this was an order from Boss Tang, they had complete respect for him and naturally did not dare to defy his wishes. The four embarked on their journey back, with Su Bai chattering incessantly, resembling a child who had yet to be weaned. Bai Moshuan simply donned earplugs, choosing to remain unperturbed, while only Yuqing seemed able to tolerate Su Bai's antics, maintaining a calm demeanor regardless of the chaos around him. As they returned to Beijing, they headed straight for the antique shop, much to Yuqing's surprise, as both his father and mother were present. In his youth, Su Bai was a renowned art instructor at a university, known for his remarkable charm and elegance. What Yuqing was oblivious to was that the narcissism of the young Su Bai could only be described as extraordinary. As he carried a mirror with him at all times to ensure his hairstyle remained impeccable, even in life-or-death situations, his only concern being whether he had marred his visage. Those days are long gone. The current Su Bai is perceived by his son as a devoted family man, his love akin to a formidable mountain, steady and reliable, eternally steadfast. All of this may be attributed to his mother. Chapter 63. The lip reader. Yuqing's mother bears a melodious name, Jie. The phrase Jie evokes the beauty of a captivating flower, reminiscent of the description bestowed upon Yang Guifei by Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, who characterized her as a woman of enchanting eloquence. The name itself conjures images of gentle grace and multifaceted charm. Although Jie, when used as a surname, is often pronounced similarly to Xie, Su Bai delights in referring to his wife as Jie. Each utterance intoxicates him anew. True to her name, Jie possesses a gentle demeanor, though this is merely a facade. Yuqing understands that beneath her softness lies a resilient strength, which rendered Su Bai unable to resist her allure. Jie was once Su Bai's student, and it was a painting depicting her that first captured Su Bai's attention, prompting him to recite verses that described her as possessing both ethereal beauty and exceptional grace, an apt description indeed. As Jie reached middle age, she maintained an air of delicate beauty that belied her years, appearing to be merely in her early 30s. Su Bai exclaimed, "She's even more beautiful than my mother." This compliment elicited a subtle smile from Jie, who replied, "Thank you. You must be Su Bai. Your name often comes up in conversations with Yuqing." This revelation caused Su Bai to feel as though she had discovered a hidden treasure, turning to Yuqing with a playful nudge. "So, you talk about me behind my back? Why have I never heard you mention it?" Yuqing's face flushed crimson, hastily redirecting the conversation. "Mother, what brings you here?" "Because your mother still has her uses," Su Bai interjected. Upon hearing this, Jie shot him a playful sidelong glance, prompting Su Bai to amend his statement. "Your mother's capabilities are vast, far exceeding your expectations." Unexpectedly, Su Bai seemed to be evolving into a husband firmly under his wife's influence. Tang Sencheng sighed, remarking that all men ultimately succumb to the allure of women, resigning themselves to their fate. Without further ado, he instructed, "The female ghost you brought back will be entrusted to us for now. You four shall wait outside." This implied exclusion left by Mo Xian astonished. "I cannot enter either?" "Not this time," Tang Sencheng replied, extending his hand to receive the jade. Although the female ghost within the jade could not speak, she understood perfectly and promptly emerged, gracefully bowing before following the three men into the inner chamber. Su Bai had anticipated hearing the full story from the female ghost upon their return, but now her entire plan had unraveled. Tang Sencheng's actions were perplexing, and with a belly full of grievances, she leaned over the counter to ask Xuefan, "My dear sister, could you share a morsel of information?" "I'm unaware of your matters," Xuefan replied coldly, as always. Bai Mo Xian approached slowly. Aunt?" Su Bai placed her hand beneath her chin, fearing it might detach at any moment. The two appeared to be of similar age, yet the familial ties were bewilderingly tangled. Shui Ying and Xuefan have become somewhat acquainted in recent days. In the past, she would cling to Xuefan's arm and ask, "Xuefan, is Bai Moshuan your nephew?" "Indeed, my biological nephew," Xuefan nodded. The situation was chaotic, and Su Bai felt an overwhelming urge to scream at the heavens. What was this family about? Both the men and women appeared to be strikingly beautiful, Had human genetics reached such astonishing heights? Bai Moshuan began to play the familial card. I am indeed your nephew. Pray tell, what are my masters scheming? A faint smile graced Xuefen's lips as she replied, Bai Moshuan, your skills have notably improved of late. What do you mean by that, aunt? Bai Moshuan inquired. It is a simple truth that you are undoubtedly my nephew. I merely speak the facts. Come now, dear aunt, share a morsel of information with me. With a sigh, Xuefen acquiesced. Very well, the truth is rather straightforward. Yuqing's mother is here because she possesses the ability to read lips. Yuqing inhaled sharply. My mother can read lips? Su Bai, taken aback, asked, you cannot be discovering this now, can you? Reading lips is a skill that involves interpreting spoken words through the movements of the lips, a challenging art form. Some individuals with hearing impairments utilize this technique to communicate, whereas it is not something an ordinary person would endeavor to learn due to its complexity and the extensive practice it requires. Who has the leisure for such pursuits? Yuqing suddenly exclaimed, my mother frequently volunteers at a special school. I always wondered how she communicated with those children since she does not know sign language. Now it makes sense. How is it that even you, her own son, were unaware? Su Bai remarked, puzzled. Perhaps she deemed it unnecessary to inform me. Yuqing replied. I understand now. Since that female ghost is under a silence curse, my mother can interpret her expressions through lip reading. Isn't Wei Jing present? Chueying interjected astutely. In the ancient tomb, the female ghost can influence Wei Jing to convey her intentions. We could entirely rely on Wei Jing, yet they have chosen to take only the female ghost inside. Or could it be that they are still oblivious to this situation? No. I conveyed the entirety of the matter to my master. Bai Moshuan's brow twitched. He is aware of this. The four fell silent, realizing the peculiarity of the situation. Indeed, Boss Tang possessed secrets he wished to keep from them, which is why he opted to exclude Wei Jing and take the female ghost alone. Su Bai tugged at his hair in frustration. What is going on? This female ghost was clearly found by us. Boss Tang is being rather unscrupulous this time. Hey, he's still your boss. Must you raise your voice so? Chueying chided. I believe Boss Tang is not a villain. He may simply have his considerations. Besides, we are dealing with Yuqing's biological parents. Do you fear they would ensnare us? That is a valid point. Nonetheless, Su Bai remained despondent. What a pity. Truly a pity. How long must you ramble? Bai Moshuan remarked. I trust my master. I am weary, aunt. I shall retire to your room for a brief rest. You all may wait here. Truly a star in the making. Su Bai observed Bai Moshuan's departing figure and turned to Xuefeng. Aunt Xuefeng. Bai Moshuan is the son of Boss Bai, so what is your relationship with him? None whatsoever, Xuefeng replied coldly. Amidst the chaos, Su Bai raised his hands, meticulously counting. You claim that Bai Moshuan is your nephew, and that Bai Moshuan's father is Boss Bai, yet you have no connection to Boss Bai. This makes no sense. This relationship is more tangled than the red thread of fate spun by the matchmaker. Xuefeng furrowed her brows and turned to leave, showing no intention of providing an explanation. Su Bai continued to grapple with the perplexity. But, can you truly delineate such relationships? Moreover, consider this. Boss Bai appears remarkably youthful, seemingly around 35 years of age, yet he has a son of considerable age. This situation is indeed perplexing. At 35, if his son is 18, that implies he must have fathered him at 17. Goodness, 17. Chueying closed her eyes and then smacked the back of Su Bai's head. Cease your incessant prattle. You're making my head spin. This is a private matter for the Bai family. Must you be so gossipy like a woman? The blow was quite forceful, leaving Su Bai's head numb. He rubbed the back of his head, feeling somewhat aggrieved. As a human being, how can one not possess curiosity? I refuse to believe that you are not intrigued. Boss Bai truly possesses remarkable resolve, yet this only added to the confusion. In any case, the enigma of Bai Moshuan's lineage was indeed convoluted. Yuqing, indifferent to the matter, gazed in the direction his parents had gone, letting out a long sigh. The trio and the ghost remained in the office for over half an hour before emerging. Yu Bai appeared quite fatigued as he approached Yuqing, gently patting his shoulder. Yet he remained silent. Tang Sanqing observed the situation and suggested, perhaps it is best for Jieyu to clarify. The three pairs of eyes turned expectantly towards Jieyu, who exhaled deeply. The tomb chamber you discovered is indeed that of Zhu Yunjun. Initially, Liu Bowen engaged in a dialogue with the founding emperor, which led to the prophecy contained in the baked cake song regarding Zhu Di's usurpation. Consequently, the founding emperor, considering the future of his grandson, began to plan ahead. He constructed an escape tunnel within the royal palace and formed a secret guard. On the day Exude invaded the palace, this secret guard assisted Zhu Yunjun in his escape, accompanied by his consorts and children. This group initially resided in the Cliff Tomb and eventually settled in Minnan. As for Zhu Yunjun's posthumous affairs, the founding emperor made thorough preparations, which resulted in the earthen buildings you observed. Liu Bowen established an illusion array there, leading nearby villagers to believe that the center of the earthen building was possessed by malevolent spirits, rendering it off-limits. Thus, for years, that area has become nearly deserted, with the able-bodied choosing to work and settle elsewhere. In truth, Liu Bowen's illusion has long since lost its potency. The villagers' fears are merely psychological. Chapter 64. Xianling thinking of the old woman, Su Bai's heart quivered. Fear can indeed drive one to the brink of despair. This must be the ultimate purpose of the illusion, instilling terror to safeguard the tomb chamber beneath the earthen buildings. Who was that female ghost? And what connection did she have with Yaoguang? Allow me to explain in detail. Jie, you urged patiently. Do you recall the passage you traversed upon your exit? It is, in fact, another escape route. Liu Bowen anticipated that Zhu Di would not easily relinquish his pursuit of Zhu Yunjun. Thus, that tomb chamber also served as a place of refuge. It is no wonder that along that passage, there are platforms at intervals, each adorned with provisions. Chuaying recalled that this was indeed a prearranged plan. Yes, that passage is truly a thoroughfare for emergencies. Jieyu remarked that the wisdom of our ancestors is immeasurable. Fortunately, it has not been put to the test, as Zhu Di has yet to uncover the whereabouts of Zhu Yunjun and others. In truth, even now, the descendants of Zhu Yunjun still thrive across the nation, albeit they are likely unaware of their heritage. All right, Mother, Yuqing said. We have learned how Zhu Yunjun's tomb came to be. Now can you enlighten us about the identity of that female specter? Indeed, you have all but deduced it. Jieyu began, casting a thoughtful glance at Tang Sanchong, as if weighing her words. She was once a handmaiden to the Princess of Yan. The trio grasped the situation. The Princess of Yan had once dispatched her own maid to seek out extraordinary talents in the world to aid Zhu Di in his grand endeavors. This female specter was indeed that maid. Yet, how could an ordinary handmaiden navigate the realm so adeptly? She must possess her own remarkable abilities. Yuqing furrowed his brow slightly. Then, what is her name? Qing Lian, Jieyu replied, glancing at the mark on Yuqing's hand. Perhaps it is this lotus that signifies her. It turned out that it was not a symbol of the White Lotus sect, but rather her name. Chuaying had misjudged. However, this indicates that Yaoguang harbors feelings for Qing Lian, does it not? She was reluctant to elaborate on the details. Jieyu continued, nevertheless. She has provided the most crucial clue, Yaoguang's birth date and time. Setting aside the year, Yuqing, your birth date and time are precisely the same as Yaoguang's. Is that the reason he sought me out? To intrude upon my dreams and incessantly influence my emotions? Yuqing swallowed hard. What does this have to do with the mark on my hand? Do you not comprehend? Chuaying interjected. When love runs deep, it often manifests upon the body. Much like tattoos today. Yaoguang must have been deeply enamored with Qing Lian, thus inscribing the lotus mark upon his hand. Given that your birth dates align, it is highly probable that this is directly related to the mark on your hand. Mother, could it be that Yuqing is a descendant of Yaoguang? Not quite. Su Bai replied. Yaoguang had no children during his lifetime. He remained unmarried until his death. However, Qing Lian did inform us that within the Big Dipper, there is a son of Yu Hong who recognized Yaoguang as his adoptive father. She suspects that Yuqing is a descendant of Yu Hong. Yaoguang must have done something significant for his adopted son, and the mark on Yuqing's hand cannot be mere coincidence. If it is indeed a curse, sharing the same birth date is certainly a prerequisite. Tang Sancheng cautioned, Yuqing, you must be vigilant. You may very well be the embodiment of the curse. Yaoguang's behavior within the ancient tomb was somewhat erratic. I believe he will hasten his efforts to achieve his objectives. Were it not for his interference, I would have vanquished Yaoguang long ago. If the curse originates from him, then eliminating him would naturally break the spell. At that moment, Bai Mashwan appeared. His gaze rife with disdain. Some individuals fear wolves in front and tigers behind, thus missing their golden opportunities. Revisiting old matters can prove to be quite detrimental. Yuqing had long suppressed his feelings, but now they erupted. This is my own affair. It does not require your intervention. Bai Mashwan scoffed. Do not be mistaken. From beginning to end, it was my master who instructed me to intervene. Otherwise, why would I assist a bystander? Tang Sansheng felt a tightening at the back of his head. This young lad was becoming increasingly audacious. He coughed lightly and said, "Ma Xuan, master, I am heading home." Bai Ma Xuan replied, "I have no desire to mingle with a bunch of fools." He stretched languidly and sauntered out of the antique shop. Tang Sansheng turned back, offering a smile to Yu Bai and Jie, saying, "I sincerely apologize. My disciple lacks social grace, yet he possesses a commendable character. In truth, I rather admire him." Jie, taken aback, remarked, "I never expected him to be so genuine beyond his acting prowess." Su Bai's eyes widened in astonishment. Genuine? Bai Ma Xuan has indeed become the idol of middle-aged women. It was one thing for his own mother to be smitten, but now even the composed and dignified Jie seem to have fallen under his spell. By the way, where is Qing Lian? Su Bai suddenly realized. Where could she be? Tang Sansheng responded, "I will escort Qing Lian to a safe place. You need not worry." "Forgive my candor, Tang boss," Cui Ying interjected. "Did Qing Lian only disclose this to you?" A woman's instinct told Cui Ying that the trio was concealing something. Initially, they had distanced themselves from Wei Jie, and now Qing Lian had vanished, leaving them with no opportunity to inquire further. The truth relied solely on their account. Of course, it seemed unlikely that they would deceive them, yet something felt amiss. Tang Sansheng appeared prepared for this line of questioning, responding to Cui Ying's skepticism with a nonchalant smile. "Yu Bai and I are good friends, even sworn brothers. Would I meddle in matters concerning Yu Qing's future? These two are Yu Qing's biological parents. Do you truly believe we would deliberately conceal anything?" "It seems improbable," Su Bai murmured. "Otherwise, it would be a tragedy of epic proportions." Cui Ying was left speechless. Jie continued, "Yu Qing's affliction is the greatest sorrow for our family. Now that we have some inkling of the situation, if it truly is a curse from the shadow of the moon, I only wish to find him swiftly so that he may be freed from this curse and live as a normal person." Seeing her distress, Yu Bai immediately supported Jie at the waist. "It will be so." Yu Qing lowered his gaze, fixating on the lotus mark on the back of his hand. The lotus belonged to Qing Lian, yet he felt no connection to her. Cui Ying's suspicion was not unfounded. The three of them were undoubtedly hiding something. The events remained disjointed. Yu Qing had grown accustomed to keeping his thoughts to himself. "Father, mother, you need not worry. I shall resolve my own matters. Since the shadow of the moon clings to me, it will eventually return. It cannot escape. You should return home first." After sending off his parents and watching Tang Sansheng depart, Cui Ying elbowed Yu Qing. "Young man, speak the truth. What scheme are you concocting?" "I am searching for Qing Lian," Yu Qing replied. "This is quite suspicious, Su Bai. With your 180 IQ, do you not find it odd?" Su Bai chuckled foolishly. "It is indeed odd, but hidden away by Tang boss. How are we to find her?" Yu Qing chuckled with delight, extending his right hand. "Behold, what do you see?" In the palm of his hand lay a faint yellow imprint, and Su Bai leaned closer to examine it, recognizing the design from a talisman. "Hey, young man, what trickery is this? Do enlighten us, for we are in suspense." "This is the Xianling spell," Yu Qing replied. "Xianling festival honors longevity. The great Xian's unity preserves its true form. When the three were only permitted to let Qing Lian enter, I felt a twinge of suspicion. Thus, as she crossed the threshold, I inscribed a spell in my palm and lightly touched her. Ghosts, being ethereal, cannot be perceived by those without cultivation. However, as I possessed true energy, my touch would elicit a response from her. By inscribing the Xianling spell in my palm, she would remain entirely unaware. Now that my palm bears her ghostly essence, we can trace her by following this spectral trail." Chapter 65. "Devour your actions are remarkably swift," Cui Ying remarked. "What shall we do next?" "Follow me," Yu Qing instructed as he entered the room, retrieving an incense altar and lighting 3 sticks of incense, 2 short and 1 long. The longest positioned in the center. Once ignited, 3 wisps of fragrant smoke began to rise, filling the room with a sweet aroma. Wei Ji inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "How delightful! Wretched spirit, this is not the time for your indulgence," Cui Ying chastised. Wei Ji stuck out his tongue, obediently retreating into his jade space. As Yu Qing lit the incense and watched the fragrant tendrils swirl, he clasped his hands together. The way flows from the heart conveys the scent. Incense burns in the jade censer, as the heart stands before the emperor. The true spirit gazes down, the celestial banner graces the hall. Today, I, the minister, declare, directly reaching the heavens. Su Bai's eyes widened in astonishment as the three wisps of smoke raced eagerly into Yuqing's joined palms. In no time, the three streams coalesced into one, which then emanated from his hands, drifting slowly before the trio. Yuqing opened his hands, gesturing toward the smoke. Now, follow its lead. Truly remarkable, Su Bai marveled, unable to grasp the intricacies of the technique, yet captivated by its wonder. Let us proceed. Although Chuaying also found it astonishing. She was less troubled than Su Bai and urged him to follow Yuqing. Xuefan observed the three depart, casting a cold gaze without uttering a word. Yet a smirk escaped her lips. The trio followed the smoke, unknowingly circling around the West City. As fatigue began to settle in their legs, Chuaying sensed something amiss. Why do I feel as though this smoke is leading us in circles? Look, we've passed this shop twice now. Do you see those small bears at the entrance? Yuqing's expression darkened. You are correct. We have indeed been looping. If we continue like this, we may never find our way. The confidence that had once adorned Yuqing's face faded to despair. Su Bai plopped down on a nearby step. I said it. That Bai Mo Xian is so formidable. How could his master, Boss Tang, be any less? Your little tricks may have been seen through long ago. He is merely toying with us now. Chuaying nodded in agreement. You make a valid point this time. Yuqing, do you have any other solutions? Indeed, Yuqing replied. Let us straightforwardly inquire with Boss Tang. If he has the intent to conceal the truth, he will undoubtedly remain silent. Su Bo spoke with a trace of irritation. Well, it seems we have but one course of action. Let us return home, rest, and reconsider our situation. He rose and made his way out. While Chuaying shook her head, it appears we have no other choice. Yuqing, let us also retreat for some rest and clear our minds. Sleep? Perhaps in slumber. Xiaowang would grace him with her presence once more. Yuqing clenched his fist and extended his right hand. Let us go. The wisps of smoke quietly dissipated into the air. Upon returning to the antique shop, Su Bo dialed Bai Ling's number. The sounds on the other end were a cacophony, accompanied by the splashing of water. Su Bo raised his voice to ensure Bai Ling could hear him. She seemed as cheerful as ever, her reaction to his return rather lackluster. Frustrated, he ended the call, thinking, it appears she is only concerned with Bai Ma Xuan. If she were to learn I was out with Bai Ma Xuan, she would undoubtedly demand autographs and such. Just the thought of Bai Ma Xuan's face sent a shiver down his spine. Truly enough was enough. Yuqing, oblivious to the conversation, succumbed to the bed's embrace. His exhaustion pulling him into a deeper slumber. He struggled briefly, contemplating whether Xiaowang's arrival would bring him fortune or misfortune. Sleep overtook him, and as he closed his eyes, darkness enveloped him. The sound of a gentle stream filled his ears, flowing softly and serenely. It felt as though the water coursed through his very being, soothing him entirely. In this dreamlike state, his awareness sharpened. The sensation of the stream against his body felt utterly real. Just as he reveled in this comfort, a cold voice pierced the tranquility, laced with derision. Is it pleasant? Do you feel relaxed? Such is the illusion. Allow me to reveal the truth. A searing pain beneath him curled Yuqing's form inward. He opened his eyes to discover he lay upon a bed of iron spikes, each piercing into his flesh. Blood oozing forth. Yuqing. Su Bo shook him vigorously, seeing his tightly closed eyes and the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He resorted to pinching the fleshier parts of Yuqing's body. The pain jolted Yuqing awake, and upon meeting Su Bo's gaze, he exhaled in relief. His previously tense body relaxing. Thank goodness it was merely a dream. That fiend has infiltrated your dreams again. Su Bo fumed. Such a coward. Resorting to these tactics rather than facing you directly. It's utterly detestable. It is not him, Yuqing replied. It resembles more a nightmare, a consequence of my overthinking. Fortunately, you were here to rouse me from this torment. Otherwise, with all this sweat, how could I not feel discomfort? Su Bo regarded Yuqing with sympathy. You must have been sleeping poorly these past few days. Just look at those dark circles under your eyes. Yuqing sat up, wiping the sweat from his brow. Let us seek out Qian Renjia. Almost forgetting about that troublesome fellow, the trio rested until nightfall, then ventured out into the late hours to find Qian Renjia. By chance, they encountered the same driver from before. Upon spotting the three, she willingly halted her vehicle, rolling down the window. What's this? Heading up the mountain again? The three exchanged glances and simultaneously reached for the car door. The older sister had on board a talisman that Yuqing had painted previously, and her complexion appeared notably brighter than it had been a while ago. Chuaying believed this was the talisman's influence. The night was dense with yin energy, and it was inevitable that the taxi driver would be affected. With this talisman in place, malevolent spirits could not approach the older sister, naturally leaving her feeling refreshed and invigorated. Thanks to the previous arrangements, locating Qian Renjie became significantly easier. He was not on the mountain, but rather idly sitting on the rooftop of a tall building, completely oblivious to Yu Qing's arrival. He was fixated on a window across from him, resting his chin on his hands and grinning foolishly. "Hey," Yu Qing called out, startling Qian Renjie, who nearly toppled over, his body swaying like an ECG wave until he finally steadied himself. "When did you arrive? You almost drooled. What were you gazing at?" Su Bai inquired, following Qian Renjie's line of sight. Across the way was a well-known single-apartment complex in the city, primarily inhabited by young professionals, many of whom were single. "Were you secretly admiring a beauty?" Clearing his throat, Qian Renjie replied, "I was, admiring the moon. Let's get to the point. Have you seen anything of note regarding the flickering light recently?" Yu Qing asked. "No, but there is something quite peculiar," Qian Renjie responded. "Have you noticed that the number of wandering spirits has significantly decreased during your journey here?" Su Bai suddenly realized why he felt unusually at ease this evening. Indeed, there were far fewer specters with dismembered limbs and exposed entrails swirling around them tonight. "What is going on? Speak quickly," Yu Qing urged, sensing that something was amiss. "I've recently observed that many wandering spirits seem to be entranced, continuously heading west and not returning," Qian Renjie explained. "Approximately, when did this phenomenon begin?" Yu Qing's expression turned grave. "It has been happening over the past 2 days, every night during the midnight hour," Qian Renjie elaborated. "Midnight, or the Z hour, spans from 11 o'clock at night to 1 o'clock in the morning." Yu Qing glanced at the time and noted it was almost midnight. "Let us see what is happening. Qian Renjie, you will accompany us." Chapter 66. The small heavenly cycle am I going to? Qian Renjie asked longingly, casting a glance across the street. Cui Ying, ever observant, remarked, "Short hair, round face, rather cute, but you should forget about it." "Why?" Qian Renjie queried, puzzled, though she resides in a single apartment. "Look at the couple's mugs on her balcony table," Cui Ying replied with exasperation. "She is already taken, so move on." Qian Renjie sighed in disappointment. "I merely wanted to take a look. With the separation of yin and yang, what more can I do?" As the midnight hour approached, the few wandering spirits on the street indeed marched straight toward the west, one after another. Su Bai puffed out his chest and swaggered in front of them several times. But they remained unmoved, appearing almost dazed. Yu Qing took out some powdered stone and sprinkled it over the 3 of them. "Let us follow them and uncover the truth." The trio, along with Qian Renjie, followed the wandering souls until they reached a desolate lotus pond in the western outskirts, traversing several dirt paths. As they approached the pond, the spirits surged forward, clamoring to enter. Those who lagged behind let out cries of distress. What could possibly be drawing these restless souls? Upon getting closer, the 3 were taken aback, initially believing the spirits would encounter some fortune. At the center of the lotus pond stood a radiant vessel, which was drawing in the wandering souls. The trio could only hear the anguished wails of the spirits, sending chills down their spines. Qian Renjie, terrified, took a step back and exclaimed, "This is dreadful. I cannot bear this. You all take your time. I shall depart first." However, Yu Qing frightened him back. "It is safer to remain with us. If you go off alone, who knows what calamity may befall you?" Realizing the truth in this, Qian Renjie retreated. "Pray tell, what is happening here?" "That vessel is consuming these lost souls," Yu Qing explained. "It is a ghastly method for rapidly enhancing one's power, somewhat akin to the breeding of cursed insects. This process is exceedingly cruel. Various venomous creatures are placed in a single jar and buried in the earth. Months later, when unearthed, they will have devoured one another, leaving only a single survivor, which becomes the curse." Witnessing the forlorn spirits marching to their doom, Yu Qing promptly retrieved the bloodlight blade coin gifted by old Master Cui, setting up a thunder pool formation on the ground to obstruct the wandering souls. The thunder pool, composed of positive energy, combined with the extraordinary ancient coins, radiated even greater vitality. In an instant, the souls behind abruptly awakened and turned back, realizing that the thunder pool was merely a temporary measure. Yu Qing understood that the true culprit lay within the luminous vessel. He intended to leave the formation in place, inadvertently trapping Qian Renjie outside. With a cry of despair, Qian Renjie lamented, "What shall I do?" "Wait there and keep an eye on our surroundings," Yu Qing instructed, rolling up his pant legs and descending into the pond. Qian Renjie found himself as the lookout, helplessly seated on the ground, scanning the area. He felt no fear. His unique existence rendered him immune to both the living and the dead. As Yuqing descended into the pond, a chill ran down his neck. Su Bai and Chueying followed closely, too anxious to utter a word, their gaze fixated on the glowing light ahead, fearful of any monstrous emergence. Upon drawing near, Yuqing finally discerned the vessel. It was merely a common glass orb, gurgling ominously. The souls that had entered earlier had transformed into a viscous concoction, and the liquid was gradually contracting. Yuqing understood that these substances would ultimately coalesce into a pill. He bit into his fingertip, allowing his righteous blood to drip into the vessel. The liquid, filled with dark energy, hissed as his blood fell in, spreading rapidly, threatening to erode the essence within. Be cautious, it approaches. The money for the lookout was indeed well spent by Renjie, who promptly alerted them upon discovering Yaoguang. Su Bai, feeling a bit lost, clutched Chueying's arm and implored, "Sister, do you have a Buddha statue? Garlic would suffice." Chueying feigned composure, patting Su Bai reassuringly, "Fear not, for we have Yuqing with us." Yuqing acted swiftly. Upon hearing of Yaoguang's approach, he recognized the situation as a consequence of his own actions. Motivated by his ultimate goal of transforming the ethereal into the tangible and reclaiming his body. Resolute, he drew a craft knife and made a swift incision on his right arm, the blood flowing more rapidly. Realizing that his grand plan was at risk of being thwarted by Yuqing, Yaoguang could not wait any longer. Transforming into a cloud of black smoke, he coalesced into an arrow and shot towards Yuqing. "Be careful, Yuqing!" Both Su Bai and Chueying cried out in unison. Yuqing, focused on obliterating the malevolent entity, was momentarily delayed. By the time he turned around, the dark arrow was already upon him, poised to pierce his chest. Chueying trembled, her fearless demeanor faltering as she covered her eyes with her hands, unable to bear witness to the impending doom. A fiery courage ignited within Su Bai, compelling him to step forward and shield Yuqing. Caught off guard, Yuqing shouted, "Get out of the way!" But it was too late. The black arrow had already embedded itself within Su Bai's body. His pupils dilated in shock. What was this sensation? A gust of wind surged within him, swirling violently, while his body felt increasingly unwell. Hidden forces stirred restlessly within him, as if he were a chick pecking through its shell, striving to break free from confinement. Those forces propelled his thoughts, and he sensed a disarray within his being. Yuqing stood frozen, realizing that the black arrow was not a tangible object, but rather an ethereal manifestation conjured by Yaoguang, effective only against those with cultivation. For an ordinary person, it would merely feel like a chilling draft, causing a prolonged sensation of cold without life-threatening consequences. Yet now, it was trapped within Su Bai's body. The silver light in Su Bai's throat had long captured Yuqing's attention. The fact that Su Bai could contain the black arrow indicated his extraordinary constitution. Su Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. Amidst this chaos, he pondered how much this scene resembled a horror film. Had he been in the same profession as Bai Machuan, he would have undoubtedly received thunderous applause for such a performance. Alas, this was all too real. With a deep breath, Su Bai exhaled, the sound echoing in the stillness of the night, a sound that evoked pity in those who heard it. He attempted to open his mouth, fearing that if he did, the turbulent energies within him would escape, leading to his demise. Fortunately, such a fate did not befall him, and he could still function. "Young man, what is happening?" Yuqing inquired, placing a hand on Su Bai's back, sensing the chaotic energies coursing within him. They were tumultuous and overflowing, preventing the black arrow from emerging. It was likely that Yaoguang had not anticipated this outcome. However, if the energies continued to spiral chaotically, it was feared that Yaoguang might force his way out, which would be catastrophic for Su Bai. The immediate concern lay in the young man's fate. "Do you know what the concepts of the small and large heavenly circuits are?" Yuqing speculated that he might not be aware, and without waiting for a response, he continued, "The small and large heavenly circuits generally refer to the practices of internal alchemy, which involve refining essence into qi, transforming qi into spirit, and cultivating the spirit to return to the void, collectively termed internal alchemy. The small heavenly circuit pertains to the refinement of essence into qi, which denotes the flow of internal energy beginning from the lower dantian, ascending along the governing vessel and descending through the conceptual vessel, traversing the three barriers to connect them. The intersection of heart and kidneys, the harmonization of water and fire, allows the essence and qi to become abundant, thereby achieving the purpose of disease prevention and elimination. The small heavenly circuit is also referred to as the circadian circuit. The large heavenly circuit involves the transformation of qi into spirit. Of course, you are not yet capable of that, so do not concern yourself. You are aiming to open the governing and conceptual vessels, right? The tales of martial arts have not been in vain. It is said that by unblocking these vessels, one could become a master of the martial world, is it not? Chapter 67, Return Home. What time is it now? Has this fool grasped the situation? Yuqing furrowed his brow. It should be about time. I will now inform you of the basic pathways of these two vessels. You should attempt to direct the qi along the small heavenly circuit, and I shall assist you. At that moment, Shui Ying approached, and even Qian Renjie was anxiously peering from behind the thunderpool formation. Yuqing glanced at Shui Ying. She appeared somewhat disheartened, her face pale, but he had no time to comfort her. The perineum, situated between the legs, serves as the starting point. From the front of the body, it ascends along the midline to the chin's jiao junction, which is the conceptual vessel. From the perineum, it extends backward along the spine, reaching the crown of the head, and then traverses forward between the eyes to the gum junction of the upper palate, which is the governing vessel. When the governing and conceptual vessels are open, the 8 extraordinary vessels are also unblocked. With the 8 vessels open, all 100 vessels are accessible. As Yuqing spoke, he placed his hand at the nape of Su Bai's neck and applied a gentle pressure. Su Bai distinctly felt a surge of energy within him, following a rhythmic flow that promptly reached the perineum as described by Yuqing. Close your eyes and follow this energy. Do not let your mind wander. Su Bai closed his eyes and clearly sensed the directed energy. Unconsciously, he was drawn into it, as if engaged in a playful chase. Gradually, he became immersed, delighting in the pursuit of the energy flow. During this process, he noticed that the errant currents within him were being guided, transforming from chaotic to orderly. As they advanced along the small heavenly circuit, and the sense of pressure within his body dissipated, Shui Ying, witnessing a wisp of azure smoke rising from Su Bai's head as if his hair were ablaze, gasped, but the smoke dissipated with a soft pop before she could exhale. In that instant, she saw a black arrow emerge from Su Bai's crown, startling her into taking a step back. Oh no, the black arrow. Yuqing had already noticed, but extracting his true energy from Su Bai's body required time, granting the black arrow an opportunity. It shot directly towards Yuqing's chest. Yuqing found himself without means of resistance, his eyes wide in disbelief as the black arrow hurtled toward him. It was only then that Qian Renjie recalled why he had feared the thunder pool. Beyond the realms of the 6 paths, one exists in a state where no form of spiritual law holds sway. The feeling of being trapped is merely a figment of the mind. After languishing in the underworld for so long, Qian Renjie finally finds himself in a position to act heroically, intending to cross the thunderous barrier. Unexpectedly, someone intercepts him. A silver light shields Yuqing, confronting the black arrow head-on. One black, one silver. They meet in a struggle that is evenly matched. After a tense standoff, the black arrow, aware of its inferiority, swiftly ascends and vanishes into the ether. Upon turning, Yuqing discovers that the assailant is none other than Bai Mashuan. He stands behind the crowd, having seemingly appeared from nowhere, clad in a custom sports outfit and wearing a pair of limited edition sneakers, as if he merely passed by while out for a run. In truth, he hesitates to admit that he came to rescue a few individuals. Clearing his throat, he remarks, "Do not misunderstand. I have no intention of meddling in your affairs. I merely happened upon the scene while jogging. I wish to avoid the guilt of neglecting to assist, lest I incur my master's wrath." Shui Ying finds this amusing. The city center is over 40 kilometers away. Who jogs all the way here? Furthermore, they are still more than 500 meters from the main road. It is improbable that he would purposely venture this way. Su Bai, taken aback, realizes that beads of sweat have formed on his forehead. Wiping his brow, he suddenly feels weak, and Yuqing hastily catches him. Noticing that Su Bai is drenched not only on his forehead, but also along his neck and back. Lacking any foundational skills in spiritual law, he has merely relied on his innate talent to assist. Yuqing's keen eye catches sight of the Bodhi bead necklace around Su Bai's neck. Noting that 2 beads have already cracked. Is he all right? Shui Ying inquires, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Su Bai's face, which has turned as pale as parchment. A bit of rest will set him right. Yuqing, however, cannot resist teasing him. He appears to have fainted from fright. At a time like this, You should cut him some slack, Cui Ying retorts, glancing back at Bai Moshuan. Though you claim to have merely passed through, we thank you nonetheless. Bai Moshuan raises an eyebrow, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Compared to his earlier self, this version of Bai Moshuan is thoroughly unlikable. Indeed, a man must possess not only an attractive exterior, but also a commendable temperament. At that moment, Bai Moshuan stands above the lotus pond, observing the murky water below. Clearly reluctant to descend, his gaze falls upon the glimmering bottles within the pond, and as he surveys the area, he senses a heavy presence of negative energy. Suddenly, he and Yu Qing exclaim in unison, "This is a Gu Yin." Cui Ying, unfamiliar with this term, ponders, what is a Gu Yin? Such a concept has never graced the pages of her novels. The point where yang energy is at its weakest and yin energy is at its strongest is referred to as the earth eye. Each city possesses such a point. In ancient times, these locations were typically chosen for the construction of county offices, which were believed to be where malevolent energies congregated, serving to suppress grievances. According to Taoist philosophy, 10 acts of kindness lead to ascendance, while 10 grievances lead to malevolence. Yu Qing remarked that this earth eye was saturated with yin energy, suggesting that if the restless souls of the wronged were drawn here, each unjustly deceased individual would symbolize a lifetime. 10 such souls would represent 10 lifetimes. Coupled with the earth eye's overwhelming yin energy, the malevolent forces would be rendered powerless, creating a formidable strength. I suspect that the unsettled spirits lured here by the layout of Yaoguang far exceed 10. This place is presently imbued with intense yin energy. Yu Qing entrusted Su Bai to Cui Ying and advanced towards the luminous object. As he drew closer, his expression shifted. His movements were remarkably swift, and he had already extracted the contents within. Originally, the intention was to refine the attracted spirits into elixirs, but to prevent the transformation of these restless souls, Yu Qing had dripped his true yang blood into the mixture as a deterrent. Unfortunately, this endeavor was incomplete, and Yaoguang had come to confront him. Now, the contents of the vessel were entirely absent, leaving behind a faint odor reminiscent of Yu Qing's blood. Yet, amidst the shimmering remnants, a few fireflies flickered, flitting about within. It is impossible for Yaoguang to have seized the contents without assistance, Bai Moshuan remarked coolly. That is mere speculation. Su Bai suddenly opened his eyes, revealing that he was merely fatigued. His hearing remained intact. Yaoguang is the king of the ghosts. Commanding a few spirits is trivial for him. This assertion held merit, prompting Bai Moshuan to grunt in acknowledgement and fall into silence. That evening, Bai Moshuan had indeed ventured out for a jog, but upon observing these individuals acting suspiciously, curiosity compelled him to follow them after a 10-minute internal struggle, which led him to the preceding scene, where he intervened to assist. Bai Moshuan deemed it necessary to inform his master about Su Bai's predicament. Qian Renjie raised his hand, stating, "In truth, I witnessed who took the items from within." Indeed, Qian Renjie had seen it happen, while the black arrow was ensnared within Su Bai's body, and Yu Qing was preoccupied with liberating him. A ghostly figure emerged from the other side of the lotus pond, approaching the glass vessel and retrieving its contents, a female ghost. Qian Renjie provided a detailed account, prompting Su Bai to furrow his brow. "How peculiar. I feel as though I recognize her." "It is Nai He," Yu Qing interjected. "How could it possibly be her?" Bai Moshuan, growing impatient, remarked, "At this point, you may linger by the pond. I shall take my leave." This group was indeed exasperating, lacking decisiveness. With a swift turn, Bai Moshuan vanished from their sight. As he passed by Qian Renjie, he appraised him thoroughly, remarking, "It appears such types do exist." Chapter 68. Qian Renjie found himself captivated by the man radiating brilliance from every pore. While he had an undeniable attraction to women, the beauty of Bai Moshuan ensnared him, leading him to murmur, "This man is truly a temptation for women." Su Bai remained oblivious. Otherwise, he would have been quite indignant. He was presently devoid of energy. Being assisted by Yu Qing and Cui Ying as they climbed out of the pool and were escorted back to the antique shop, Qian Renjie had a remarkably eventful night and left with a sense of fulfillment. Upon returning to the antique shop, Tang San had indeed been waiting there. It was hardly surprising that Bai Moshuan hadn't informed him about this matter. Upon seeing the owner, Su Bai's expression morphed into one of dismay. "Boss Tang, the item is lost." "I am already aware," Tang San replied. "However, the item has been tainted with Yu Qing's blood and has fallen far short of the expectations of Yaoguang." "But you Young man, are you unscathed? Su Bai responded. At first, I felt as though my body was being pierced by numerous wounds, with the wind within me escaping through these openings. It's rather peculiar. This entire experience feels like a journey into an entirely unknown realm, where chi follows one's intentions, a truly astonishing phenomenon. He instinctively touched the necklace around his neck and felt the fissure. His expression shifted. Oh no, how did this bead crack? Could it have been from that accidental bump? Cui Ying, recognizing its value, exclaimed, Ah, it's a Bodhi seed necklace. My mother mentioned that she specifically sought this out, and it has been consecrated. Su Bai sighed and began to berate Yao Guang. This Bodhi seed is meant to ward off evil. I suspect Yao Guang's malevolence has overwhelmed it, causing the necklace to fracture. If my mother sees this, she will be utterly heartbroken. You should return home and recuperate, Tang Sen advised, patting Su Bai on the shoulder with a smile. Moreover, ever since you arrived at the antique shop, you've been rather elusive. They will surely find it odd. You ought to visit them more frequently. Su Bai conceded that Tang Sen had a point. He found himself reminiscing about his father's culinary delights. Yu Qing relayed to Tang Sen the incident of retrieving the ghostly soul from the glass vial, to which Tang Sen responded, Only Nai, he can clarify this matter. She perished because of Yao Guang, yet now she must assist him. For the details, I believe we should summon Vincent. I shall stay then, Su Bai declared, unwilling to miss the unfolding drama. Return in 2 days, and we shall invite Nai He for a meal, Tang Sen said, bemused by Su Bai's antics. In this way, you can rest while also enjoying the spectacle. Sound good? That sounds splendid, Su Bai chuckled. Upon returning home, Su Bai felt the need to fabricate a reason for his absence, claiming that the workload had been overwhelming, prompting his boss to suggest a 2-day respite. He was, however, apprehensive about Bai Ling's reaction regarding the necklace. As he stood outside the door, lost in thought, it suddenly swung open. It was Su Dahong, who had not seen Su Bai for quite some time. His voice rose in surprise. Isn't this Su Bai? What brings you back? Su Bai stuck out his tongue playfully. Dad, this is my home. How can you imply that I am an unwelcome guest? Indeed, how could I forget? Su Dahong's large hand ruffled Su Bai's hair, while the other ushered him inside. Tonight, I happen to be off as well, and I shall prepare a feast for you. How does that sound? I returned for that very reason, but today I crave something light. Su Bai licked his lips. Feeling an inexplicable heat coursing through his body, he longed for a warm soup. Su Dahong raised his hand, gesturing towards Su Bai several times in a peculiar manner, before bursting into laughter. You rascal, tell me honestly, do you know what ingredients I have prepared for today? I have no idea, Su Bai replied earnestly, scratching his head. So, is this what they mean by there's no time like the present? My return today seems quite fortuitous. Indeed, time is of the essence. I'll start brewing the soup now, and it will be perfect for tonight, Su Dahong declared as he turned and headed into the kitchen. Su Bai glanced around, puzzled. Dad, where's Mom? Ba Ling went out early this morning, saying she wanted to take a stroll, but it's nearly noon now, and there's still no sign of her. The recent memory of Ba Ling sneaking out at midnight made Su Dahong feel a twinge of anxiety. The crisis of middle age loomed over him, yet he couldn't voice these concerns to his son. As he stared at the ingredients simmering in the pot, his heart mirrored the chaos of the soup. Mom, I miss you so much. Su Bai's exuberant shout jolted Su Dahong back to reality. He ignited the stove and adjusted the heat before stepping outside, where Ba Ling had returned, empty-handed, yet engrossed in laughter and conversation with Su Bai, seemingly carefree. Su Dahong couldn't help but wonder if men also experienced a midlife crisis. Perhaps he was in the throes of one himself. Ba Ling's gaze inevitably fell upon the Bodhi necklace. When Su Bai attempted to remove it, she stopped him, saying, If it's broken, it's broken. Just be more careful next time. This necklace has been consecrated. It's quite potent. Perhaps it has shielded you from misfortune this time. Perhaps relieved that his mother didn't react as dramatically as he had anticipated, Su Bai inadvertently let slip. I even saw Bai Mo Xian this time. Bai Mo Xian. Ba Ling reacted with palpable excitement. What is he like? Handsome, right? Why didn't you tell me sooner? And did you get an autograph? How could you not? That's outrageous. I don't want to talk to you anymore. While the necklace hadn't provoked Ba Ling's ire, the lack of an autograph had escalated matters. Su Bai rolled his eyes in annoyance. He's quite good-looking, but his temperament is dreadful, arrogant, rude, and somewhat self-important. Ba Ling squinted at him. You're jealous. Su Bai was taken aback. There was indeed a hint of jealousy within him. However, he slumped onto the sofa, feeling disheartened. What is the point? Every time Bai Mo Xian is mentioned, you cease to be my mother. You're completely on his side now. Where has your wisdom gone? Have you lost all basic judgment? As Su Bai continued to grumble, Ba Ling walked toward the kitchen. Su Dahong, what delightful dish have you prepared? Is this the soup for tonight? She lifted the lid, and almost simultaneously, a pinch of medicinal powder slipped from her hand into the pot. As the fine powder fell, it scattered like autumn frost, dissolving instantly in the steam, leaving no trace behind. Su Dahong appeared at the kitchen doorway, just as Ba Ling replaced the lid. Where have you been all morning? Your complexion is just as poor as our son S. Neither of you looks well. Make sure you both drink plenty of soup tonight to replenish yourselves. With lingering doubts in his heart, Su Dahong could not help but feel an overwhelming desire to cherish the two women before him. They were indeed his greatest treasures. The soup was exceptionally delightful, nourishing and warming to the stomach. After indulging in a sumptuous lunch, the evening's fare leaned towards a lighter selection. Su Bai found the soup particularly to his liking that day. Although he did not consume much rice, he savored several bowls of the broth. A sly glint appeared in Bai Ling's eyes. Shall I serve you another bowl? Still want more? Su Dahong shook his head, though the soup is splendid. Replenishing one's health is not merely a matter of the moment. Su Bai, why do you exhaust yourself so at work? Is the food there not to your liking? Su Bai, feeling guilty, hastily took a few bites of rice. No, it's just that I've been traveling frequently for business lately. Adjusting to different environments has been a bit challenging. It's nothing. A few more meals of your cooking will set me right. Bai Ling seized the opportunity to refill Su Bai's bowl with soup. Don't mind your father. If you enjoy it, drink more. Perhaps having indulged in too much soup, Su Bai felt remarkably comfortable, and without even taking a bath, he succumbed to sleep in his bed. Bai Ling removed his shoes and tucked him in, her hand gently resting on his neck. Poor child, why must it be you? Chapter 69. A request to the underworld soldiers. Noticing the shadow on the ground, Bai Ling swiftly adjusted her expression. Su Dahong placed his hand on her shoulder. This child seems utterly worn out. My friend S antique shop keeps him busy throughout the year. Bai Ling patted Su Dahong's hand. Feeling sorry for him? It's good for a young man to endure some hardships. Yet what parent does not feel a pang of sorrow for their child? Su Dahong sighed. I remember when he was born. Suddenly he paused, perplexed as to why he could not recall the moment of Su Bai's birth. Tilting his head slightly, he awkwardly touched his nose. How strange, Bai Ling. Which hospital did Su Bai come into this world? I can't seem to remember. I see your age is catching up with you, Bai Ling retorted, playfully nudging him. Of course, it was the maternal and child hospital. It's written on the birth certificate, complete with the hospital's seal. Honestly, if you've forgotten, just look at the birth certificate. Thankfully, your son didn't overhear that. Su Dahong, half convinced, scratched his head vigorously, utterly unable to recall the circumstances of Su Bai's birth. After all, he had only this one son. After resting at home for 2 days, Su Bai regained his vigor, largely thanks to his father's nourishing soup. Remembering that Boss Tang had mentioned summoning Nai for clarification, he felt restless at home and was eager to return. Su Dahong felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet Bai Ling remained optimistic and cheerfully saw their son off. Upon returning to the antique shop, Su Bai noticed an increase in customers compared to usual. Their gazes, however, were not solely on the antiques displayed. Many were fixated on Shui Fan, with some audacious enough to strike up conversations. Such tactics proved futile, as Su Bai observed that thus far, Shui Fan had shown no inclination towards any male patrons, treating them as if they were invisible. And to label them as trash would be too kind. Yu Qing and Cui Ying were absent, leaving Su Bo to attend to the guests, who were affluent yet possessed of refined taste. Their payments were typically made via checks or credit cards, although some displayed a rather vulgar tendency to withdraw cash, stacking it high upon the counter in hopes of attracting Shui Fan's attention. She detested such crude attempts at flirtation, and Su Bo shared her disdain. Did they truly believe they could fill this entire courtyard with cash? This courtyard held unfathomable depths, aside from the antique shop in front and the tea house behind. Su Bo sensed there was more to it. Several times, he had observed individuals emerging from the tea house, leaving briskly without pausing, neither purchasing antiques nor imbibing tea. What was their purpose? Ever since the last incident with Yu Qing, where they had attempted to breach the forbidden area and were caught, he had abandoned such thoughts, partly out of fear that the opportunity would vanish, and partly because he recognized the complexities behind the tea house, a riddle even Yu Qing could not decipher. Why invite humiliation upon himself? Having dispatched the last guest, Schweffen turned to find Su Bai grinning at a Tang Sankai figurine on the shelf, his expression a peculiar blend of amusement and desire. A gentle cough from her brought him back to reality, and he quickly wiped away a droplet of saliva that had escaped the corner of his mouth, feeling quite embarrassed. One might mistakenly believe he was coveting the Tang Sankai, but it was merely a habitual response. When lost in thought, his mouth would unconsciously part, allowing a tiny droplet to escape. "Where are Yu Qing and Chueying?" Su Bai inquired. Schweffen merely shook her head in response. She was not one for conversation, and Su Bai had long since grown accustomed to this silence. They could only wait at home for their return, and it was not until evening that the two arrived with Tang Sen Chung, each carrying several bags. One bag, dyed a striking crimson, caught Su Bai's attention. He approached them eagerly. "What have you bought?" "Common supplies, Monsieur powder, red sand, yellow talismans, and peach wood," Yu Qing replied nonchalantly. "Common? These items are hardly of use to the average person," Su Bai remarked incredulously. "Are these for summoning Naihe?" "Not exactly. I merely wish to experiment with borrowing Yin's soldiers," Yu Qing stated, clearly uninterested in discussing such matters with a novice, especially one prone to exaggeration. Su Bai's reaction was already theatrical. His mouth agape and eyes wide as saucers, he exclaimed, "Yin's soldiers are the spirits from the underworld, are they not?" This was a concept Su Bai was somewhat familiar with. Yin's soldiers referred to the spectral beings of the afterlife, souls that had yet to be reincarnated, lingering in the netherworld with tasks to perform. In the 1970s, many claimed to have encountered Yin's soldiers on their travels. Such tales were well known among enthusiasts of the supernatural. After the Tangshan earthquake, a military unit dispatched for disaster relief experienced an inexplicable event. Their entire convoy broke down just an hour from the disaster zone, with technicians baffled and unable to diagnose the issue. Around 8 p.m., all vehicle headlights suddenly extinguished, and an order was issued for everyone to board the vehicles, with strict instructions to remain silent and still, regardless of what they might witness. As midnight descended, the air was filled with the rhythmic thundering of hooves. Carriage after carriage passed by, heading in the opposite direction of the troop, emerging from the disaster-stricken area. Each carriage was adorned with a ghostly green lantern, casting an eerie glow reminiscent of willow-the wisps one might encounter in a graveyard in the countryside. In a fleeting moment, keen eyes discerned that the seemingly modest carriages were brimming with people, their heads tightly packed within. In just a quarter of an hour, 100 carriages had passed, and as the last of them disappeared into the night, the previously unyielding vehicle suddenly roared to life. Rumors began to circulate, for there is no secret that remains hidden. Experts spoke of the passing carriages as the spectral soldiers of the underworld, the souls of those who perished in calamity, undertaking what is known as the borrowing of the spectral soldiers. In the present discourse, Su Bai spoke of invoking these spectral beings, a concept that exceeded his comprehension. What exactly did borrowing entail? Although Yu Qing was a prodigious talent among the Taoists of Maoshan, he had never engaged in three specific practices: nurturing ghosts, refining corpses, and summoning spectral soldiers. To nurture a ghost, one must provide their blood to the spirit at the stroke of midnight for 49 consecutive days, thus fostering a connection between the two. Should there be any interruption, all progress would be lost, necessitating a fresh start. After this period, the ghost would be led to the realm of yin and yang, at a crossroads or a cemetery, places where the energies of both realms coalesce. Here, the ghosts would absorb both yin and yang energies, gaining the wisdom of the living, making them useful to humans. The practice of placing a ghost within a bell was for the sake of convenience. Conversely, the refinement of corpses was regarded as a perverse and heretical practice within Maoshan traditions. Su Bai had always cautioned Yu Qing against such endeavors, asserting that while nurturing ghosts for personal use was permissible as long as it did not harm nature, the refinement of corpses was strictly forbidden, as it would deplete one's lifespan. Yu Qing exhibited remarkable self-control. Although he had once been curious, he consistently suppressed such thoughts, a prodigy surpassing his predecessors. He was intimately familiar with the methods of corpse refinement. The ideal corpse for this practice belonged to an individual with a yin constitution, and it must be allowed to rest for approximately 7 days. If it showed no signs of decay during this time, the subsequent steps could commence. The corpse would be cleansed and prepared, followed by the selection of a site imbued with 4 yin energies. Such locations, according to geomantic principles, are characterized by their desolation. Once the site was chosen, soil talismans would be burned, incantations recited, and a 3-foot deep pit excavated. The corpse would then be placed within, followed by the sacrifice of a rooster, with its blood sprinkled upon the body. An 8 trigrams talisman would be positioned over the heart to aid in the absorption of yin energy. The earth would be used to cover the body, ensuring that the surface did not exceed ground level. Throughout this process, talismans for corpse refinement and incantations would be burned and recited thrice daily, morning, noon, and night, at the burial site. As noon represents the peak of yang energy, it is imperative that during the ritual of corpse refinement at this hour, a male chicken must be sacrificed, with its blood sprinkled upon the earth. Fresh banana leaves are then used to cover the burial site to protect the corpse from the detrimental effects of yang energy. It is crucial that the blood does not come from a black dog, nor from any ordinary dog, as such a transgression would result in failure. After the completion of the designated period of 7 sevens or 9 nines, the final step remains, the invocation of spirits. After the refinement period concludes, the corpse is unearthed. The practitioner of corpse refinement then mingles their own blood with a spirit-summoning talisman, reciting incantations as the blood is channeled into the corpse through a bamboo tube. At dawn, 3 breaths of the eastern sunlight are taken and blown into the mouth of the corpse through the tube, awakening the accumulated yin energy within, thereby enabling the practitioner to control the summoned spirits for their purposes. Tang Sancheng insists that Yuqing must possess the ability to summon these spirits, and that the summoned entities must hold a high rank, particularly in the face of the formidable Yaoguang. Peach wood is carved into a talisman, painstakingly shaped by Tang Sancheng, who etches the spirit-summoning symbols upon it. Once completed, Yuqing is instructed to let his true yang blood drip onto the talisman, and a spirit-summoning paper is created and burned alongside the peach wood. Remarkably, this handling deepens the color of the wood, and the once rigid symbols appear considerably smoother. With the spirit-summoning talisman now complete, communication with Yuqing is established, and he is encouraged to attempt the summoning of the spirits. This marks the inaugural attempt at invoking spirits, and essential rituals must be adhered to, including offerings of ghost money, incense, and tributes. In an instant, their room transforms into a makeshift altar, as Chuiying diligently notes every step in her notebook, recognizing that these details will serve as invaluable material for future storytelling. Offering the tributes, burning the ghost money, and lighting the incense, Yuqing takes a deep breath and commences the formal summoning. Heavenly clarity and earthly tranquility. May the spirits heed the command, as I, disciple Yuqing, humbly beseech the revered ancestor of Maoshan. I call upon the 5 ghosts of the central region, Yao Bai Song, Lin Jingzhong, Kai Zi Liang, Zhangzi Gui, and Shun Gui Xian. Expedite the arrival of the yin soldiers and generals, swiftly respond to the summons, and promptly execute the command of the Maoshan ancestor. Yao Bai Song, Lin Jingzhong, Kai Zi Liang, Zhangzi Gui, and Shun Gui Xian are collectively known as the 5 ghosts of Maoshan. It is said that to summon yin soldiers and generals, one must first invoke these 5 ghosts. Once they receive the benefits of a disciple, they will venture to the underworld, and through their coordination, the spirits can manifest. Su Bai perceives these 5 ghosts as intermediaries. Not long after Yuqing completes the summoning, within approximately 30 seconds, dark shadows begin to materialize upon the ground. Initially indistinct, Su Bai finds himself blinking repeatedly to discern their forms. Gradually, the spectral figures become increasingly distinct, until they resemble living beings. Bowing low as their voices resonate like the tolling of bronze bells. How may we serve you? Su Bai is taken aback. They have indeed summoned the spirits. Tang Sen nodded repeatedly, his first encounter with the yin soldiers revealing their impressive stature. Yuqing proved himself to be of genius caliber. The underworld, much like the mortal realm, operates on a basis of merit. Had the summoner been of ordinary standing, only a handful of yin soldiers would have been dispatched hastily. Yet, Yuqing was exceptional. The Maoshan 5 ghosts accorded him due respect. Tang San surveyed the 6 yin soldiers, noting their distinct appearance from typical spirits. Clad in neat uniforms, they represented the workforce of the underworld. He pondered their specific roles within this realm. Unable to contain himself, he instinctively clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, but quickly withdrew, reminding himself not to appear too naive before the newcomers, and cleared his throat awkwardly. We are all sentinels. The leader of the yin soldiers bowed his head, displaying great reverence towards Tang San. This was hardly surprising. Tang San's reputation resonated across both the realms of yin and yang. His extraordinary talent and the mastery of his chingy garments commanded respect even from the likes of the black and white impermanents, or even Yin Luo himself. It was Yu Qing's first summoning of Yin soldiers, and to summon sentinels at that filled him with excitement, though he kept his emotions in check, managing only a few twitching smiles that failed to blossom into laughter. Wei Jian, on the other hand, was so startled by the arrival of the Yin soldiers that he nearly lost his composure. Thankfully, Yu Qing had no immediate use for the soldiers and, after establishing a rapport, sent them away, allowing Wei Jian to breathe a sigh of relief. Though he appeared dry of sweat, he pretended to wipe his brow, exclaiming, "That was terrifying." Indeed, with further practice, he could summon Yin soldiers without the need for incense. Tang San held Yu Qing in high regard, remarking, "Truly, like father, like son. Su Bai is fortunate to have such a son as you." This statement struck a discordant note, prompting Su Bai to chuckle. "Are you envious, Boss Tang?" "Envious? More like outright jealous," Tang San retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. Ever since successfully proposing to Xiao Ning, he had anticipated a swift journey to marriage and family. However, Xiao Ning's parents were somewhat reserved regarding him, leaving him in a phase of waiting. He needed to win over his future in-laws before achieving his desired outcome, originally believing he would remain single for life. Su Bai not only found a partner who could tolerate him, but had also sired such an outstanding son. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no envy. Tang San glanced at Su Bai, noticing the broken beads on his Bodhi necklace. This time, Bai Ling had not repaired it for him. He wondered what was on her mind. "Can we summon Naihe now?" Su Bai returned with intent, eager to proceed with the matter at hand. "Wait. We still need to wait for one more person." They were anticipating Vincent, the theoretical instructor of Su Bai and Yu Qing. Vincent, donning spectacles as thick as beer bottle bottoms, rushed into the antique shop, nearly colliding with an ancient screen and earning a disdainful glance from Xuefun. Ignoring the potential reprimand, he burst in, calling out, "Are you truly summoning Naihe?" "Of course, what else would we call you here for?" Tang San replied, somewhat exasperated. In their previous encounter, Naihe had assisted Yao Guang, and Tang San was wary of any further manipulations she might undertake. This time, he intended to personally conduct the inquiry and summon Naihe. Tang San, without needing to invoke incense, directly retrieved white rice and inscribed the characters Naihe upon the peachwood talisman. He summoned forth heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, spirits of the yin and yang realms. "Heed my call. This place is not that of your home. Ahead, in the yellow springs, lament and sigh, the path for the lost souls. Yin soldiers, clear the way. Taishang Laojun, I summon you with urgency." The essence of summoning souls, Tang San's ritual was straightforward. Uttering the incantation, white smoke began to waft from the talisman, gently extending outward, seemingly to pave a path for Naihe. Tang San's actions were extraordinary. The white smoke beckoned to Naihe, and though Vincent had not shed a tear, he sensed an unusual presence. As his tears fell, upon catching sight of Naihe in the corner, they flowed uncontrollably. He removed his glasses and wiped his tears with the sleeve of his clothing, his throat constricting, rendering him speechless. He strode toward Naihe, extending his arms to embrace her, his voice hoarse, "Naihe." Yet, he grasped at nothingness. Naihe stood before him, if one were to disregard the ethereal sensation. She appeared almost lifelike, the most serene among the deceased, her visage post-mortem indistinguishable from her living self, save for her pale lips. Before Vincent, her expression bore a subtle complexity. Shui Ying murmured, "Something feels off." Vincent, feeling the emptiness of his grasp, withdrew his hands in dismay. Indeed, the realms of yin and yang were separated, belonging to different worlds. At that moment, a tide of guilt, profound affection, and authentic disappointment surged within him, and tears he had just suppressed began to flow anew. "Naihe, I am Vincent. Are you well?" "Such a bookworm," Shui Ying scolded inwardly. Although her eyes were already reddened, it was evident that Vincent's feelings for Naihe ran deep. Otherwise, he would not have succumbed to such despair following her death. A once handsome young man had been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Although Naihe appeared before Vincent, slightly stirred, Shui Ying felt a lack of the intense emotions that radiated from him, at least not to the same degree. She silently worried for Vincent. Naihe, previously silenced by a spell, unexpectedly spoke. "Vincent, why must you do this?" Tang San was taken aback. The silencing spell could only be undone by the one who cast it. Qing Lian, having been similarly bound, could not be freed even by the combined efforts of himself and Su Bai, relying solely on lip reading for comprehension. Naihe's silencing spell could only have been cast by Yao Guang. Who else could lift it? Tang San's foreboding instincts flared. Chapter 71, Preserving the Corpse Eye. I am sorry. As memories resurfaced, Vincent's tears flowed even more freely. It should have been me who died. Had I not acquiesced to you, you would not have. I am sorry to you, to your family. It should have been me, Naihe. Naihe, do you know how much I miss you? I have been searching for the truth all along, striving tirelessly. If, in this lifetime, I cannot uncover the truth, I fear I shall not survive. He had become incoherent. And by the end, he unexpectedly crouched down, covering his face with his hands and sobbing. It was heart-wrenching to witness such a display from a grown man. Chuaying had long felt a pang of sorrow, and Su Bai's throat felt parched. Such scenes were typically reserved for films, reminiscent of tales of lingering attachments between the living and the dead. Encountering it in reality was even more poignant. Su Bai took a deep breath, strode forward, and helped Vincent to his feet. Teacher Wen, please remain calm. We summon Naihe to uncover the truth. These words helped to soothe Vincent's frayed emotions. He lifted his head, his face streaked with tears. Su Bai handed him a tissue, and Vincent hastily wiped his face before urgently inquiring, Naihe, what truly transpired back then? Naihe's expression shifted, glancing at Tang San Chung and the others. She spoke softly. Haven't you already discerned? It was he who did it. At the mention of he, Chuaying felt a stirring within her. Naihe refrained from uttering the name Yao Guang, yet her tone conveyed profound sentiments. Observing Vincent's emotional state, along with the way Naihe referred to Yao Guang, Chuaying sensed that Naihe might no longer be the one deeply in love with Vincent. Who is he? Vincent seemed still overwhelmed by the shock of seeing Naihe, his mind not as sharp as usual. Regrettably, no one was inclined to provide him with a detailed explanation at that moment. Since it was he who murdered you, why do you still assist him in retrieving the items from the glass container? Chuaying cast a glance at Vincent, suppressing her instinctive words. Naihe hesitated, always considerate of Vincent's feelings. After we descended into the tomb, the professor discovered a secret chamber containing a portrait. Our original intent was archaeological. Upon seeing the ancient painting, we intended to take it for research. We had no idea that it served as a forbidden trigger. Once activated, the consequences would be irrevocable. Tang Xincheng sighed. If he was not mistaken, the figure in the painting must undoubtedly be Qing Lian. Chuaying was completely captivated. And who was the figure in the painting? It was merely a silhouette, depicting a woman in ancient garb, crouching by the river, cupping her hands to drink from the water. She was exquisite. Naihe's eyes gleamed with envy. Do you know who I thought of in that moment? The beautiful Shi by the stream. I have never seen the four great beauties, but she epitomizes the essence of beauty. Even in silhouette, her sparkling eyes, delicate nostrils, and softly pursed cherry lips are evident. The artist must have adored her immensely. It is said that a painting conveys the artist's emotions. I feel I fully comprehend the painter's sentiments, love and admiration. Such profound feelings cannot be overlooked. As she spoke, her expression grew increasingly somber. Vincent listened, somewhat entranced, scratching his head. Naihe, but what does this painting have to do with the events that followed? It certainly does, Naihe retorted with a hint of irritation. Had we not seen that painting, had Zhang Jia not damaged it, the subsequent events would not have unfolded. As the painting was taken down, the professor immediately discerned that it was not the work of a master. Renowned as a prominent scholar in the country, he possessed an extensive understanding of the distinctive characteristics of various renowned artists, including their techniques, styles, and even seals. Moreover, this particular piece bore no stamps or marks. Traditionally, calligraphy and painting are intertwined, yet this artwork lacked any accompanying text. Nevertheless, the fluidity of the piece left the professor in awe. It was astonishing to think that there were such skilled artisans among the common folk during the Ming Dynasty. It was indeed a great pity. According to established protocol, the painting needed to undergo preliminary treatment to prevent oxidation after its removal, a task assigned to a senior named Zhang Jia. This task was typically straightforward, requiring only the careful mixing of chemicals and their application. However, a mishap occurred during this seemingly simple process. Zhang Jia inadvertently created a tear in the painting. This prompted the professor to leap in agitation, delivering a sharp slap to the back of Zhang Jia's head. You incompetent fool! What a shame! Zhang Jia had indeed made a grave error, and after receiving the professor's reprimand, He found himself at a loss for words, consumed by regret as he watched the painting tear. The artist must be heartbroken, he thought. Can't you all sense it? The creator of this piece must have held deep affection for the woman depicted within it. Women are often seen as sentimental. After all, it's merely a painting, isn't it? Why all this fuss? Another senior chuckled. I believe the priority now is to figure out how to repair the painting. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through the tomb chamber, initially resembling a typical breeze that tousled the hair and garments of the group. They paid it little mind, considering it normal since the tomb entrance was open. However, the wind grew increasingly fierce, abruptly knocking over the spotlight that lay on the ground, extinguishing the light. In the subterranean realm, the most terrifying thing is the absence of light. The terror of darkness knows no bounds. Nai, the only woman in the group, let out a shriek. Zhang Jie, who had already caused trouble and faced reprimand, now expressed his annoyance, saying, "You women are such a bother. We still have flashlights and phones." Nai retorted angrily, "That's gender discrimination." Zhang Jie inhaled sharply, and Nai even heard the sound of phlegm rolling in his throat. How angry could this man be? In such a moment, she thought of Vincent, who would have rushed to her side to protect her instead of mocking her like the senior. With a hint of irritation, Nai asked, "Is it really necessary for you to be this upset?" As her words fell, the professor uttered a gasp, and the tomb seemed to be graced by a gentle drizzle. Some droplets cascaded onto Nai's head and face. She wiped them away, and the metallic scent of blood swiftly permeated the air. Blood entered her mouth, the coppery sweetness momentarily clouding her mind. She swallowed hard, realizing the taste of blood lingered in her mouth, and promptly spat onto the ground. Zhang Jie's voice drifted over, suspended in a breathless tone. "What are you?" His voice faded, and a liquid began to surge on the ground. In the stillness of the space, the sound rang unusually clear, swiftly reaching Nai's feet, the soles of her shoes becoming damp. What was this liquid? Her intuition had already whispered the answer. She lifted her foot, the viscous liquid clinging to her, splattering onto her pant legs. The thick, iron-like scent rushed into her nostrils. Death, it seemed, or a scent. Her heart contracted painfully, yet her legs felt numb, yearning to flee, but her body was utterly unresponsive, her legs immobile. Fear evoked memories of Vincent, and she murmured in her mind, "Vincent, save me, save me. You should thank her. She will spare you a complete corpse." The voice emerged from nowhere, dark and ominous like that of the Grim Reaper. Nai had no time to ponder. She felt a gust of wind rushing towards her, rendering her feeble. Struggling to keep her eyes open, she sought the source of the wind, yet time had run out. Her body collapsed into the pool of blood, a shadow materializing before her blurred vision. Her bloodied hand rose, reaching towards the shadow, but as she lifted it, darkness engulfed her entirely. Everything came to an end. Nai's recounting sent chills down Vincent's spine. One could only imagine the depth of her fear in that darkness. He murmured, "I'm sorry, Nai. I truly am." No more apologies. Nai's tone suddenly turned piercingly sharp, and she let out a hollow laugh. "In truth, I should thank you. Had it not been for you, I would never have encountered him." Chapter 72. Take care. Cui Ying sighed. A woman's intuition proved to be remarkably accurate. Well, since Nai had declared her feelings, she no longer needed to regard Vincent with caution. At that moment, Vincent finally grasped the situation, stammering, "Nai, who is this man you speak of?" "It is Yao Guang," Cui Ying replied curtly. "In truth, the name is inconsequential. What matters is that she is no longer the Nai who loved you. Her heart belongs to another." Vincent, grasping this conclusion, felt as though he had received a heavy blow to the chest. It was painful and somewhat bitter. Cui Ying's bluntness drew some disapproval from Su Bai. "Sister, you're being too direct. What do you know? Matters of the heart are simple. Love is love, and indifference is indifference." Cui Ying, having grown up abroad, was unflinching. Should we watch him deceive himself, remaining in this state? Vincent rushed to Nai, his hands poised to shake her shoulders, but recalling the emptiness he had just experienced, he clenched his fists to his chest. "Is it true? When did this happen? Who was that man?" "So, while you were with me, there was already a third party?" Su Bai's neck twitched, nearly twisting off. A bookworm is indeed a bookworm. Nai had articulated her thoughts quite clearly. Yet Vincent's reaction instilled a sense of guilt within her. She no longer bore the same unwavering confidence as before and sighed. "Vincent, when I was with you, I was still young. At that time, I knew nothing of love." With that single phrase, she dismissed their shared past, which felt rather cruel. Cui Ying, a novelist, had encountered similar scenarios in her literary works. She would not be perturbed by their melodramatic essence. Take, for instance, the world-renowned The Bridges of Madison County, where the protagonists meet at an inopportune moment, yet their love captivates the hearts of many. However, witnessing such events unfold in her own reality, she glanced at Vincent and then at Nai He's callousness, feeling incensed. Hey, how can you be so heartless? Isn't it rather swift to change your affections? You are a woman too. Can you truly not feel a stir when faced with an alluring man? Cui Ying was left speechless, and Su Bai found her lack of support disappointing. Tilting her head, she looked back at Yu Qing, who refrained from questioning Nai He's heart. Instead, Tang Sancheng let out a sigh, objectively understanding Nai He's predicament. Love, after all, seldom adheres to reason. It arrives unannounced and departs just as suddenly. Far more pragmatic than humanity itself. Although Nai He exuded confidence, she still felt a twinge of awkwardness in Vincent's presence. I think, at that time, I truly did not comprehend what love was. Everyone said we were suited for each other, and I believed it too. Thus comfortably accepting you as my boyfriend and taking your kindness for granted until I laid eyes on him. After death, the soul departs the body, entering a state of extreme instability. On one hand, its form undergoes transformation, differing significantly from its earthly existence, and on the other, the abrupt confrontation with the reality of death sends the soul into disarray, leaving it unmoored, much like the other victims, whose souls swiftly drifted away, lost to the void. Nai He, being the last to perish, found herself abruptly rising from her body, floating weightlessly, only to discover that the souls of her companions had vanished. Looking down, she beheld a tomb chamber awash in blood, littered with dismembered corpses. Nai He let out an eerie wail, her body uncontrollably wandering, floating up and down until she finally regained some semblance of control and spotted the man. He stood, lost in thought before a painting, his back turned to her. The artwork had been rehung on the wall, and his hand rested upon a crack in the surface, his entire frame trembling with rage. Nai He, still grappling with the reality of her own demise, found herself utterly captivated by him. He was clad in peculiar attire, armor, complemented by a violet cloak. Nai He had always believed that purple was a challenging color to wear. Only a woman with an extraordinary temperament and flawless physique could do it justice. Yet, on this man, it appeared perfectly fitting. His left hand cradled a helmet adorned with a translucent piece of white jade, from which purple tassels cascaded down, elegantly and decisively. Both the helmet and armor gleamed in a pristine silver, untouched by dust, captivating to the eyes. His right hand rested upon a painting, his head inclined toward it, softly murmuring something. Nai He had already discerned his identity, yet she cast aside her fear, utterly enchanted by him. Her form hovered there, her lips sealed, uncertain whether she could utter a word. Damn it, he spoke, his voice resonating like a magnet, yet imbued with an unsettling chill. He turned his head, and Nai He's mind erupted like a thunderclap. His eyes sparkled like bright stars, his nose strong and proud. Was he truly alive? His lips glistened with a sheen. Standing tall and handsome, clad in silver armor and a purple cloak that rendered him strikingly valiant. Was it the armor that accentuated his allure? Or was it he who elevated the armor's splendor? Nai He could not discern. However, the small scar upon his face surprised her. Without it, his beauty would have made even the likes of Pan envious. Yet with it, he merely gained an added touch of sinister charm. If one were to possess a heart, it would surely race at the sight of such a man, overwhelmed by excitement. Yet, as a ghost, Nai He had no heart. Her spirit merely swayed, like a shadow flickering on an old black and white television screen. The man noticed her and let out a cold laugh. What's the matter? Aren't you eager to be reborn? You are the one who killed them. Know us? Nai He stumbled over her words, trembling and entirely unlike her usual self. Especially not in front of Vincent. The man paid her no further mind, taking down the painting from the wall and carefully rolling it up, suddenly vanishing. Like her, he was not human. This was the only conclusion Nai He could draw. It was only later that she realized she owed her survival to that painting, as she had astutely perceived the connection between the figure within it and its creator, which spared her a complete demise. The one who suffered the worst fate was Zhang Jie, who had marred the artwork. No wonder, you were the only one who preserved your form. It appears there was more to the story. Su Bai listened intently, though his thoughts wandered askew. pondering what it might feel like at the moment of death when the soul departs the body. Vincent's tears, which had been momentarily stifled, streamed down again after assimilating all of this. The sensation of betrayal left him utterly devastated, nearly dropping his glasses. Tang Sancheng, unable to bear it, approached and patted his shoulder. Vincent, try to let it go. You and he are now separated by realms. There was never a chance for a conclusion. So, at that moment, when you were still smiling, I pondered whether you had thought of me before your demise, which is why you smiled. Thus, I was merely indulging in self-delusion. Vincent sniffled, his masculine pride shattered, leaving only fury. How could you do this? He sighed. If a ghost could still possess a heart, then mine would be beating solely for him at this moment. The words rendered Vincent's body limp upon the ground. A grown man sat there, innocent as a child. Niha, unable to bear it any longer, declared, from now on, take care of yourself. You and I have long since reached an impasse. I shall provide you with the truth you seek, freeing you from its torment, allowing you to live a good life henceforth. The phrase freeing you from its torment severed the ties of their shared past. This time, Chuaying stood firmly by Niha's side. Given the circumstances, further entanglement was futile. It would be far better to forget the past and seek happiness anew. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has ceased to feel. Once this hurdle is overcome, it may well prove beneficial for Vincent. Was it he who brought you here? The previously silent Yu Qing finally spoke. He cast the silencing spell, compelling you to reveal everything. What is his true intention? Chapter 73, The Heart of Heaven and Earth. He is not in the wrong, Niha replied. All he has done is strive for possession of his own body, to pursue his desires, merely to achieve his own ends. Those who are alive are permitted such liberties. Why should the deceased be denied? Thus, to absorb ghostly essences and consume living beings. If someone desecrated his remains, is he not justified in exacting vengeance? Su Bai's small universe erupted. Even you understand that the affairs of the living belong to the living. After death, a new beginning is indeed possible. This is blatant double standards, is it not, young man? Yu Qing clenched his fists, while Niha smiled. For him, I would do anything, even if he remains ungrateful. This is merely my own desire, irrelevant to him. He has never regarded me with even a fleeting glance, and the words exchanged between us could be counted on one hand. Yet, what does it matter? It is entirely my own volition. Vincent's heart sank once more, and he suddenly burst into laughter, tears and mucus streaming down his face. After all this time together, this is the most poignant thing you have ever said, but alas, it is not directed at me. Chuaying and Su Bai exchanged a glance, feeling a prickling sensation at the nape of their necks. They simultaneously grasped a profound truth. Love can breed hatred, a most terrifying phenomenon. Vincent rose, his expression grave as he strode toward the exit. Su Bai was about to pursue him when Tang Sancheng shook his head. It's fine, someone will follow him. Su Bai, with an IQ of 180, quickly deduced who that person was. By emotion? Tang Sancheng did not respond, his gaze fixed on Niha. You have more to say, do you not? In truth, he had not instructed her on what to say or what to withhold. He merely lifted the silencing spell, yet she understood. Niha stated, he wishes for me to articulate these thoughts. As for his intentions, I am indifferent. My concern lies solely with his sentiments and what I might do for him. Truly, you are beyond saving, Tang Sancheng remarked. Take care of yourself. The weight of those words lingered. Tang Sancheng, well versed in the myriad forms of love, had never encountered someone so obstinately fixated as Niha. Beyond wishing her well, he found himself at a loss for further words. Niha smiled, not a bitter smile, but one of satisfaction, as her figure gradually faded away until she completely vanished. Only after confirming her absence did Chuaying mutter, this woman truly is. After pondering for quite some time, Chuaying realized she could not find the words to describe her, and instead delivered a playful slap to Su Bai's back. You should learn from this, lad. In the future, when seeking a partner, avoid this type, or you will end up as mere cannon fodder, understand? Su Bai, bewildered by the unexpected reprimand, protested, what does this have to do with me? I like the women I like, and I want to tell you. Chuaying, ever astute, quickly caught on to the nuances. Oh, could it be that you already have someone special? Su Bai, unusually flustered, managed to blush. This isn't the time for that. Tang Sancheng cleared his throat. I believe you have guessed this already. The person in that painting is Qing Lian. The three of them stared wide-eyed at Tang Sancheng, who waved his hand dismissively. I had previously concealed matters from you. Yes, I did hide Qing Lian for her safety. As you witnessed, with just a flick of Yao Guang's finger, Zhu Yunwen was reduced to ashes. We must remain vigilant. We? Su Bai scratched his head. Isn't it just your decision, Boss Tang? Do you Qing's parents share the same sentiment? Tang Sancheng paused, then broke into a grin. Yes. It is indeed a collective we. The relationship between Yao Guang and Qing Lian is rather intricate. Even I have yet to fully comprehend it. Qing Lian herself is perplexed as to why Yao Guang harbors such deep enmity. Enmity? I would argue it is a love that runs to the very bone, Su Bai interjected. Did you not hear Nahi just now? Because Zhang Jie damaged Qing Lian's portrait, a multitude perished, their remains unrecognizable. A shiver ran down Su Bai's spine at the mere thought of it. Old Jean and his crew desecrated his corpse. That is truly abominable. While their motive for murder may be understandable, it stems from a mere painting. Yu Qing interjected. The crux of the matter lies in what this golden seal signifies. I sense that while the situation is becoming clearer, a shroud of mystery still obstructs our path. Until we penetrate this fog, we will remain perpetually misled by Yao Guang, which is decidedly disadvantageous for us. Tang Sancheng shook his head uncomfortably. Yao Guang seeks to transform the virtual into reality. Now that you have disrupted his plans, he will undoubtedly take further action. Next time, remember to capture him alive. Yu Qing. Emo Xian has been raised with great care. He has experienced much and possesses a free spirit. Yet he is undoubtedly a good child. I hope you can overlook past grievances and collaborate effectively with him against Yao Guang. His assistance will be invaluable. Capture him alive? Yu Qing chuckled ruefully. Boss Tang, forgive my candor, but Yao Guang's abilities are profound. Encountering him will either mean his demise or mine. The difficulty of capturing him alive is immense. That is why I encourage you to team up with Emo Xian. Should the need arise, I will also lend my support. Isn't it better to assist now? Su Bai murmured, entirely perplexed by Boss Tang and his companion's ambiguous motives, which left one guessing endlessly. I refrained from taking action for reasons of my own. Tang Sancheng's ears are remarkably keen, and he quickly caught wind of Su Bai's complaints. You little rascal, are you harboring doubts about me? There is indeed suspicion, yet I am certain you are not a malicious individual. Rather, you are concealing something from us. Su Bai boldly stated this, chuckling, but you are hiding things for our benefit, aren't you? Flatterer. Yu Qing retorted. Su Bai exclaimed, Ah, the youth has shown progress. Not only can you smile now, but you've also mastered the art of banter. Shall we form a duo and perform in the underground passage one day? Yu Qing shot him a disdainful glance. I would not disgrace myself in such a manner. You show a lack of respect for the working class, Su Bai replied earnestly. Street performers also rely on their skills for a living. Tang Sancheng, both amused and exasperated, waved his hand to halt their verbal skirmish. All right, enough. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Keep an eye on the evening's developments and stay in contact. He departed swiftly from the group of young individuals, exchanging a glance with Shui Fen before exiting. She smiled and nodded, undoubtedly supportive of this group. Yet once beyond the antique shop's threshold, she would be powerless to assist. For now, she could not leave the shop. Watching the sunlight cascade upon the counter, it was clear that the day when she could would not be far off. Cui Ying's phone rang, and upon glancing down, her brow immediately furrowed. Su Bai inquired curiously, "What is the matter?" Under pressure to submit her work, Cui Ying had become engrossed in this clandestine game, completely forgetting about her deadline. Ignoring her phone led to an incessant barrage of messages. Reluctantly, Cui Ying raised her hands in surrender, having signed a contract. Failure to submit would result in a portion of her earnings being forfeited. After much contemplation, she resigned herself to the task of completing her work, leaving other matters to her companions. That evening, Su Bai and Yu Qing roamed the streets in search of clues. Yu Qing employed a compass, aiming to harness the ghostly energy directly from locations heavy with yin. This compass, a feng shui tool known as luo pan or luo gong, is typically used by feng shui masters for establishing orientations. It features a celestial pool, the heart of heaven, inner and outer plates. The so-called heart of heaven is a feng shui term. Practitioners determine directions by creating a cross at the center of the Ming Tang, based on the symmetrical intersections of the mountains in the front, back, left, and right. This is commonly referred to as the 10 paths. The 10 paths are established at the entry of a dwelling, ensuring the 4 corresponding directions are balanced and precise, thus determining the auspicious site. In residential settings, the center of the courtyard is marked with a cross, and for multiple courtyards, crosses are drawn both inside and outside the main gate or at the center of the highest courtyard. The compass is then placed at the intersection of the cross to define the orientations of the 24 mountains, determining the relationships between the eastern and western residences, entrances, masters, and kitchens to ascertain luck and misfortune. Chapter 74. The one-armed The last geospatial anomaly was situated in an area laden with malevolent energies, a place deemed highly ominous. Although Yao Guang's previous arrangements at this site were irrevocably disrupted, he would undoubtedly seek out another such anomaly, for locations of extreme EN are not scarce. Thus, in an effort to simplify matters, Yu Qing employed a compass to discern auspicious and inauspicious energies, as a place of great malevolence warrants prudent attention. There exist various methodologies for divining geomancy, including the Bagua, Qimin, Sini, and sorcery, among others. Mastery of geomantic techniques is essential, typically acquired through lineage, enabling one to manipulate the fortunes of life and alter the cosmic balance with both skill and arcane secrets. While Yu Qing had yet to experiment with controlling fate, his father, Su Bai, had assured him that should he desire, he could achieve it at any moment. Presently, Yu Qing's intentions were quite straightforward. He merely wished to utilize the compass to locate the anomaly. As the two traversed the streets, they found themselves unaware of the passage into the late hours of night. Ever since the previous disruption of Yao Guang's formation, the streets had become increasingly populated with wandering souls. The compass needle danced erratically, leaving Su Bai's eyes dazed. Yet Yu Qing remained undeterred, clearly indicating that the compass was not directing them to the desired location. As they neared the outskirts of the urban center, Su Bai could no longer contain his impatience. "Hey, youth, how much longer must we endure this Route 11? Su Bai's legs felt the strain of their travels, and upon spotting a flight of steps, he sat down in exasperation. Yu Qing's gaze remained fixed on the compass. The energies are misaligned. The vitality is obstructed. This place is indeed a site of great malevolence. Just as Su Bai settled onto the steps, he sprang up with a grimace, exclaiming, "After wandering for so long in silence, now that I sit, you declare this place to be ominous? Are you playing tricks on me, youth? Not at all. You must understand that although modern society appears advanced and civilized, those with substantial wealth often place great faith in geomancy." Yu Qing sighed. Thus, before acquiring land in the city center, developers typically consult geomancers, and the expense incurred by geomancers rivals that of architectural designers. Therefore, after wandering through the center for half a day, we found few misalignments, at most one. Such a location cannot truly be deemed a site of great malevolence. However, this area is suburban, often referred to as the urban-rural fringe, previously inhabited by impoverished families. Securing a plot of land and constructing a residence was a significant achievement, and little thought was given to geomancy. It is precisely in such locales that one can more readily uncover sites of malevolence, as well as potential new anomalies. Then why not head directly to the suburbs? Why waste so much time in the city? Youth, we have traversed this Route 11 on foot. Can we not take a taxi next time? Su Bai fumed, feeling exasperated. Yu Qing's unconventional methods defied reason, showcasing a disregard for the principle that time is indeed a cost. True, there are fewer sites of great malevolence in the urban center, yet the presence of wandering souls is abundant. By observing their movements, we can ascertain whether Yao Guang has located a new anomaly, Yu Qing explained. Thus, our time has not been squandered. It appears he has not preceded us. Is this the location you refer to as the anomaly? Su Bai inquired, beginning to grasp the situation. Close enough, Yu Qing replied. If you could assure me it is 100% certain, I would find solace in that. Su Bai gazed at the small courtyard before him, where a pair of couplets hung by the entrance. Their once vibrant crimson hue faded through the relentless wash of rain and snow. The lower edges had begun to fray, fluttering in the wind like a forlorn banner, lacking any semblance of spirit. Through the low courtyard wall, the house within revealed itself, modestly built, lacking the opulence of a wealthy residence. Standing at an imposing height of 1.8 meters, Su Bai gathered nearby bricks and perched upon them to peer inside. A few garments were hung out to dry in the courtyard, and he mused, how peculiar. Could the occupant be a Taoist priest? He noted the presence of a Taoist robe, traditionally styled in blue, with an inner flap and sleeves that trailed elegantly. Oddly, the left sleeve appeared relatively new, while the right was well worn, its color faded. What further revelations awaited him? At that moment, Yu Qing felt a twinge of inferiority, his height slightly lacking. Though within the realm of men, he was adequately tall. It was merely that Su Bai towered over him. This household seemed to host but a solitary occupant. Unless, Su Bai conjectured, there's someone who hasn't bathed or changed clothes. Well, this is all I can discern, he continued, glancing at the dim courtyard. If it weren't for the light still glowing, I wouldn't see a thing. As he leaped down and dusted off his hands, a sudden thought struck him. In this remote countryside, how is it that the courtyard remains illuminated at such a late hour? Yu Qing, deep in contemplation, blushed, adding 2 more bricks to his precarious perch. With a light cough, he stepped up to peer into the courtyard, and upon doing so, he was taken aback. This is no ordinary light. The illumination was not that of a typical household lantern. It was situated centrally upon a vermilion pedestal, the electrical wiring likely running underground. The pedestal, originally constructed of bricks, bore a fleshy red hue, now transformed into a vivid scarlet. Yu Qing exclaimed, "That brick must be infused with a significant amount of cinnabar. The Taoist robe, the cinnabar lamp. Whoever resides within must be someone of great significance." How extraordinary! Su Bai's excitement surged. What a fortuitous discovery. This newfound site is home to a Taoist priest. How serendipitous. Yu Qing, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "The cinnabar lamp serves a protective purpose. With it present, wandering spirits are deterred. The mere fact that he places a cinnabar lamp upon this site suggests he is worthy of our visit, an individual of discernment. I dare say." Su Bai raised his gaze to the moon, its silvery light still bright in the sky. Checking his phone, he noted it was merely the early hours of the morning. With a frown, he said, "Are we to wait here until dawn? This is utterly exasperating." Yu Qing replied, "To return to the city now, we can only take the 11th route." "Very well, I shall endure a night here." Su Bai made as if to head toward the steps. No sooner had he spoken than the wooden doors creaked open. "If you don't mind, do come in and sit for a while. Autumn has begun, and the night grows chilly." Su Bai and Yu Qing stiffened, exchanging a knowing glance, for it became apparent that their movements had been clearly perceived by the occupants within the room. It seemed prudent to venture inside and ascertain the situation, rather than languish outside in a pitiable state throughout the night. As they peered into the room, they were met by the sight of a Taoist priest standing there. Su Bai felt a sudden sense of relief. This was the expected norm. Had it been a monk emerging from a courtyard adorned with Taoist robes, that would indeed have been peculiar. The Taoist stood there, his left sleeve hanging loosely, and Su Bai suddenly comprehended the reason behind the relatively pristine appearance of the left sleeve of the robe that had been drying in the courtyard. It turned out that the priest was one-armed, having never utilized his left arm, and thus the sleeve showed little wear, remaining vibrantly colored. Despite possessing a height of 180 centimeters and an intellect to match, Su Bai, with a heart tender as it was, found himself feeling a pang of sympathy. He often felt compelled to offer alms to disabled beggars on the street, regardless of their authenticity. The one-armed priest, with his unpretentious demeanor and few words, evoked a sense of familiarity and warmth, stirring a bittersweet feeling within him. The priest appeared to be around 60, his features somewhat gaunt, particularly his lips. Yet, it was evident that he must have been a striking young Taoist in his youth. With age, his aura had transformed, imbued with an enigmatic profundity that suggested he was a man of the world beyond. Clad in a clean and orderly blue Taoist robe, Su Bai recalled his recent studies on Ming Dynasty armor, which had also included an exploration of their attire. To his surprise, the priest was not wearing the commonly seen standardized robes. Instead, he donned a cross-collared, wide-sleeved garment with long inner flaps, in a pale red hue with a white collar, clearly reminiscent of Ming styles. Noticing Su Bai's gaze lingering on his robe, the priest smiled and remarked, "In my humble opinion, the Taoist robes of the Ming Dynasty are the most aesthetically pleasing." "Oh, I share that sentiment as well," Su Bai chuckled, though he soon felt the awkwardness of his laughter in the moment. The priest appraised the 2 young men, his eyes landing on the Bodhi necklace adorning Su Bai's neck. With a sudden motion, he extended his right hand in a gesture of invitation, saying, "Please, come in." He then turned and strode away, his steps steady despite his advanced years, his silhouette evoking the phrase "a jade tree facing the wind." Su Bai, lagging a step behind Yu Qing, entered later, shutting the wooden doors and securing them with a latch. He shook his head, pondering the peculiar sensation that enveloped him. Was it possible he had the makings of a Taoist? The notion sent an electric thrill through him, and he dismissed it with a vigorous slap to his own face, muttering, "Impossible, impossible." It was simply a matter of affinity with the priest. The interior of the room was exceedingly simple, reminiscent of the 1990s, devoid of any modern appliances, save for a solitary light bulb. The two men cautiously settled onto the aged wooden chairs, as the priest poured 2 cups of hot tea, saying, "This place is quite humble. I hope you will bear with it." 2 individuals, having braved the chill of the outdoors, were now captivated by the sight of something warm. Eagerly, they grasped their cups and drained the hot tea, feeling an immediate sense of comfort envelop them. Yuqing had come in search of a spiritual nexus, only to discover that a one-armed Taoist had long established protective measures in this place. Overwhelmed by questions, he could scarcely contain himself. "Master, if I may be so bold, is the cinnabar lamp in the courtyard you're doing?" "Indeed, it is," the Taoist replied leisurely, savoring a sip of tea. "I had an unexpected visit in the middle of the night, and I did not anticipate it would be 2 young guests." "This is the spiritual nexus," Yuqing continued. "It is a place heavy with yin energy. In ancient times, it was protected by the presence of malevolent forces, yet due to the passage of time, many are now oblivious to this fact. As a result, numerous spiritual nexuses remain unguarded. Although there exists but a single cinnabar lamp, its significance is profound. The imbalance of energies here renders this location truly perilous. Those who once resided here either met untimely deaths or suffered tragic fates." The Taoist remarked, "This young brother appears to be quite knowledgeable. This place has become a haunted dwelling, and few wish to inhabit it. However, I find it rather tranquil. So I negotiated with the villagers to rent it, and I have now resided here for over 5 years. Visitors are scarce, but some restless spirits do frequent this place. A few have been rather troublesome, causing me considerable distress. Unable to harm them, I devised a solution. I keep the cinnabar lamp lit, which frightens them away." It was by chance that Yuqing and Su Bai exchanged glances, with Su Bai exhaling a sigh of relief and chuckling. "What a splendid method. So, we are the first guests in 5 years." "Indeed, the very first. By the way, may I inquire about your names?" "I am Su Bai from Suzhou, and this is my good friend, Yuqing. Yu as in Yufei, and Qing as in the color between red and blue." Su Bai concluded with a grin, noticing the Taoist's slight surprise. "What is it?" Yuqing, meanwhile, was preoccupied with Su Bai's choice of words, feeling somewhat vexed by the description of the color between red and blue. The Taoist inquired, "Does your name hold any particular significance?" Surprised by the Taoist's interest in his name, Su Bai replied, "My mother once told me that when I was a child, I was frail, and she sought the help of a wise person to name me. The character Bai was given to me by him. My mother often spoke of this wise person as someone I should forever remember, but she never revealed to me who he was, thus making it impossible for me to hold that memory. That is not a fault of mine," Su Bai added defensively. Yuqing cast a glance at him, thinking his friend was being overly verbose. The Taoist remarked, "When one speaks of their origins, it is only fitting to provide details." "What does your gaze imply?" Su Bai retorted. "Nothing of consequence." Yuqing turned his head away. The Taoist exhaled deeply, sighing, "Time flows like a shuttle." Hearing the unspoken meaning behind this statement, Su Bai was taken aback. "Master, is there something amiss with my name?" "No, I have a beloved grandson who shares a similar age with you. Unfortunately, I have only met him once in his youth. I find myself pondering that he must now be of a size akin to yours," the Taoist replied. "Thus, my reflection on the passage of time." The Taoist priest noticed the Bodhi bead necklace around Su Bai's neck, 3 of its beads having cracked, and he was taken aback. He inquired, "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Su Bai turned to Yuqing. "You should ask him." "To be honest, Taoist, I've encountered some troubles," Yuqing said with a wry smile. "We stumbled upon this place while searching for clues, and since it is a focal point of energy, we took notice. We did not intend to intrude." "It's of no consequence," the Taoist replied, appearing somewhat weary. He waved his hand. "It's getting late, if you don't mind. The West Wing can serve as a makeshift resting place. You should go and rest." Su Bai and Yuqing lay upon the hard wooden floor, still somewhat bewildered by the events of the evening. Su Bai tossed and turned. "Yuqing, do you find this Taoist a bit peculiar?" "Those with true cultivation often appear eccentric in the eyes of ordinary folk," Yuqing replied nonchalantly. "I find him to be pure-hearted and detached, a true sage." After a moment, Su Bai realized Yuqing was calling him mundane, but he took no offense. "With such a sage among us, do you think Ruoguang will back down?" "No, that fellow has a clear purpose," Yuqing asserted. Now that we are aware of his plans, I believe Boss Tang and his companions will also take action. Thus, it's possible he might alter his strategy. Let us sleep for now. Tomorrow we shall continue our search for other focal points of energy. Must we continue searching? Su Bai groaned, rubbing his sore legs. My legs can barely endure another step. In truth, Yu Qing was no better off, but driven by the approaching truth. He disregarded his fatigue and pulled the blanket over his head, sleep. As night passed, Su Bai and Yu Qing departed, disregarding the Taoist's entreaties to stay. After walking a few meters, Su Bai suddenly turned back. Taoist, I still do not know your name. Xuanqiu, the Taoist replied. Content, Su Bai took his leave, watching as their figures faded into the distance. The Taoist sighed. It seems this place is no longer suitable for me. Su Bai and Yu Qing returned to the antique shop, where Cui Ying had not slept all night, finally completing her manuscript. Upon seeing them, her eyes were red from fatigue as she complained, Where have you two been all night? It's a long story, Su Bai began. While searching for energy points yesterday, we encountered a Taoist who kindly took us in for the night. Otherwise, we would have had to sleep by the roadside. Su Bai plopped down. The youth mentioned that we need to continue searching today, but I can't go on. My legs have suffered immensely. What do you mean by suffered immensely? Cui Ying, having grown up abroad, was unfamiliar with the term. Su Bai pointed to his legs, spreading them apart. 2 ones, shortened to 11. Cui Ying, exasperated, exclaimed, Couldn't you two find a vehicle? If there are no cars, surely there are taxis, and if not, bicycles must be available. Do you need me to sponsor you for a bicycle? A bicycle? Now that's a splendid idea, Yu Qing finally conceded. Let us go by bicycles. He grabbed Su Bai and began to leave. Su Bai turned back, extending his hand. Sister, save me. Cui Ying, appearing indifferent, stretched and yawned. I'm so tired. I need to catch up on beauty sleep. You'll have to fend for yourself. As Su Bai's vision darkened, his body succumbed, and he slumped to the ground. Yu Qing, unfazed by his antics, seized his arm and dragged him forward. Poor Su Bai was helplessly towed along, unable to feign death, forced to muster his breath and persist alongside Yu Qing. Fortunately, Yu Qing displayed a moment of kindness and decided to have breakfast first. Just as they were about to purchase a vehicle, Wei Jie from Yuli shivered, expressing, I have an unsettling feeling. Chapter 76. The oddity Yu Qing's expression soured in response. I sense it too, Su Bai. Follow me. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Su Bai abandoned his previous stubbornness and obediently followed. The two took a turn into an alley, where the sunlight cascaded down, illuminating a figure who basked in its warmth without a hint of fear. Yet, having heard of the flamboyant appearance of Yao Guang from Naihe, they instantly recognized his identity. Yao Guang had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, and Yu Qing had a fleeting encounter with him in a dream, as well as a rare chance for a face-to-face meeting in reality, yet he had never truly seen Yao Guang's visage. Now, with the man standing before them, he appeared almost ethereal. Is this real? Su Bai pinched Yu Qing, who shot him a fierce glare. Su Bai remarked, if it hurts, then it must be real. From a man's perspective, Yao Guang was indeed striking, immensely so. It was no wonder he was utterly devoted to him, forsaking her former lover, Vincent. If Bai Mo Xian were to stand beside Yao Guang, who could say who was superior? Su Bai's thoughts spiraled. The timing was off. Yao Guang was a force to be reckoned with, and instinctively, Su Bai hid behind Yu Qing. Yu Qing reassured him, do not be afraid. Yao Guang approached with brisk strides, his shadow mirroring his movements under the sun. Su Bai noted this detail, a chill running down his spine. He possessed a shadow. Had he truly manifested from the void? Yu Qing's face blanched as he prepared to strike first, channeling all his mental energy into his hands while reciting the golden light incantation. A beam of white light shot towards Yao Guang, and in an instant, the figure before them vanished. Su Bai let out a cry, for Yao Guang had been mere inches away. The purple cloak striking his face felt painfully real. Yao Guang's hand clutched Yu Qing's throat. According to Naihe, this man was perfection, but up close, Yu Qing felt an overwhelming sorrow emanating from him, causing his heart to ache. Yao Guang's grip tightened, dark energy seeping from his palm, and Yu Qing had never felt such despair. Today, it seemed, his life would end here. As Su Bai fell to the side, Yao Guang's aura rendered him immobile. Seeing Yu Qing's tightly shut eyes, Su Bai felt utterly powerless. His fists clenched. Yao Guang smiled faintly, looking towards Su Bai. Is he your brother? I once had a band of brothers, and I am well acquainted with the haunting sensation of witnessing a brother's demise before one's very eyes. That feeling, once experienced, is enough to etch itself into the annals of one's memory for a lifetime. Now, it is your turn to remember this sentiment. A low, guttural sound escaped from Yu Qing's throat, his complexion turning ashen. The sight plunged Su Bai into darkness, as memories of their first encounter spiraled through his mind. And Yu Qing's words echoed in his ears. Thank you. It has been quite wonderful to know you. Do you need to be so cheerful? Unlike me, you have many friends, don't you? It is individuals like myself who must cherish every soul willing to show kindness, even if they are not human. Tears fell to the ground, and a haze of dust began to rise. Yu Qing, you cannot die. You now have friends, myself, Su Bai, and Chuiying. One day, you will remember the names of all who care for you. You will no longer be seen as an outcast, a monster. You will have many friends. To die now would be foolish. You have yet to experience all that an ordinary youth enjoys. Your worldview is deeply flawed, and I, standing at 180 centimeters tall, must help you realign it. In short, you cannot die. A silvery light radiated from Su Bai's neck, each bead of Bodhi becoming scorching hot, searing his skin. Yet, he felt no heat. The true fire resided within his heart. Su Bai's eyes turned crimson. Scales began to sprout from his right arm, each one bursting forth from his skin like flames, even emitting a sizzling sound. Oblivious to his own transformation, he was consumed by rage towards the man who was harming Yu Qing. With a mighty roar, Su Bai unleashed his fury, creating a shockwave that surged through the air, ascending towards the heavens. Meanwhile, Bai Ling lounged on the sofa, leisurely enjoying a summer snack while watching a film starring Bai Mo-Xian. Suddenly, she felt a weight pressing down on her, as if a dragon's roar echoed in her ears. When she regained her senses and listened intently, all fell silent. Bai Ling tilted her head, thinking perhaps it was merely an auditory hallucination. Su Bai's hand delved into the body of Yao Guang, directly reaching for the location of the heart. Gazing into Su Bai's eyes, now tinged with red, Yao Guang's mouth curled into a faint smile as he looked down at the wound on his chest and the hand that had burrowed deep into his heart. He couldn't help but chuckle. Has no one ever told you that ghosts possess no heart? Even if they materialize, they will never regain one. I know. Su Bai's voice was as frigid as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. Do not harm my friend. I will make you pay dearly. I am eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Let me witness the power of your wrath, Yao Guang replied, releasing his grip on Yu Qing's neck. Yu Qing's body fell limply to the ground, reminiscent of leaves drifting down after an autumn breeze. Taking a deep breath, Su Bai's hand penetrated Yao Guang's body, followed by his shoulder, neck, and ultimately, his entire form vanished within Yao Guang's corporeal being. Yu Qing let out a low groan, straining to open his eyes. He vaguely saw Su Bai disappearing into Yao Guang's body and raised his hand, reaching out towards Su Bai. Come back. Yao Guang's expression was peculiar. He maintained a sinister smile, his lips moving. Regrettably, Yu Qing lacked the ability to read lips like his mother could. Otherwise, he would have heard. The game has only just begun. Yu Qing strained to reach out and touch Su Bai, yearning for him to cease his actions. Regrettably, this effort drained his last vestiges of consciousness. His arm fell limply, his vision faded, and time itself came to a standstill. When Yu Qing awakened once more, he was enveloped by a fragrant aroma, his body feeling weightless, a sensation reserved for dreams. He even turned over comfortably, his fingertips grazing a soft object. This tender touch jolted him awake, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself gazing into Su Bai's face, his fingers inadvertently prodding Su Bai's cheek. Su Bai was deeply asleep, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, yet his expression was one of contentment. The events that had transpired earlier replayed vividly in Yu Qing's mind, like a lantern show illuminating his thoughts. The last image he recalled was Su Bai merging into the body of the flickering light. A shiver coursed through Yu Qing, prompting him to leap from the ground and rush to Su Bai's side, pinching his cheek with urgency. Su Bai let out a pained cry, awakening with a start and swatting at Yu Qing's hand, exclaiming, "Are you trying to murder me? What just happened? Where's the flickering light?" Yu Qing demanded, delivering a firm slap to Su Bai's arm. That couldn't have been a dream. We encountered the flickering light, didn't we? Su Bai appeared momentarily dazed, clearly still entangled in the remnants of sleep. Upon hearing the words flickering light, his mind began to stir. After a prolonged silence, he stammered, "How is that possible? Yu Qing, did I defeat him? Are you asking me?" Yu Qing felt an overwhelming urge to slam Su Bai's head against the wall. Wishing to rid himself of this confusion, Su Bai, noticing the fiery intensity in Yuqing's eyes, raised his hands in a gesture of truce. I remember now. I'm unsure how it happened, but I did indeed enter the body of the flickering light, and then it exploded, utterly vanishing. My own body felt strange, hot, and then I fell asleep. Did you merely sleep, or were you faint? Yuqing questioned, harboring doubts. Perhaps I was faint, Su Bai chuckled. Regardless of whether I was faint or asleep, the outcome is that the flickering light is no more. Truly remarkable, I assent it, but how could I possibly have defeated the flickering light? I recall something about a reverse scale, but the details elude me. Chapter 77, The Dungeon. Reverse scale? Yuqing inquired, extending his hand towards Su Bai's neck. Let us discuss the flickering light later. I now wish to know why you constantly wear this Bodhi seed necklace. Su Bai hesitated, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. He removed the necklace, revealing a scale on his neck. To conceal this, he explained. I've had this affliction since childhood. Initially, it was just on my back, but I'm unsure when it appeared on my throat. I have consulted numerous doctors, yet none have provided a remedy. Perhaps it is one of life's perplexing ailments. I can manage with my back. I simply avoid being bare-chested and refrain from showering with classmates. However, having it on my neck complicates matters. Therefore, when I was about 6 years old, my mother gifted me this necklace, claiming it had been blessed. Wearing it serves to ward off evil and conceal this scale, preventing my classmates from perceiving me as a monster. Suddenly, Yuqing burst into laughter, a broad grin spreading across his face. Su Bai looked at him, puzzled. What are you laughing at? I once considered myself a monster, yet I never imagined you would be little better. Yuqing, filled with excitement, began to slap his thigh, producing a resounding sound. No wonder we were able to connect. After laughing for an extended period, his cheeks began to ache, and he pinched them several times to ease the discomfort. However, how did you manage it? As he spoke, he paced back and forth in the alley, even retrieving a compass from his bag. The aura of the elusive entity still lingered here, scattered about. Could it truly have been vanquished by Su Bai? Yuqing remained skeptical, ultimately deciding to call Tang Sancheng to join them. Both Tang Sancheng and Yu Bai arrived simultaneously, and the two conducted a thorough examination in the alley. Tang Sancheng even employed a peculiar machine. Su Bai was intrigued. Not only did it operate without a power source, but it also featured a small electronic screen displaying patches of green matter dispersed across the area. What is this? Su Bai inquired, referring not only to the green substance, but also to the machine itself. This device is an aura detection instrument, a creation of my two friends. Tang Sancheng explained. In their view, spirits possess their own brainwaves, and what we refer to as aura is perceived as a different form of air. The machine allows these auras to manifest, making them visible to ordinary people. It first detects abnormal wave patterns and then marks their locations in green. I believe it serves a purpose. Su Bai gasped. Such a thing can actually be created? With an IQ of 180, if you so desire. One day you too could achieve this, Tang Sancheng remarked. Now, according to the theories of these two friends, the scattered green auras belong to the same spirit, as their wave fluctuation values are identical. Based on your last impression, I surmise these are associated with the entity known as Yao Guang, and currently, their wave fluctuations are growing increasingly faint, indicating a state of demise. From the machine's perspective, you have indeed eliminated Yao Guang. Su Bai detected an underlying concern. Why do you say from the machine's perspective? Don't you share the same belief, Boss Tang? Tang Sancheng crossed his arms. I have a premonition that matters are not so straightforward. Even what occurs before our eyes should not be accepted at face value. This is a lesson learned from my past experiences. Are you all right? It's nothing, just a bit peculiar. Boss Tang, what is the reverse scale? I will explain that to you later. Tang Sancheng felt a jolt. Where did this child hear that term? How do you know this phrase? Yao Guang mentioned wanting to demonstrate the power of the reverse scale. Su Bai was now enveloped in profound joy. Perhaps he was indeed the legendary person with extraordinary abilities, a force surpassing even Yuqing. Little did he realize that his greatest success in life lay not in his IQ of 180, but in the sudden emergence of his own latent powers. This child appears overly optimistic, and such optimism left Tang Sancheng unable to disclose the truth. He sighed and halted the machine. You two have encountered enough for today. Return home and rest well. Yu Bai and I have some matters to verify. Take this device back, and for now, leave it at the antique shop. Yuqing. Yu Bai approached Yuqing and said, no matter what happens, remember that friends are by your side. Beyond friends, there are also your parents and Boss Tang, all standing with you. Go home and rest well. I understand. Yu Qing replied, feeling genuinely fatigued. In stark contrast to Su Bai's delight, he simply yearned for a good night's sleep. Su Bai, however, was still pestering Tang San with endless questions. Yu Qing pulled him over and exclaimed, "Enough. Aren't you tired?" "Not at all. If you're exhausted, I'll accompany you back to rest, and then share this wonderful news with Jia," Su Bai insisted, his gaze fixated on his palms. "Oh my. My mother surely has no idea that she has a son with such extraordinary abilities." Yu Qing chuckled softly, shaking his head. Indeed, Su Bai's situation was quite intriguing, but all he desired at that moment was sleep. Once back at the antique shop, Yu Qing eagerly lay down on the bed. Su Bai, however, couldn't find any peace and continued to chatter endlessly with Cui Ying, who was in dire need of writing material and found the tales quite captivating. As sleep overtook him, Yu Qing felt as if he had succumbed to a slumbering spell. When he finally opened his eyes, he was greeted by an unfamiliar sensation. "Big brother, you're awake?" Came a deep voice that jolted him back to reality. Ah yes, he was Yao Guang. What has transpired? Yao Guang looked up at the sunlight pouring in, the sun blazing at its zenith. The foreheads of the seven were glistening with sweat. Kaiyang approached, offering a water flask. "This is the last sip of water we have," he said. At just 16, Kaiyang was the youngest among them and held Yao Guang in high esteem. "We have indeed stumbled into a den of bandits, and not just any ordinary ruffians. They possess some cunning, or else we would not have fallen into their trap," Tian Quan remarked, his demeanor somewhat reckless, provoking laughter from Kaiyang. "Actually, if you were to get close to them, you would soon be accepted as a member of their gang, and then wouldn't we be free?" Tian Quan, known for his brawn rather than brains, failed to catch the sarcasm in Kaiyang's words and eagerly agreed. "Oh, that's a splendid idea." Yu Heng chuckled. "Tian Quan. He.s. mocking you for looking like a bandit. Can't you tell?" Only then did Tian Quan comprehend, and he lunged to reprimand the indiscreet Kaiyang, who swiftly took refuge behind Yao Guang, declaring, "Big brother, they're bullying me. You, who often takes advantage of your youth to bully these older brothers. Do you really think I am unaware?" Yao Guang stood to stretch, having been drugged and thrown into this dungeon. Most would have lost their spirits in such a place. But for these seven, this dungeon was akin to paper walls. All seven were sworn brothers, having met in the martial world, sharing kindred spirits and life and death experiences, thus forming a brotherhood to navigate the world together. If there was one commonality among them, it was that they all belonged to the Maoshan lineage. Though from different sects, they were united in heritage. In such circumstances, to meet in the martial world, share affinities, and bond. Could this be anything other than destiny? The only one who stands out is Kaiyang. Originally, he was not a disciple of Maoshan. He was merely a small beggar abandoned by his parents, wandering the streets. At the age of 13, he nearly fell victim to a gang of street bullies, but was saved by Yao Guang. Upon first encountering Yao Guang, a strikingly handsome man with formidable martial skills, Kaiyang glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival. Like a stubborn adhesive, he clung to Yao Guang. The other 6 members of the group found Kaiyang bothersome and attempted to drive him away numerous times. Strangely, it seemed as though the boy could recall their scent, as he would invariably appear breathless behind them, no matter how far he ventured away. Over time, they grew accustomed to his presence, forming a complete circle of 7. The 7 abandoned their former names, opting instead to name themselves after the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper. Kaiyang, however, did not have a name. He had been called various things, like cat or dog. The 7 included Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tianji, Tian Quan, Yu Heng, and Kaiyang, with Yao Guang leading the group as the most skilled Maoshan sorcerer, now also taking on the role of Kaiyang's master, embodying both elder brother and teacher. Kaiyang, filled with pride, often teased his older companions. Chapter 78, The Lady of the Stronghold. The 7, seeking a modest existence in the martial world, could not help but attract attention with their exceptional skills. Gradually, the reputation of the Northern Dipper spread, yet the bandits were unaware of their notoriety. They sought only wealth. Last night, the 7 passed through a mountain and, as night fell, sought refuge in the only inn. The widow and her orphan child. Who could have anticipated they were allies of the bandits? As men of the martial world, their straightforward nature led them to feel pity for the widow and her child. Not only did they generously pay for their meal, but they also intended to stay overnight to offer their support. Their compassion, however, led them into a trap. The widow and child transformed into hidden adversaries. The food was not poisoned, and as seasoned travelers, The seven were well aware of the need to test their meals with silver needles. Yet, it was a cup of tea before bed that ultimately brought them down, leading them into the den of wolves. Tianquan had just climbed to the top to survey the surroundings and noted that the bandits were numerous, just from his vantage point. He could see over 30 individuals patrolling and guarding the dungeons. "Brother, this bandit lair is quite populous," he remarked, spitting on the ground, having barely drunk any water. His spit frothy and white. "But it is not impossible for us to break through." "It may not be easy," Yao Wang replied, shaking his head. "Haven't you noticed the structure of this dungeon since you arrived?" Kaiyang looked puzzled. "Isn't this just a regular dungeon?" "Foolish boy," Tianju interjected. "If it were an ordinary dungeon, we would have escaped with our skills long ago. How could we have been trapped here for a day and a night?" "What is it then?" Kaiyang, being a newcomer with little experience in the martial world, asked. "Isn't the elder skilled in illusions?" "This dungeon is ensnared with a celestial net formation," Yao Wang sighed. "Moreover, that sinister substance has been poured over us, iron heartgrass juice. You probably have never heard of it before. There are those in this lair who know of our vulnerabilities. While we were unconscious, this iron heartgrass has caused our strength to gradually dissipate. Of course, it is only temporary. Don't you feel your body growing weaker by the moment?" "I thought it was hunger," Kaiyang replied as his stomach grumbled. Tianquan, filled with righteous indignation, declared, "Once I escape, I shall sweep them aside and ensure they learn a lesson." Tianxian, with a calm demeanor, responded, "He is the wisest among the seven, brimming with cunning ideas, unlike Tianquan, who relies solely on brute force. The essence of the iron heart grass has its nemesis. Kaiyang, you are the smallest and most agile among us. While our collective strength has not yet fully waned, let us work together to unfasten the prison door. You must slip out and seek the nine-leaf grass, a plant that, upon a mere glance, will reveal itself to you as the one we seek. It typically flourishes along the precipice. The sap of the nine-leaf grass can completely neutralize the effects of the iron heart grass." Kaiyang swallowed hard. After following the six for so long, this was his first venture into solitary action, with all hopes resting upon his shoulders. Clenching his fist, he affirmed, "All right, the six." Drawing upon their last remnants of strength, pride opened the prison door. Kaiyang successfully slipped through. His profound abilities rendered him the strongest among them. However, one more obstacle awaited. He had to scale the outermost layer of defense. The door was fashioned from wood, entwined with thorns, and any miscalculation would result in a bloody mess. Yet, Kaiyang had his methods. Having grown up in the streets, he was as nimble as a rat, maneuvering through even the tightest of spaces. Cautiously, he detached the thorns beside him and gradually eased his body out. His brothers below observed with keen eyes. Yuheng sighed. "This lad, who once clung to us stubbornly, has proven invaluable today." The four bandits stationed at the dungeon were gathered, drinking merrily. After a day and night of silence from below, their vigilance waned. Kaiyang pressed himself against the ground and suddenly shot forth like an arrow, unaware that a shadow of azure followed closely behind him. He deftly navigated past the bandits' defenses. These ruffians had not anticipated such cunning. Regardless of how formidable the thorns and iron wires were, a human could always find a way. Kaiyang broke free from the rear mountain, while the azure shadow came to a halt, remarking, "This child is indeed agile." The nine-leaf grass was unfamiliar to Kaiyang. He searched amidst the greenery at the cliff's edge for the eye-catching plant. The wind howled near the precipice, enveloping the area in mist, occasionally revealing a hint of green. Seemingly aware of Kaiyang's movements, an ordinary person walking along this cliff would feel their scalp prickle and their soul flee in terror, as the space available for movement barely extended half a step. At this moment, Kaiyang pressed himself against the cliff face. A single misstep could send him plummeting into the abyss. He peered cautiously over the edge, muttering, nine-leaf grass, nine-leaf grass. As the name implies, it possesses 9 leaves. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Just as his brothers had indicated, the nine-leaf grass was indeed something one would recognize at a glance. 8 leaves were arranged on either side, offset, while a singular leaf stood atop, distinctly different from the others. He had found it. This cluster of 9-leaf grass grew right at the base of the cliff beneath him. Bending down to reach out, he grasped it and pulled it towards himself. As Kaiyang envisioned the exhilaration in his brother's eyes upon his return, he too felt a surge of excitement. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he found himself plummeting toward the abyss below. In that moment of joy and despair, a singular thought crossed his mind. Such a death would be far too trivial. A hand reached out, seizing his wrist, and with a swift tug, his body was pulled back up. Kaiyang found himself once again pressed against the rock face, drenched in sweat from the life-and-death encounter. As he regained his composure, he noticed a young woman in green attire gazing at him with a smile. Dressed simply, without even a hairpin adorning her head, she possessed an extraordinary beauty. Particularly when she smiled, her dimples sweetly enchanting. Though still young, Kaiyang, being a boy, could discern beauty from plainness with clarity. Her eyes sparkled with an almost bewitching brightness, her skin glistening as if it could yield droplets of water. Flushed with embarrassment, he stammered, "Thank you for saving me." However, he quickly realized that she bore a sword on her back, sending a jolt of alarm through him. "Who are you?" he inquired. "A fellow traveler," she replied, her smile widening as she beheld his charming demeanor. "Not before, but I am now." With that, she kicked off from the cliff face, soaring towards the precipice below. With a deft motion, she gathered a cluster of 9-leaf grass into her embrace, roots and all, her movements as graceful as a bird gliding through the air. Kaiyang could only stare in astonishment. This 9-leaf grass is yours." She pressed the grass into his hands, saying, "You are merely a child. Let your elder sister handle such perilous matters." Having only interacted with his brothers, the sudden emergence of this sister left him flustered. Her expression turned grave. "Your brothers are imprisoned in the den of wolves, and my master and his wife are likewise trapped. Tell me, are we not fellow travelers?" "Your master?" he asked. Curiosity piqued. "To be frank, my master is no ordinary person. He is the current king of Yen. Have you heard of him?" With newfound pride, Kaiyang straightened his posture. "The king of Yen, of course, I am aware of him. He is the emperor's uncle. Yet, how could such a noble lord find himself ensnared in a bandit's lair? Let us discuss this outside." The woman carefully took his hand, leading him away from the cliff. Sighing in relief, Kaiyang lay back on the ground, cradling the 9-leaf grass, his innocent reaction eliciting laughter from the woman. Yet, her expression soon darkened with concern. "Time waits for no one. I need your assistance." Kaiyang was taken aback by her audacity. She intended to infiltrate the mountain as the bandit chief's consort. They would pose as siblings, and she concealed her sword. Together, they boldly made their way down the mountain path. Her simple attire was both elegant and charming, and given the scarcity of women, especially beautiful ones, the mountain men were drawn to her. As she had hoped, a group of bandits descended in formation, swiftly carrying her, and Kaiyang, up the mountain. Chapter 79. Sword Duel. Kaiyang was not as fortunate as that woman. He was recognized as one of the 7 who had escaped and was thrown back into the dungeon. Concern for the woman's safety weighed heavily on his heart. With his identity exposed, her life might very well be at stake, and her virtue in jeopardy. Fortunately, the 9-leaf clover remained with him, mitigating the effects of the iron-hearted grass. The 7 sought to restore their powers as best they could. Yao Guang inquired about the circumstances following Kaiyang's departure. Upon hearing about the woman's appearance, he immediately shook his head, exclaiming, "What a close call. Had she not appeared so suddenly, your life would have been forfeit. This indicates she had long been tracking your movements, likely lying in ambush nearby." "How did the Yuang couple manage to enter?" Tianquan pondered aloud. It is well known that the guards surrounding the Yuang are exceptionally skilled. Ordinary people cannot approach them. Could it be that they, like us, traversed a secret passage? "Ah, the Yuang is indeed a figure beset by misfortunes," Yao Guang remarked. "With the deaths of Crown Prince Zhu Biao, King Zhu Hong, and King Zhu Xian, he has ascended to the foremost rank among the princes. His popularity and military might are evident. Yet who could have foreseen that the founding emperor would pass the throne to his grandson rather than him?" Yu Hing chuckled. "If he were to meet his demise here, it would truly be the work of ill fate, perhaps even that of the 9 lives of misfortune." Kaiyang, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. That elder sister claimed that the Yuang was her master, yet she bore no resemblance to a maid. "I wonder how she is faring now. You are quite young. Why are you already preoccupied with women?" Tianquan replied with a hint of exasperation. "Nevertheless, today, we indeed owe her a debt of gratitude." As the 7 contemplated a way to escape, the sound of drums and gongs echoed from outside, creating a lively commotion. Yao Guang turned to Kaiyang. "Do not fret about your savior. It appears she is truly destined to become the bandit queen." This remark unsettled Kaiyang. The thought of that enchanting sister becoming a bandit's wife caused his face to contort in dismay. Yao Guang, however, remained unfazed, noting, in this world. A woman's beauty can serve as her capital. At times, it is all she has to survive. The cacophony continued for quite some time, followed by a wave of cheers. And soon the mountains fell silent. Yao Guang scoffed. It seems we must express our gratitude to her. Now is our opportune moment to leave. Let us go. Since we are to thank her, why not do so in person? The woman's voice rang out, prompting Kaiyang to leap up. Sister, how did you manage to escape? Her face appeared above, bathed in starlight and moonlight, her delicate features accentuated by eyes that sparkled with mischief. She let a key slip from her hand, and it fell perfectly at the entrance of the dungeon. Tianquan reached for it, remarking, "This certainly simplifies matters." She was clad in a vibrant red wedding gown, intricately embroidered with golden patterns, though it was evidently not tailored for her, appearing somewhat loose. The red veil had long since vanished, a remnant of a previous bandit queen. Her hair cascaded down freely. Yao Guang lifted his gaze, meeting her eyes, feeling an unexpected shiver. Yet, in an instant, she vanished from sight, saying, "I will first rescue my master. You must handle matters on your own. The Yuan's guards will be here shortly. The bandits in the mountains have all been subdued." As Yao Guang reached out to assess the situation, he found that they still had breath, merely rendered unconscious. A sense of perplexity washed over him. Why did the Prince of Yin embark on his expedition without the company of guards, accompanied only by a singular maid? Just then, he heard the sound of marching from outside the mountain gate. The woman had spoken truly. The prince's guards had finally arrived, weary from their journey. Clearly, their presence was no longer required here, and Yao Guang, disinclined to engage with officials, decided to depart with his companions. Yet, the woman appeared as if conjured from thin air. "Are you departing already?" Turning back, he was astonished to see her donning her own elegant attire, understated yet refined. Indeed, as Kaiyang had noted, this woman needed no embellishments. Her beauty was already remarkable. What else could be done? Tianxian suddenly recalled, clasping his hands in salute. "We certainly owe the young lady a favor. I have expressed my gratitude on behalf of my brothers." The guards had already stormed in, binding the bandits with ropes. It was unfortunate that by the time they regained their senses, they would find themselves imprisoned. "Qinglian, do not make things difficult for them," a deep voice resonated. Yao Guang recognized the speaker, who stood beside a somewhat plump woman, her eyes sharp and discerning. Once possessing delicate features, her countenance now bore the dullness of a life of ease, lacking any spark of spirit. "Indeed, Your Highness," Qinglian stepped to the side of the portly woman. A sudden realization struck Yao Guang. It seemed he would not be leaving today. The Prince of Yin possessed the countenance befitting a sovereign. A shiver ran through him. The prince had lost his claim to the throne, and the current emperor was systematically stripping him of power, placing him in an exceedingly precarious position. Yet this man radiated imperial majesty, his visage akin to that of a dragon, noble and imposing. Yao Guang was confident in his judgment. If he was not mistaken, the plump woman was indeed the Princess of Yin, destined for great fortune but, regrettably, with a limited lifespan. His gaze involuntarily fell upon Qinglian, and his heart trembled. He could not discern her fate. The princess had already been captivated by Yao Guang's presence. Such a strikingly handsome man was a rare sight within the royal circles. His aura of the martial world only intensified his gallant demeanor. The prince approached the 7 individuals. "I am Jade. To have the privilege of meeting you 7 is indeed a stroke of fate. May I inquire your esteemed names?" Except for Yao Guang, the other 6 exchanged glances, and Yao Guang, with a slight bow, replied, "We are but wanderers of the martial world. Our names are not worth mentioning. We shall take our leave now." "Leaving already?" Qinglian scoffed. "Such a favor has been granted. If it were not for the prince, at the very least, we should be thanking you." "Why are you so aggressive, woman?" Tianquan interjected. "Is it not merely a matter of returning a favor? Are we, the 7 brothers, afraid of repaying it?" Yao Guang shook his head. His words played right into Qinglian's hands. A smile blossomed on her face. "In that case, we shall not stand on ceremony. Princess, I do have a suggestion." "Speak freely," the princess replied, revealing an air of gallant spirit. "In recent days, in an effort to rescue Prince Yin and Princess Yin, I managed to infiltrate the ranks of the dungeon guards. The dungeon was fortified with iron heart grass, intended to confine them. These 7 individuals are not mere wandering knights. The iron heart grass can suppress the capabilities of Taoist practitioners from Mount Maoshan. It is likely that these 7 are highly skilled practitioners from that sect. With Prince Yin away on a journey, I fear unforeseen dangers may arise along the way. In recent days, numerous attempts have been made to assassinate him, including those by unscrupulous characters. I believe these 7 could prove useful. Princess Yan's face lit up with joy. This is splendid. However, I wonder if these 7 noble warriors would be willing to escort Prince Yan. The reward is negotiable. All 6 pairs of eyes fell upon Yao Guang, who looked towards Qinglian, the young woman standing beside the princess with an expression of indifference. Yao Guang spoke aloud. Since this is a matter of returning a favor, there is no need for compensation. I am curious about Prince Yan's destination. My brothers and I will escort him along the way. Thus, the 7 joined the prince's retinue, and he treated them with great courtesy. As Yao Guang conversed with the prince, she observed the man who bore the demeanor of a sovereign, possessing an aura of dominance, yet constrained by the imperial court's diminishing of his power, rendering him a taboo among the officials. The incessant stream of assassins had become a source of irritation for him. Perhaps now was the time to make a decisive choice. Qinglian and Yao Guang were strangers by circumstance. Yet Qinglian's long sword had returned to her side. Upon seeing this, Tianxian exclaimed, "Our elder brother's swordsmanship is quite admirable. Why not have a friendly contest?" Chapter 80. The 7 arrows of the nail-head Prince Yan, enthusiastic, remarked, "It has been a long time since I have witnessed Qinglian dance with her sword. Today presents a fine opportunity." Princess Yan's brow furrowed slightly but quickly relaxed into a smile. "Indeed, I see that Yao Guang is also a martial talent. I wonder how the 2 shall fare against each other. My elder brother excels not only in the Tao but also in martial arts," Caoyang boasted of his sibling. Yao Guang affectionately patted his head. "But without a sword, how can one compete?" Qinglian retorted fearlessly. Yao Guang stepped aside, picking up a branch, which Qinglian did not consider a hindrance. "Any object can serve as a weapon. Very well, let us begin." Qinglian lunged forward with her sword, her movements seemingly ethereal yet imbued with potent sword energy, causing the air to whistle with the force of her strikes. Initially, Yao Guang stood her ground, meeting her with the branch. Their sword energies were distinctly different. Qinglian's style was a blend of softness and strength, while Yao Guang's was sheer power. After 2 exchanges, Yao Guang's expression shifted slightly as she began to adjust her footwork. Tian Quan whispered, "That woman is formidable, even disrupting my elder brother's rhythm." Yu Hing crossed her arms, watching as Yao Guang faced Qinglian without yielding due to her gender, treating the contest with utmost seriousness, an act of respect towards her opponent. It was evident that Qinglian possessed profound mastery of her swordsmanship. As he took a moment to analyze his combat prowess, a sudden crack echoed through the air as the branch in Yao Guang's hand was severed in 2. The other half flew away, grazing Yao Guang's cheek and leaving a deep wound that drew blood trickling down his face. The cut had been expertly inflicted, nearly striking his eye. Qinglian gasped, casting aside her sword as she rushed to him, her fingers gently brushing against his injury. "Does it hurt?" Yao Guang felt a flutter in his heart, as if it might burst with emotion. Qinglian's hand was cool, even somewhat cold, yet it felt remarkably soothing against his skin. A slight tremor coursed through her body, and she experienced an unusual sensation within. The Princess of Yin cleared her throat softly. "We have high-quality healing ointment with us. Wu San, fetch it at once." "Yes, Your Highness," replied the attendant named Wu San, who swiftly retrieved the ointment. Qinglian took it and personally applied it to Yao Guang's wound, her tone tinged with a hint of reproach. "If your sword is too unyielding, it will inevitably break one day. The same goes for your temper. You are too stubborn. Had you allowed me some leeway, this injury could have been avoided." Yao Guang felt a blend of emotions at her revelation. "You are the first woman to speak such truths to me." Other women would invariably praise his handsome appearance and formidable stature, deeming him a rare gem among men. Qinglian chuckled softly. "Indeed, you are quite remarkable. Are you jesting with me?" Yao Guang replied, his wound doing little to diminish his striking beauty. "It is merely the truth." Qinglian stated, "Let us refrain from dueling in the future. Injuring you would leave me with a lingering sense of guilt. If we cannot compete in the future, why not have another round now? This time, I shall endeavor to temper my strength," Yao Guang suggested. "You are correct. Excessive force can lead to self-harm," Qinglian acknowledged, momentarily disregarding his injury as she nodded in agreement. Very well. They commenced another round, and this time, Yao Guang indeed exhibited a blend of strength and gentleness. Unlike his earlier ferocity, Qinglian again held the upper hand, and the Prince of Yin cheered for her with enthusiasm. Qinglian did not express gratitude but silently moved to stand beside the Princess of Yin, whose fleeting anger was quickly replaced by a smile. All right, I shall indulge your nature. It was merely a game. The outcome need not weigh heavily on our hearts. Yao Guang was indifferent to winning or losing. What mattered to him was that this woman had seen through to his heart. Their contest had sown the seeds of affection within Qinglian. While a man's appearance is undoubtedly significant, this particular man was exceptional. Kaiyang, grateful for Qinglian's life-saving kindness, felt a close bond with her and referred to her as sister. Although Qinglian was still young, she appreciated the company of this boy who was barely 14. Kaiyang gradually noticed that his elder brother's gaze lingered more frequently on Qinglian, while her own eyes would often, intentionally or not, drift towards Yao Guang. At this very moment, Qinglian was crouched by the riverbank, splashing water on her face. Though she was a woman, she did not embody the constraints typical of noble ladies from affluent families. Her refreshing demeanor greatly appealed to Tianquan, who often remarked, if every woman were as unpretentious as Qinglian, marriage would be quite feasible. Yao Guang's gaze was fixed upon Qinglian's profile, motionless and captivated. Kaiyang wished to inquire, yet he sensed that the moment's essence was too precious to disrupt. He swallowed hard, dismissing the urge to speak. Once Qinglian had completed washing her face, she turned to meet Yao Guang's eyes, a soft smile gracing her lips. Warmth radiating from her demeanor as she rose and made her way toward the Duke and Duchess of Yan. In the place where Qinglian had stood, a handkerchief fell, adorned with an intricately embroidered golden lotus. Yao Guang approached and picked it up, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. This unusual feeling enveloped his heart, and Yu Qing distinctly perceived it as well, a fluttering of emotions that mere words could scarcely encapsulate. In that moment, Yu Qing attained a consciousness of his own, realizing something profound, yet in an instant, he was drawn back into Yao Guang's perception. The handkerchief nestled against Yao Guang's heart, its significance unknown to him, whether it was a careless drop or held deeper meaning. In recent days, Qinglian's gaze upon him had undeniably shifted, yet she had remained silent, leaving him unable to discern her feelings. The meaning of the handkerchief eluded him, but he was acutely aware that they were drawing closer to their destination, and the time to part ways with the Duke and Duchess was imminent. Yet, an inner voice whispered that he was reluctant to leave. Only with that woman by his side did he feel truly fulfilled. With her presence, the desire for freedom to roam the world began to waver. The first to perceive Yao Guang's sentiments was Yu Hong. If my elder brother wishes to stay beside the Duke of Yan, it is not without merit. We 7 are but wanderers, and the Duke is in need of capable individuals at this moment. Perhaps we could find our place here. Yao Guang hesitated, realizing that such a choice would forfeit their freedom. Kaiyang murmured, I cannot bear to part with my sister. Nonsense. Do you wish to compete with your elder brother for a woman? Tianquan's deep voice boomed. That young lady Qinglian would hardly be interested in a mere child like you. Kaiyang's face flushed crimson. That is preposterous. I regard her as an elder sister. In her eyes, I am merely a younger brother, unlike my elder brother. Ultimately, the 7 decided to remain. Yao Guang had never openly expressed his feelings toward Qinglian. Their presence soon proved invaluable to the Duke of Yan, who had finally resolved to seize the throne. The 7, skilled in the art of stratagem, were organized into a special unit under the Duke's direct command, receiving tailored armor. Apart from Yao Guang, they donned matching red cloaks, exuding an air of authority. As the leader of the 7, Yao Guang was to be distinguished, and Qinglian astutely suggested a purple cloak, symbolizing auspiciousness and vibrancy, befitting the leader. Thus, a purple cloak was draped upon Yao Guang's shoulders. With the Duke resolved to usurp power, he first needed to eliminate several influential ministers surrounding Zhu Yunwen. Assassination was undoubtedly the most effective method, yet with these 7 strategists at his disposal, he could achieve his aims without mobilizing a single soldier. This was due to Yao Guang's mastery of the 7 arrows of the head nail technique, a legendary method said to have been employed by Kong Ming during the 3 Kingdoms, when Cao Cao succumbed to a splitting headache, not from mere ailment, but as a result of that very technique. Yao Guang's gaze was fixed upon Qinglian's profile, motionless and entranced. Kaiyang wished to inquire, yet felt that the sanctity of the moment was not to be disrupted. He swallowed hard, dismissing the urge to speak. Upon completing her ablutions, Qinglian turned to meet Yao Guang's eyes, a gentle smile gracing her lips, exuding warmth. She rose and made her way toward the couple from Yanwang. In her wake, she left behind a handkerchief embroidered with a golden lotus. Yao Guang approached, picking it up, and was enveloped by an inexplicable sensation. This curious feeling lingered in his heart, perceptible to Yu Qing, who felt a sudden flutter of emotion. For words might scarcely capture the peculiarity of Yao Guang's sentiment at that moment. In an instant, Yu Qing acquired his own awareness, realizing something profound, yet, just as swiftly, he returned to Yao Guang's consciousness. The handkerchief was concealed against Yao Guang's heart. He remained unaware of its significance, whether it was a mere oversight or held deeper meaning. In recent days, he had noted a distinct change in Qing Lian's gaze toward him, though she had never voiced her thoughts, leaving him unable to discern her feelings. The nature of the handkerchief remained a mystery to him. All he knew was that the journey toward their destination was nearing its end, and the time to part ways with Yin Wang and his entourage was approaching. Yet, a voice within him whispered that he was reluctant to leave. With that woman beside him, his spirit felt more complete. With her presence, his longing for freedom to roam the world began to waver. The first to perceive Yao Guang's thoughts was Yu Hong. If you wish to remain by Yin Wang's side, it is not out of the question. We 7 are merely wanderers, and Yin Wang is in need of capable individuals. Perhaps we could serve a purpose. Yao Guang hesitated. For such a choice would strip them of their freedom. Kai Yang murmured, I cannot bear to part with my sister. Nonsense. Do you intend to compete with your elder brother for a woman? Boomed Tian Quan's robust voice. That young lady, Qing Lian, would never look at a child like you. Kai Yang's face flushed red. That is absurd. I regard her as a sister. In her eyes, I am merely a younger brother, unlike you. Ultimately, the 7 chose to remain, though Yao Guang had never openly expressed his feelings for Qing Lian. Their presence soon proved advantageous. As Yin Wang made a decisive resolution, he would seize the throne. The 7 were adept in the art of peculiar formations, and Yin Wang organized them into a special unit, directly under his command, crafting tailored armor for them. Except for Yao Guang, who donned a distinctive purple cloak. The others were clad in red, exuding an imposing presence. Qing Lian succinctly articulated the significance of the purple hue, symbolizing auspiciousness and serving as an invigorating color. For the leader of the 7, Yao Guang, purple was most fitting. From that moment, the purple cloak adorned Yao Guang's back. With Yin Wang having resolved to usurp the throne, his first step was to eliminate Zhu Yunwen's closest ministers. Assassination, undoubtedly, was the most effective method, yet, with these 7 strategists at his disposal, there was no need to mobilize an army, for Yao Guang possessed the skill to wield the 7 arrows of the head. Folklore suggests that during the 3 Kingdoms period, Cao Cao met his demise from a severe headache, not due to ordinary illness, but rather as a consequence of Kong Ming's 7 arrows of the head. The 7 arrows of the nail head requires merely the establishment of an altar within the camp, upon which a straw effigy is to be placed, bearing the names of the enemies inscribed upon it. A lantern is to be hung above its head, while another is to be placed at its feet. The feet shall perform the ritual dance, and the symbols are to be inscribed and subsequently burned. 3 offerings shall be made each day, and by noon on the 21st day, the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the enemy shall be dispersed. At that moment, arrows can be shot into the effigy, as if striking the enemy in person, causing the straw figure to bleed. This method has historically seen few successes. Zhuge Liang is noted as one who succeeded. Among the 7, only Yao Guang is capable of such a feat, yet Yao Guang believes it wiser to capture the leader first. Considering that achieving success with his own strength would be a stroke of luck, why not directly target Zhu Yunwen? Upon learning that Yao Guang could perform the 7 arrows of the nail head, the Princess of Yin eagerly urged him to proceed. Yao Guang immediately set up the formation and prepared the straw effigy, awaiting the 21 days to enact the spell and assist the Prince of Yin in usurping the throne. Once all was arranged, they could commence the offerings the following day. As night deepened, Yao Guang removed his armor and extinguished the lantern, intending to rest, when he suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance, causing him to tremble. When did you arrive? You cannot perform the spell. In the darkness, he could not discern Qinglian's features, but he knew she stood before his bed. You understand countenance, and must know that His Highness the Prince of Yin possesses the bearing of an emperor. It is merely a matter of time before he claims the throne. The 7 arrows of the nail head will consume a vast amount of your energy. You know well the reason behind Kong Ming's early demise. Her words warmed Yao Guang's heart, prompting him to express his feelings. Are you worried about me? Indeed, Qinglian replied resolutely. Since ancient times, emperors have feared that their loyal subjects may overshadow them, leading to dire consequences. The case of the founding emperor serves as a prime example. You must retain some strength to ensure your safe departure in the future. If I succeed and withdraw, what of you? Yao Guang inquired. Would you not wish to retreat together with me? Should the Prince of Yin ascend, you, as his consort, would naturally enjoy wealth and glory as the empress, freeing you from the need to remain by her side. Qing Lian fell silent for a moment, exhaling a deep sigh. Yao Guang, you must trust me. One day, you will understand everything, and perhaps that day will come when we leave this world of strife together. To Yao Guang, this was the finest promise he could receive. His heart swelled with joy as Qing Lian approached, wrapping her arms around him and softly murmuring. The handkerchief was intentionally left behind, holding the cherished one tightly. Yao Guang closed his eyes, rendered speechless. These days of traveling alongside the Prince of Yin had left him with few opportunities to converse with Qing Lian, and her overt expression of affection filled him with elation. In a few days, I shall inform the prince that the formation has failed. Qing Lian nodded, very well. Upon leaving Yao Guang's chamber, Qing Lian shed tears. Yao Guang, we will await that day. We shall surely retreat from this world together and live the life we desire. However, I am currently bound, yet I shall persevere. When this matter concludes, wherever you are, I shall be there too. The failure of the 7 arrows of the nail head left the Prince of Yin in a state of helplessness, although Yu Hing discerned the underlying truth among the 7. Only Yao Guang and Yu Hing himself had perceived that Yao Guang had intentionally allowed the failure to occur. Yao Guang repeated the words of retreat to Qing Lian once more, and Yu Hing admired Qing Lian immensely. This matter was thus suppressed, although they did not directly take Zhu Yunwen's life with the 7 arrows of Nailhead. The 7 still utilized their skills to assist and finally broke into the palace, forcing Zhu Yunwen down from his position. Unfortunately, Zhu Yunwen managed to escape amidst the chaos, vanishing without a trace. Although they failed to kill Zhu Yunwen, the Yin King ascended to the throne, and the 7 were honored as meritorious ministers. Ordinarily, they would be rewarded with official titles in the court, but the 7 were already eager to depart, only wishing for Yao Guang to marry Qing Lian and retire in peace. Yao Guang believed his wish was within reach, leading his brothers to kneel before the Yin King. We 7 brothers seek no reward, only the emperor's blessing for our marriage. Oh, I wonder if you have someone in mind, but do not hesitate to speak. Qing Lian, the Yin King. No, the Yongle emperor suddenly tensed, unable to utter another word for a moment. Yao Guang exchanged glances with Yu Hong, already sensing impending doom. Indeed, the Yongle emperor spoke. Yao Guang, you are a noble leader of my imperial guard, having rendered great service. If you wish to take a wife, you may choose from any daughter of a minister within the harem, but Qing Lian is off limits. These words made Yao Guang's heart sink. The other 6 were struck as if by thunder. Tian Quan, with a fiery temperament, boldly asked, Qing Lian is unmarried and unattached. What is wrong with her marrying my elder brother? Zhu Di smiled with malice. Qing Lian is a woman I have set my sights on. Tian Quan found himself at a loss for words. He was the emperor, and this woman belonged to him. Who would dare to voice dissent? Tian Ji, sensing the precariousness of the situation, immediately tugged at Tian Quan to silence him. It is said that serving the ruler is akin to being with a tiger. While Zhu Di had not yet ascended, they were his close attendants, but once he took the throne, that closeness would dissipate. Yao Guang's heart burned like a raging fire. Yu Hong, seeing the situation deteriorate, pleaded, Your Majesty, please forgive us. We were unaware of the circumstances and acted with great presumption. No matter. Do not mention this matter again. Zhu Di's expression finally softened a bit. Yao Guang was escorted out of the imperial study by Yu Hong and Tian Ji. He finally understood why Qing Lian had prevented him from using the 7 arrows of Nailhead. It was precisely for this day. Yao Guang realized he could no longer remain by Zhu Di's side. The 7 contemplated leaving. Kai Yang, however, had a clear thought. Elder brother, let us exit the palace first, then join Qing Lian and elope. With our 7 skills, we can easily use our illusions to evade this old emperor and enjoy our freedom. Indeed, Tian Quan gruffly agreed. If it weren't for the sake of fulfilling your union with Qing Lian, why would we serve this Yin King? Now that he has become emperor, he has turned his back on us. He has not even inquired if Qing Lian wishes to marry him. She is not a woman who covets power and wealth. Be cautious, walls have ears, Tian Shu warned. Our priority now is to escape. His soft-spoken demeanor contrasted his loyalty to the Jiangwen emperor until he found him. He could not find peace. He masked his ambitions under the pretense of restoring the rightful ruler, while the world knew he had usurped his nephew's position. Yao Guang said, "At present, my request for marriage may have already caused a rift in his heart. The sooner we act, the better. Let us take the initiative and leave the palace to seek out the Jiangwen emperor." Kaiyang replied, "That is a splendid idea. As for my sister, I shall explain the situation to her. On the day we depart the palace, I will ensure she meets us, while the old emperor remains unsuspecting. We shall all leave together." With this plan agreed upon, the 7 of them sprang into action. The next day, Yao Guang proactively requested to leave the palace to find the Jiangwen emperor. The day prior, Zhu Di had dismissed Yao Guang's request, assuming she was merely heartbroken. The notion of seeking the Jiangwen emperor was indeed a matter of crucial importance to him, and he readily acquiesced. Kaiyang then sought out Qinglian, revealing the entire scheme, to which Qinglian also readily agreed. On the day of their departure from the palace, outside the 10-mile-long pavilion, Yao Guang anxiously awaited, hoping for Qinglian's swift arrival. Kaiyang even ran more than 10 miles ahead, checking if Qinglian had encountered any delays. Along the way, only passing horse teams could be seen, and the absence of any female figure led Yao Guang's hope to gradually fade. Tianquan remarked, "Could it be that the old emperor has discovered our plan? This would spell disaster. Miss Qinglian may be risking her life." "Tianquan, your silence does not render you mute," retorted Tian Shu angrily. "Could you not utter something more palatable? I speak the truth. Miss Qinglian is precisely the person the old emperor desires. If she attempts to flee and is discovered, it would mean death." Yao Guang could no longer contain herself. "I must return to find her. Since she has promised to leave the palace, I trust her." She turned to mount her horse when the sound of approaching hooves drew near. However, it was not Qinglian, but one of the close attendants of the Prince of Yan. Dismounting, she presented a letter, stating, "The Princess of Yan has instructed me to deliver this letter to the commander. Do you know the whereabouts of Miss Qinglian? The young lady left the palace last night and has not been seen since." The guard's words were rehearsed. The Princess of Yan said that upon reading this letter, "The commander will understand the situation, and I shall take my leave." Yao Guang opened the letter, and there was no doubt it was in Qinglian's handwriting. Kaiyang leaned closer, asking, "What does my sister say in the letter?" "She has urgent matters to attend to outside the palace and cannot meet us today. She will join us 3 days hence at Baxianzan." Yao Guang's heart settled. Excellent. I knew my sister would not be untrustworthy. Kaiyang rejoiced prematurely, for 3 days later. At Baxianzan, they still awaited Qinglian, who seemed to drift away like a floating reed in a stream, uncertain of her destination. Yao Guang clutched the square handkerchief, sitting vacantly on the thoroughfare into the town, accompanied by Kaiyang. Since Qinglian had missed their appointed time, her brother spoke even less. "Sister, she has promised, and I must trust her. One day, I will understand everything, and that day may very well be when we leave this world together." Yao Guang gazed at the handkerchief in her hand. "I cannot believe she would deceive me. Therefore, I choose to believe she has encountered misfortune. Kaiyang, I must return to the palace. I must inquire of the Princess of Yan. She is soon to become the Empress," Kaiyang murmured. "Regardless of whether she is the Princess of Yan or the Empress, she must know where Qinglian has gone. She and Qinglian are sisters." Yao Guang rose to his feet and declared, "Kaiyang, I must return to the palace for a brief visit. This journey is unofficial, so you shall remain here for the time being. If circumstances turn unfavorable, make your swift escape." "Kaiyang, I shall accompany you," he replied with a smile. "After all, I have always been your steadfast companion." "You have grown up," Yao Guang responded. "There will come a day when you must make your own decisions. From now on, I shall bear the consequences of my actions alone, without dragging you into peril." Kaiyang wished to protest, but Yao Guang swiftly struck the back of his head with the palm of his hand, causing him to collapse onto Yao Guang's shoulder. As he patted his back, Yao Guang remarked, "Dear brother, in the past, you and the others sought your beloved for my sake, willingly becoming subservient. How could I possibly lead you into danger now?" Yao Guang was confident that Yu Heng and Tian Xian were reasonable individuals who would manage the situation, preventing the others from acting recklessly. He escorted Kaiyang back to the inn and then set off alone, stealthily re-entering the imperial palace. It would be inaccurate to say he was sneaking in. The 7 of them had not yet severed ties with Zhu Di, and the token still held its power. However, Yao Guang had no intention of meeting Zhu Di upon his return. Instead, he headed directly towards the residence of the Princess of Yan. As Yao Guang brazenly intruded, a palace maid immediately screamed, But the Princess of Yin quickly covered her mouth and instructed, "Do not utter a sound. Step outside and send the guards away." "Understood, Your Highness." The maid's eyes reflected confusion, and with a sly blink, she slowly retreated. Since the princess had yet to ascend to the position of empress, the maids referred to her as Your Highness out of both sentiment and reason. She was, aside from Qing Lian, the princess's most trusted attendant. With a wave of her hand, the palace maids and guards stationed outside fell silent and withdrew in unison. Yet, the maid herself, with a glint in her eye, did not leave. Yao Guang was aware that she remained, but he could not afford to concern himself with her. He swiftly got to the point. "Your Highness, I have waited at Baxian town for these past days, but Qing Lian has not arrived. Do you know where she might be?" The Princess of Yin remained silent, though a cryptic smile graced her lips. "Do you comprehend the consequences of taking a woman favored by the emperor out of the palace? You would be opposing him." Yao Guang replied with conviction, "I am fully aware of the repercussions." "You possess great courage," the Princess of Yin sighed. "Yet, alas, Yao Guang, as you enter the inner palace, all the women therein will be captivated by your presence. Should you desire, countless hearts would willingly offer themselves to you. In this palace, aside from the emperor, who else possesses such allure but you? Why, then, are you so resolute in your affection for a single Qing Lian?" Her words carried hidden meanings, and Yao Guang's expression stiffened. "What do you imply, Your Highness?" The Princess of Yin sighed again. "Yao Guang, you and Qing Lian share a deep connection, do you not?" "Indeed," he affirmed. "The handkerchief she gave me is a token of our love." "How lamentable," she coldly scoffed. "A man like you could fall for her deception." At her words, Yao Guang's entire being tensed, but a voice within urged him to seek clarity before drawing conclusions. The Princess of Yin, noting his furrowed brow, set down her cup, the tea within now cold. "She is my sister, and thus, I know her affairs all too well. Her schemes run deep. Do you not wonder why the emperor suddenly took an interest in her? When did Zhu Di first take notice of Qing Lian?" Upon deep reflection, Yao Guang felt a jolt in her heart. Zhu Di was indeed a man of profound schemes. Throughout the entire affair, he had managed to remain undetected, even by Yu Hong, whose discerning nature surpassed that of the other six. On that day in the imperial study, Zhu Di's words had left Yu Hong utterly astonished. In retrospect, the most evident manifestation of Zhu Di's interest was during the day when he sparred with Qing Lian. His excitement was palpable, his gaze lingering upon her for an extended period. Could it be that this sentiment had already taken root at that moment, or perhaps even earlier? "I am his woman, and I am acutely aware of his intentions." The voice of the Princess of Yin turned ominous. "His ultimate goal is the throne." After his elder brother's demise, he initially believed victory was assured, only to be surprised that the founding emperor passed the mantle to his grandson rather than his son. Men, after all, harbor their own ambitions. At that time, even if he had such feelings, they would have been suppressed by his aspirations, leaving me as the sole woman by his side, the one who would strategize for him, akin to another version of himself. Thus, even though Qing Lian might flaunt herself before him, I remained unfazed. After all, she is my sister. Yao Guang firmly denied this. Qing Lian is certainly not that kind of person. Hence, I ask you, how well do you truly know Qing Lian? Are you aware of her origins and her aspirations? The Princess of Yin scoffed. Since ancient times, one may know a person's face, but not their heart. You may believe you understand her, yet the layer you perceive may merely be a fade. Yao Guang, I lament your grace and profound sentiments. I speak candidly out of my grievances. My dearest sister has seduced my husband. I care not how many women he has. I only know one thing. He is my husband alone. I do not believe it. A smile curled at the corners of Yao Guang's lips. Women, driven by jealousy, often distort their perceptions. Though your highness is a woman of immense value, you may find it difficult to escape this law. Is that so? The Princess of Yin, rather than being angered, was delighted. I did not expect Yao Guang to be so naive. If you knew that our initial encounter on the mountain was merely a part of our scheme, concocted by none other than Qing Lian herself, would you still hold your ground? Yao Guang replied with a smile. The events of that time were indeed serendipitous. Among my 7 brothers, Yu Heng's keen intellect had long discerned the underlying intricacies. This was a trap. We were lured into the game, ensnared in a bandit's lair. What ordinary brigand would know to use iron heart grass to ensnare us 7? Only someone aware of our identities as Maoshan sorcerers would orchestrate such an act. Given that we stumbled upon a black shop by mere chance, yet encountered such meticulous arrangements, Does that not strike you as peculiar? Seeing the Princess of Yin remain silent, Yao Guang continued. The subsequent events were even more coincidental. Qing Lian fortuitously rescued Kai Yang, and the couple of Yin found themselves ensnared in the bandits' den as well. Though my brothers wander the rivers and lakes, matters of the palace are also part of that world. His Highness the Prince of Yin is surrounded by experts. After all, the Emperor Jiangwen's advisors had repeatedly conspired to assassinate him. The prince, having sought martial experts from the Jianghu, how could he so easily fall into a bandit's trap? The Princess of Yin lifted her teacup, took a sip, and realized the tea had grown cold. Yet, she did not hasten to set it down. With a faint smile, she slowly returned the cup. This is precisely why the Emperor has taken notice of you, though credit must be given to Qing Lian. She is indeed exceptionally talented. Yao Guang spoke. My 7 companions entered this game of their own volition. I have no words to offer. At present, I implore you, my lady, to reveal to me the whereabouts of Qing Lian. She is absent from the palace, and the Emperor has been searching for her these past few days. The Princess of Yin replied, if I cannot produce her, I too cannot absolve myself. The Emperor wields great power, but even if he were to take my life, I am powerless. The past few days have been unusually tranquil. Perhaps the Emperor has come to understand Qing Lian's true nature. Chapter 83. The predicament. Yao Guang was struck with trepidation. Indeed, a woman's jealousy is a fearsome force, akin to a fire that can consume her very essence. Yet, the Princess of Yin harbors a profound love for Jade. He is but her husband, and it is likely that her thoughts dwell solely on this. Yao Guang refrained from passing judgment upon her, for his sole concern was the fate of Qing Lian. Where could she possibly be, and was she safe? Yao Guang feared that the princess might act against Qing Lian, for the intrigues of the inner palace are notorious, and though he had not experienced them firsthand, the tales he had heard were nothing short of chilling. She has left the palace. If my conjecture is correct, she has gone in search of Zhu Yunwen. The Princess of Yin rose gracefully and approached a side cabinet, where she retrieved a finely crafted silver lock. Upon opening it, she revealed a redwood box adorned with gold and jade. Inside lay a letter. This item I have yet to present to the Emperor. Otherwise, she would have long since been unable to leave the palace. The letter was placed in Yao Guang's hands, and as he unfolded it, the handwriting was unfamiliar, certainly not that of Qing Lian. Yet, the contents chilled his heart. Is Qing Lian a spy sent by Zhu Yunwen? If you doubt this, I have witnesses. Shall I summon them to substantiate my claim? The princess spoke with unwavering confidence. Indeed, I harbor resentment towards her. I envy her ability to capture my husband's gaze. She nearly usurped my position, and upon discovering her habitual excursions each month, I had her followed. Yao Guang was taken aback. The usually amiable princess possessed a profound cunning. This is merely the surface, the princess asserted solemnly. Since she is suspect, I must investigate thoroughly. Alas, she is not so easily apprehended. It was only yesterday that I received this message via carrier pigeon, but regrettably, she has already left the palace. And I was one step too late. The correspondence indicated that Qing Lian had engaged with Zhu Yunwen's former officials. Since Zhu Di's ascension, he had nearly eradicated the old ministers, yet a few managed to escape his wrath. With this information, Zhu Di would undoubtedly rage, and the fate of Qing Lian could be easily surmised. Yao Guang, I must inquire, was the failure of the 7 arrows letter truly due to your inadequacy? Or was Qing Lian an impediment? The princess questioned earnestly. It was indeed my inadequacy, Yao Guang admitted. Throughout history, few have mastered the craft of the 7 arrows letter. Zhuge Liang is one such exception, and the consequence of employing such a tactic led to his early demise, underscoring the formidable nature of the formation. Unfazed, Yao Guang continued. At that time, I merely sought success with a single strike. Regrettably, I failed. Since the princess is unaware of Qing Lian's whereabouts, I shall take my leave. Yao Guang had already heard the sound of infantry marching steadily towards him. It appeared that the palace maid he had overheard could no longer contain her excitement, hastening to report to Zhu Di about the recent accomplishments. His clandestine plan to elope with Qing Lian had evidently crossed Zhu Di's threshold of tolerance, leading to an inevitable rupture between the 7 and Zhu Di. Fortunately, the other 6 brothers had already managed to relocate. As Yao Guang finished speaking, he employed a clever ruse to nonchalantly pass by the contingent of guards. It seemed the emperor was indeed enraged, dispatching his personal guard, each member meticulously selected from the ranks of martial arts elites. Upon exiting the palace, and for the sake of safety, Yao Guang discreetly signaled to his brothers to move, before proceeding to the secret rendezvous of the seven. This meeting place was a tomb, known only to the seven of them. It was not intended as a permanent refuge, but rather a temporary gathering point in times of crisis. Yao Guang treaded cautiously, and upon reaching the tomb, he found the six brothers had indeed arrived. Kai Yang rushed over upon seeing Yao Guang, exclaiming, "Big brother, you have finally come." Tian Xin chuckled. "We have merely arrived an hour early. What transpired? Where has Miss Qing Lian gone?" Tian Shu inquired. "All I know is that she has left the palace. Zhu Di will likely not let her off easily. According to the Princess of Yan, Qing Lian is a spy sent by Zhu Yunwen to the residence of the Prince of Yan. Her fate now hangs in uncertainty." Tian Quan suddenly fell silent, realizing, "No wonder Miss Qing Lian urged you so fervently against using the nail-headed 7 arrows technique. If she is indeed a spy sent by Zhu Yunwen, everything falls into place." Kai Yang blinked, struggling to comprehend why Qing Lian, whom he regarded as a sister, would choose such a path. Nevertheless, what mattered most to him, as well as to Yao Guang, was her whereabouts and safety. Is it possible she is currently searching for you, or has she gone to find Zhu Yunwen? Dreadful. No one knows where Zhu Yunwen is at this moment. How can such a short-lived emperor vanish so completely? Yao Guang remained silent, secretly yearning for answers as well. A sudden thought flickered through his mind, and he resolutely stated, "Brothers, I have an uninvited request." "We anticipated this. Please, go on," Yuheng grunted. "If you do not make this decision now, we six will look down upon you." True to their bond forged in the fires of hardship, the brothers understood Yao Guang's intentions. Even Kai Yang, the latest to join their ranks, had tears welling in his eyes, as if he had foreseen Yao Guang's thoughts. Instead of speaking further, Yao Guang produced a map from his belongings. "What you may not know is that I have been planning a course of action for when we part ways with Zhu Di. I have hidden some provisions in this location to ensure that you six brothers will be provided for in the future. Moreover, this place is where we seven agreed to be buried together after death." Kai Yang murmured, "Before we all pass, we must go there. The last to die will see to the funerals of the preceding brothers, severing ties here, so that we seven remain united forever." Anticipating their impending farewell, tears streamed down Kai Yang's face. "What are you crying about?" Tian Quan retorted angrily. "This is merely a parting, not a final farewell." Kai Yang wiped his tears and smiled. "Indeed, indeed." As Yao Guang placed the map into Yuheng's hands, he spoke, "Amongst us brothers, your thoughts are the most unified. You shall take the lead in this matter. What shall we do with the armor after our demise?" Tian Quan chuckled. "Indeed. Though that armor was crafted by that scoundrel Zhu Di, it was the idea of Lady Qinglian. Truly impressive. Worry not. I shall place the coffin and armor there in advance, concealing them with a ruse." Yuheng replied, "The seven of us have always supported one another, never abandoning our comrades. Focus on what you must do." "Thank you," Yao Guang responded. At that moment, a commotion arose outside. "I shall investigate," Tian Quan declared. Moments later, he returned, stating that someone had intruded, appearing rather suspicious. Dressed as a farmer, yet the calluses on his hands were misplaced. Tian Quan pointed to his own thumb. "Only those who wield a sword would develop a callus here. He is likely a scout sent by Zhu Di. Judging by his demeanor, he seems to have stumbled in inadvertently. I doubt an ordinary person possesses the ability to reach this place. What shall we do, brother?" "Leave this to me," Yao Guang said. Upon hearing this, the other six fell silent, and Kai Yang's sobs resumed. Soon, someone slapped him on the back, exclaiming, "What are you crying about? It's utterly annoying." Yao Guang chuckled. "No gathering lasts forever. Let us depart." Kai Yang was dragged out, and the intruder finally descended, peering cautiously. Yao Guang did not rush to confront him, but instead took out paper and brush, a smile gracing his face as he began to draw. In a moment, a woman by the river, scooping water, sprang to life on the paper. Gazing upon his creation, listening to the sounds of the intruder outside, and contemplating Zhu Di's treacherous intentions, Yao Guang hung the drawing on the wall before opening the door to the secret chamber, retreating to the side. The scout, indeed sneaky, entered, unaware he had wandered into a realm of death. Upon seeing the door wide open, he rubbed his hands together, thinking, "The emperor has decreed a reward of 1,000 taels for the capture of the seven or Qinglian. This could secure my future." He hunched over and stepped into the chamber, only to hear a booming laughter from behind him. "Welcome to your doom. Please, make yourself comfortable inside." Chapter 84. The tea grows cold as the door to the secret chamber closed. The intruder's earlier joy was swiftly replaced by dread upon hearing the chilling screams from within. Yao Guang stood beside the wall, gazing at the drawing. Qinglian, whether you live or perish, I must find you. You must fulfill your promise. You are a scout, and I hold no ill will. Await my return. Leaving behind the artwork and the trapped scout in the secret chamber, Yao Guang stepped out of the tomb. A slight smile played on his lips. Indeed, brothers united in heart. Unbeknownst to him, as the other 6 departed, they had exerted every effort to lay down a veil of deception, leaving but a single gap for Yao Guang to fill. Thus, the place became invisible to all, a formation embodying their brotherly bond. With a deep sigh, Yao Guang closed his eyes and reflected. To have brothers like these is more than enough. Completing the final gap in the rouge, the illusion now secured, it would remain effective for at least 1,000 years. This was once the gathering place of brothers, and now, they bid it a temporary farewell. Yao Guang was resolute in his quest to find Qinglian. He returned to Baxian town, changed his attire, and waited. 6 months swiftly passed, yet Qinglian had not returned. Several times, ominous thoughts crept into his mind. But he refused to believe that the gentle, smiling woman was truly gone from this world. No matter the cost, even if he had to traverse the vast expanse of the Central Plains, he would seek her out. Jade had not relinquished his pursuit of the 7 individuals. He sought Zhu Yunwen and the rest, not merely because Yao Guang audaciously attempted to take away the woman he coveted, but also because these 7 possessed knowledge of too many of his secrets. They had to be eradicated completely. Consequently, Jade secretly recruited assassins from among the populace, issuing a warrant for their capture. Alas, after much ado, the 7 vanished without a trace. Fortunately, they did not stir any trouble, and with the passage of time, Jade cast them from his mind, treating them as though they had never existed. The enigmatic figures of Mao Shan and the Big Dipper withdrew from the world of martial arts. He spared these 7, but he did not spare the Yanjun princess, who had shared life and death with him. That night, a little palace maid who had eavesdropped began to scheme, reporting to Jade that the Yanjun princess had clandestinely met with Yao Guang, disclosing their entire conversation. Little did she know, the thoughts of a sovereign are not to be recklessly interpreted. The maid, filled with self-satisfaction at having seized an opportunity, was ordered by Jade to be beaten to death, and Yao Guang was to be apprehended. On that day, as Yao Guang and the Big Dipper sought Qinglian, Jade's heart simmered with rage. Since the day Qinglian entered the Yanjun palace, she had captured his heart. Were it not for his father's decision, would he have married that cunning woman? Yet, in Yao Guang's presence, this woman dared to vilify Qinglian. What if Qinglian were indeed a spy sent by Zhu Yunwen? The woman Jade desired was one he would claim. Jade entered the presence of the Yanjun princess. No, in a few days, she would be bestowed the title of Yanjun consort. As for the empress, that hope was beyond her reach. The emperor arrived, and the Yanjun princess sat there, holding a cup of tea that had long since gone cold. Indeed, as people depart, the tea grows cold, she remarked. Yao Guang had come. Jade merely coldly uttered 4 words in response. The Yanjun princess looked up at Jade, noting the growing dominance in his expression. Was he not handsome? No, he could not compare to Yao Guang. It was said that his mother had not even left him a name. There were too many children of the founding emperor for him to bestow paternal affection upon each. Jade, this man, knew nothing of love. Seeing the smile of the Yanjun princess, Jade was somewhat taken aback. What makes you smile? He inquired. I smile at your misfortune, she replied. The Yanjun princess raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Whether they stemmed from laughter or a premonition of her fate, they revealed a profound sorrow. The Yanjun princess had her own name, Qijin. As the eldest daughter of the Duke of Wei, countless noble suitors had cast their affections upon her. Yet, she only held affection for this prince, who was not particularly favored by the founding emperor. Some had remarked that the Yanjun prince possessed a fierce temperament. To her, however, it embodied the ambition and assertiveness a man should possess. She admired him and devoted herself entirely to this man. Upon their first encounter, this man rode with a certain gallantry that captivated her. His cold visage rarely bore a smile, and his brows were often furrowed, yet he still managed to draw her gaze, causing her heart to race like a startled fawn. It was said that he exerted great effort to please his father, the emperor, which evoked a sense of sympathy within her, leading her to contemplate approaching her father to propose marriage to him. Therefore, when she learned that the emperor had betrothed her to the Prince of Yan, Designating her as his primary consort, Qi felt as though the heavens had favored her, responding to her unspoken desires. The prince, however, held no affection for her. This was, in part, due to the emperor's decree. On their wedding night, his attention was fixed upon her maid, Qinglian. Qinglian had grown up alongside her, having been orphaned and adopted by an old subordinate of her father's. At 11, they had forged a bond that was profound and enduring. Qinglian possessed a serene demeanor that instilled peace in those around her, always wearing a smile. Her father had once remarked that Qinglian embodied the elegance of a lotus blossoming untainted from the mud, and to grow up with such a friend was indeed a blessing. But now, that sentiment had soured. The man she cherished most turned his gaze towards her sister, his eyes filled with admiration. From childhood, Qinglian had always been the one to receive accolades, and though she herself was drawn to Qinglian, agreeing to accompany her as a dowry, her feelings had drastically shifted. Jade treated her well, yet this affection remained superficial. She found herself longing for Qinglian to reach the age of 18, so she could leave the residence and relieve herself of her anxieties. Fortunately, Qinglian seemed to harbor little interest in Jade, often evading his gaze, which served as her only solace. Jade was indeed an ambitious man, and this ambition afforded her a temporary sense of security, alleviating her fears that he might become entangled in the allure of beauty. However, since seizing the throne, everything had changed. His gaze towards Qinglian grew increasingly unabashed, and she could sense that impending changes loomed. Now, faced with this furious man, her heart felt as if it had grown cold, like a cup of tea left to cool. The words she had suppressed finally erupted. "I find it amusing that you are so pitiable. Do not refer to me as you. I possess my own name. Do not call me princess or yin consort. I am aware that you have no intention of allowing me to ascend to the position of empress. Your chosen one has always been Qinglian, has it not?" The princess of Yin laughed until tears streamed down her cheeks. "In truth, I had anticipated this. You have occupied this position without naming an empress, leaving the harem leaderless. Even the ministers have petitioned. I am acutely aware of your schemes. But now, she has departed. Not only has she left, but she has also been sent by Zhu Yunwen as a spy. How utterly ludicrous that you have fallen for your adversary." Jade, surprisingly unperturbed, clasped his hands behind his back, allowing the princess of Yin to revel in her laughter until it was replaced by sobs. Jade chuckled. "In truth, you are mistaken. I remember your name, yet you strive too ardently to be my sole woman. Throughout history, which emperor has confined himself to one consort among 3,000? In comparison to Qinglian, you do not even measure up to the slightest dust. However, you have indeed surmised one aspect correctly. The position of the empress is reserved for Qinglian. Unexpected events have transpired, and thus, congratulations are in order. The throne now belongs to you." The princess of Yin lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at the man before her. His voice bore no trace of emotion. In truth, she had long been aware of this man's nature, one who survives by treading upon the edge of a blade. His sole obsessions are two, the throne and Qinglian. What am I, if not a mere pawn? Is the title of empress truly sufficient? The position of empress is yours, yet the place in my heart remains forever unattainable for you." Jade sneered. "I have heard that the third daughter of the Duke of Wei is your sister, known as Miaojin. Is that not so?" Upon hearing her sister's name, the princess of Yin trembled. "What do you intend to do?" Chapter 85. The fate of Calamity. It is said that she possesses both beauty and grace, and now, with Qinglian gone, your solitude within the palace must be palpable. Why not allow me to marry her and bring her into the palace, bestowing upon her a title? That way, the two sisters could keep each other company. Jade's mocking tone cut through the air. "What? Do you not wish to express your gratitude?" The expression on the princess of Yan's face was exceedingly complex. In that moment, she finally comprehended the terrifying nature of this man. He had discerned her vulnerability and plunged an invisible dagger deep into her heart, leaving her wounded without bloodshed. Yet the pain was excruciating, as if she were on the brink of death. The princess of Yin did not ascend to the anticipated role of Yinfei. She claimed the title of empress, but fell gravely ill, her body unable to rise again. No one truly understood what this title symbolized for her. It was a mark of humiliation. With every utterance of empress, her heart was pierced anew. Human hearts are not forged of iron. Ultimately, she succumbed to illness, and 5 years later, she breathed her last. Yaoguang learned of this news amidst the national mourning following the deaths of the emperor, empress, the retired emperor, and the Empress Dowager. The entire nation was engulfed in grief, mourning for the loss of their rulers. The death of the Empress served as a stark reminder to Yao Guang that 5 years had elapsed during which he had gained nothing. Yet, these 5 years also marked a turning point. Yao Guang resolved to abandon his direct pursuit of Qinglian and instead redirected his efforts towards finding Zhu Yunwen. This shift was the most unwelcome of tasks for him, for Qinglian had always remained by Zhu Yunwen's side. If she were still among the living, would she have sought him out? Did she know he had been desperately searching for her? It is said that Zhu Yunwen's escape from the palace was a trap laid long ago by the founding emperor. He had foreseen the day when the Prince of Yan would seize the throne. A pivotal figure in this foresight was Lu Bowen. As Yao Guang pondered this, he discerned the path he must take in his search. Lu Bowen, bestowed the title of Duke of Integrity by the founding emperor, was renowned for his unparalleled prophecies. Upon ascending to the throne, the founding emperor adhered to the creed that those not of our clan must have differing hearts, a principle that all emperors historically upheld. Unfortunately, under the founding emperor, this belief intensified, leading to harsh treatment of the founding ministers. Initially, the first to be dealt with was the power-hungry Chancellor Li Shanchong, who harbored envy towards Lu Bowen. Consequently, Zhu Yuanzhang chose Lu Bowen as the instrument of his designs. Lu Bowen was acutely aware of the implications. The founding emperor's actions were a means to establish precedent while testing his loyalty. He feared that should this precedent be set, the lives of many founding ministers would soon be forfeit. Lu Bowen withdrew entirely, and the following year, he promptly requested to retire, completely distancing himself from this realm of strife. In truth, it was not the intention of the founding emperor to bestow upon him the title of Earl of Sincerity, a position of little significance. The emperor genuinely wished for Lu Bowen to become the prime minister, for he had saved the emperor on numerous perilous occasions. Without his intervention, the emperor might have met an untimely demise before ascending to the throne. Yet, those who see through the facade of reality and possess true insight are seldom afforded high positions. If he orchestrated everything, finding him would reveal Zhu Yunwen's whereabouts. Such a detached individual, where could he possibly conceal himself? Yao Guang had his own methods, namely the 9 stars divine spell. To locate Lu Bowen, a man of transcendent wisdom, would require extraordinary effort. For instance, when it comes to drawing talismans, the Dragon Boat Festival is the most auspicious time for such practices. Although there are 4 specific days each year deemed unfavorable for drawing talismans: the 9th day of the 3rd lunar month, the 2nd day of the 6th lunar month, the 6th day of the 9th lunar month, and the 2nd day of the 12th lunar month. Should one attempt to draw talismans on these days, not only would they be ineffective, but they could also be detrimental. The hours of Z or High are the most propitious for conducting rituals. Yao Guang, determined to find Lu Bowen and seek clarity, had previously summoned the Yin soldiers, specifically the judge of the underworld, indicating that Lu Bowen still lived among the mortals. Having made all necessary preparations, at the most opportune hour of Z, Yao Guang placed a blank yellow talisman upon the altar and recited fervently, with the aid of the flying clouds and the ascendance of the purple stars, "Guide me to knowledge of all earthly matters." As he spoke, it seemed as if ink was moving upon the blank talisman, a crimson hue spreading across its surface until it ultimately stilled. To Yao Guang, this talisman, resembling a ghostly inscription, was a source of immense joy, for the red markings indicated the location of Lu Bowen. This was a directional talisman, and upon receiving it, Yao Guang was elated. Convinced that Qinglian would soon reappear before him, Lu Bowen had never traversed the underworld, nor had Qinglian. Otherwise, he would not have spent these years in relentless pursuit. The elderly man, with flowing white hair, toiling leisurely in a tea field, might seem like an ordinary farmer at first glance, with his soiled calves splattered with mud, far removed from the esteemed Earl of Sincerity. Yao Guang stood behind him, yet he did not turn around, instead humming a gentle tune. Once his labor was complete, he turned to find Yao Guang kneeling on the ground. Surely he, being a master of divination, could not be unaware of a visitor's arrival today. Why not come to my humble abode for a cup of tea? The Earl of Sincerity brushed off the dirt from his attire and extended a hand to help Yao Guang rise. It seems one cannot escape their fate. The words "cannot escape fate" sent a shiver through Yao Guang's heart. The Earl of Sincerity was profound and inscrutable, far beyond the comprehension of a mere junior like him. Living alone in a bamboo cottage on the mountainside, surrounded by a babbling brook and bamboo groves, created a serene ambience. A bamboo table was placed in front of the cottage, upon which a pot of hot tea had already been brewed, ready for consumption. Yao Guang, burning with urgency, implored, "Esteemed elder, you possess remarkable foresight. Surely you know the purpose of my visit?" The Earl of Sincerity cast a glance at Yao Guang. "A talented youth. Should you choose to abandon your quest now, it is not too late." "No, I shall never give up," Yao Guang declared resolutely. "Even if it means facing my fate, I am willing." Cheng Yibo took a sip of tea and sighed. "So be it. Fate is an inescapable calamity." Understanding the gravity of his words, Yao Guang finally comprehended the essence of Cheng Yibo's sentiment. In this quaint village, the pure lotus he had long sought lay upon the bed, her head tilted to one side. After 5 years, she had inexplicably acquired strands of white hair. The man seated beside her, preparing medicine, was none other than Zhu Yunwen, though the regal visage that adorned his face had faded considerably. "Yunwen, I fear my time is short," Qing Lian's voice resonated, the very voice he had yearned for day and night. Yet, Yao Guang found himself hesitant to intrude. His fists clenched, for this couple appeared undeniably affectionate. Particularly the way she uttered Yunwen, prompting Yao Guang to shut his eyes. Indeed, 5 years had wrought significant change. "I once vowed that if you departed, I would not linger in this world." Cheng Yibo had long prepared for the aftermath of his passing. Tears cascaded down Zhu Yunwen's cheeks. "If you leave, I shall follow you. Do you recall the promise you made to me?" Qing Lian's head drooped further, her strength visibly waning. Though her countenance remained reminiscent of her youth, it bore the marks of weariness, and she gazed at Zhu Yunwen with eyes full of remorse. "I have wronged you. It was my own choice, willingly made." "Despite your clarity in conveying the truth," she continued. Zhu Yunwen wiped away his tears, forcing a smile. "To walk hand in hand with you in death, I would harbor no regrets. There is something I must reveal to you, a truth that may remain unknown to all others." Qing Lian summoned her remaining strength, suddenly coughing, blood trickling from her lips. This sight sent Zhu Yunwen into a state of alarm, and without a moment's thought, he used his sleeve to wipe away the crimson from her mouth. Qing Lian pressed his hand gently, urging him, "Listen to me. Time is of the essence." "Very well." Zhu Yunwen took a deep breath, striving to stem the flow of his tears. "Do you know why Cheng Yibo chose me?" Qing Lian asked. "He admired your pure heart, devoid of ambition. You are entirely unlike your grandfather, who possessed a malevolent spirit. You treat the palace maids as kin. Your gentle nature endearing you to Taizu, yet it also invites peril. The temperament of the Yan Wang mirrors that of Taizu, perhaps even surpassing it. Should Taizu decree you as heir, the Yan Wang would surely contest it." Thus, Cheng Yibo attempted to persuade Taizu to name the Yan Wang as successor. Alas, Taizu was resolute in his decision. Aware that fate was immutable, Cheng Yibo sought to awaken Taizu with the song of the burnt cake. But by the time Taizu gained insight, it was too late, and your ascension had become inevitable. Chapter 86. The curse fulfilled. Zhu Yunwen remained oblivious to these matters. In his initial desire for the throne, he had felt overwhelmed, lacking both the cunning of Taizu and the decisiveness required. If he were in command, he would resolutely reject the imperial crown. "I am indeed no fit candidate for emperor. The life I lead now suits me far better," he declared. "Cheng Yibo is a good man. He has done so much for me and brought me to you." Qing Lian smiled sadly. "You are also a good man. None possess a more benevolent heart than you. Cheng Yibo has shown me kindness, and I must repay that kindness. Do you truly know who I am? Are you not the sister of the Princess of Yan, adopted since childhood by the subordinates of the Duke of Wei? Indeed, that is a truth of sorts. Before being taken in by my father, I was merely a solitary orphan adrift in the world." Qing Lian suddenly lifted her gaze. "Do you see this?" Zhu Yunwen beheld scales at Qing Lian's throat. "This is what I wished to convey to you. Originally, I had the opportunity to share this with him, but alas, fate led us to miss one another. Now, you are the one I trust most. I fear my time is drawing to a close. And if I do not speak now, I may be left without the chance." Qing Lian pointed to the scales at her throat and declared, "These are dragon scales. Externally, I appear no different from you, yet my lineage is vastly distinct, for I possess the blood of the dragon clan within me." This revelation surpassed Zhu Yunwen's comprehension, yet he patiently listened to Qing Lian, understanding that time was of the essence. "I cannot elaborate on the dragon clan. Time does not permit it. Within me flows both human and dragon blood, which should have been harmless. However, the emergence of a reverse scale indicates that the dragon lineage is overpowering the human one. The force of the reverse scale is formidable. If I cannot master it, I shall be consumed by it. And what you see now is the inevitable consequence of my inability to exert control. Does that mean your early demise? Zhu Yunwen finally grasped why Qinglian had suffered from sudden illness over the past 2 years, with no one capable of healing her, watching her wither away day by day. Qinglian smiled bitterly. 10 years ago, I was destined to be a corpse. It was thanks to Uncle Qingyi that he intervened, temporarily restraining the might of the reverse scale. Alas, it is but a fleeting reprieve. Yet, I am grateful to him. Though I am a woman, I understand the importance of gratitude. My time is limited, and to repay this kindness, I have pledged to undertake a task for Uncle Qingyi. This task involves infiltrating the residence of the Prince of Yan? Zhu Yunwen deduced. Yes. Uncle Qingyi has orchestrated everything, ensuring that on the day the prince seizes power, you can depart safely. I am fated to share a bond with my adoptive father, and in this opportunity, I shall become acquainted with the Princess of Yan, thereby embedding myself within her circle. You are already aware of what transpired thereafter. Qinglian continued, regrettably. The force of the reverse scale that Uncle Qingyi once suppressed is now beyond control. He has stated that your lineage is secure, while I, destined to wander, must adhere to my fate. Do not act foolishly. Zhu Yunwen, his heart unburdened by concerns of the dragon clan, recognized that Qinglian was soon to depart from him. He had resolved in his mind, steadfast in his decision, and would not easily alter his course due to Qinglian's counsel. With a tearful smile, he replied, I understand. And I promise you, for 5 years, Yuheng has established a family and a thriving career, blessed with a clever and lively child. He had resigned himself to never seeing Yaoguang again, yet fate intervened when he stumbled upon Yaoguang, unconscious on the road. This unexpected reunion, though tinged with melancholy, was cause for celebration between brothers, regardless of its circumstances. However, Yuheng's concern deepened. Elder brother, what has transpired? I have employed the 7-star soul-locking formation. Yaoguang replied with a smile. Yuheng's expression darkened. Elder brother, the 7-star soul-locking formation exacts a toll on your life force. Who is worthy of such a sacrifice? No wonder your aura appears dim, and your vitality is in disarray. You are in grave danger. Allow me to heal you first by stabilizing your energy. No need. Yaoguang interjected, beckoning the bright child closer. What is your name? Yifu, the child responded upon approaching, calling Yaoguang foster father with surprising familiarity. Yaoguang was taken aback, while Yuheng explained. Since he was old enough to understand, I have told him he has a foster father named Yaoguang. He must have heard me mention your name just now. This child is naturally perceptive. His name is Qiaoxing. A peculiar thought flickered in Yaoguang's mind as he grasped Qiaoxing's hand. Qiaoxing, would you be willing to undertake a task for me? Otherwise, I could never depart willingly. I am willing, Qiaoxing replied, though puzzled by the request. Yet, he found himself moved by Yaoguang's fervent emotions, wholeheartedly agreeing. Yaoguang turned his gaze to Yuheng, who nodded, trusting that Yaoguang would not harm Qiaoxing. Yaoguang pricked his fingertip, pointing it to Qiaoxing's philtrum. A stream of energy surged from Yaoguang into the child. Yuheng gasped in alarm. His brother was casting a spell. Slowly, a golden seal began to form in Yaoguang's hand, taking the shape of a lotus flower. Understanding dawned on Yuheng. This was for Qinglian. The shape of the seal mirrored that on the handkerchief, a testament to the spell born from the heart. This curse was wrought from Yaoguang's very life essence. With a heavy heart, Yuheng closed his eyes, aware that Yaoguang was preparing to depart. Yaoguang poured every ounce of his resentment into Qiaoxing, shedding a tear as he lay there, gazing at Yuheng. With a final blink, he surrendered to eternal slumber. Qiaoxing felt no discomfort and turned to his father. Father, is Yifu tired? Has he fallen asleep? Yes, he has fallen asleep, Yuheng replied, lifting Qiaoxing into his arms. Can you hear Yifu's words? Father, Yifu did not speak, but I heard him say that one day, someone with the same birth date as he will understand his heart's intent. Qiaoxing added, Father, I feel like crying right now. For 5 years, Yuheng has established a family and a thriving career, blessed with a clever and lively child. He had thought he would never see Yaoguang again. Yet fate intervened, allowing him to encounter Yaoguang, who lay unconscious on the road. Although this reunion was tinged with melancholy, the mere fact that brothers met again was a cause for celebration, regardless of the circumstances of their meeting. However, Yuheng's concern deepened. Brother, what has happened to you? I employed the 7-star soul-locking array, Yaoguang replied with a smile. Yuheng's expression darkened. Brother, the The 7-star soul-locking array is known to diminish your lifespan. What person is so worthy of such a sacrifice? No wonder your energy is in disarray and your brow is darkened. You are in grave danger now. Allow me to heal you and stabilize your energy. No need, Yao Guang interjected, turning his gaze to the clever child. He beckoned him over. What is your name? Adoptive father. The child responded upon approaching, addressing Yao Guang as such, which took him by surprise. Yu Heng explained, since this child began to understand. I have told him he has an adoptive father named Yao Guang. He must have heard me call your name just now. This child is naturally astute. His name is Qiaoxing. Yao Guang felt a tightness in his chest as a peculiar thought crossed his mind. He grasped Qiaoxing's hand. Qiaoxing, would you be willing to do something for me? Otherwise, I cannot depart willingly. Chapter 87. The witness Yu Heng had long sensed that Yao Guang's condition was far from ordinary. Not only had he sacrificed his own lifespan by employing the 7-star soul-locking array, but his internal energies were completely disordered, recklessly swirling and spiraling out of control. What more did he intend to do? Yu Heng saw the flames of anger and the uncontrollable hatred reflected in his brother's eyes as he approached Qiaoxing. Qiaoxing, Yao Guang said, your adoptive father loved someone deeply, yet now harbors intense hatred for her. Would you be willing to assist your adoptive father? I am willing, Qiaoxing replied, though puzzled. Yet, he found himself moved by Yao Guang's fervent emotions, wholeheartedly agreeing despite his tender age. Yao Guang turned to Yu Heng, who nodded in trust, believing that Yao Guang would not harm Qiaoxing. Yao Guang bit his fingertip and touched Qiaoxing's philtrum, sending a flow of energy from his own body into the child. Yu Heng gasped in shock. His brother was casting a spell. Gradually, a golden seal began to form in Yao Guang's hand, taking the shape of a lotus flower. Suddenly, Yu Heng comprehended the purpose behind Yao Guang's actions. It was for Qinglian. The shape of the golden seal precisely mirrored that on the handkerchief. The curse was born from the heart, and this mark served as the clearest testament. This curse was forged with all of Yao Guang's life force. Yu Heng closed his eyes, knowing that his brother was preparing to part from him. Yao Guang poured all his resentment into Qiaoxing, shedding a tear as he lay there, gazing at Yu Heng. He blinked once and then closed his eyes for good. Qiaoxing felt no discomfort. He turned to his father and asked, Father, is my adoptive father tired? Has he fallen asleep? Yes, he has fallen asleep, Yu Heng replied, lifting Qiaoxing into his arms. Can you hear what your adoptive father has said? Father, my adoptive father did not speak, but I heard him say that one day, someone with the same birth date as him will understand his heart. Qiaoxing said, Father, I feel like crying right now. Yu Heng was momentarily taken aback. The essence of Yao Guang's sentiment had evidently seeped into Qiaoxing. Such a tender child was also affected by this emotion, and tears fell from Qiaoxing onto Yu Heng's shoulder. He murmured, we must slay those who possess the reverse scales. If she were not of the dragon lineage, none of this would have transpired. Yu Heng trembled, and Yueching's body quivered as well. Upon noticing Yueching's movement, Su Bai leaned in. Hey, young man, have you awakened? Yueching opened his eyes, which were bloodshot, as though they might bleed. This startled Su Bai, who exclaimed, what happened to your eyes? Are you unwell, suffering from conjunctivitis? Su Bai's jest did not elicit a retort from Yueching. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the Bodhi seed necklace around Su Bai's neck and reached out towards him. Su Bai instinctively reached back to assist him. Get up. I shall take you to the hospital. However, Yueching's hand bypassed his, delving toward his heart. Su Bai's eyes widened in shock as he looked down at his body. Yueching's hand had breached the flesh, penetrating directly to his chest. The skin was no barrier to him, and blood began to flow forth, trickling from his chest and cascading downward. In that moment, Su Bai felt as though his 180 IQ was utterly futile in comprehending how such force could manifest. He was left with a sense of horror, fear, disappointment, and sorrow. Surroundings faded into a sea of white. The face of Xuefan emerged before Su Bai, her exquisite features marred by an unusual expression of concern. He found himself reminiscing about his father and mother, cherishing the warmth of familial togetherness. The purity of white was enchanting. Su Bai's body grew slack, collapsing into Xuefan's embrace, blood staining her garments. The pink hue in her eyes became increasingly vivid as she turned her head, her dark hair transforming to white in an instant. Aunt, let me go? Take this young man to the hospital. It was by Ma Xuan, who was preparing to strike Yueching, but Yueching unexpectedly shattered the window and vanished without a trace. Xuefan, noticing Su Bai's waning strength, shouted fiercely at Bai Ma Xuan. Let him be. We must first assess this young man. Su Bai's chest was drenched in blood, and Xu Effin had sealed his vital points to stem the flow. Only then did Bai Moshuan realize that his aunt could not yet leave the antique shop. He scooped Su Bai into his arms, exclaiming, "Damn it, you're heavy." Bai Moshuan rushed Su Bai to the nearest hospital. Upon witnessing the severity of the injuries, the emergency doctor turned pale with fright as Su Bai was ushered into the emergency room. Only then did Bai Moshuan notice the blood staining his own clothing. Cursing under his breath, "You little brat, when you awaken, you shall owe me a new Armani." Damn it, where is Uncle Tang at such a critical moment? He and Su Bo are not good friends, are they? Although Bai Moshuan appeared composed on the surface, he was already brimming with indignation inside, particularly towards that meddlesome doctor. Once they exited, he vowed to make him pay for his insolence. The company's lawyer and agent rushed over promptly. Ever since Bai Moshuan had been blacklisted, the agent had become a rather inconspicuous figure in the company, eagerly anticipating Bai Moshuan's return to prominence. Upon hearing that Bai Moshuan was in trouble, he was utterly distraught and hastily brought the lawyer along. After the officer narrated the events leading up to the incident, the agent's face turned ashen with fear. Was the infamous downfall now befalling Bai Moshuan? In the midst of this chaos, the three officers suddenly adopted a demeanor of respect, not towards the agent and lawyer, but in the presence of the esteemed director, who was accompanied by a woman of striking classical beauty. Their gazes involuntarily gravitated towards her. The director smiled and declared, "Enough of this misunderstanding. Mr. Bai is merely a witness, and a valiant one at that. Release him at once." One of the officers, astonished, nearly strained his neck. "A witness?" "Indeed," the director continued. "The hospital has reported that the victim's chest wound is quite peculiar, resembling that of someone having reached in with their bare hands. I suspect Mr. Bai lacks such capabilities." The director, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. Release him." Upon the director's orders, any disobedience would not be tolerated. As Bai Moshuan emerged, he beheld the woman, his expression freezing momentarily, and with reluctance, he called out, "Mother." The agent, astonished, turned to him. "Is she your mother?" "Indeed, don't look so shocked. Isn't my mother beautiful?" Bai Moshuan, oblivious to the blood staining his attire, stepped forward to embrace Fuyu. "Allow me to introduce her, my mother, Fuyu." "What? Are you all unaware of Miss Fu's identity?" The director, somewhat taken aback, remarked. "She is a renowned biologist. During the poisoning case our bureau handled previously, Miss Fu served as a consultant." The three officers were completely unaware, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. They were familiar with the poisoning case, but being of lower rank, they had not been involved. Bai Moshuan raised his hand, saying, "Thank you for your efforts. I shall take my leave now." He took Fu Yu's arm and strode away, with the lawyer and agent hastily following. The three officers remained rooted in place, and after a moment, they collectively cursed, "Damn it." The director immediately cleared his throat. "Mind your demeanor." Once outside the precinct, Bai Moshuan's expression turned grave. After dismissing the agent and lawyer, he was met with Fu Yu's reproachful gaze. "My child, was it so difficult to defend yourself?" "It was their fault," Bai Moshuan retorted, not feeling he had erred. "They apprehended me without understanding the situation. If I hadn't arrived in time, Su Bo could have lost his life. Aunt couldn't leave the antique shop, and by the time Uncles San Sheng and the others returned, it would have been too late." At the mention of Su Bo, Fu Yu ceased her admonishment and sighed. "Your Uncle San Sheng had other matters to attend to. We did not anticipate such an unfortunate incident here. Now, change your clothes. We need to visit the hospital. Miss Chueying should be there by now." At the time of the incident, Chueying was not present in the antique shop. She had gone out for procurement. Upon witnessing Xuefeng covered in blood, a wave of shock washed over her. The news of Yuqing gravely injuring Su Bo shattered her heart into two, one half consumed with concern for Su Bo's life, and the other engulfed with worry for the now unhinged Yuqing. With her arms crossed tightly over her chest, she awaited the outcome of Su Bo's emergency treatment. Just then, an elderly gentleman, surrounded by a throng of medical personnel, arrived, taking over from the previous emergency physician. The implications of this sudden change were unclear to Chueying, and her anxiety was mounting to a near-crazed state. At that moment, Bai Mo Xian arrived, and Chueying rushed forward, demanding, "What on earth is happening?" "I do not know," Bai Mo Xian replied gravely. "I am not privy to any more information than my aunt, but I am certain that this incident is intricately linked to Yao Guang." "Yao Guang? Is he not already being dealt with by Su Bo?" Chuang shook her head. I have no idea where Yuqing is. He must be out of his mind to act this way. What if something happens to him? Bai Mo-Xian frowned. Now is not the time to worry about him. The one inside is still fighting for his life. Fu Yu sighed inwardly. Bai Mo-Xian did not comprehend the thoughts of this young woman. She cleared her throat, prompting Bai Mo-Xian to fall silent, acknowledging her authority as his mother. Chuang, I am Mo-Xian's mother. You may call me Fu Yu. Chuang. Her mind in disarray, hardly registered the peculiarity of the introduction. Anyone hearing that Fu Yu was Bai Mo-Xian's mother would be taken aback, requiring time to absorb this revelation, yet she was too distracted. Su Bai is still in surgery. Just now, I understand, Fu Yu interjected. That was arranged by my husband. The elderly gentleman is a renowned retired surgeon. It took considerable effort to persuade him to operate personally. I heard from Mo-Xian that although the injuries are severe, they did not strike any vital areas, and Schweffen intervened in time. This child does not appear to be devoid of fortune. He will surely pull through. Fu Yu's voice possessed a soothing quality, and upon her words, Chuang felt a sudden sense of calmness wash over her. As the lights in the operating room dimmed, indicating the conclusion of the surgery, the elderly gentleman emerged, looking fatigued. Upon seeing the three, he spoke in a measured tone. There is no immediate threat to life. However, his condition is rather peculiar. Professor Chen, what do you mean by peculiar? Fu Yu inquired. Her heart momentarily halted. His heart rate, Professor Chen stated. I have never encountered anyone whose heartbeat could be so rapid under such circumstances. Additionally, this young man has some scales on his body. Are you aware of this? Chuang gaped in astonishment. Scales? Fish scales? No, based on my life experience, it is certainly not as simple as fish scales. Therefore, I have an unsolicited request. May I delve further into this matter? Professor Chen's words were abruptly interrupted by Fu Yu. Professor, I understand your thirst for knowledge. However, we cannot make decisions on his behalf. In my view, we should discuss this matter in detail once he regains consciousness. What do you think? Fu Yu's negotiation skills left Chuang astounded. All right, Professor Chen nodded repeatedly. In my many years of practice, this is the most extraordinary case I have encountered. A person with scales on their body is indeed something I have only heard of in the realm of folklore. When the incident occurred, Chuang was not in the antique shop. She was out procuring supplies. Upon witnessing Schweffen covered in blood, her heart filled with shock. The news of Yuqing severely injuring Su Bai shattered her heart into two halves. One half was consumed with concern for Su Bai's life or death, while the other was deeply troubled by the rampaging Yuqing. With her arms crossed over her chest, she anxiously awaited the results of Su Bai's emergency treatment. Just moments ago, an elderly man, surrounded by numerous medical personnel, had come in to replace the previous emergency doctor, leaving Chuang perplexed about the implications of this sudden change. With no one to turn to for answers, her agitation was nearing a breaking point. At that moment, Bai Mo-Xuan arrived just in time. Chuang rushed forward, demanding to know what was happening. I don't know, Bai Mo-Xuan replied solemnly. I am not privy to more information than my aunt, but I am certain that this matter is intricately connected to Yao Guang. Isn't Yao Guang already? Su Bai? Chuang shook her head. I have no idea where Yuqing is. He must be out of his mind to act this way. What if something happens to him? Bai Mo-Xuan furrowed his brow. Now is not the time to worry about him. The one lying inside is still fighting for his life. Fu Yu sighed inwardly. Mo-Xuan simply did not grasp the girl's feelings. She cleared her throat, prompting Bai Mo-Xuan to immediately fall silent. After all, she was his mother. Chuang, you may call me Fu Yu. In a state of turmoil, Chuang failed to register the peculiarity of the situation. Anyone hearing that Fu Yu was Bai Mo-Xuan's mother would be taken aback and require time to process this revelation. Yet she was too flustered to notice. Su Bai is still in critical condition, and just now. I know, that was arranged by my husband. The elderly gentleman is a renowned retired surgical expert who was brought in with great effort to perform the operation personally. I heard from Mo-Xuan that despite the severe injuries, he was not fatally harmed, and Schweffen intervened. This child's features do not suggest ill fate. He will surely pull through. Fu Yu's voice possessed a healing quality, and upon hearing her words, Chuang felt a sudden sense of calmness wash over her. The lights in the operating room extinguished, signaling the conclusion of the surgery. The elderly gentleman emerged, appearing weary. Upon seeing the three, he stated calmly, there is no immediate threat to life, but his condition is rather peculiar. Professor Chen, what do you mean by peculiar? Fu Yu inquired. Her mind momentarily halted. The heart rate, Professor Chen explained. I have never encountered someone whose heartbeat can be so rapid under such circumstances. Additionally, this young man has some scales on him. Are you aware of that? Chuaying gasped. Scales. Fish scales. No, based on my life experience, it is certainly not as simple as fish scales. Therefore, I have an uninvited request. May I delve deeper into this? Professor Chen's words were abruptly interrupted by Fu Yu. Professor, I appreciate your insatiable curiosity. However, we cannot make decisions on his behalf. In my opinion, we should discuss this matter further once he regains consciousness, shall we? Fu Yu's negotiation skills left Chuaying astounded. All right, Professor Chen nodded repeatedly. In all my years of practice, this is the most extraordinary case I have encountered. The presence of scales on a human body is something I have only heard of in mythical tales. As the conversation unfolded, Su Bai was wheeled out. His eyes tightly shut, and his chest swathed in bandages. When will the anesthetic wear off? He inquired. In 4 hours, the nurse replied. This is the latest model of anesthetic. Its effects last a bit longer. Should we notify his parents? Chuaying asked. His mother has already been informed and will arrive shortly. Please, just call me Chuaying, she responded. Chuaying, I must trouble you to take care of Su Bai for now. Mo Xian and I have matters to attend to, Fu Yu said. I appreciate your help. Chuaying sensed that Fu Yu was privy to more information than she was. Remaining in the hospital room to watch over Su Bai, she frequently glanced at the clock. For hours, neither long nor short. As the hours slipped by, the sky darkened, and Su Bai showed no signs of awakening. Yuqing, where are you now? Chuaying murmured. After the 4 hours elapsed, Su Bai remained motionless on the hospital bed. The effects of the anesthetic had faded, and the incision would begin to throb. Yet he felt nothing. Chuaying was struck with fear. The doctor had examined him and found no issues with his bodily functions. A sense of unease gripped her. Witnessing life ebb away was not unfamiliar to her. She had experienced it before, when her grandmother passed away while she was watering the garden. The watering can slipped from her grasp, and her body collapsed before her, unresponsive to her calls. The transition from hope to despair was a process she would never forget. She could not comprehend why Yuqing would harm Su Bai, the only person he remembered by name and his first friend. As for Yuqing, he was not one to inflict harm upon friends. He had always yearned for companionship, appearing reclusive but burning with inner fervor. Lost in a myriad of thoughts, Chuaying was interrupted by a voice. Are you a friend of Su Bai? Upon entering, the woman's gaze fell upon the hospital bed, and Chuaying instantly recognized her identity. Are you his mother?